Chapter 1. Returning to the night before the apocalypse. In the year 7156 of the Blue Star, with just an hour remaining until the safe house's full activation, Jiang Linlin gazed at the data on her computer, her heart brimming with indescribable joy. Once the safe house successfully opened, the inhabitants of Blue Star would no longer be extracted for blue light and transformed into mutated beings, thus ending the apocalypse. Jiang Linlin's slender fingers danced rapidly across the keyboard, mere moments away from completing the final data transmission, as the surviving humans awaited this pivotal moment. Yet at that instant, a sudden and intense pain surged through her abdomen. Clutching her belly, she steadfastly remained at her workstation. She continued typing, but a drop of blood fell onto the keyboard. Jiang Linlin looked down in shock as more blood began to drip onto the keys, and she instinctively touched the corner of her mouth. It was her blood. As Jiang Linlin's head grew heavier, her breathing became increasingly labored. She attempted to rise and move aside, but before she could make a move, the person she referred to as Chun roughly shoved her aside. Off balance, Jiang Linlin stumbled and fell to the ground, and in her bewildered gaze, Chun offered an explanation. Jiang Linlin stared in disbelief at the smiling Chun. Realizing that the DU series toxin was intended to combat the mutated beings of the apocalypse. How could this be? Jiang Linlin looked at her dear friend in confusion. You could just say it directly. Jiang Linlin found it hard to believe Shen's words. Say it directly? Would you really let me if I did? Shen shot her a disdainful glance. The person before her was Jiang Linlin's closest confidant, the one she had fought to save during the early days of the apocalypse. Now, Shen had turned against her. How utterly absurd. At that moment, a young man's voice echoed from outside. Chun, are you ready yet? It was Chu Tianqing, Jiang Linlin's fiancé. Seeing her fiancé arrive, Jiang Linlin felt a surge of hope and wished to call for help. But before she could utter a word, she witnessed him embrace Chun upon entering the room. Chu Tianqing glanced at the fallen Jiang Linlin and then kissed Chun. Chun, you've dealt with her, so hurry and activate the safe house. Once the world regains order, you shall be the queen. All right, just wait for me. A blue protective shield radiated from the research facility into the sky, and simultaneously, Shen's image appeared on the large screens throughout the survivor shelters. She looked into the camera, offering an enthusiastic smile to the survivors. Dear compatriots, thanks to the tireless efforts of our research team, the safe house is now open. I am the lead researcher, Jiang Linlin. Lying on the ground, Jiang Linlin, under the influence of the DU4 toxin, gradually lost her vitality. Not only had Shen usurped her identity, but even her fiancé had betrayed her. In this moment, all that filled her heart was endless regret and resentment. To protect humanity, she had dedicated herself to the creation of this research facility, spending countless days and nights within its walls, with Shen managing external affairs on her behalf. The fact that the survivors showed no surprise upon hearing her refer to herself as Chun indicated that she had long since taken over her identity. How utterly ridiculous. It was all her fault for immersing herself in her research, leading to this outcome. Jiang Linlin slowly closed her eyes, vowing that if given another chance, she would never again trust Shen, nor allow her to steal her hard-earned Chao. Suddenly, a cold mechanical voice resonated in her mind. The Interstellar System Bureau has detected Miss Jiang Linlin's strong unwillingness and has automatically bound to her. Binding? Bound to what? Before Jiang Linlin could comprehend the meaning, she completely lost consciousness. Rebooting body. Once more, that icy voice echoed, and Jiang Linlin felt her eyelids grow exceptionally heavy. She struggled to open her eyes and discovered a handsome, cold man seated beside her, watching intently. Upon the appearance of a stranger, Jiang Linlin instantly regained her senses and fixed a wary gaze upon the man. Miss Jiang Linlin, I am System 0, but you may call me Jun. This is a name derived from the calculations of your world. What? Jiang Linlin was utterly bewildered. Hadn't she died? Was the DU4 toxin a failure? Was she still alive? She quickly scanned her surroundings and realized she was in her university dormitory. As these thoughts raced through her mind, a flood of information surged into her consciousness. The strikingly cold man before her was a system, and she had been reborn back to the night before the apocalypse began. Hello, Miss Jiang. I look forward to working with you. Jun extended his hand in a mechanical manner, and Jiang Linlin awkwardly smiled as she reached out to shake it. After a polite handshake, Jiang Linlin inquired, your system. Indeed. What can you do? Or rather, why did you help me come back to life? The interstellar universe was highly developed. Jiang Linlin understood that there were systems in the cosmos, but had never imagined such an occurrence could happen to her. Among the vast interstellar realm, Blue Star was considered the lowest tier, and thus the advanced planets tended to disregard it. Then what can you bring me? Jiang Linlin continued to press. You, Alin, I brought you takeout, your favorite. Before Jiang Linlin could finish her question, her roommate, Ikalu, suddenly burst through the door, holding 2 bags of takeout, her face a picture of shock as she beheld Jiang Linlin and Junyi. Is this your boyfriend? No, he is. As she placed the takeout on the table, preparing to gossip about Jiang Linlin, she turned just in time to see Jiang Linlin suddenly tackle her. Alin, what are you doing? Shh. Jiang Linlin covered Ikalu's mouth, and in the next moment, a bloodied claw reached through the door, tearing it apart in its quest for its next victim. Ikalu's eyes widened in shock. Chapter 2. Did I save an ungrateful wolf? After a moment, the hand withdrew from the door, continuing its search for a new target. Jiang Linlin hurriedly pulled Ikalu to the balcony, shutting the door behind them before she felt secure enough to speak softly. Lulu, whatever you do not speak loudly. We'll be safe once morning comes. Having just experienced the terror, Ikalu dared not utter a word. That hand had easily pierced through the door had Jiang Linlin not tackled her. It would have been her fate. The thought sent chills down Ikalu's spine. It was a narrow escape. Jiang Linlin also exhaled in relief. In her previous life, she had been unable to save Ikalu, witnessing her friend being disemboweled. Fortunately, this time she had arrived in time to remedy the situation. The 2 girls cautiously concealed themselves on the balcony, but Junyi's demeanor was starkly different. He stood coldly within the room, making no move to join them. Ikalu tugged at Jiang Linlin's sleeve and whispered, Alin, aren't you going to call your boyfriend over? Ikalu cast a puzzled glance at Junyi. Something about him felt off, yet she couldn't quite place it. At that moment, a task suddenly appeared in Jiang Linlin's mind. Time task. Eliminate a mutated being. Reward. Safe house accommodates 1 person. Permanent usage. Upon the emergence of this task, Jiang Linlin immediately turned to Junyi. Junyi, I have a mission. However, having been reborn, she vowed never to repeat her past mistakes. This time, she would protect those who needed it, and she would not let those who betrayed her go unpunished. As dawn began to break, the anguished cries echoing through the corridor persisted, and Jiang Linlin had yet to develop a serum to counteract the mutations, leaving her powerless to save anyone else. Protecting Ikalu was her utmost limit. Help! Save me! Jiang Linlin! Ikalu! Open the door! Shunshin's desperate voice penetrated from outside, compelling Ikalu to rise and open the door, only to be restrained by Jiang Linlin, who silently shook her head in refusal. The 3 shared a profound friendship, and having failed to save Ikalu in their previous life, Jiang Linlin harbored a particular concern for Shinshan, having risked her own life multiple times in attempts to save her. Ikalu, open the door. I know you're inside, let me in. Open up. Shinshan persisted, pounding on the door. That Ikalu's expression was one of distress. She yearned to rescue her friend, yet Jiang Linlin held her back. After a while, the pleas for help outside dwindled, and Ikalu fell silent. The day finally broke, and Jiang Linlin prepared to lead Ikalu away from the dormitory, but Ikalu shook off her grasp. Why won't you let me save Shinshan? Ikalu's demeanor was unusually cold. Jiang Linlin, aware of Ikalu's misunderstanding, hastily explained, Lulu, if we save Shinshan, not only will we fail, but we will also perish, and she will ultimately bring about our demise. Ikalu bit her lower lip tightly, saying nothing further, and this time she rose to follow Jiang Linlin. Without inquiring further about Shinshan, she shifted the conversation to the strange occurrences of the previous night. Do you know what happened last night? Jiang Linlin nodded, letting out a resigned sigh as she guided Ikalu out of the dormitory into the corridor. Before they reached the doorway, Ikalu was met with a potent stench of blood, and upon witnessing the scene in the corridor, she could not suppress her nausea and retched violently. The corridor was littered with severed limbs, some human, others monstrous. These creatures bore a striking resemblance to humans. Though their bodies were cloaked in coarse black hair, their arms disproportionately long, with claws akin to those of savage beasts. Jiang Linlin gently patted Akalu's back, recalling her own initial reaction upon encountering such a sight. Yet now, she had grown accustomed to it. This was merely a mild manifestation of the horror. This is a lower-tier mutation from the blue star, a result of humanity's loss of blue light. Human? This is human? Akalu exclaimed in shock, her gaze darting to the corpses on the ground, battling the upheaval in her stomach. Akalu fell into silence, struggling to comprehend the reality before her. Jiang Linlin glanced at the clock in her room. It was already 7 that she grasped Akalu's hand, ready to lead her to safety. But as they stepped out of the dormitory, they were confronted by a blood-soaked Shinshun. Shinshin's eyes glinted with malice as she regarded them, a sinister smile creeping across her face. "My dear sisters, you're still alive? I thought you perished." Upon seeing Shun, a surge of hatred surged within Jiang Linlin. She yearned to tear Shun to shreds, yet she currently lacked the power to do so. Thus, Jiang Linlin could only respond coldly. "Isn't it enough that you survived? Indeed, I am alive. I encountered a remarkable senior who can take us to safety. Care to join?" Shunshin's demeanor shifted back to normal in an instant. Akalu, burdened by guilt, disregarding Jiang Linlin's warnings, immediately agreed. "Sure, he'll go with you, Shun. I wanted to save you before, but Jiang Linlin wouldn't allow it. She held me captive in the room. There was nothing I could do. Can you forgive me?" Akalu's words left Jiang Linlin astounded, as she turned to Akalu, perplexed by her friend's sentiments. "Thank you, your forgiveness means everything. Who is this senior you mentioned? Where will he take us?" Akalu inquired, stepping closer to Shun. Throughout this exchange, Jiang Linlin maintained a cold gaze upon Akalu, her heart heavy with unease. "It's Senior Chu. He's truly exceptional. If it weren't for him, I might have perished," Shunshin remarked, casting a veiled glance at Jiang Linlin, clearly insinuating blame. Upon hearing the name Chu, Jiang Linlin's mind immediately conjured the image of Chu Tianxing, whom she had been introduced to through Shinshun, and who later became her fiancé. Could this Senior Chu that Shunshin spoke of be none other than Chu Tianxing? Chapter 3. A temporary refuge as Akalu. Following Shinshun, prepared to depart, she noticed that Jiang Linlin had not kept pace. She halted, perplexed, and inquired of Lin, "Are you not coming along?" "Of course, I shall join," Jiang Linlin replied, trailing behind. She was curious to witness what kind of upheaval Chu Tianxing and Shunshan could conjure this time. Junyi sensed the palpable animosity radiating from Jiang Linlin. He extended his hand, and a delicate virtual screen materialized, displaying a series of data. Joy, 0 anger. 3 sorrow, 0 happiness. 0. Noticing the rise in the anger metric brought Junyi satisfaction. However, his demeanor remained largely unperturbed as he swiftly retracted the virtual screen and caught up with Jiang Linlin. Shun led the group to the cafeteria, which was already bustling with individuals, each adorned with signs of distress. The once technologically advanced cafeteria now lay in disarray, reverting to its primitive state. In truth, the entire blue star seemed to be regressing, as many devices ceased to function following the extraction of the blue light. Yet, apart from Jiang Linlin, none were privy to these circumstances. Observing the group of fearful students within the cafeteria, Jiang Linlin calmly approached a relatively clean table and took a seat. Shunshin made his way to a tall young man clad in a white tracksuit, who appeared immaculate, starkly contrasting his surroundings. This man possessed fair skin, with tousled hair casually resting upon his forehead, exuding a disordered elegance, and his smile radiated warmth and positivity. Jiang Linlin instinctively compared this young man to Junyi. Both were undeniably handsome, yet Junyi exuded an air of cold indifference. "Senior Chu, this is the survivor I found. They're my roommates." Shinshin stood bashfully beside the young man. "Are they truly the roommates who disregarded your plight?" The smile on the young man's face vanished. Observing the unfolding situation, Yikalu swiftly began to clarify. It was not neglect. She refrained from opening the door yesterday out of concern that a monster might enter. "I attempted to let Shinshin in, but my efforts were thwarted." Jiang Linlin gazed at Yikalu in astonishment once more. Was this what they meant by a good bird alighting upon a tree? Yikalu seemed to believe that Shun possessed greater capability to ensure her survival, hence her biting retort. However, the individual whom Shun referred to as Senior Chu was not Chu Tianxing, which indicated a misunderstanding on her part. Yet, despite Yikalu's derogatory remarks, Jiang Linlin merely regarded her with a frigid stare, withholding any defense on her behalf. Upon hearing Yikalu's accusations, Senior Chu scrutinized Jiang Linlin with a puzzled expression and inquired, "Is what she said true?" "Naturally, it was true, Senior Chu. Yikalu is exceedingly forthright, and besides, she and Jiang Linlin share a close friendship. Had it not been a genuine matter, she would not have brought it to light." Shen Chen interjected to clarify before Jiang Linlin could respond. Jiang Linlin suppressed a cold laugh within her heart. She felt no desire to elaborate. At this moment, her sole focus was on seizing the opportunity to fulfill the tasks assigned by the system and to develop the potion. If that is indeed the case, then you're not welcome here. With such an unexpected occurrence, we cannot afford to entrust our backs to someone like you. Jiang Linlin held a deep admiration for Senior Chu's words. His character was indeed well suited for a leader of the team. Moreover, she had never been fond of crowds. Thus, as soon as Senior Chu finished speaking, Jiang Linlin turned and departed with resolute determination. Her abrupt exit left those around her in a state of bewilderment. She made her way directly to the biology teaching building. Jun had silently followed her the entire time, and upon reaching the entrance of the teaching building, he suddenly pulled Jiang Linlin into his embrace. Jiang Linlin collided forcefully with his chest. She lifted her gaze, ready to question Junyi, only to be interrupted by a colossal creature bursting forth from the building. It was a mutated beast. "All right, it is safe inside." Junya's cold voice echoed from above her. Jiang Linlin couldn't help but steal a few more glances at him. If only Junyi could exhibit a bit more emotional depth. "Aren't you coming in?" Junya's icy voice abruptly shattered Jiang Linlin's reverie. What a handsome man he was. Yet it was a pity he possessed such an ungracious demeanor. Jiang Linlin, with a sense of resignation, pursed her lips and stepped into the biology teaching building. This place was replete with numerous biological reagents that she could utilize to concoct potions, thus igniting her transformation into an evolved being. The biology teaching building was far superior to the other structures, as it was only open in the morning, allowing her to avoid the impending challenges. Upon reaching the reagent storage, Jiang Linlin rummaged through the shelves and swiftly located everything she required. Subsequently, she entered a biological laboratory. However, as soon as she crossed the threshold, she was met with an unusual sound emanating from within the room. Upon closer inspection, she discovered it was the muffled sobbing of a woman. Jiang Linlin cast a glance at Junyi, signaling him to remain silent as they quietly stepped into the laboratory. There, she beheld a young girl crouched in the corner, weeping softly. "What is the matter?" Jiang Linlin inquired in a hushed tone. The sudden sound startled the girl, who looked at Jiang Linlin in terror, instinctively attempting to retreat, only to find herself against a wall. "Do not come any closer. Please, do not kill me." The girl shut her eyes tightly, frantically waving her hands at Jiang Linlin, seemingly trying to fend off an imagined threat. Jiang Linlin, with a slight twitch of her lips, spoke again. "I am human, not a mutant. You need not fear me." The girl gradually lifted her head, her eyes wide with terror as she gazed upon Jiang Linlin, realizing that she was indeed different from those monsters. She swallowed hard, steadied herself against the wall, and slowly rose to her feet, glancing around to ensure her safety before releasing a sigh of relief. "I apologize. My fear overwhelmed me, leading me to mistake you for a monster," she said, her eyes filled with remorse as she regarded Jiang Linlin. Jiang Linlin nonchalantly shook her head, choosing to disregard the girl. She approached the laboratory table with the reagents she had discovered, beginning to manipulate them with focused intent. The girl, filled with curiosity, inched closer to Jiang Linlin, observing her every movement with intrigue. "Aren't you afraid of those monsters? What are you doing?" Jiang Linlin remained oblivious to her surroundings, fully engrossed in the preparation of her potion. The girl, recognizing Jiang's preoccupation, refrained from further inquiries. While the girl pondered, Jiang Linlin had successfully concocted the potion, albeit it was solely intended to awaken latent abilities rather than enhance them. In the previous life, the development of potions had reached a level of remarkable sophistication. Nearly every survivor had evolved into a being of enhanced capabilities, distinguished only by the magnitude of their powers. However, during the early days of the apocalypse, merely awakening one's potential to become an evolved being was considered an extraordinary feat. Jiang Linlin gazed at the potion in her hand, a smile of delight gracing her lips. At that moment, the ancient chime of the bell resonated across the playground. This was one of the distinctive features of K University. Every hour on the hour, the sound of the bell would echo throughout the grounds. Upon hearing the chime of the clock, Jiang Linlin's expression shifted dramatically. She glanced towards the clock in the room. It was 9 o'clock. Chapter 4. Had she perhaps gained a little admirer? With this thought, Jiang Linlin promptly set the potion aside and prepared to depart. The potion would render her unconscious for a good 10 minutes. She needed to ensure her safety before using it. Junyi, let us proceed. As Jiang Linlin and Jun Yi made their way towards the door, the girl pondered for a moment before deciding to follow suit. Just as they stepped out of the laboratory, they were confronted by a mutated creature. At that instant, a notification echoed in Jiang Linlin's mind. Only 1 hour remains for the time-limited task. Failure to complete it will result in the cancellation of both the task and its rewards. The urgency of this announcement jolted Jiang Linlin's memory of her unfinished task. Facing the mutated creature, she did not flinch, but instead smiled confidently. Junyi, given your remarkable prowess, could you possibly provide me with a weapon that is effective against these mutations? After a brief silence, Junyi contemplated, and just as the mutated creature lunged towards Jiang Linlin, he conjured a bow from thin air and tossed it to her. Jiang Linlin held the bow, feeling somewhat perplexed. It was intended for ranged combat, yet it lacked arrows. Observing her confusion, Junyi added, simply draw the bow, and arrows will manifest. Upon hearing this, Jiang Linlin's eyes sparkled with excitement. However, the mutated creature was already upon her, leaving her no time to draw the bow or knock an arrow, resulting in her being slammed against the wall. The impact sent a wave of metallic taste flooding her mouth, and her insides quaked painfully. As the creature charged at her once more, Jiang Linlin seized the moment, enduring the pain coursing through her body. She rolled away, creating distance between herself and the creature, and decisively released an arrow that struck directly at the creature's brain. With a thud, the mutated creature collapsed to the ground, and Jiang Linlin sank to the floor. Panting heavily, she had been genuinely terrified. Had she hesitated even for a moment longer, the creature would have surely claimed her life. Her current body felt far too frail, especially when compared to her previous life, where her enhanced physique not only rendered her immune to infection, but also elevated her beyond ordinary limits. The girl stared wide-eyed at Jiang Linlin, seemingly in awe, before rubbing her eyes in disbelief. Her gaze was filled with admiration as she exclaimed, "Hello, I am Chu Shaoran. You are amazing." Eagerly, Chu Shaoran approached Jiang Linlin, extending her hand to assist her in rising. Jiang Linlin cast a fleeting glance at her outstretched hand, refraining from placing her own upon it. Instead, she steadied herself against the wall and rose. Indeed, she possessed a strong aversion to dirt, and the touch of a stranger filled her with an overwhelming sense of discomfort. Jiang Linlin slightly furrowed her brows, momentarily forgetting that she was a doctoral candidate at K University. "Sister Jiang, you were so impressive just now. You dispatched that monster in an instant," exclaimed Chu Shaoran, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Jiang Linlin's reaction was rather indifferent. It was merely a low-level mutated creature. If she couldn't handle such a foe, they would be doomed once the mutations evolved further. Hearing the myriad questions from Chu Shaoran, Jiang Linlin recalled that humanity was still oblivious to the realities surrounding mutated beings. Just as she was about to offer an explanation, she was interrupted by Jun Ye's cold voice, stating that without a report of a completed mission, the mutated creature had not been vanquished. Almost simultaneously with Jun Ye's words, Jiang Linlin instinctively pulled Chu Shaoran back 2 steps as the creature, with its brain matter oozing, surprisingly rose unsteadily to its feet. With a fierce roar, the mutated creature directed its fury at Jiang Linlin. Its fur lengthening and its once black claws turning crimson, its form swelling to twice its original size. It fixed its gaze on Jiang Linlin, fully aware that she had just attacked, and in the next moment, it lunged at her. The speed of this assault was beyond what Jiang Linlin could evade at that moment. However, in nick of time, Junyi calmly extended his hand, conjuring a translucent blue protective shield that enveloped the three of them. The mutated creature collided with the shield at full force, only to be repelled back. Chu Shaoran gazed at the shield in delight, while Jiang Linlin seized the opportunity, drawing her bow and aiming for the creature's heart. She did not inquire whether the shield would block her arrow. She trusted that her system would not fail her. The arrow flew unimpeded, piercing the mutated creature's heart. In an instant, it disintegrated into ashes, leaving a glimmering object that fell to the ground. Phew, that was quite a close call, Chu Shaoran remarked, relieved. Jiang Linlin was momentarily taken aback upon noticing the gleaming object. With a sense of skepticism, she approached the corpse of the mutated creature and reached out to extract a stone. Curiosity piqued, Chu Shaoran joined her side, exclaiming, "Oh, is this stone something that fell from the monster? A drop from defeating the beast?" Jiang Linlin cast a glance at her, nodding slightly in agreement with her words. Indeed, this was a fragment that had fallen from a mutant species, specifically one that had just transitioned from a low-level to a mid-level variant. The mid-level mutants possess a minuscule probability of shedding blue star stones. These stones are treasures that can significantly enhance an evolver's strength, rare and difficult to come by. However, Jiang Linlin did not feel elated by the presence of the blue star stone. Rather, she gazed at it with deep concern. This was merely the first day of the apocalypse. Why would a low-level mutant evolve now? Such occurrences should not manifest until at least a month into the catastrophe. Had it already begun earlier? Perhaps it went unnoticed in her previous life? Or could it be that those who didn't notice have already perished? Sister Chu, where do you plan to go next? Shall we escape together and seek help? Escape? There is nowhere to run. The entire world has succumbed to this fate. As soon as humans are drained of blue light, they immediately transform into mutants, the very monsters you speak of. Only an exceedingly small fraction of individuals will evolve into evolvers. Upon hearing this, Chu Shaoran stood in shock, her mind reeling, and she stammered then. Was blue light? Who was responsible for its extraction? Jiang Linlin patiently elucidated that the aliens and the blue light represent a form of energy within the human body, regarded as a precious resource by extraterrestrial beings. In Chapter 5, Reward for Obtaining Absolute Safety Zone, upon hearing terms such as aliens, blue light, and mutated species, Chu Shaoran felt as though she herself were an alien. What should humanity do? Chu Shaoran asked Jiang Linlin, her expression dazed. Nodding in a manner that suggested partial understanding, she inquired further, Senior Jiang, how do you know so much? Jiang Linlin was momentarily taken aback. She could not possibly divulge her reincarnation. I once inadvertently came across documents from the upper echelons of Blue Star. They had long been preparing for this matter, yet ultimately failed to guard against the aliens. Enough of that. I must take my leave now. Take care of yourself. Wait. Noticing Jiang Linlin's intent to depart without her, Chu Shaoran hurriedly stepped in front of her. Senior Jiang, please, take me with you. I promise I won't hold you back. I only wish to survive. Jiang Linlin gazed quietly at Chu Shaoran for a few moments, then expressionlessly nodded. At that moment, Junyi suddenly interjected, "You are afraid of history repeating itself." Jiang Linlin turned her head in displeasure and shot him a glare, urging him to leave quickly. She was indeed fearful of the past repeating itself. In her previous life, she had desperately saved Xinshun. In the face of the apocalypse, they were both utterly alone, and Jiang Linlin regarded Xinshun as her soul family, treating her with heartfelt sincerity. Yet in the end, all she received was the most recent poison. She was oblivious to when Xinshun had administered it to her. Jiang Linlin prepared to head to the chemistry building to procure some materials, ideally suited for concocting the antidotes against the mutated species, specifically the DU series. As she descended the stairs, the voice of the system resonated in her mind. Time-limited task completed. Reward, safe house. Would you like to view the details of the safe house? Name, safe house owner, Jiang Linlin. Non-transferable, cannot be loaned. Duration, permanent effect. Upon activation, Jiang Linlin gains an absolute safe area that renders her invisible. Range, 1 cubic meter. Upon seeing the phrase, absolute safe area, Jiang Linlin was momentarily stunned. She turned to Junyi with astonishment and inquired, an absolute safe area means that no one, including individuals from other planets and various species, can breach or invade it. Correct? Junyi nodded, elaborating, indeed, it is precisely as you envision. This is an absolute safe domain, exclusively yours. This was the very safe house Jiang Linlin had aspired to develop in her previous life, though she had yet to witness the fruition of her research. Just as Jiang Linlin reveled in her joy, the system's voice echoed in her mind once more. A regular task has been triggered. Eliminate an intermediate mutated species to obtain a safe house construction materials package. Jiang Linlin glanced at Junyi once more, her confusion evident as she inquired, is this materials package capable of constructing a safe house within an absolutely secure zone? Junyi nodded in affirmation. Jiang Linlin was filled with exuberant joy, as creating an absolutely secure shelter was the aspiration she cherished the most in her previous life. To her astonishment, rebirth granted her such a splendid opportunity, and she was determined to seize it. To establish a sanctuary for the surviving humanity was her lifelong ambition. An orphan, she had been aided by various individuals throughout her childhood. Without this group of benefactors, she would have perished long ago, although there were some malevolent figures among them. She paid them no heed. Whether in her studies or leisure, she consistently emerged as the most exceptional one. At the tender age of 23, she had become a researcher esteemed by the upper echelons of Blue Star, eagerly awaiting her graduation to commence her work among them. Alas, she never reached that fateful day, for the apocalypse arrived. Jiang, Senior Jiang, what are you talking about? Chu Shaoran finally could not restrain her curiosity. She had just witnessed Jiang Linlin staring blankly at the air before posing a series of incomprehensible questions to Junyi. It struck her as odd. While she understood each word, the combination eluded her grasp. Jiang Linlin cleared her throat awkwardly. It's nothing. You needn't call me Jiang Shuejia. Just call me Linlin. All right, Linlin. Chu Shaoran replied with a broad smile. Hey, I'm a bit hungry. I hurried here last night and haven't dared to leave since, so. Chu Shaoran felt utterly embarrassed. In such perilous times, what did hunger matter? Survival was paramount. Just as Chu Shaoran finished speaking, Jiang Linlin's stomach growled, leading her to blink in embarrassment. Well, shall we head to the cafeteria to find something to eat? There might still be some leftovers. Great. Considering the time, the group lingering in the cafeteria should have departed by now. They could still find something to eat. Skipping this meal was not an option. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, Jiang Linlin discovered that the crowd had not yet dispersed. However, both she and Chu Shaoran were starving, so she steeled herself and stepped inside, despite her trepidation of being in such close quarters with so many people. Seeing the throng, Chu Shaoran excitedly dashed toward the cafeteria, but Shen Chun emerged from the door to intercept her. Wait, this isn't just a free-for-all. Step back. Chu Shaoran's smile immediately faded, and she took a couple of steps back in confusion. Jiang Linlin followed suit. Upon seeing Jiang Linlin, Shen Chun resumed his sardonic demeanor. Shen Chun regarded Jiang Linlin with disdain, speaking to himself under her cold gaze. The situation has changed. We must inspect you first. Only those without injuries may remain. Chu Shaoran asked, puzzled why. Because the injured may also transform into monsters. This is for your safety. Do you wish to enter? Shen Chun regarded the two with derision. Chu Shaoran bit her lip in turmoil. She was genuinely hungry and had spotted food inside the cafeteria. How will you inspect us? Of course, we will require you to disrobe for the examination. Otherwise, how can we ascertain if you are concealing anything? Disrobe. Chu Shaoran glared at Shen Chun in outrage. Noticing Shan Chen's prolonged absence from the room and his conversation with those outside, Chu Shuizhong curiously pushed the door open, inadvertently overhearing Shan Chun's demand for them to undress. Student Shun? What did you just say? Chapter 6. It feels wonderful to have little fans protecting you. Upon hearing Chu Shuizhong's voice, Shen Chen immediately adopted a gentler demeanor. We're concerned that if we are bitten, we might also become those monsters. Therefore, we wish to inspect for any wounds before allowing entry. However, Jiang Linlin has refused the examination. Injuries do not lead to mutation, Jiang Linlin stated coolly. Shun Chen quickly interjected. How can you be certain of your claim? The monsters outside resemble the zombies from films. How can you assure us that a scratch won't result in infection? Or are you suggesting that you have already been infected and now wish to enter to infect us? Jiang Linlin raised an eyebrow in perplexity as she glanced at Shun Chen. It seemed she had merely uttered a single sentence, nothing excessive. Yet it appeared to have provoked Shun Chen. Standing beside Jiang Linlin, Chu Shaoran heard Shun Chen's words and immediately placed her hands on her hips in indignation, glaring at her furiously. Hey, what nonsense are you spouting? It was you who just demanded we undress for inspection, and we didn't refuse. We were merely considering how unreasonable such a request is. What is unreasonable about it? It's for everyone's safety. If it were me, I'd comply without hesitation, Shun Chen retorted haughtily, tilting her chin upward. At that moment, unnoticed by the others, Jiang Linlin swiftly drew a dagger and slashed Shun Chen's arm. Jiang Linlin, what are you doing? Shun Chen cried out, clutching her wound. Her furious gaze shifted to Chu Shaoran, who wore a triumphant smirk. Suddenly, Shun Chen turned pitifully toward Chu Xiuzhang. Chu Xiuzhang, look at them. How outrageous. We can't possibly keep such dangerous people around. Chu Xiuzhang remained silent, his cold stare unsettling Shun Chen. Nervously, she added, I was only concerned they might endanger everyone. After all, we know nothing about their backgrounds. You shameless woman, stop spouting lies. Chu Shaoran fumed, jabbing a finger at Shun Chen. Brother, are you blind? How could you keep someone like her by your side? Hearing Chu Shaoran address him as brother, Shun Chen froze. Stuttering, she asked, why you read Chu Xiuzhang's sister? Her face paled as realization struck. She had just offended the leader's sister. Now, she would surely be cast out. You're concerned for safety isn't wrong, Chu Xiuzhang said calmly, pulling Chu Shaoran closer, but your methods are excessive. Who decreed that newcomers must strip for inspection? Sore. Shun Chen lowered her head, feigning innocence. Witnessing her pitiable act, those behind Chu Xiuzhang quickly spoke in her defense. Chu Xiuzhang, Shun Chen only acted out of worry for everyone. Don't be too hard on her. Exactly. We all know what kind of person Shun Chen is. Let it go this time. Then, a voice from the crowd sneered, or is Chu Xiuzhang favoring his sister over justice? A sharp glare from Chu Xiuzhang silenced the speaker. But the words had already ignited discontent among the others. Chu Xiuzhang is intimidating people now. Does that mean he is guilty? Was the accusation true? He just wants to protect his sister, even if it means risking our lives. Someone like him doesn't deserve to lead us, right? Drive him out. Drive him out. Drive them out. Chu Xiuzhang hadn't anticipated such a bizarre turn. Were these people truly so ungrateful? Had they forgotten how he had risked his life to protect them before? Shun Chen, too, was taken aback by the crowd's reaction, but this unexpected shift worked in her favor, and inwardly, she rejoiced. Jiang Linlin silently observed the farcical scene before her. Listening to the remarks of these ungrateful souls, a cold smirk formed within her heart. Such individuals were unworthy of protection. The sanctuary she intended to create was not meant for their kind. It was best for heartless people like them to distance themselves. Since they were unwelcoming, it would be better for Senior Chu to refrain from bringing along such burdens and focus on safeguarding his sister. Jiang Linlin stated coldly, Indeed, brother, let us depart. These ingrates are not worth your protection. We shall leave with Linlin. Chu Shaoran tugged at Senior Chu, leading him towards the exit. In a bid to uphold her benevolent persona, Shun Chen suddenly interjected, attempting to retain Senior Chu. She stood before everyone and gently said, fellow classmates. Senior Chu was merely momentarily confused. We cannot expel him for that lapse. What a hypocritical woman. Chu Shaoran stuck out her tongue at Shun Chen, detesting such pretentiousness. Shaoran, enough. Let us go, Senior Chu replied with a stoic expression. The very person who had instigated trouble in the crowd was the first he had rescued, nearly sacrificing his own life in the process, only to receive this kind of outcome. Every individual who had just spoken against him was someone he had personally saved. Hearing their desire to cast him out left his heart cold. There was no longer any need for him to protect these people. Senior Chu, Shun Chen still wished to retain him, having witnessed his capabilities and believing he still had utility. No, you misunderstand. Shun Chen attempted to explain, fearing the remaining individuals might misinterpret her due to Senior Chu's words, but he interrupted her directly. No need for explanations. From now on, fate will decide. With that, Senior Chu grasped Chu Xiaoran's hand and departed, while Jiang Linlin glanced at the people in the room, said nothing, and left alongside Junyi. After their departure, Jiang Linlin initially intended to head to the laboratory, but Chu Xiaoran forcibly pulled Senior Chu to catch up with her. Linlin, wait for me. Can you take me and my brother with you? We promise not to be a burden. As soon as Chu Xiaoran finished speaking, her stomach let out a sudden growl, and she awkwardly smiled at Jiang Linlin. Jiang Linlin glanced at Junyi, who coldly remarked, if you wish to take him, then do so. The bow you just acquired is sufficient for your protection. According to my data analysis, his potential is considerable and he could serve as your ally. Jiang Linlin hastily covered Junyi's mouth, suddenly regretting having glanced at him earlier. The emotionally oblivious robot was somewhat exasperating. Upon uttering those words, did not Senior Chu then perceive her as seeking to exploit him? Was she not then akin to the group of individuals from earlier? In a bid to prevent any misunderstanding from Senior Chu, Jiang Linlin prepared to elucidate, but before she could utter a word, Senior Chu spoke first. Are you the Dr. Jiang Linlin? Chapter 7. Are both of them in a sound state of mind? It is she. Indeed, she is the very idol you admire, brother. Upon hearing Senior Chu Xiaoran mention the term idol, Jiang Linlin felt a twinge of confusion. Could it be that she was still considered Senior Chu's idol? Observing his sister's incessant chatter, Senior Chu promptly pulled her aside, then turned to face Jiang Linlin, appearing noticeably flustered this time. I have yet to introduce myself. My name is Chu Wan, and this is my sister, Chu Xiaoran, Chu Wan stated. Jiang Linlin nodded slightly, offering a faint smile. Chu Wan touched the tip of his nose and continued, well, my sister was not mistaken. You are indeed my idol. Aha! Is that so? Jiang Linlin did not anticipate that Chu Wan would actually concede to Chu Xiaoran's words, causing the atmosphere between the two to shift into an odd tension. The mutated species has arrived. Junyi unexpectedly interjected this statement. Jiang Linlin immediately became vigilant, surveying her surroundings as she drew the bow given to her by Junyi. Poised for battle, they found themselves in a corner of the playground. Although they could climb through the window into the nearby classroom building, doing so would likely lead them into a dead end. Thus, they opted to assess the situation outside first, knowing that if their resistance proved futile, they could still retreat inside the classroom. As she held the gleaming bow, Chu Wan looked at Jiang Linlin with a newfound admiration. The weapon appeared formidable. Suddenly, with a loud crash, a window shattered. A dark figure burst forth from the classroom building, catching Jiang Linlin off guard. She nearly succumbed to the shadow's grasp, but fortunately, Junyi managed to catch her just in time. You'll meet a swift demise like this. Perhaps I should report to the higher-ups about a possible misallocation of personnel, Junyi remarked, his tone ever so lacking in sensitivity. Jiang Linlin had grown accustomed to his bluntness, pushing him away as if to prove her own capability. She drew the bowstring taut, aiming at the shadow that had just darted past. The figure moved with remarkable speed, seemingly aware of the danger, as it continued to circle around Jiang Linlin without pause. Jiang Linlin squinted her eyes, holding her breath as she fixated on the shadow. The moment the shadow turned, she swiftly released an arrow with a whoosh. The shadow collapsed to the ground. Chu Xiaoran erupted in joyous laughter, exclaiming, "Wonderful! Let me see if any equipment has dropped." Jiang Linlin held an arrow in one hand, her foot planted firmly on the head of the mutated creature, while the other hand pressed down on it with her bow. With a swift motion, she drove the arrow into the creature's heart. In an instant, the mutant disintegrated into ashes. Your performance was passable, Junyi remarked coldly. Silence. I never requested your assessment, Jiang Linlin retorted, pouting in displeasure. At that moment, Junyi abruptly extended his hand, and a delicate holographic screen reappeared, displaying data that had undergone some alterations. Joy, 0 anger, 6 sadness, 0 happiness, 0 other emotions remained unchanged, with only anger increasing by 3. Do you possess only a singular emotion? Jun inquired. Jiang Linlin sighed and turned away, choosing to disregard Jun. She realized that it was futile to be angry with a robot, as their programming was predetermined. Indeed, she resolved not to harbor any resentment. Jiang Linlin continually reassured herself within, and gradually her emotions began to settle. Observing the interaction between the two, Chu Shaoran nudged Chu one with her elbow and whispered behind him, "I have inquired thoroughly. That person is not Linlin's boyfriend. You still have a chance." Chu Wen awkwardly swallowed, as if he were frozen in place. Jiang Linlin took a deep breath, grasped Junyi's arm, and offered a sheepish smile to Chu Wen while indicating her head, saying, "There seems to be a slight issue here. I hope you won't take offense." Subsequently, Jiang Linlin, filled with indignation, pulled Junyi toward another cafeteria. She had already dealt with the mutated beings in this area, and now they were both ravenous, eager to find sustenance to quell their hunger. Along the way, the voice of the system echoed in her mind. Ordinary task completed. Reward: 1 safe house construction material pack. Jiang Linlin whispered to Junyi, "With this construction material package, can we build a safe house ourselves? As for the land, in this apocalypse, I can simply choose any piece of land I fancy, right?" Jiang Linlin continued to inquire. "No, you need to acquire a piece of spatial land before you can construct what you desire upon it." "What is spatial land? How can I obtain it?" Jiang Linlin was eager to create a safe haven. As he confirmed his selection, Jiang Linlin received a notification from the system. Designated task: collect 10 blue star stones. Reward: 100 square meters of spatial land. Alongside the task notification, an informative voice emerged. Spatial land, a reward belonging to the Interstellar Systems Bureau. The user may construct on this land, which is movable and can store items. The storage can transform into a ring on the user's hand. It cannot be transferred or lent. Jiang Linlin cast a surprised glance at Junyi, realizing that Junyi could actually assign her tasks. The prospect of a 100 square meter plot sounded quite appealing, and the functionalities of this spatial territory were indeed impressive. In a post-apocalyptic world, where humanity fought violently for safety, the idea of possessing a domain solely her own would spare her from the anxieties of competition with others. However, the limited capacity of 100 square meters posed a concern. Junyi, what other avenues are there to acquire more of this spatial territory? It truly sounds wonderful. After concluding her communication with Junyi, the group arrived at the second cafeteria. Due to Junyi's ethereal projection being invisible to others, Chu Shaoran and Chu Wen could merely observe their gestures directed towards the air. Chu Wen, filled with curiosity, whispered to Chu Shaoran, "Is their mental state all right?" Chapter 8. Triggering a special task in an instant. Chu Wen's face flushed crimson. The embarrassment of being caught speaking ill right before someone was overwhelming. His voice had been so soft, yet how had Junyi perceived it? Jiang Linlin overheard their conversation, yet she had no time to concern herself with Junyi. She was engrossed in examining the contents of her acquired materials kit. Safe house construction materials kit: 10 wooden planks, 10 bags of cement, 10 steel bars. It contained a variety of items, though the quantities were rather limited, with each type comprising only 10 units. While possessing 10 units of certain materials was somewhat beneficial, most seemed insignificant, akin to a grain of sand in the vast ocean. For instance, 10 wooden planks would likely suffice to construct merely a doghouse, if that. Clearly, she needed to procure additional construction materials kits to erect her own safe haven. "There's food here. Come quickly," Chu Shaoran exclaimed joyfully from the kitchen, waving at the group from the entrance. The second cafeteria differed greatly from the first. The cuisine in the first cafeteria was delectable, whereas the second cafeteria's offerings were utterly bland, leading nearly all students to prefer dining at the first. Furthermore, the second cafeteria typically did not stock an abundance of ingredients, rendering its meals akin to diet food. Consequently, after the incident, it remained deserted. In the kitchen's refrigerator, Chu Shaoran stumbled upon several tomatoes and cucumbers, alongside a few hard buns in the freezer. The tomatoes and cucumbers can be eaten raw, but the buns are inedible, Jiang Linlin stated. "Why not? I see that the gas here is functioning properly. We could heat the buns and enjoy them," Chu Shaoran replied, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she gazed at Jiang Linlin. Just then, her stomach rumbled once more. Jiang Linlin elucidated that mutated species are drawn to human beings by heat, and utilizing gas would only attract them further. Never mind. One's life is of utmost importance. Chu Xiaoran washed the tomatoes and cucumbers, then evenly distributed them among a few individuals. When the food reached Jun, he declined her kind offer, stating, "I do not require such things." Jun meant no offense. He merely wished to convey his disinterest in eating, yet his lack of emotional consideration rendered his words somewhat haughty. Jiang Linlin held a genuine affection for Chu Xiaoran. In an effort to spare her any distress, Jiang Linlin hastily clarified, "He is rather unique. He does not require sustenance. You may consume his portion." Chu Xiaoran felt a pang of sorrow upon hearing a remark from Junyi, sensing that her goodwill had been met with ingratitude. However, upon receiving Jiang Linlin's explanation, her curiosity regarding Junye's lack of appetite eclipsed her initial disappointment. After consuming a modest meal, Chu Xiaoran rummaged through the kitchen, seeking provisions to take with her, for the journey ahead would surely necessitate sustenance. While Chu Xiaoran scoured for food, Jiang Linlin engaged in a serious discussion with Chu when regarding their subsequent path. "Should you wish to reach the safe zone, I can escort you," Jiang Linlin proposed. Chu promptly declined, stating, "No need. Xiaoran is quite fond of you. She would undoubtedly prefer to remain by your side. Furthermore, I believe you are quite capable, and being near you feels safer. But the endeavor I am planning is fraught with peril," Jiang Linlin countered. "Then perhaps we might assist you. After all, neither of us has family to worry about," Chu replied with a smile. Recognizing Chu's forthrightness, Jiang Linlin could hardly refuse. She resolved to protect both of them to the best of her ability. Chu nodded and rose to help Chu Xiaoran in her search for food. Reflecting on her dear friend, Jiang Linlin felt a deep sense of sorrow. She had always believed that Yikalu was her closest companion. Yet Yikalu's demeanor had left her feeling profoundly betrayed. Why was it so effortless for Yikalu to cast her aside, simply because Shun appeared more capable of providing protection? Your inner turmoil is quite loud. Do you not understand the reason behind it? Why burden yourself further? Junye's icy voice interrupted Jiang Linlin's reverie. Jiang Linlin wore a sullen expression, suddenly contemplating a method to dissolve Junye's defenses. "Can you still hear my innermost thoughts?" she inquired. "I cannot eavesdrop actively, but when your emotions fluctuate too intensely, they inadvertently disturb me, causing me to overhear," Junyi replied with utmost seriousness. Jiang Linlin let out a cold snort, turning away, her back turned to Junyi. In truth, Junyi's words held merit. She was acutely aware that Yikalu had always been this way. She simply lacked friends and was overly concerned with this companionship. However, she could undoubtedly attain something far superior. The only barrier had been her reluctance to take that initial step. Once she dared to take that leap, rewards awaited her. Much like the bond she shared with Chu and Chu Xiaoran. Were they not her own treasures? Observing the diligent figures of the two, Jiang Linlin felt her spirits lift slightly. As they returned with provisions, Chu Xiaoran approached the vicinity, yet stood frozen in bewilderment, clutching some fruit. Her gaze fixated in astonishment at the entrance. Jiang Linlin followed her gaze and discovered a throng of mutated beings surging from a distance, dense and numerous, rendering it impossible to discern their exact count. Jiang Linlin squinted her eyes, scrutinizing the scene before her. It appeared that a group of mutated beings was pursuing several individuals desperately fleeing for their lives. By the time she discerned the situation, those fleeing had reached the entrance of the second dining hall. "Open the door. Help us. Help us." It was Shun and the survivors from the first dining hall. Upon noticing Jiang Linlin inside the second dining hall, Ikalu, who stood beside Shun, immediately called out, "Linlin, it's me. Hurry, open the door and let us in. The monsters are coming." Jiang Linlin is not a saint. She did not open the door, but merely approached it, gazing coldly at them. Upon seeing Jiang Linlin walk over, Yikalu initially believed she would unlock the door, her face lighting up with joy. However, as Jiang Linlin halted at the threshold, Yikalu's expression twisted into one of rage. "Open the door, Jiang Linlin. Let us in. Do you wish to condemn us to death?" Jiang Linlin tilted her head to glance at Yikalu, an action that instilled a vague sense of dread within Yikalu. She felt that Jiang Linlin was even more perilous than the mutated beings outside. As Jiang Linlin was about to voice the cruelty inflicted upon her by Yikalu, a voice echoed in her mind, announcing a special mission: rescue a cafeteria survivor. Completion of this task grants you 2 advanced evolution agents, usable by anyone. In Chapter 9, on the second day of the apocalypse, the emergence of high-level mutated beings was unexpected. Advanced evolution agents were indeed precious commodities, even in her previous life. Jiang Linlin could only produce one by exhausting the resources of her laboratory, as the materials required were exceedingly rare and valuable. Securing this reward would significantly enhance her abilities. However, obtaining it necessitated rescuing a group of ungrateful cafeteria survivors, which left Jiang Linlin in a quandary. Junyi discerned Jiang Linlin's dilemma and turned to Chu Wen and his companion, inquiring whether they would consent to admit them. Chu Wen hesitated momentarily. To be honest, he was not a paragon of virtue, nor did he possess the magnanimity to forgive those who had wronged him, especially in this apocalyptic world. Yet, upon glancing at the desperate faces outside, compassion stirred within him. After all, they had once been classmates. Perhaps he could extend a hand this once. Hearing her brother's words, Chu Xiaoran chimed in. Since you say so, I have no objections either. Junyi nodded, then opened the door. The survivors from the cafeteria rushed in as soon as the door swung open. Junyi promptly pulled Jiang Linlin behind him to shield her from the onslaught of these frenzied individuals. His instinctive action proved to be fortuitous, as the horde paid no heed to anyone else while surging forward. Jiang Linlin gazed blankly at Junyi, who was undeniably considerate. In moments of peril, he was quick to assist her, although she was aware that Junyi was merely an emotionless robot, executing his duties in the most efficient manner at that moment. Jiang Linlin felt a warmth enveloping her heart. Once the other survivors from the cafeteria rushed inside, Junyi swiftly closed the door just as the mutated creatures arrived, colliding against the glass barrier. "Thank you, Aaron," Ikalu exclaimed joyfully, reaching out to embrace Jiang Linlin, only to be met with a cold evasion, leaving Ikalu's hand awkwardly suspended in midair. "Aaron," Ikalu chuckled nervously. She had never imagined that in her second life, the friend she saved would betray her. No, they were no longer friends, merely ordinary classmates now. "Oh my, look!" Chu Xiaoran cried out, pointing towards the entrance. There lay 2 bodies, belonging to the survivors from the cafeteria. However, these individuals had not fallen victim to the mutated creatures. They had perished in a stampede. In their frantic rush, they had failed to notice what they trampled, resulting in the tragic demise of their own comrades. Jiang Linlin cast a cold glance at the corpses. She felt no sympathy for these 2 individuals, for their demise was a consequence of their own actions. Had they not driven Chu Wen away, they would not have been pursued by the mutated creatures, nor would they have met such a tragic end. Outside, the mutated beings continued to batter against the door. The K University buildings were quite sturdy. Even the glass doors were not easily shattered. However, just because they were resilient did not mean they were invulnerable. This was merely a temporary refuge. At that moment, Jiang Linlin received a notification from her task system. Special task completed. Reward obtained. 2 advanced evolution agents. The advanced evolution agents were finally in her possession. How splendid. Senior Chu, what transpired before was not as you perceive. You have misunderstood me. Shunshin softly spoke as he approached Chu Wen. At that instant, Chu Wen, suddenly embodying the indifference of Junyi, coldly pushed Shunshin away and stated with a frigid expression, "It matters not. My acquaintance with classmate Shun is merely a fleeting encounter. There is no need for you to expend effort in explaining trivialities to me." "Senior Chu," Shin began. "Classmate Shun, do not concern yourself with him. He has always been so self-righteous, wearing a disdainful expression towards everyone, as if others cannot survive without him." Chun Wei interjected. "Please do not speak ill of Senior Chu. He is only angry," Shun Chen quickly admonished, his voice gentle. Chu Wen cast a cold glance at Chun Wei. He had never felt such chilling emptiness within his heart. Chun Wei was his roommate, a timid soul often bullied, and it was only Chu Wen who would step in to protect him in times of need. During the apocalypse, He had risked everything to rescue him from their dormitory. Yet how had Chun Wei repaid him? In the cafeteria, it was Chun Wei who first voiced the desire to expel him. The others only turned against him after being swayed by his words. This was the so-called good roommate he had strived to protect. Chu Xiaoran, a devoted sister, could not bear to hear anyone speak ill of her brother. Upon hearing Chun Wei's remarks, she seized an object nearby and hurled it at him without a second thought. It was only after she released it that she realized she had thrown a kitchen knife. Chun Wei had been vigilant, so the knife missed him, but it provided him with an excuse to retaliate. What do you, as Jiang Linlin fled for her life? She meticulously observed the actions of the mutated creatures. Their brutal dismemberment of prey caused her brow to furrow in concern. Lower and intermediate mutated beings typically did not engage in such savagery. They solely focused on infecting their victims and battling amongst themselves to ascend in rank. The act of tearing apart prey was characteristic of advanced mutated species. These advanced beings possessed a degree of intelligence, recognizing that lower and intermediate mutations had a chance of yielding blue star stones. Consequently, they instinctively shredded all their prey, driven by the desire to acquire these stones and enhance their power. Yet, this was only the second day of the apocalypse. Why had advanced mutated beings emerged so soon? Chapter 10. I will save her from danger, but I will not save you all. Jiang Linlin drew her bow and relentlessly shot at the invading mutants. However, the sheer number of these aberrations compelled her to retreat towards the second floor while continuing to fight. At the stairway leading to the second floor, there lay a glass door that would provide some respite once they ascended. You all hurry inside. I will hold them off, she urged. Jiang Linlin calmly assessed the current situation and made the most prudent choice. Chu Xiaoran and Chu Wen did not hesitate. They turned and sprinted towards the second floor, placing their complete trust in Jiang Linlin to safeguard their rear. However, the survivors in the canteen did not exhibit the same level of cooperation and trust. Chun Wei pulled Shun Shun as they rushed upstairs, but his escape came at the cost of his companions' lives. Initially, 5 people followed him, but upon encountering an attack from a mutated creature, he swiftly concealed himself beside a teammate, allowing the creature to seize his companion instead. Thus, he continued to drag Shun Shun all the way to the second floor. Yikalu intended to follow Shun Shun, but was swept away by the crowd, forcing her to sprint towards the nearest Jiang Linlin. At this moment, Jiang Linlin set aside any grievances and did not prevent her from dashing to her side. The mutated creatures charged wildly towards Jiang Linlin, who remained calm and collected, taking aim with her bow. With her back against the wall, she executed a series of precise shots, releasing dozens of arrows, each striking true to the heart of the mutated beings. Out of the corner of her eye, Ikalu caught sight of Jiang Linlin's bravery, and her gaze flickered, hinting at some unspoken thought. Meanwhile, upon reaching the second floor, Chu Xiaoran noticed Ikalu approaching and promptly opened the door to let her in. As Jiang Linlin dealt with the mutated creatures, she gradually retreated until her back pressed against the glass door. Just as Chu Xiaoran prepared to open the door to let her in, Ikalu suddenly seized a nearby lock and secured the door. Chu Xiaoran's eyes widened in disbelief as she pushed Ikalu aside, attempting to unlock the door. However, the key slipped from her grasp and tumbled to the ground, sliding down the stairs and landing directly amidst the heap of mutated creatures. Are you out of your mind? What are you doing? Linlin hasn't entered yet, Chu Xiaoran exclaimed, gripping Ikalu by the collar and shaking her in fury. Ikalu responded, you see how formidable she is. She can handle the monsters below. Locking the door is our safest option. Her words ignited Chu Xiaoran's fury to its peak. In a fit of rage, she delivered a punch to Ikalu's face, causing the pampered girl, who had never before experienced such violence, to lose a tooth. Ikalu fell to the ground, whimpering, please, don't hit me. Once she deals with the mutated creatures, everything will be fine. I was thinking of everyone. You. Chu Xiaoran was poised to strike again, but Chu Wen intervened, grasping her arm. Forget her. We need to break down the door. Break down the door? Have you lost your senses? Hearing the suggestion to demolish the door, Ikalu momentarily ignored her pain and scrambled to prevent Chu Wen and Chu Xiaoran from proceeding. Upon hearing her brother's words, Chu Xiaoran remembered that their primary concern was not to strike this woman, but rather to rescue Jiang Linlin. Outside, Jiang Linlin was engaged in combat with the mutated creatures, yet she could hear everything happening on the second floor with clarity. She could not fathom why Akalu was so intent on harming her. Did Akalu truly believe that by remaining inside, she could be protected? Do not break down the door. I can handle this. As Jiang Linlin cast a fleeting glance, she noticed Chu when approaching with a chair, intent on smashing the door. She hastily intervened, exclaiming, "No, there are too many monsters outside." However, Chu remained adamant and had already swung the chair against the door. "Stop! We will perish." Akalu rushed towards Chu Wan, only to be forcefully brought down by Chu Xiaoran's kick. "You wretched woman, silence yourself." Chu Xiaoran's eyes were red with fury as she seized another chair to strike the glass door. The reactions of Chu Xiaoran and Chu when astonished and moved Jiang Linlin. They were willing to risk their safety for her. At that moment, Junyi, who had remained silent for quite some time, finally spoke up. "If you break down the door, Jiang Linlin may survive, but you both will surely perish." "What do you mean by that? Are you sharing the same sentiment as that woman? Aren't you her boyfriend? Is this how you treat her?" Chu Xiaoran's emotions were running high, and a single remark could provoke her further. Junyi, perplexed by Chu Xiaoran's lack of understanding, patiently elaborated, "Jiang Linlin possesses the capability to eradicate the mutated creatures below, and this experience will serve as excellent training for her. She will not die, for should she encounter mortal peril, I will save her, but I will not extend the same to you." Junyi's tone remained cold, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. His words brought a measure of clarity to Chu Xiaoran, yet she still questioned his assertion. "Are you truly that formidable?" Hearing their quarrel, Jiang Linlin took a moment to reassure Xiaoran, "Do not fret. I can handle it, though it may take some time. Please refrain from banging on the door." Since Jiang Linlin had spoken, Chu Xiaoran and Chu Wan ceased their attempts to break in. After all, they were no match for the mutated creatures. If they were to create a disturbance and inadvertently attract danger, it would only hinder Jiang Linlin's efforts. "You must survive." Chu Xiaoran leaned against the glass door, anxiously observing every move Jiang Linlin made. Upon noticing their cessation of banging, Akalu breathed a sigh of relief. She glanced up to see Shan and Chan Wei approaching from the opposite end of the corridor. Seizing the opportunity, while Chu Xiaoran and the others were focused on Jiang Linlin, she quietly moved to Shun Chen's side. Junyi took note of Akalu's actions, but remained indifferent, solely concerned with Jiang Linlin's fate. At that moment, Jiang Linlin, positioned at the staircase, began to feel the strain of combating the mutated creatures. Beads of sweat formed on her brow, her expression tense, and the time taken to knock her bow grew longer, her speed diminishing from its initial swiftness. Suddenly, a mutated creature lunged toward her. Jiang Linlin had no time to shoot an arrow. She could only roll sideways, using her bow to deflect its claws, then drawing a dagger from her leg and plunging it into the creature's heart. "Linlin, behind you!" Chu Xiaoran on the upper floor cried out in alarm. Her voice served as a crucial warning, prompting Jiang Linlin to swiftly roll in another direction. Following her previous movement, a space had opened behind her, where another mutated creature had climbed the railing. Thanks to Chu Xiaoran's warning, she narrowly evaded its attack. After dodging the creature's strike, Jiang Linlin gripped her dagger tightly, aiming for the creature's heart once more. Yet this time she failed. The dagger was swatted away by the creature's claws. At this proximity, she had no means of escape. As the creature swung its claws again, just as it was about to seize Jiang Linlin, it was unexpectedly struck down the stairs. Then, Jiang Linlin felt a sudden lightness in her body as she fell into a cold embrace. Chapter 11. Trapped on the rooftop, Junyi, expressionless, held her close, wielding a long sword, with its blade directed at the advancing mutated creatures, which fell one after another, turning to ashes. Jiang Linlin gazed blankly at Junyi, astonished by his remarkable prowess. However, upon reflection, it was only reasonable. After all, Junyi was affiliated with the Interstellar Systems Bureau, and possessing such skills was to be expected. How else could he safeguard his bound host? Yet, the mutated creatures continued to surge in from outside. Junyi held Jiang Linlin tightly as they ascended the stairs, prompting Chu Xiaoran to hurriedly open the door to admit them. Once they were inside, Chu Xiaoran swiftly closed the glass door, relieved to have discovered the spare key just in time. "Are you both all right? You frightened me to death," she exclaimed, her eyes glistening with tears as she anxiously checked on Jiang Linlin. Jiang Linlin extricated herself from Junya's embrace and offered a faint smile to Chu Xiaoran, reassuring her with a gentle, "I'm fine, don't worry about me." At that moment, Chu Xiaoran realized that Junyi indeed possessed the audacity to utter such arrogant words. "Where's Akalu?" Jiang Linlin glanced around, only to discover that Akalu had vanished. Chu Xiaoran also surveyed her surroundings, but found no trace of Akalu. How peculiar. She was just here. Oh well, let us not concern ourselves with her. She is nothing but trouble. As for what to do next, Chuan remained vigilant, observing the mutated beings relentlessly battering the door at the stairwell. He sensed that their stay here would not endure for much longer. Yet Jiang Linlin was intrigued, as if something were luring this horde of aberrations to ascend. Jiang Linlin understood that their refuge would not last long. The rooftop of the cafeteria could provide temporary shelter, and by 7 o'clock tomorrow morning, they would have 2 hours to leave in search of other sanctuaries. 7 to 9 o'clock? Is there something significant about that time? Chuan inquired. He nodded in comprehension, though he could not fathom how Jiang Linlin possessed such insight into the habits of those creatures. Nevertheless, he trusted that she would not endanger them. That was sufficient. No further questions were necessary. "I will search for food and something to keep warm, and then head to the rooftop," Chu Xiaoran declared before promptly setting off. The others, not idly lingering, began to search the second floor together. Soon, they discovered some beverages and bread. Although they could not find anything for warmth, they dismantled the curtains. For in such dire circumstances, one ought not to concern themselves with the original purpose of items that could be of use. Chu Xiaoran rolled up her sleeves and nudged Chu when aside. "You can't do this. You must be hungry." After saying this, she attempted to push the door open, but to no avail. It seemed that the door had been locked from the outside. Frustration etched on her face. She frowned. "Outside? There shouldn't be anyone else here. How could it be locked from outside?" Chu, undeterred, tried once more. He managed to push the door ajar and discovered that it had been secured with a chain. The school, fearing that some students might contemplate despair and ascend to the rooftop, had installed a heavy iron door, typically locked from within, with the key held by someone in authority. However, now the lock had been pried open and discarded on the ground, while the door was locked from the outside, clearly indicating that someone wished to prevent others from ascending. Jiang Linlin contemplated for a moment, deducing that someone must have reached the rooftop of the cafeteria before them, locking the door out of fear that the mutated creatures would catch up. Since there were indeed others present, a discussion could be arranged. "Let's attempt to communicate with those outside, to request passage for ourselves," Jiang Linlin proposed. Chu Xiaoran nodded in agreement, then turned towards the door, calling out loudly through the crack, "Is anyone up on the rooftop? Hello, could you possibly allow us to join you? There are no monsters behind us at present, so you need not worry." She sighed in disappointment, remarking, "It seems the individuals on the rooftop are unwilling to grant us access." Jiang Linlin furrowed her brow slightly. She approached the door and peered through the crack, only to meet a pair of eyes. Jiang Linlin was taken aback, and so was the other party. However, Jiang Linlin did not retreat, while the other person stepped back in fright, which allowed Jiang Linlin to clearly see their appearance. It was Akalu. Jiang Linlin was momentarily taken aback, but soon comprehended why the rooftop door had been locked from the outside. It was Akalu. She had fled to the rooftop. Jiang Linlin spoke in a calm tone, retreating a couple of steps away from the door's crack. "What? That wicked woman?" Chu Xiaoran exclaimed. Her anger ignited at the mere mention of Akalu's name. She immediately rushed to pound on the door, shouting, "Akalu, open the door for us. If it weren't for Linlin's timely rescue downstairs, you would have perished by now. How can you be so ungrateful?" In a hushed tone, she added, "We all know what kind of person she is. If a few insults could persuade her to unlock the door, she wouldn't have secured the glass door in the first place. Thus, there's no point in wasting our breath on her. Let's search for another place to take refuge. Shall we? Well, all right then." Although Chu Xiaoran longed to charge up to the rooftop and give Akalu a piece of her mind, she found herself powerless to do so. As Jiang Linlin and her companions were about to turn away, they were unexpectedly called back by Ikaru. "Is that you, Arlen?" Ikaru's voice was soft. "It truly is you. Wait a moment. I shall open the door." Her tone was filled with astonishment and delight. This unusual demeanor aroused Jiang Linlin's wariness. Ikaru could not possibly be so benevolent as to invite them inside. Chu Xiaoran, taken aback by Ikaru's intent to open the door, thought it surprising that this person possessed even a hint of conscience. Ikaru ominously uttered a remark before swiftly opening the door, but only a crack. Before Jiang Linlin and the others could respond, Ikaru suddenly hurled a bag out and hastily shut the door. The bag rolled to Jiang Linlin's feet, prompting her to take a step back, hesitant to touch it. Junyi, observing the bag, hesitated momentarily before looking up at Jiang Linlin and stating, "Inside is the queen of the mutant species." "What?" Jiang Linlin gasped in disbelief. Chu Xiaoran and Chu Wen exchanged glances. They were unfamiliar with the term queen. But Jiang Linlin's astonished reaction indicated that it was certainly something sinister. "Linlin, what is this?" Chu Xiaoran inquired. Jiang Linlin suddenly laughed, a mischievous grin spreading across her face, which left Chu Xiaoran feeling rather apprehensive. "Linlin, what is the matter with you?" "The mutant queen. What an extraordinary boon this is." "Ha ha, this is a windfall." Jiang Linlin erupted into an excited chuckle. Chapter 12. Acquiring a precious blue light. Jun Yi found himself at a loss for words. Fully aware that Jiang Linlin would exhibit such peculiar behavior, Jiang Linlin possesses remarkable courage. She harbors no fear of the mutated beings nor of death itself. Jun Yi remains perplexed as to what, if anything, she truly fears. Linlin. Chu Xiaoran blinked rapidly, attempting to diminish her own trepidation through this gesture. Jiang Linlin also realized that her reaction was somewhat alarming. She offered an awkward smile and explained, "By slaying the mutated queen, there's a chance to obtain a great deal of precious blue light. When this blue light is placed into a device, it can restore those transformed into mutants back to their human form." Chu Xiaoran gasped, her eyes widening in astonishment. She comprehended that this truly sounded like an invaluable treasure, which explained Jiang Linlin's fervent excitement. "Then why aren't you taking action? Are you just going to wait for that group of mutants to catch up?" Junyi interjected coldly, urging her on. His dismissive tone extinguished Jiang Linlin's enthusiasm in an instant. Irritated, she cast him an annoyed glance, drew her dagger, and swiftly dispatched the mutated queen. As the queen fell, a pale blue gem dropped from her. Jiang Linlin picked it up, scrutinized it carefully, and after confirming its integrity, pocketed it. Chu Xiaoran, intrigued, gazed at Jiang Linlin's pocket and inquired, "Is this gem the blue light? The very essence that has been extracted from humanity?" Jiang Linlin nodded, astonished by the beauty of a gemstone. Chu Wen, utterly perplexed by the conversation between Chu Xiaoran and Jiang Linlin, began to question his own understanding. Although he recognized each word Jiang Linlin uttered, he found himself unable to grasp their combined meaning. What exactly is blue light? He pondered, realizing he needed to voice his confusion. Otherwise, he would only find himself increasingly lost in their discourse. Upon hearing his inquiry, Junyi interjected before Jiang Linlin could respond, explaining, "The reason your blue star has descended into chaos is that alien beings have extracted the blue light from within your bodies. Most humans, stripped of this essence, have transformed into mutated creatures, or, as you refer to them, monsters." Chu Wen raised an eyebrow in bewilderment. He had assumed that the apocalypse was the result of a viral outbreak, a common narrative in films, only to discover that it was the consequence of extraterrestrial interference. Isn't it a virus that caused humanity's mutation? He probed further, unwilling to surrender to this startling revelation. Junyi continued, clarifying that there was no viral leak. Rather, the blue light was a highly coveted resource for some planetary inhabitants, akin to how coal and oil are prized on your world. With resources scarce in outer space, they set their sights on your lower-tier planet, drawn by its abundant wealth, leading to the current predicament. This explanation was difficult for Chu Wen to digest. Since the sudden upheaval began yesterday, he had presumed it was due to a laboratory mishap, which resulted in human mutations. The truth was indeed startling. I had been wondering why those mutated beings relentlessly pursued us. It turns out someone had taken their queen. I owe a debt of gratitude to Akalu for this revelation. Jiang Linlin remarked with a triumphant smile. Akalu and her group must have sensed something amiss with the queen. As long as they possess this artifact, the mutated beings will continue their pursuit. Hence, Akalu recently discarded the queen to ensure their demise at the hands of these creatures. Alas, her plans have backfired. Not only did they escape unscathed, but they also acquired a precious source of blue light. I wonder if Akalu will be fuming when she learns of this. Chu Xiaoran chimed in, sharing in the glee. With the queen of the mutated beings dead, we need not worry excessively for the time being. Without her allure, they will cease their relentless chase, Jiang Linlin stated. Chu Xiaoran nodded in agreement, considering it a reason for celebration. Although the immediate crisis had been averted, they still required a secure refuge to weather the night ahead. After much exploration within the second cafeteria, Chu would eventually discovered a maintenance ladder affixed to the wall, which offered access to the rooftop. Jiang Linlin peered out the window to assess the condition of the ladder, which appeared to be quite sturdy. It seemed that some repairs on the rooftop had been left unfinished before the onset of the apocalypse. And the maintenance worker might have been one of the mutated beings from the first floor, Jiang Linlin speculated. Chu sighed. I shall first attempt to climb the ladder. What should I do now? Listening to Jiang Linlin's words, Chu felt that her concern for him was evident, causing a blush to rise on his cheeks. Jiang Linlin could not fathom why Chu had suddenly become so peculiar. She explained, just let Jun go. He is not afraid of death. Jiang Linlin pouted, indifferent, it makes no difference. Hurry and try the ladder. Jun turned around, leaped onto the windowsill, and gazed at the ladder outside before beginning to ascend. Chu Xiaoran suddenly exclaimed with anticipation, Linlin, do you think Ikaru and the others will be utterly terrified if we suddenly appear on the rooftop? Ha ha ha. The mere thought of Ikaru's horrified expression upon seeing them filled her with glee. After all, wasn't she a bit mischievous? Who knows who will meet their demise first? Chu Xiaoran was aware of this, but refused to concede. Juni jumped back in through the window, brushed off the dust from his clothes, and stated coldly, the ladder is secure. All right, you all go ahead. I will cover the rear. Jiang Linlin drew her bow, preparing for any potential threat. However, Chu Xiaoran grasped her hand, gently pushing her toward the window. You go first this time. You cannot be the one to cover the rear anymore. But, no buts. Listen to me. Chu Xiaoran's tone was resolute. Chu also chimed in to persuade her. Just go ahead. Xiaoran is quite stubborn and won't be swayed. Jiang Linlin smiled wryly and nodded, preparing to ascend the ladder. But the system's voice interrupted at the most inopportune moment. Special task activated. Eliminate the advanced mutated species. Reward. Bow an arrow upgrade card. Instructions available upon acquisition. What is this? Has the advanced mutated species truly emerged? Jiang Linlin stood frozen, utterly astonished. Chapter 13. Abducted by advanced mutants. This should not be happening. Advanced mutants are not supposed to emerge until much later. It is uncertain whether humans have even evolved at this point, leaving them utterly powerless against such formidable foes. How infuriating! What is amiss? If there were merely one advanced mutant, it might be manageable, but if numerous ones appear, what chance does humanity have to resist? Chu Xiaoran and Chu were perplexed by the conversation between Jiang Linlin and Junyi. They exchanged glances, and Chu Xiaoran tentatively urged, Linlin, shall we head to the rooftop? Jiang Linlin was the first to ascend the ladder, closely followed by Chu Xiaoran and Chu Wen, with Junyi bringing up the rear. As Junyi reached the top of the ladder, several mutated creatures appeared behind him, indicating that the glass door at the staircase had been shattered by their force. Fortunately, they had managed to climb the ladder in time and reach the rooftop. Otherwise, they would have faced yet another fierce battle. Upon arriving on the rooftop, Jiang Linlin immediately spotted Yikalu and her companions, who also noticed her presence. Seeing Jiang Linlin appear before her, Yikalu swallowed nervously and took a cautious step back. Seeking refuge behind Shun Chun, Chu Xiaoran, upon recognizing Yikalu, angrily raised her hand to point at her, accusing, you wicked woman, do you wish to see us perish? No, why would I want to harm you? Yikalu vehemently denied the accusation. You threw that thing at us, intending for us to be slaughtered by those monsters, didn't you? But to your surprise, we survived, and we've made it to the rooftop." Shu Shaoran glared fiercely at Yikalu. If she were not concerned about causing trouble for Jiang Linlin, she would have charged at Yikalu to give her a beating right then and there. Yikalu's eyes darted, revealing her cunning intentions. Just as she was about to speak, a shadow swooped down from above, landing between the two parties. It was a creature strikingly similar to a human, resembling a severely ill person. Its skin bore an unusual pallor, lacking the fur and claws typical of lesser mutants, but its eyes were disturbingly abnormal. Yikalu assumed it to be a person leaping up and quickly warned, "Be careful, those people over there are insane. They might do something to you." Although the creature heard Yikalu's words, it did not turn around. Instead, it fixed its menacing gaze upon Jiang Linlin. Jiang Linlin, her expression unchanging, drew her bow and aimed at the creature, pulling the string taut. Yikalu, taken aback by Jiang Linlin's determination to confront this stranger, felt a surge of excitement and urged, "Hurry over here, don't let that group of lunatics harm you." Beside her, Shunshin seized the opportunity to embellish the situation, adding, "Indeed, come to our side quickly. Be cautious of that woman with the bow. She might hurt you." Chun Wei remained silent, his gaze fixed warily on the individual before them, sensing something peculiar about them. To ensure his own safety, Chun Wei discreetly slipped behind a nearby box while Yikalu and Shunshan were distracted. Shu Shaoran, listening to their foolish chatter, could not help but express a look of pity. They could not see the creature's face, but she could. It was no mere human, but a far more formidable beast. The creature's eyes were filled with scrutiny as they appraised the group. Jiang Linlin refrained from taking the initiative. She was uncertain of the capabilities possessed by the advanced mutated species, and acting recklessly would surely result in her detriment. Suddenly, as if sensing the imminent danger posed by Jiang Linlin, the creature whirled around and charged toward Ikalu and her companions. Initially, Ikalu and Shunshan were quite pleased, believing they had swayed yet another individual to harbor animosity toward Jiang Linlin. However, upon glimpsing the visage of the creature, their expressions drained of color in an instant. "Ah!" Shunshan exclaimed, immediately retreating. Yet, the rooftop was limited in space, leaving her with little room to escape. Fortunately, Chun Wei timely grasped her, pulling her into his embrace, thus evading the onslaught of the mutated entity. Unfortunately, Ikalu was not so fortunate. The monster, having missed Shunshan, shifted its focus toward her. Ikalu, in her haste, stumbled and fell, the advanced mutated species trampling over her, leaning down to scrutinize her face. Terror-stricken, Ikalu burst into tears. "Linlin, save me. Help!" The creature extended its tongue and licked Ikalu's face, prompting her cries to intensify. "Linlin, I beg you, please save me." With a swift motion, Jiang Linlin loosed an arrow. Though she harbored disdain for Ikalu, she could not bear to witness her demise. After all, should the mutated species claim Ikalu's life, it would likely turn its attention toward them, and devouring Ikalu might bestow energy upon the beast. Thus, it was prudent to rescue her now. Yet, Jiang Linlin underestimated the advanced mutated species. Her arrow did not find its mark, but was instead seized by the creature. It inspected the arrow in its grasp, then casually swung it, sending the projectile hurtling back toward Jiang Linlin. Junyi immediately interposed himself, catching the arrow and discarding it to the ground. "You are currently ill-equipped to contend with it. Your bow must undergo an upgrade to inflict damage upon advanced mutated species," Junyi stated coolly. Jiang Linlin also realized this. But wasn't it necessary to slay the advanced mutated species in order to obtain the bow and arrow upgrade card? Without eliminating them, there was no means to enhance the bow and arrow. Subsequently, under the vigilant gaze and scrutiny of the crowd, the advanced mutated species suddenly cradled Ikalu in its arms and leaped off the rooftop. Jiang Linlin hastened to the edge of the rooftop to investigate, discovering that the mutated creature had whisked Ikalu away at a rapid pace, soon vanishing from her sight. Linlin, that thing. It was also a monster, wasn't it? It didn't kill Ikalu, it took her away. A sense of urgency gripped her heart. The emergence of advanced mutated species called for her immediate action in constructing her sanctuary. Yet, why had the mutant not slain Ikalu? What was its intention in abducting her? Why didn't he kill Akalu? Chu Xiaoran pressed on. Advanced mutated species possessed their own cognitive abilities and intelligence. They were not akin to the lower-tier mutants, which acted solely on instinctive violence. The creature's act of licking Akalu had been a means of assessing her worth. Its decision to take her suggested a significant motive, though currently the reasons eluded them. Jiang Linlin was not well-versed in the particulars of advanced mutated species, prompting Junyi to elucidate on her behalf. Upon hearing of their intelligence, Chu Wenshu could not suppress a gulp. If these advanced monsters were indeed sentient, what hope remained for humanity? The answer was decidedly grim. Yet it hinged upon the premise that humanity was devoid of evolved beings. Should humans possess evolved individuals, at the very least, not all might perish. With this thought, Jiang Linlin suddenly recalled the 2 potions she had recently acquired. Chapter 14. What is this strange emotion? She glanced up at Chu Xiaoran and Chu Wenshu, contemplating whether she might allocate a vial to each of them. The appearance of advanced mutated species left Jiang Linlin in a state of heightened anxiety. She was uncertain of what further upheavals awaited her after her rebirth. To this day, she had yet to encounter Chu Tianxing, and she wondered if he remained the same as in her previous life. Meanwhile, Chun Wei, who had been hiding, relaxed as the creature departed and emerged from behind box. Standing at a distance, he called out loudly, "Jiang classmate, I see you've gathered many curtains. Could you spare us some?" Displeased at the interruption of her thoughts, Jiang Linlin shot him a glance, but before she could respond, Chu Xiaoran, ever the outspoken one, chimed in. "Why are you daydreaming when it's not even dark yet? What kind of talk is that? I speak as I please. What of it? Let me tell you, it's impossible for you to have any. We work hard to find these. Just wait to freeze to death." Zhu Xiaodan Zidou, sticking out her tongue. Observing Chun Wei's furious expression, Shenshin dared not interject and instead softly reassured him, "Brother Chun, please don't be angry." The delicate Shun Chun, with her captivating beauty, at that moment became the target of Chun Wei's ire. He gripped her shoulders tightly, startling her. Chun Wei consoled, "Don't be afraid. You are my goddess, and I would never harm you." Shun Chun understood her status as his goddess, which was the very reason Chun Wei had been protecting her throughout their perilous escape. "Considering how I've shielded you, shouldn't you offer something in return?" Chun Wei leered. Shun Chun, not naive, was well aware of his implications. Once I find my parents, I will give you a lot of money. A tremendous amount." No. As she pondered whom to distribute the potions to, a sudden scream from Shun Chun broke her train of thought. Jiang Linlin glanced toward their direction, and in the next instant, Shun Chen's voice shifted dramatically. Jiang Linlin was taken aback. Upon hearing that voice, Chu Wen's face betrayed an unnatural blush, and he awkwardly lowered his head. Jiang Linlin felt equally awkward, yet Junyi seemed to believe that the current atmosphere lacked sufficient discomfort. To her astonishment, he commenced his little lecture on popular science. They were engaged in the most primal of activities, an endeavor that could play an irreplaceable role in the advancement of humanity. However, the present circumstances were far from suitable, for each additional human presence represented an increased potential for blue light to be extracted. Jiang Linlin hurriedly covered Junyi's mouth. Junyi gazed at Jiang Linlin with an icy stare, devoid of any emotion, which made her feel somewhat embarrassed. As a mere robot, Junyi lacked feelings. Perhaps he only offered an explanation because they appeared bewildered. Recently liberated, Junyi's mouth was once again restless, not triggered by anything in particular, but merely inclined to consider providing an explanation due to their confusion regarding the situation. "Thank you so much." Jiang Linlin shot him a glance of disdain. Junyi refrained from further comments, observing Jiang Linlin's flushed cheeks, suddenly struck by an impulse to poke her. In truth, he acted on that impulse. However, he miscalculated the force, prompting Jiang Linlin to evade him with discontent, rebuking, "What are you doing? Is your program malfunctioning? Why would you poke me? I apologize." Upon hearing Junyi's apology, Jiang Linlin was momentarily perplexed. Junyi could actually apologize? Did he not believe he had done anything wrong? One odd system. Seizing the rare opportunity, Jiang Linlin swiftly retrieved the medicine she had pilfered from the laboratory and began concocting a basic potion. Meanwhile, Junior retreated to a corner in silence, glancing down at his fingers, reflecting on the softness he had just experienced, a rather peculiar sensation. Quietly, he extended his hand, and a petite projection screen materialized, displaying the status of his emotional collection. Joy. 1. Anger. 10. Sorrow. 2. Happiness. 1. He clicked on the acceptance button in the lower left corner. The data remained largely unchanged, yet he began to grasp a fragment of human emotions. However, he found himself puzzled, unable to comprehend what he had just felt, prompting him to attempt to assimilate these emotions for further exploration. This behavior was prohibited by the system, yet he was compelled to experiment. Ultimately, his curiosity was rewarded. He retracted the projection screen and cast a complex glance at Jiang Linlin. Had she just been shy? Junior still could not fathom why Jiang Linlin would exhibit such an odd reaction. Why would she feel shy about someone else's affairs? Junior, come help me. Jiang Linlin suddenly called out to him, interrupting his analysis. Ah, very well. Jiang Linlin handed the prepared potion to Junior, requesting, please help me examine if there are any issues with this concoction. Junior silently accepted the potion, waved his hand to assess it, and then returned it to Jiang Linlin, stating that there were no problems. All right, thank you very much. The sounds from behind the box had ceased. Chu Wen released Chu Xiaoran, who, upon noticing the potion in Jiang Linlin's hand, approached her with curiosity. Linlin, what is this? I recall you were searching for a potion in the laboratory earlier. Was it for this? Upon hearing the potion's intended effect, Chu Xiaoran gazed at Jiang Linlin with admiration, exclaiming, Linlin, you are truly amazing. Jiang Linlin shyly smiled. The potion had undergone countless trials in her previous life before it was successfully created. However, in this life, her prior experience enabled her to produce it effortlessly. You just mentioned that those who haven't been extracted can become evolved beings. Can those who have been extracted also attain that? Chu Wen inquired. Most individuals extracted by the blue light will transform into aberrations. Yet a small fraction may evolve into enhanced beings, gaining formidable abilities, Jiang Linlin elucidated. Then, if we utilize this potion and become evolved beings, we can combat the monsters. Chu Wen's voice brimmed with excitement. Indeed, this potion was specifically developed for survivors. If we consume it, you won't have to fight alone anymore. Chu Wen's joy intensified. However, his words left Jiang Linlin momentarily stunned. What did he just say? He actually wished to prevent her from fighting alone? Seeing Jiang Linlin lost in thought, Chu Wen presumed he had misspoken and hurriedly clarified, I meant no offense. I didn't intend to imply that I wanted the potion. What I meant was, I understand, Jiang Linlin interrupted him. She smiled and retrieved 2 vials of advanced potion from her bag, unhesitatingly handing one each to Chu Xiaoran and Chu Wen. These are also potions. You two should take one each. Chu Xiaoran and Chu Wen quickly waved their hands in refusal. No, this is far too precious. We cannot accept it. Don't worry, I can create more. Just drink it without hesitation. Did you not say you didn't want me to fight alone? A moment of hesitation passed as Chu Xiaoran and Chu Wen exchanged glances. With this, you will also possess the ability to protect yourselves. If there comes a day when I am no longer around, you will be able to defend yourselves. Don't say such things. How could you possibly not be here? I will protect you. Chu Xiaoran accepted Jiang Linlin's potion. Chu Wen, too, set aside his reluctance and reached for the potion Jiang Linlin offered. I didn't expect you to be so generous, Junior remarked coldly, interrupting the moment. Jiang Linlin cast a threatening glance at him, prompting Junior to discern the unspoken cue and promptly fall silent. Chu Xiaoran took the potion and drank it down without hesitation. Wait, Jiang Linlin attempted to intervene, but was a step too late. Chu Wen was also about to ingest it, albeit with less swiftness than Chu Xiaoran. Upon hearing Jiang Linlin's words, he paused in confusion. What is wrong? Consuming this will induce a state of unconsciousness for approximately 10 minutes. I had initially intended for you to take it safely by morning. Jiang Linlin chuckled helplessly. Observing their unwavering resolve to drink the potion she provided, Jiang Linlin felt a profound sense of trust in these 2 individuals. Their willingness to accept an unfamiliar substance from her signified a deep-seated faith in her. Upon hearing that it would cause unconsciousness, Chu Xiaoran suddenly became anxious. Does that mean I'm going to faint? I feel faint. Wait, no, I'm not fainting yet. Chu Xiaoran fretted as she sat on the ground. And Chu Wen, perplexed, inquired, why are you sitting on the ground? I'm waiting to faint, otherwise I might collapse while standing and risk a concussion, you know? Chu Wen. Jiang Linlin. Although it may sound somewhat peculiar, it appears that there is no real issue. After resting behind the box, Chun Wei, dressed and grinning, approached Jiang Linlin. Jiang, I overheard your conversation. Would it be possible for you to sell me a portion of that potion? You can easily prepare another. Just hand over what you have, and then create a new one. I have no intention of selling. Continuously rebuffed. The smile on Chun Wei's face gradually faded. Do not mistake my politeness for weakness. I am being courteous by engaging with you. Do you comprehend? Jiang Linlin narrowed her eyes and coldly remarked, what if I refuse to sell it to you? What do you intend to do about it? How intriguing. I initially planned to present a pure elixir to the goddess and observe your reactions. But alas, it seems this potion may ultimately claim a life, and I cannot be held accountable for that. After uttering these words, Chun Wei suddenly lunged toward Jiang Linlin, his objective crystal clear, the potion concocted by her. Jiang Linlin furrowed her brows in dissatisfaction, deftly sidestepping Chun Wei. She sensed something amiss with him. After a failed attempt at an attack, Chun Wei continued to maneuver swiftly around Jiang Linlin, deliberately refraining from striking, thereby keeping her on high alert. His speed was unlike that of an ordinary person. Could it be that Chun Wei had already evolved? To confirm her suspicions, Jiang Linlin cast a glance at Junyi, who responded with a subtle nod. Jiang Linlin's heart tightened. Chun Wei had transformed into an evolver, which would pose a significant challenge. The physical capabilities of an evolver are comparable to those of mutated beings. Yet humans possess the invaluable gift of intelligence. The ability to think is humanity's greatest weapon. Jiang Linlin had yet to consume the potion, and her physical prowess paled in comparison to Chun Wei. Previously, she had managed to contend with the mutated creatures solely because they lacked the capacity for thought, allowing her to outsmart them. Coupled with the combat training from her past life, she was able to handle the mutations with relative ease. However, faced with Chun Wei at this moment, she found herself utterly outmatched. Yet, Jiang Linlin was not one to succumb to arrogance. If she could not prevail, she could seek assistance. Junyi, help me. Junyi pressed his lips together, refraining from responding. Chun Wei, indifferent to the presence of others, continued his relentless assault on Jiang Linlin, who could barely defend herself with her bow. Junyi, Jiang Linlin called out once more. Chu Wen, standing nearby, felt a surge of urgency to assist, but recognized that his involvement would only serve as a burden to Jiang Linlin. He implored Junyi, you must go help her. Did you not say she was in danger? What? Chu Wen was at a loss for words, baffled by such a nonsensical stipulation. Chun Wei, having never witnessed Junyi in action, dismissed him entirely. Jiang, your boyfriend seems unconcerned for your safety. You would do well to hand over the potion to me, and I shall ensure you remain in one piece, Chun Wei declared with a triumphant grin. With a cold expression, Jiang Linlin focused intently on Chun Wei's movements, striving to discern any weaknesses. Drawing from her experiences in her previous life, she was convinced that Chun Wei had not only evolved, but was also no ordinary evolved being. He was a rare elemental evolutionist. An elemental evolutionist possesses powers akin to wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. Although they do not exert direct control, even a modicum of nature's force can be overwhelmingly powerful. The potential of elemental evolutionists is exceptionally high, and their numbers are few. Based on her past experiences, Jiang Linlin surmised that Chun Wei likely possessed the wind element's enhancement, granting him astonishing speed. You must be dreaming. It's impossible. Jiang Linlin reiterated her refusal. Her repeated rejections drove Chun Wei to madness. Abandoning his encirclement of her, he commenced a more aggressive assault, and gradually, Jiang Linlin found it increasingly difficult to withstand his onslaught. Hiss! Jiang Linlin inhaled sharply, a searing pain radiating from her back, akin to salt being rubbed into a wound. She could not discern what weapon Chun Wei wielded, but she was certain it was a sharp implement, perhaps a dagger. Chu Wen anxiously paced nearby. While Junyi yearned to intervene, yet he was bound by the regulations. Any breach would result in his separation from Jiang Linlin, as the System Bureau would dispatch another operative to continue the mission. Do you think you are invincible? Chu Xiaoran suddenly spoke after a prolonged silence. Approaching Jiang Linlin and Chen Wei. With a swift motion, she seized Chen Wei's arm and violently hurled him to the ground. Chen Wei's expression morphed into one of astonishment. You managed to catch me? Why can't I be caught? Do you think you're light? Traveling at the speed of light? Nonsense. Chu Xiaoran spat at Chen Wei. Jiang Linlin had been rescued, yet suddenly found herself kneeling on the ground, panting heavily. Chapter 16. Such actions are beneath us. Having been wholly focused on fending off Chen Wei's relentless assault, the tremendous toll on her mental and physical strength left her feeling utterly drained. Chu Xiaoran felt an immense pang of sympathy for Jiang Linlin. Her compassion for her friend was matched only by her disdain for Chen Wei. With resolute determination, she lifted her foot and forcefully pressed it against Chen Wei's chest. You scoundrel! Do you think your abilities grant you the right to bully others at will? Are you unaware that there are always those stronger than you? Chu Xiaoran pressed down fiercely on Chen Wei, twisting her foot in a display of her wrath, causing his face to contort in agony. Let me go. I realize my mistakes. I truly do. Chen Wei pleaded desperately with Chu Xiaoran for mercy. However, she was in no mood to entertain his remorse. He had shown no such consideration for Jiang Linlin when he attacked her. Had she not swiftly consumed the potion and transformed into an evolved being, would Chen Wei have spared them? It's good that you understand your faults in your next life. Strive not to be a villain. Chu Xiaoran crouched down and gently patted Chen Wei's face. He quickly nodded, believing her words signified an impending release. Yet, as she gradually rose and repositioned her foot upon his neck, she pressed down with force, and Chen Wei's life was extinguished. Taking a deep breath, Chu Xiaoran regained her composure and turned to Jiang Linlin, helping her up from the ground. Linlin, you have endured so much hurt. Jiang Linlin's clothing had been torn, and Chu Xiaoran hurriedly removed her coat to drape it over Jiang Linlin's shoulders. Reflecting on Chu Xiaoran's recent actions, Jiang Linlin felt a surge of astonishment. The girl who usually appeared so endearing had exhibited such resolute decisiveness in dealing with Chen Wei. Noticing Jiang Linlin's gaze, Chu Xiaoran lowered her head and murmured, Linlin, do you dislike me now? Dislike you? How could that be? Jiang Linlin replied with a gentle smile. Do you truly not dislike me? I just took a life. In truth, Chu Xiaoran was engulfed by fear, yet she felt compelled to act as she did. If she did not neutralize Chen Wei, he would undoubtedly pose a threat to them once he matured. In a post-apocalyptic world, showing mercy to one's enemies equated to endangering one's own existence. I do not harbor any disdain for you. In fact, I admire your decisiveness. You did what was necessary, Jiang Linlin reassured her, reaching out to touzle Chu Xiaoran's hair. Surprised, Chu Xiaoran looked up and rushed into Jiang Linlin's embrace, her voice tinged with tears as she confessed, I was truly terrified. The moment I stepped down, I felt utterly repulsed and wanted to vomit, but I had no choice. If I hadn't acted, everyone would have been in peril. Jiang Linlin that Chu Xiaozan, gently patting her back in a soothing manner, saying, You have done remarkably well. Your efforts are truly commendable. Upon hearing these words, Chu Xiaoran broke into tears without any reservations, and Jiang Linlin continued to comfort her softly. The first time Jiang Linlin engaged in such an act, her feelings mirrored those of Chu Xiaoran's, yet at that time, no one was there to console her. She could never forget the look in Shun Chen's eyes, shock, disdain, fear. Yet, she had merely taken a life to save Shin Chun. As she pondered over Shin Chun, he indeed emerged from behind the box, his frail body clad in torn garments, slowly making his way towards the group. Could you spare me some warm clothing? I do not wish to perish, he implored, his face ashen, devoid of his former arrogance and entitlement. Although Chu Wen harbored no fondness for Shun Chun, he did not wish for his demise. However, their group's backbone was Jiang Linlin. Thus he turned his gaze towards her. Chu Xiaoran also stepped out of Jiang Linlin's embrace, looking up at her and saying, Linlin, if you could just provide him with a curtain, whether he survives or not is ultimately up to him. Jiang Linlin nodded in agreement. Chu Xiaodan, only Chu Wen, possessed a steely resolve beneath her seemingly delicate and adorable exterior. She recognized Jiang Linlin's hesitation, thus taking it upon herself to make a decisive choice for her. From this moment forth, Jiang Linlin would harbor no feelings for Xinchun. With a stoic expression, she carried Chun Wei's lifeless body to the edge of the rooftop. Peering down at the aimlessly wandering mutants below, and, with an impassive demeanor, she let Chun Wei's body slip from her grasp. Jiang Linlin silently observed the unfolding scene. The mutated creatures refrained from consuming corpses, and Chun Wei's body would only suffer a dreadful fall. Xunshin sought to vent her frustration, yet she likely had not anticipated that these aberrations would ignore the dead. In an instant, the atmosphere grew notably oppressive. Chu Xiaoran and Chu Wan, both having recently endured apocalyptic circumstances, found this reality to be exceedingly cruel, yet they had no choice but to adapt. Everyone must be hungry. Let's partake in some food, Chu Xiaoran suggested, attempting to alleviate the tension. She retrieved provisions from her pocket. Shall we take turns keeping watch tonight? Her proposition successfully diverted the group's attention. No, I will keep watch for the first half of the night, while Junyi takes the latter half. You two can rest assured. Jiang Linlin initially intended to decline, believing that the inferior mutated creatures merely roamed below. However, recalling the advanced, mutated beings that had manifested today, she shifted her stance. I can also keep watch, she exclaimed. You are a girl. You should rest. Allow Junyi and me to take the night watch, proposed Chuan. Jiang Linlin shook her head, stating that if danger were to be encountered, your experience was insufficient, and since you would need to use the potion tomorrow morning, it would be prudent for you to rest well. However, is there truly a need for debate regarding this matter? You all may simply take your rest. Junyi interrupted Chu Wen's words. Jiang Linlin cast a silent glance at Junyi and addressed the crowd, stating, his words are indeed feasible, for he requires neither sleep nor rest. Chu Wan, intrigued by the nature of Junyi, pondered why he did not need sustenance or respite. After a moment's reflection, he resolved to voice his curiosity, inquiring, is it true that Junyi does not require food or rest? Jiang Linlin was momentarily taken aback. How could she possibly explain that Junyi was not human? Although technology has advanced significantly and robots are quite commonplace, Junyi could not simply be categorized as a robot. How could she describe him? I'm not a human. Thus, I do not require rest or sustenance, as such needs are characteristic of lower forms of life, Junyi stated. He meant no offense. He was merely imparting knowledge, yet his words came across as rather arrogant. Chu Wen offered an awkward smile, while Jiang Linlin, with a sense of resignation, cast a glance at Junyi and added, you may understand him as a living, breathing encyclopedia. He lacks human emotions, so do not take his words to heart. Treat him as a robot. I'm not a robot, Junyi contended. I assert that you are. Jiang Linlin feigned ferocity, baring her teeth. Junyi displayed a look of confusion, insisting, but I am not a robot. You cannot fabricate such an illusion. Chapter 17. The New Base. Commencement. Jiang Linlin cast him a glance, too disinterested to engage. After arranging for the night watchmen, a few of them set up a makeshift lodging in the corner using curtains and other items, sufficient to accommodate 3 individuals. All right, you all rest well. Tomorrow morning, Chu Wen will take his medication. Jiang Linlin wiped her hands and comfortably reclined on the makeshift bed. However, after lying there for quite some time, sleep eluded her. Turning over, she noticed that Chu Xiaoran and Chu Wen were already deep in slumber. She tiptoed off the bed and lifted the curtain to step outside. Junyi stood at the doorway like a wooden statue. If one did not look closely, they might truly mistake him for a piece of wood. Jiang Linlin approached and took a seat beside him. Noticing her presence, Junyi cast a glance in her direction and inquired, what brings you out here? I couldn't sleep, she replied. Would you like me to emit some soothing frequencies to aid your slumber? Jiang Linlin chuckled softly, shaking her head. Could you refrain from being so lacking in romantic sensibility? At that moment, what should I say? Never mind, you are a fool, and I cannot teach you. Jiang Linlin was in high spirits, breaking into a playful smile. Junyi imitated her demeanor, settling beside her. You seem quite cheerful. According to the data I have stored, humans often struggle to sleep when they're feeling down. If you're in a good mood, why is sleep eluding you? Junyi est sensibly. I was reflecting on a last life. I was so engrossed in studying the safe house that I neglected the people around me, leading to a lack of friends. In this new life, I suddenly realized how wonderful it is to have friends. Jiang Linlin's face radiated with a blissful smile. Junyi found it hard to empathize. He quietly activated his emotional collection, yet even then, the emotions he could perceive were still limited. Junyi remained seated, staring blankly at the data projected on the screen. What, he pondered, is the essence of human emotion? The following morning, Jiang Linlin and Chu Xiaoran anxiously encircled Chu Wan, feeling a bit embarrassed as they presented themselves. You all need not be so tense. Jiang Linlin also realized that her gaze with Chu Xiaoran had lingered a bit too long. She offered a sheepish smile and took a couple of steps back. Acknowledging the limited time, Chu Wan refrained from further dramatics and uncapped the vial, consuming the potion within. He then adopted the same posture as Chu Xiaoran had the previous day, sitting on the ground. Brother? Ha ha, why are you copying me? After a moment of reflection, he added, You're absolutely right. If I were to faint while standing, I could end up with a concussion. In that case, sitting isn't the best option either. Perhaps lying down is wiser. Chu Xiaoran was thoroughly amused by his antics. As laughter filled the air, an unexpected sound of whirring blades interrupted them. A small black helicopter hovered above. Upon glimpsing the emblem emblazoned on the aircraft, Jiang Linlin felt a wave of surprise wash over her. A man emerged from the helicopter, positioning himself at the side, gripping the handrail as he surveyed the scene below. Once he confirmed the presence of individuals, he called out loudly, Are you all right down there? Just a moment. I will lower the ladder for you to ascend. The familiarity of his voice rendered Jiang Linlin momentarily speechless. It was Chu Tianxing. The insignia of the rising sun on the helicopter belonged to the survivor organization, New Dawn, where Jiang Linlin had once served. To encounter them here was astonishing. It turned out that Chu Tianxing had long been affiliated with New Dawn. Initially, he had deceived her, claiming that he, like her, had only recently joined the organization. His rapid ascent had led Jiang Linlin to perceive him as a genius, bringing him into her circle of trust, only to discover that it was all a fabrication. New Dawn ostensibly protected survivors, yet in reality, they exploited this very group to amass resources for the upper echelons. Jiang Linlin had been aware of this disturbing truth, but had been too engrossed in developing a safe haven to address it, delegating the matter to Shenchun. An assistant had once informed her that numerous individuals had met their demise at the hands of New Dawn's leaders. But whenever Jiang Linlin sought to investigate, Shenchun had found excuses to dissuade her. All of this pointed to a betrayal that had long been evident. She could only blame her obsession with research. Nevertheless, this did not deter her from appropriating New Dawn for her purposes, as it housed many former colleagues and those evolvers who would soon fall victim to the organization's machinations. Casting her gaze once more at the helicopter, determination filled Jiang Linlin's eyes. New Dawn. She was resolute in her ambitions. At that moment, Chu Wan regained consciousness. Upon spotting the helicopter above, he immediately heightened his vigilance. Jiang Linlin gradually approached the two individuals and whispered, Be wary of everyone in this sanctuary. Once inside, do not easily place your trust in anyone, particularly this man. Remember, come on. Chu Tianxing urged everyone from the helicopter. Jiang Linlin first ascended the soft ladder, gradually making her way up. Upon reaching the summit, Chu Tianxing extended his hand towards her, but Jiang Linlin disregarded his gesture and climbed into the helicopter on her own. Chu Tianxing, unfazed, smiled and remarked, You need not fear. I am not a villain. I am the leader of a survivor organization team, and my purpose here is solely to search for survivors, nothing more. At that moment, Chu Xiaoran, who had followed closely, overheard his words. Observing Jiang Linlin's indifference towards Chu Tianxing, she pondered briefly before placing her hand atop his. Do not mind her. She is my sister, and she treats everyone this way, wearing a perpetual scowl as if the world owes her something. Upon hearing Chu Xiaoran's words, Chu Tianxing feigned a gentle smile and assumed what he believed to be a charming pose as he helped Chu Xiaoran up. After all, she is your sister, and sisters should communicate. My name is Chu Tianxing, the leader of a small team within the new survivor organization. Should you encounter any troubles, feel free to seek my assistance." Chu Shaoran giggled in response. "All right then, I thank you in advance, Brother Chu." Chu 1, having climbed into the helicopter, observed his sister's antics with a resigned shake of his head. Though she appeared delicate and fragile, she was, in truth, a formidable force. She had once avenged a betrayal by a former boyfriend, and the tales surrounding her were quite remarkable. Noticing Chu Xiaoran's unusual behavior, Chu Wen surmised that only the matter concerning himself and Jiang Linlin could provoke such a response in her. As Junyi ascended, he cast a knowing glance at Chu Tianxing, urging him with an air of impatience. "Hurry up. We still need to continue the search for survivors. Do not waste time." Chapter 18, Arrival at the Survivor Base. Junyi offered no retort and obediently entered the helicopter, positioning himself behind Jiang Linlin. Just as the helicopter was about to depart, Chu Tianxing noticed another individual on the rooftop. He promptly halted the helicopter, confirmed the presence of a human, and lowered the soft ladder once more. In the far corner of the helicopter, Jiang Linlin and a few others sat, accompanied by 2 additional men. A melodious voice captured Jiang Linlin's attention. Upon glancing up, she saw Shun Shun just climbing aboard. Almost forgetting about her, Shun Shun was also on the rooftop. Recalling the connection between Shun Shun and Chu Tianxing from her previous life, Jiang Linlin gradually leaned closer to Chu Shaoran, and amidst the roar of the rotor blades, whispered softly in her ear, "Do not let Shun Shun expose your words." Chu Shaoran nodded, offering Jiang Linlin a reassuring glance and playfully winking at her. As Shun Shun boarded the helicopter, she suddenly twisted her ankle and fell into Chu Tianxing's embrace. Feeling the warmth enveloping him, Chu Tianxing swallowed hard and inquired, "Are you all right?" "Thank you. I'm fine," Shun Shun replied with a shy smile, leaning against him as he assisted her in taking a seat beside him. Chu Shaoran could not help but click her tongue, secretly admiring Shun Shun. She had believed her earlier attempt to capture Chu Tianxing's attention was sufficient. Yet it seemed that Shun Shun surpassed her in this regard. The helicopter circled the school, ultimately locating only the 2 men, with no other survivors in sight. Inside the helicopter, Chu Tianxing briefly introduced the new arrivals. "We are the rescue team of the survivor organization, known as the New Life. With the arrival of new members, there is no longer need to worry about sustenance. We have elites from various fields who will surely see us through." "That's wonderful. I thought there would be no rescue team and that we would have to wait for death." "Those monsters are terrifying," exclaimed one of the newly rescued men. "Indeed, they are frightfully scary. What exactly are those monsters? How did they emerge?" echoed the other, equally animated. Chu Tianxing, undeterred by their enthusiasm, patiently and meticulously answered each inquiry. Based on the current clues, it appeared that these monsters were the result of a viral outbreak infecting humans, who then transmitted the infection to others. Jiang Linlin furrowed her brows and cast a faint glance at Chu Tianxing. "How absurd! A virus leak." The creator of the New World, Wei Lan, is an exceptionally talented researcher, and the reason for the apocalypse is attributed to her discovery and subsequent validation. She has never claimed that a virus leak was the cause of this catastrophe. Thus, this is merely an excuse fabricated by Chu Tianxing. By the timeline, Wei Lan had yet to ascertain the cause of the apocalypse, and Chu Tianxing's words seemed to aim at showcasing his knowledge to others. Yet, has he ever contemplated how he would face the truth when it inevitably surfaces? "Brother Chu, you certainly possess an abundance of knowledge," remarked Shun Shun with an admiring gaze. Much to Chu Tianxing's satisfaction, he responded with a modest smile. "By the way, you are all students from K University. Have you heard a girl named Jiang Linlin?" Upon hearing Jiang Linlin's name, Shun Shun appeared visibly taken aback. Jiang Linlin, who had been hiding in a corner, was equally surprised that Chu Tianxing would mention her so suddenly. After a moment of contemplation, Shun Shun retorted, "What business do you have with her?" From Shun Shun's response, it was evident that he knew Jiang Linlin, which put Chu Tianxing at ease. She is my idol. I am a student from a neighboring school to K University, and I have always wanted to meet her." "Oh, is that so?" Shun Shun's eyes darted around as he suddenly leaned closer to Chu Tianxing, whispering in a voice audible only to the 2 of them, "She is sitting at the back. You must be careful of her. The injuries I bear are all her doing." Chu Tianxing nodded and glanced in Jiang Linlin's direction, devoid of excitement or joy, only calculating intent. Their covert rivalry had left Jiang Linlin bewildered. Though she could not discern their words, it was clear that she had prevailed. After more than 10 minutes in the helicopter, they finally arrived at their destination. From above, the base was bustling with activity, having welcomed a significant number of survivors. Once the helicopter landed, individuals immediately approached them, led by a seemingly frail man wearing black-framed glasses. Chu Tianxing patted the man's shoulder in a friendly manner, introducing him to the newcomers. This is Chen Weidong, the leader of a small team responsible for training new recruits. Chen Weidong smiled at them, bashfully stating, "Please follow me. I will take you to your accommodations and then explain the rules of this place." Shen Shun and the four men were the first to follow Chen Weidong away, while Jiang Linlin lagged behind. As she passed by Chu Tianxing, he intercepted her. "Classmate, do you know Jiang Linlin?" Chu Tianxing held his hand out in front of her, and as she attempted to sidestep him, he mirrored her movements. Chu Xiaoran reached out to grasp Jiang Linlin's hand, intending to leave, but Chu Tianxing persistently obstructed their path. "I mean no harm. I merely wish to inquire if you recognize Jiang Linlin," Chu Tianxing stated, his tone markedly less amiable than it had been on the helicopter. Uncertain of Chu Tianxing's intentions, Chu Xiaoran felt the urgency rise as beads of sweat formed on her forehead, desperate to protect Jiang Linlin's identity. Jiang Linlin was acutely aware that Chu Tianxing would not easily permit her departure. It was only to be expected that, aboard the helicopter, Shen Shun had already disclosed her identity to him. The pretense of ignorance proved futile. "Is it truly you, Jiang Linlin? Splendid. I have longed to meet you. Might you grant me an autograph?" Chu Tianxing exclaimed, his enthusiasm palpable as he reached out for Jiang Linlin, only to be deftly evaded by her. "Absolutely not. Step aside." Jiang Linlin coldly rebuffed him. Dejected, Chu Tianxing withdrew, allowing her to pass unimpeded. Not a single glance was cast in his direction as she strode past him, following Chen Weidong in search of her accommodation. Once her figure had entirely vanished from sight, Chu Tianxing concealed his disappointment, revealing a hint of a mischievous smile. Jiang Linlin certainly possessed a distinctive character. The helicopter pilot approached Chu Tianxing respectfully, stating, "Brother Chu, the captains of the various teams are awaiting your presence for a meeting. We must depart promptly." Chu Tianxing nodded in acknowledgement and left the spot. Chen Weidong, having just witnessed Jiang Linlin's demeanor towards Chu Tianxing, took a moment to ensure no one else was nearby before approaching her to arrange her lodging. Chapter 19. When opportunity arises, they shall be eliminated. Jiang Linlin suspected that he harbored some ulterior motive and was poised to seize Chen Weidong. However, Chen discreetly warned Jiang Linlin, "Do not provoke Chu Tianxing. He is one of the chief leaders of the base, and crossing him will lead to dire consequences for you." Jiang Linlin was momentarily taken aback. "Thank you." Chen Weidong nodded, casting a careful glance around before continuing. "Many beautiful girls have fallen victim to his deceit. You are quite attractive as well. Please ensure your safety." "I understand. Thank you." After exchanging a few words, Chen Weidong, feeling the weight of caution, hastily exited Jiang Linlin's room. Jiang Linlin settled onto the bed, her fingers brushing against her chin. Was Chu Tianxing one of the chief overseers? Yet, he deliberately claimed to be the captain of a small team. Observing Chen Weidong's reaction, it appeared that Chu Tianxing must have coerced the members of the small team to conceal his true identity. What could his intentions be? Chen Weidong mentioned that he had deceived numerous young women. Was that his sole objective? Jiang Linlin harbored doubts about Chen Weidong. If Shudi Yangxing had indeed given them orders, why would Chen Weidong confide in her in secret? Was it out of kindness, or did he have ulterior motives? Having faced death once, Jiang Linlin was no longer inclined to trust any stranger lightly. As for Shen Chun and Shudi Yangxing, she decided to let them roam freely for a while longer. After all, she had yet to become an evolved being. As long as the situation did not demand a decisive strike, she would refrain from acting recklessly. Chen Weidong had also arranged a room for Jun, but he was Jiang Linlin's system and could materialize beside her at any moment. Just as Jiang Linlin closed the door, Jun suddenly appeared behind her, startling her. "Could you refrain from appearing out of nowhere? It's quite frightening. I shall inform you in advance next time." Jiang Linlin pursed her lips, questioning his intentions. According to my data analysis, there's an 80 probability that you may attempt to assassinate Chu Tianxing, and engaging in such an act would yield only a 10 chance of survival. To ensure your continued existence, I shall remain by your side. I appreciate your concern. She had no intention of assassinating Chu Tianxing. It must be that Junyi's data was erroneous. I am quite rational and composed, not one to be blinded by hatred. After all, have I not refrained from taking action against Chen all along? Jiang Linlin retorted with discontent. Who says there was no opportunity? I could have killed Chen on the rooftop. Indeed, there was a chance, but at that moment, she was subjected to humiliation by Chen Wei. Based on your assessment, even if you despised her, you would not take advantage of her vulnerability. Thus, you squandered the opportunity. Junyi analyzed coldly. At times, Jiang Linlin truly loathed Junyi. Though he lacked emotions, he could dissect her situation with frigid precision. Junyi was not mistaken. She indeed harbored a fervent desire to eliminate them. Every second spent in Sun Chen's presence ignited her urge to end her life. Yet, she could not afford to lose her composure. She must maintain her identity. Otherwise, how would she differ from someone like Sun Chen? On the rooftop, she genuinely contemplated murdering Sun Chen, initially spurred by Chen Wei's protection, which left her with no recourse, and subsequently because she found it impossible to strike at Sun Chen, who had just been ridiculed by Chen Wei. I do not wish to discuss this with you. Since you are here, help me guard for a moment. I need to use the potion. All right. Although it was not a high-level evolution serum, merely a standard concoction she had prepared herself, this did not impede her resolve. After consuming the potion, Jiang Linlin emulated Chu Wen's demeanor, lying on the bed in anticipation of slumber. Moments later, she succumbed to sleep. Junyi stood vigil by her side, gazing at Jiang Linlin's delicate, rosy complexion, and an impulse to touch her arose within him, curious about the sensation. Acting on his thought, he reached out and poked Jiang Linlin's cheek. This time, she was unconscious and unable to deter him. It felt soft and cool, likely influenced by the brisk air from the helicopter. Junyi sat beside Jiang Linlin's bed, staring at her in a daze, lost in contemplation. After several minutes, Jiang Linlin awoke. Yet she was not as elated as she had envisioned. Junyi, I have failed, haven't I? Jiang Linlin felt no particular distinction, and her body seemed to have undergone no enhancement. Are you suggesting that I can utilize several ordinary potions, and upon consuming a high-grade potion, the abilities I can unleash will be the sum of these elixirs? Jiang Linlin inquired, astonished. Junyi nodded, tacitly affirming Jiang Linlin's conjecture. Goodness, if that were the case, to what extent could she grow in strength? Please find me a task that rewards a high-grade evolution potion. Junyi summoned a holographic screen and searched for a considerable time before retracting it, expressing regret. Currently, there are no such tasks available, but I can assist you in monitoring for task refreshes. Very well, I appreciate your help. Hearing that no high-grade potions were available, Jiang Linlin felt a twinge of disappointment. She pondered that since potions were unavailable at the moment, she could seek out mutated creatures to harvest blue star stones. Previously, in the second cafeteria, she had slain numerous mutated beings, but had no opportunity to collect the spoils. It was truly a pity that she had not exchanged even a single patch of spatial land. Just as she contemplated where to hunt mutated creatures, someone knocked on the door, prompting Jiang Linlin to hastily conceal Junyi behind the curtains. May I enter, Miss Jiang? Ah, yes, come in. After securing Junyi, Chen Weidong entered, carrying a set of gray attire, which he placed upon the bed. Please change into this, shortly. We will be organizing newcomers into different groups based on their abilities for a capability test, Chen Weidong instructed. How will the test be conducted? Jiang Linlin idly flicked through the garments Chen Weidong had provided. There was only one word to describe them: unsightly. The base requires the capture of monsters for research purposes. You will be accompanied by evolvers to capture these creatures. That will serve as the test. Hearing about capturing mutated beings, Jiang Linlin's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Very well. Chen Weidong regarded Jiang Linlin with confusion, questioning why she seemed so exhilarated. Was it merely his illusion? It must be an illusion. How could a newcomer possibly feel excitement at the prospect of capturing monsters? when a mere misstep could lead to death. Junyi nodded and vanished from sight, leaving behind only a faint blue halo where he had stood. Just as Junyi disappeared, another knock echoed from the door, this time belonging to Chu Tianqing. "Is Jiang here? I have something to discuss with you." Upon hearing Chu Tianqing's voice, a surge of animosity surged within Jiang Linlin, and she took a deep breath, suppressing the feeling. "You can speak directly. I'm currently unable to open the door." Chapter 20. A horde of mutated creatures appears. Outside, Chu Tianqing did not easily relent. "You will soon undergo testing, and I fear for your safety, so I have prepared some defensive items for you. Please open the door, and I will give them to you." "Is Captain Chu this considerate toward everyone?" Jiang Linlin retorted coldly from within the room. "Liar, yet another deception." This brought to mind the events leading up to her demise in her previous life. Jiang Linlin was filled with an intense desire to rush out and eliminate him. Yet his unique status would undoubtedly draw the attention of others within the base, making it impossible for her to take anyone else with her. "I harbor no feelings for Captain Chu. Please take your leave." It was only when Chen Weidong announced the initiation of the newcomer tests that she finally stepped out to follow suit. Before departing, she noticed a package left at the entrance. Without a moment's hesitation, she instructed Junyi to dispose of it. She dared not touch anything belonging to Chu Tianqing, for who could know what tricks he might have up his sleeve. Chen Weidong led their group to a vast open space, devoid of any structures, where the wind was so fierce it made one squint. "Ladies and gentlemen, Captain Chu has decided to personally lead you in hunting monsters, considering you are all students." Chen adjusted his glasses and smiled obsequiously at Chu Tianqing. "Captain Chu is personally leading us. Good heavens! How splendid!" The excitement was palpable. "Captain Chu is truly remarkable. We are exceedingly fortunate." Their praises coaxed Chu Tianqing to step forward, offering a modest smile. "Do not fear. I shall be behind you to protect you. Feel free to pursue your quarry." "Excellent." Before their departure, Chen Weidong meticulously counted the group. 13 in total. "Thank you, Captain Chu. Onward." At Chu Tianqing's command, the 13 followed closely behind him, advancing step by step. After a lengthy journey, they finally reached their destination. The trek had been arduous, leaving some weary to the point of unsteadiness. With no sign of danger around, they settled on his stones to recuperate. In the next instant, a shadowy figure emerged, sinking its fangs into one of their necks. The boy seated beside him was so terrified that he collapsed to the ground, scrambling toward Chu Tianqing. From his elevated position, Chu Tianqing observed him without offering assistance. "Captain Chu, please, save him," the boy pleaded in desperation. Chu Tianqing contemptuously kicked the boy aside, focusing on the mutated creature that had seized the other. Only after the boy had transformed did he leisurely draw a knife, dispatching both mutated beings. You did that on purpose," the terrified boy accused, pointing a trembling finger at Chu Tianqing. Chu Tianqing couldn't be bothered to glance his way. Instead, he turned his gaze to the others, most of whom were wide-eyed with fear. He smiled with satisfaction. "Are you now afraid of me? Then why were you not wary of the unfamiliar surroundings moments ago? In an unexpected environment, not only did you fail to exercise caution, but you also laughed and joked, placing your lives at risk. Who can you blame for that? This is your first lesson." Jiang Linlin let out a cold sneer, her words adorned with a veneer of righteousness, yet fundamentally aimed at gathering the precious blue star stones. The newly transformed humans, still unaccustomed to their mutations, exhibited diminished physical capabilities, rendering them particularly vulnerable. Such aberrations were easily dispatched, even if it were a matter of vigilance. There was no necessity for her to witness his demise firsthand. She could have easily intervened to save him. Indeed, given the circumstances, that young man would undoubtedly become more cautious. And would that not be a favorable outcome? The murmurs of discontent among the crowd grew increasingly pronounced. Jiang, his countenance darkened, bellowed in displeasure. "If you harbor such dissatisfaction towards me, then cease to heed my words. Do not seek my protection." With that, he leaped backward onto a towering stone amidst the ruins, surveying the newcomers from his elevated position with a sense of triumph. "Captain Chu, how can you act in such a manner?" The words of those below reached him, prompting a disdainful laugh from Jiang atop the stone. You truly are naive. Believing me to be merely an ordinary squad leader? It would not be remiss to inform you that I, Shudi Yangsing, am one of the principal overseers of all new recruits. Even if you were to perish, would the base's personnel risk their lives for your sake? What? The faces of the remaining newcomers paled in shock. Jiang Linlin raised her gaze to glance at Chu Tianxing, suppressing the murderous intent in her eyes and the exhilaration within her heart. It was astonishing that Chu Tianxing would publicly reveal his identity here and utter such words. Surely, if she were to eliminate him, no one would dare to speak against her. Just as she contemplated this matter, Junyi, standing beside her, suddenly interjected coldly, "Your thoughts are misguided. He has already become an evolved being, and you are no match for him." Jiang Linlin, filled with resentment, turned away, for Junyi always seemed to douse her enthusiasm with cold water. Even if the truth were as he stated, could he not express it with a touch more delicacy? His words made it sound as though he was insinuating her incompetence. "Captain Chu, do rescue me. I do not believe you have erred in any way." Amidst the chorus of skepticism from the newcomers, a singular, discordant voice emerged. The others turned towards the sound, discovering it to be the delicate utterance of a charming woman. Jiang Linlin cast a glance and recognized Shinshan. In their previous lives, they had conspired together, and this life was no different. Those who understand the times are the true heroes. To all the beautiful maidens present, should you require my assistance, you need only consent to become my women. I possess the means to safeguard you all. As Chu Tianxing spoke, Shun Chen nestled shyly in his embrace, showing no indication that she found his words inappropriate. Moreover, she loudly encouraged the newcomers below, proclaiming that it was a blessing for them to be noticed by such an outstanding individual as Captain Chu. Do not let this opportunity slip away. What a wretched woman. I once felt pity for her on the rooftop. Chu Xiaoran spat in indignation. Jiang Linlin wholeheartedly concurred with Chu Xiaoran's sentiments. Had it not been for witnessing her humiliation at the hands of Chen Wei, she would undoubtedly have taken her life. It seems she has been overly merciful. Such compassion not only endangers herself, but also threatens those around her. This cannot persist, since no one has interceded on her behalf. They shall have no cause for complaint. After speaking, Chu Tianxing produced a white paper bag from his pocket and tossed it downward, a fine white powder cascading above the heads of the newcomers. Jiang Linlin silently cursed her misfortune, swiftly pulling Chu Xiaoran towards the direction where the powder had not settled. She cautioned, "Protect yourselves. You are now evolved beings. A strike to the head or heart of the mutated creatures will ensure their demise." Chu Xiaoran and Chu Wen were still perplexed by her words when a myriad of swift, dark shadows appeared above them. A large group of mutated creatures had emerged. Chapter 21. Witnessing Shudi Yangsing's gruesome demise, Junyi, please ascertain if there are any mid to high-level mutated beings. Jiang Linlin interjected during a brief moment. Relieved to confirm the absence of higher-level mutations, she felt a weight lift from her shoulders. With Jiang Linlin's prior admonitions, Chu Xiaoran and Chu Wen began to navigate the chaos with increasing confidence. Surviving amidst the throng was not merely a stroke of luck. Yet even so, confronting such a multitude of mutated beings proved to be exceedingly challenging. "Help!" one man cried out as he stumbled. But before he could finish his plea, he was engulfed by the mass of mutated creatures, his voice abruptly silenced. Jiang Linlin heard a cry for help, yet she chose to disregard it. Preserving her own safety was of paramount importance at that moment. One by one, the members of the group fell, leaving only a few individuals, including Jiang Linlin and a young boy. The boy wore a sullen expression, tightly gripping a dagger as he relentlessly dispatched the mutated creatures that charged at him. Soon after, Jiang Linlin noticed Chu Tianxing leap down, positioning himself behind her. Engrossed in combating the mutated beings before her and reassured by Junyi's presence behind, she paid little attention to her surroundings. Junyi, focused on the mutated creatures, remained oblivious to the stealthy approach of another. Chu Tianxing gradually drew closer to Jiang Linlin, brandishing a dagger that gleamed ominously. Suddenly, he erupted into maniacal laughter, plunging the dagger into Jiang Linlin's body. Gritting her teeth against the pain, she forcefully kicked Chu Tianxing away. However, he merely stumbled back a few paces, unharmed, and gazed at Jiang Linlin with triumph. The others, alerted by the commotion, began to converge towards Jiang Linlin. To his astonishment, he discovered that among the crowd was an elemental evolver. After being kicked, his leg betrayed him, forcing him to kneel on the ground, sweat beading on his forehead from the agony. Jiang Linlin cast a fleeting glance at the dagger lodged in her chest, and in that moment, the hatred from her previous life erupted within her. Today, she was resolute in her intention to kill Chu Tianxing. Jun, how do I activate the safe house? Just call my name. Jun approached Jiang Linlin, drawing his sword to carve out a secure space. All right, activate the safe house. Jiang Linlin felt her vision blurring increasingly. Upon uttering those words, Jun nodded, summoning a virtual screen with a wave of his hand, from which he located the safe house. He gently tapped the screen, and a faint blue light materialized near Jiang Linlin, expanding to a cubic meter around her. The mutated creatures showed no signs of retreat, and Jiang Linlin knew that they could not continue in this manner. If they pressed on, their stamina would be utterly depleted, and they would inevitably perish at the hands of the mutants. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Linlin mustered her voice. Everyone, come over here. Chu Shaoran and Chu Wen had just moved closer, and upon hearing Jiang Linlin's call, they hastened their actions to eliminate the mutated creatures before them, then rushed to Jiang Linlin's side. The unfamiliar youth hesitated for a moment before joining Chu Shaoran and the others. Not only did Chu Shaoran come over herself, but she also dragged along the injured Chu Tianxing, whom she had incapacitated. What are you planning to do? Chu Tianxing glared menacingly. Jiang Linlin, suppressing her pain, struck him with a slap. What is your purpose? Naturally, it is to end your life. She demanded, speak. What is your true intention? Dragging Chu Tianxing into the safe house, a confined space that could scarcely accommodate them, half of Chu Tianxing's body remained outside. Once they all took refuge within, the mutated creatures outside suddenly lost their target, aimlessly wandering about. One of the aberrant beings, having detected half of Chu Tianxing's form, lunged at him and sank its teeth into his leg. The pain elicited a cry from Chu Tianxing. Ah, help me. Save me. Reveal your purpose for bringing us here. Why did you ambush me? Jiang Linlin, clutching her wound, pressed her foot against Chu Tianxing's chest. I demand you speak. I will. Just save me first, he pleaded, as the creature bit into him again. Speak now. Jiang Linlin's tone was icy. I will. It was the boss who commanded me. She said you would kill me in the future, so I should eliminate you first. Bringing them here was also the boss's idea. She mentioned that one among them would become the new enemy of the new generation, destined to destroy it. Chu Tianxing grimaced in pain, and upon hearing his words, Jiang Linlin was taken aback, pressing further. Who is the boss? It's save me. Before Chu Tianxing could finish, another mutated creature seized him. Jiang Linlin swiftly kicked him away, but he was immediately dragged off. The creature yanked him outside, biting into his neck, and moments later, dark blue markings began to emerge on his neck. His pupils disintegrated, ultimately transforming into pure white eyes. Chu Tianxing had succumbed to the mutation. Jiang Linlin furrowed her brow, having witnessed the entire transformation of Chu Tianxing into a mutated being. Yet, rather than feeling a sense of vindication, her heart was heavy with concern. She had failed to extract the identity of the leader. From Chu Tianxing's descriptions, it seemed the leader possessed foreknowledge of future events. This realization suddenly lightened Jiang Linlin's body, as she found herself in Jun Ye's embrace. Do not move, Jun Ye coldly instructed, then offered Jiang Linlin a pill. Take this, it will staunch the bleeding. Although she was unaware of the pill's composition, she trusted Jun Ye, her system, not to harm her, and thus consumed it without hesitation. She was already experiencing dizziness from blood loss. Still preoccupied with her earlier thoughts, Jiang Linlin leaned against Jun Ye's chest and whispered in a tone only they could hear. Are there others like me who have been reborn? Besides herself, there could potentially be others who had undergone reincarnation, and one of them might be her adversary. Otherwise, the leader would not have warned Chu Tianxing to eliminate her before she had fully developed her abilities. Could it be someone harboring animosity towards her? Yet, in her previous life, she had been engrossed in her research, never embroiling herself in conflicts with anyone. How could she have enemies? Had she inadvertently threatened someone's interests? Suddenly, a scream pierced through Jiang Linlin's contemplations. Looking up, she saw a mutated creature climbing onto a rock, causing Shun to fall and injure her leg. Chapter 22. Of course I will kill you, Chun. Linlin, Linlin, save me. Though Chun had fallen, she was still able to move. Sprinting towards Jiang Linlin with all her might. Jiang Linlin gazed at her quietly for a moment, then motioned for Junyi to set her down. Seeing that Jiang Linlin's bleeding had stopped, Junyi complied with her request. Once released, Jiang Linlin reached into the void and retrieved her bow. At the sight of the bow, Shen's face immediately lit up with joy as she eagerly ran toward Jiang Linlin, only to freeze in her tracks the very next second. Jiang Linlin loosed an arrow, but it was not aimed at the mutated creature. Rather, it struck Shun, pinning him to the ground. You wretched woman, what are you doing? Shun bellowed in a fit of rage. Jiang Linlin wore a cold expression and spoke in a flat tone. I am here to kill you. You wretched creature, why you treat me this way? I am your closest friend. How can you live with yourself after doing this? Jiang Linlin. Shun had already been captured by the mutated creature, just as Chu Tianqing had been, with the beast clamped onto her leg. Listening to Shun's accusations, Jiang Linlin couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. In the early days of her rebirth, she had indeed felt a flicker of hesitation in her conscience. At that time, she thought that the current Shun was not the same as the future Shin. She had not yet committed any acts of harm against her, nor had she ever wished to end her life. If she were to kill the current Shun without hesitation, it would surely gnaw at her conscience. Yet in reality, she had overthought it. From the very first cafeteria encounter, Shin not only made her life difficult, but also attempted on multiple occasions to use the hand of Ikalu to bring about her demise. Did she think Jiang Linlin was unaware? During that incident on the rooftop, she refrained from taking advantage of Shun's plight, but the situation was different now. For someone who had persistently sought her life, she would show no mercy. Conscience, what use is it? The world has come to an end. This is how you perceive things. Isn't it, Chun? Jiang Linlin softly called out, Chun, a name she had used for Shun in her previous life. Jiang Linlin, I shall kill you. Shun's curses gradually faded, drowned out by the onslaught of the mutated creatures. Soon, the mutated beings dispersed, revealing Shun, who had just transformed into one of them. Perhaps it was the weight of her past grievances, but the mutated Shun did not retreat like the others. Instead, she approached Jiang Linlin with deliberate slowness. Her intentions unmistakably clear. Jiang Linlin, with a frigid expression, once again drew her bow and aimed at the head of the mutated being, Shun. With a swift whoosh, the arrow struck its mark. Subsequently, the mutated Shun collapsed to the ground, reduced to a pile of ash. In Jiang Linlin's heart, a profound sense of relief washed over her. At long last, she had avenged the grievances of her past life. Her experimental achievements had been usurped, her identity appropriated, and her fiancé conspired against her. She had been expelled from the cafeteria, stripped of her dignity, and manipulated on the rooftop by Ikalu, who had cast the mutated queen upon her. Furthermore, during the helicopter ride, ill intentions were revealed to Chu Tianqing regarding her true identity. Each of these incidents was a clear injustice against her. Whether in her previous life or this one, Shun's desire to see her perish had remained unwavering. Jiang Linlin was perplexed. She had never committed any wrongdoing against Shun, so why did he persistently wish for her demise? The answer came unexpectedly from behind her, as Junyi suddenly uttered a single word: jealousy. It must have been that her innermost thoughts were too loud, prompting Junyi to overhear. But what did his words signify? Jealousy? Shun envied her? Was that the reason for his disdain? Jiang Linlin gazed at Junyi with confusion, to which Junyi coldly continued to explain. You are a prominent figure at K University. Your reputation far surpasses that of this young lady. Thus, she has always harbored resentment towards you. The previous incidents of her appropriating your research achievements stemmed from jealousy. Before the apocalypse, her actions were limited to petty grievances. But now, with the advent of the end times, her murderous intent has emerged. Jiang Linlin was taken aback. Is it truly for this reason? Jiang Linlin smiled bitterly. Having contemplated numerous possibilities, she considered that she might have inadvertently offended her or overlooked her feelings. Yet the one notion she never entertained was this one. Chu Xiaoran was oblivious to the specifics of their conversation, but she could perceive Jiang Linlin's sorrow. She consoled her, saying, "Linlin, you need not grieve for such a scoundrel. She deserves nothing less than demise. Were it not for her, others would not have been stirred to drive my brother away, and perhaps they would still be alive." Jiang Linlin smiled faintly. I did not feel sorrow over her death, but rather found my thoughts drifting to other matters. Jiang Linlin was not truly sorrowful over Shun Chen's death. She merely did not anticipate that his profound hatred for her stemmed solely from jealousy. It is indeed quite absurd. Jiang Linlin pondered for a moment. Although Chu Tianxing had not disclosed who the leader was, it was highly probable that the leader belonged to the group of newcomers, given the limited scope of Chu Tianxing's activities. Indeed, Captain Chu was a product of the monster's handiwork, which had nothing to do with us. Chu Xiaoran raised an eyebrow and smiled. Suddenly, the previously silent young man interjected coldly. "What is that? Why can't the monsters find us?" The unfamiliar voice startled Jiang Linlin, and she belatedly realized there was a stranger in the safe house. She had been so focused on Chu Tianxing and Shun Chen that she had not noticed when this person had entered. The young man, too, recognized his abruptness. It was rather impolite to converse so casually with someone who was under protection. He felt a flush of embarrassment and added, "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Chi Chuan, a freshman from L University. I mean no offense. I am merely curious about this object. If it could be produced in bulk, it could safeguard many innocent lives." L University was neighboring K University, and the two institutions enjoyed a harmonious relationship, often hosting joint events. Among the 13 newcomers, only a handful remained, and Chichuan's survival indicated his competence. Contemplating the safe house she envisioned for the future, Jiang Linlin recognized the necessity of having reliable individuals to guard it, leading her to scrutinize Chichuan for his potential. She felt indifferent, yet the others were taken aback. A shield capable of absolute defense could not be trivialized. It was, without a doubt, a coveted treasure in a post-apocalyptic world. After hearing this, Chichuan quickly glanced around, then approached Jiang Linlin, lowering his voice as he said, "Such matters should not be shared lightly. It could invite deadly peril." Chapter 23. Exchange options. Listening to Chichuan, a playful thought struck Jiang Linlin. She intentionally moved closer to him and whispered, "Do you intend to kill me to seize this treasure?" Chichuan was taken aback, quickly stepping back a pace and flusteredly explaining, "I have no such intention. I merely wish to explore the possibility of mass production, which could enhance the survival rate of the survivors." Jiang Linlin took the lead, her footsteps echoing as the others swiftly followed suit. Chichuan, somewhat perplexed by Jiang Linlin's intentions, quickened his pace to keep up. He had just come to realize that this group revolved around Jiang Linlin, whose strength was formidable. If he could align himself with her, perhaps he could forge a sanctuary for the survivors, a peaceful paradise akin to the world before the apocalypse. With this thought, he hastened his steps even further. At the new base, Chen Weidong anxiously scanned the horizon for their arrival. A gentle breeze swept through, and soon, the silhouettes of Jiang Linlin and her companions appeared on the distant skyline. However, as Chen Weidong took in the scene, he noticed something was amiss in their numbers. When Jiang Linlin finally approached him, he inquired with a furrowed brow, "Where are Captain Chu and the others?" On the journey back, Jiang Linlin had already prepared a response. Now, confronted by Chen Weidong's question, a sorrowful expression washed over her face. "Captain Chu, she began, her voice quivering with emotion. Jiang Linlin choked with emotion, struggling to squeeze out a couple of tears. He had transformed into a monster after being wounded by the creature while attempting to save us. "Sobi." Chu Xiaoran joined Jiang Linlin in her weeping. Chu stood nearby, gazing blankly at them, making an effort to mask his reactions to avoid raising any suspicions. Junyi couldn't help but furrow his brow as he glanced at Jiang Linlin, surprised to discover this side of her, which contradicted the records he had in his database. He needed to update his information promptly. Upon hearing that Chu Tianxing had perished, Chen Weidong was taken aback, swallowing hard before inquiring once more, You mean, Captain Chu is dead? Killed by the monster? Jiang Linlin nodded sadly. If it were not for the purpose of saving us, Captain Chu would not have. Meanwhile, Chi Chuan, who was hiding behind the crowd, was astonished by Jiang Linlin's performance and could not help but tug at the corner of his mouth. Was the Jiang Linlin who had killed Chu Tianxing truly the same person as the one before him? Could a woman undergo such transformation? Do not be disheartened. The post-apocalyptic world is inherently fraught with peril. Perhaps this is simply Captain Chu's fate, remarked Chen Weidong, a hint of sorrow etched upon his face. With the death of Chu Tianxing, there was no one to document the new recruits' data on slaying mutated species. Consequently, the remaining newcomers were all assigned to the same team. You will stay here for the night. Tomorrow, I shall take you to the hall to ascertain which positions suit you best. From now on, I will be responsible for guiding you. Understood, Captain Chen, they replied. Chen Weidong nodded faintly, his demeanor overshadowed by grief for Chu Tianxing. Upon returning to her quarters, Jiang Linlin closed the door and immediately summoned Junyi. Junyi, quickly help me check how many blue star stones I have collected. During her recent encounters with mutants, she had not forgotten to gather blue star stones, regretting the missed opportunity to collect them in the canteen. Junyi opened his hand, and a small virtual screen appeared. As he raised his hand, the small screen expanded into a larger display before them. Blue star stones, 23 pieces. Exchange options, 1. 100 square meter land. 2. Construction materials pack. 3. Bow and arrow upgrade card fragments. 1. I can exchange for so much? I thought I could only trade for land. Jiang Linlin rested her chin on her hand, meticulously analyzing each exchange option. To create an absolutely secure safe house, acquiring land was paramount. Without it, the materials would be useless. However, the most perplexing choice was the third option, which offered bow and arrow upgrade cards. With this, she could enhance the power of her weaponry. After careful consideration, upgrading the bow seemed more beneficial. A higher quality bow would enable her to eliminate mutants with greater ease. Junyi, should I exchange for the bow upgrade card? Jiang Linlin hesitated, glancing at Junyi. He glanced at the panel and coolly responded, that is merely a fragment of the upgrade card. There is a detailed introduction behind it. Do you not wish to take a look? Bow upgrade card 1. Collecting 6 fragments can synthesize a bow upgrade card, allowing the upgrade of a low-grade bow to a medium-grade bow. So, it requires 6 fragments? That means I will need 120 blue star stones? Jiang Linlin furrowed her brow. This was no insignificant amount. Junyi nodded. I recommend you exchange for the first option, but do consider carefully before making a decision. The first option also had a small triangle. Upon touching it, a detailed description unfolded. 100 square meter land. 2. Automatically upgrades after collecting 300 square meters. Next requires 100 blue star stones or 1 blue crystal to exchange for 100 square meters of land. Is this what was previously mentioned regarding needing more for upgrades? Jiang Linlin raised an eyebrow. Indeed. So take your time to ponder which option you truly wish to exchange for. Jiang Linlin fell into silence. Upon reflection, she realized that her current options for exchange were indeed quite limited. The 200 square meter plot of land was appealing, yet her inventory of materials was insufficient, restricting her construction possibilities. She urgently needed to gather more blue star stones. However, aside from these, there existed another item for exchange, one she had never heard of before. Glancing at the interface, she inquired of Junyi, "What is blue crystal?" Junyi remained silent, instead gesturing with a wave of his hand, which summoned a split screen displaying information about blue crystal. Blue crystal, a purer source of energy than blue star stone. Drop rate, low-level mutant 0. 2. Intermediate mutant 5. High-level mutant 25. It seemed nearly impossible to acquire blue crystal from low-level mutants. Thus, it was far more prudent for her to diligently accumulate blue star stones for the time being, saving the pursuit of blue crystals until her strength had significantly increased. Attempting to confront intermediate or high-level mutants now would be tantamount to courting disaster. While she might manage 1 or 2, facing a larger number would surely lead to her demise. Chapter 24. I am Junyi, her former boyfriend who was betrayed. Initially, she felt somewhat affluent with her 23 blue star stones, Yet now it became evident that she was, in fact, quite impoverished. Jiang, I am so poor. How can I possibly acquire more blue star stones? Jiang Linlin lay despondently on her bed. Gazing at the ethereal virtual screen above, she felt an overwhelming sadness enveloping her. Jiang Linlin cast him a sidelong glance, realizing that conversing with him was utterly futile. He was merely an unrefined blockhead, devoid of sensitivity. Let us exchange the first one, she said weakly, a 200 square meter plot of land. A cold, mechanical voice echoed in Jiang Linlin's mind. 200 square meter plot of land exchanged successfully, available for immediate use. The thought of her own impoverished circumstances compelled Jiang Linlin to strive even harder. Fortunately, she was now a newcomer, allowing her to venture out with Chu Xiaoran and the others to hunt mutated creatures, thus securing both food and shelter, two birds with one stone. Just as she contemplated Chu Xiaoran, the latter appeared at her door, gently knocking and inquiring, "Linlin, are you in? We have a mission." The mere mention of a mission jolted Jiang Linlin upright from her bed. It was as if her thoughts had manifested into reality. Upon hearing Chu Xiaoran's voice, Jun Yi faded away, and Jiang Linlin paid him no heed as she joyfully dashed to the door. Upon opening it, she was greeted by Chu Xiaoran's smiling face, which bore a hint of confusion. "Is something good happening? You seem particularly cheerful. Defeating monsters and acquiring equipment. Doesn't that sound delightful?" Jiang Linlin replied with a raised eyebrow and a smile. Chu Xiaoran, however, was baffled and failed to grasp the meaning behind her words. What did defeating monsters and acquiring equipment even imply? She hadn't mentioned anything about hunting mutated creatures. Even if they did hunt the mutated species, the beautiful gems they dropped seemed of little use. After hearing the mission's details, Jiang Linlin's smile abruptly faltered, and a frown began to crease her brow. "Rescue people?" Chu Xiaoran nodded, affirming, "Yes." Chen Weidong said that as newcomers, we are not suited for dangerous tasks, so we will start with a rescue operation. After all, her desire to defeat monsters and acquire equipment was to establish a safe haven for survivors. Without survivors, constructing shelter would be futile. Once preparations were finalized, the rescuers gathered in the small square. Chen Weidong stood before them, counting heads. A total of 16 individuals were present, and only after everyone had arrived did he commence speaking. "I will accompany you on the rescue mission, just as you were rescued. We will take a helicopter to search areas where there may be survivors. However, since our numbers are considerable, we must divide into two teams. I can only lead one team. The other must ensure your safety. You may now choose your teams. I will form one small team here. Those who do not wish to follow me can form the second team." Following Chen Weidong's instructions, the newcomers exchanged glances and began to make their selections. Having learned from past experiences, Chi Chuan hesitated to join the newcomer's leader, opting to remain still. Aside from Jiang Linlin and a few others, he was the only one who did not choose Chen Weidong. Observing the throng surrounding him, Chen Weidong chuckled helplessly. "You need not all follow me. I am not particularly skilled, and I lack the ability to protect you." He then casually designated 3 individuals. "Let us have these 3 join our team." The chosen trio appeared reluctant, and one middle-aged man expressed his displeasure, stating, "I do not wish to team up with these children. I do not want to expend extra energy protecting them." "How fortunate! We too do not wish to expend extra energy protecting you," Chu Xiaoran retorted, refusing to be outdone. "You little brat, what do you mean by that?" the man exclaimed, swinging his fist at Chu Xiaoran. With a cold huff, Chu Xiaoran vanished in an instant, leaving the man's fist to strike only air. Bewildered, he stammered, "Where did she go?" "Right here, you fool." Chu Xiaoran's voice, ghostly and playful, emanated from behind him. The man staggered back in pain. "You little brat, you got some skills." "Oomph. My skills are quite formidable, if you dare to speak carelessly again. Do not blame me for being impolite." Chu Xiaoran threatened, brandishing her fist. Though the man wished to retort, he was restrained by a woman beside him. He shot her an annoyed glance, spat at Chu Xiaoran, and turned away, ignoring her further. With no other options, the woman apologized to Chu Xiaoran, softly and gently explaining, "Young lady, do not hold it against him. He has a rough personality, but he means no harm. He is simply concerned about his ability to protect you all." and if you encounter any danger, he would feel quite guilty. Chu Xiaoran tilted her head, dismissing the woman's explanation. Since Captain Chun has allocated us this way, we shall heed his instructions and team up with them. All right, let us proceed then. Ensure you all adapt to one another and refrain from quarreling. Collaboration leads to mutual success, Chen Weidong advised. Subsequently, he boarded the helicopter with his team to embark on their mission. The remaining individuals fell silent, with no one approaching the helicopter. Sensing the tension in the air, the woman quickly sought to ease the atmosphere. Since we are all part of the same team, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Lu Yu, and I was a Taekwondo instructor before the apocalypse. This is my fiancée, Cheng Yi, who was an underground fighter prior to the end of the world. And this gentleman here is my fiancée's good friend, Chen Xiao, who was the owner of my fiancée's company before the collapse. After hearing the woman's introduction, Jiang Linlin politely introduced herself. I am Jiang Linlin. This is Qi Chuan, and she is Chu Xiaoran. That is her brother, Chu Wan. We were all students before the apocalypse. Jiang Linlin introduced herself following the template of Lu Yu. Lu Yu smiled gently and then turned to Jun Yi, inquiring, what about him? Is he acquainted with you? Aye. He is not with us. Oh, then may I ask what this gentleman used to do? Lu Yu continued her gentle interrogation. Jun Yi cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Linlin, deducing from the data available that he could ascertain her intentions based on her personality traits and habits. Jiang Linlin. Chapter 25. Falling from the helicopter, when did Jun Yi learn to lie? It would be one thing to have mastered the art of deception, but to fabricate such an outlandish story? The reason she did not allow Jun Yi to acknowledge their connection was that Jiang Linlin had just noticed Lu Yu's peculiar gaze directed at Chu Xiaoran. Upon witnessing Chu Xiaoran's swift movements, she felt not only astonished but also a hint of calculation. Thus, she intended for Jun Yi to feign unfamiliarity or a poor relationship with them, in a bid to garner their trust, essentially, to act as an undercover agent. However, she never anticipated that he would concoct such an elaborate identity for himself. Is this still the cold, unfeeling robot that she knew as Jun? The complexity of this situation made her feel as though she should not have questioned Jun Yi at all. Upon boarding the helicopter, Cheng Yi took the pilot's seat, while Lu Yu explained that he had been trained to fly helicopters and assured everyone of their safety. The helicopter soared toward the direction of K, and en route. Lu Yu took out a small notebook and opened it. The area surrounding K University had not been fully searched, and the notes indicated that Captain Chu had only scoured K University. Therefore, their destination was the city beyond K University. Lu Yu appeared to be a gentle soul, adorned with slender-framed glasses and long hair cascading down her shoulders, complemented by a delicate pink dress, exuding an approachable aura. Had Jiang Linlin not witnessed her strange fixation on Chu Xiaoran, she would not have felt so guarded against Lu Yu. As the helicopter hovered over the city, they began their search for survivors. Once a bustling metropolis, the city had now transformed into a desolate wasteland. The city possessed a blue glow, but it was the first to be siphoned away, rendering the once technologically advanced city akin to historical artifacts within a museum. Gazing upon the desolation, Jiang Linlin felt a profound sadness. Humanity's home had been so utterly ravaged. Look, there seem to be many people over there, Lu Yu exclaimed, rising excitedly and leaning against the helicopter's railing to peer down. At the sound of her voice, Jiang Linlin also lifted her gaze toward the direction Lu Yu indicated. It appeared to be a large supermarket, surrounded by a throng of individuals. Wait, are those really people? Jiang Linlin also stood up, grasping the helicopter's handrail and peering down. That is not human. Those are mutated creatures. A large swarm of these aberrations surrounded the grand supermarket. Was there something within that enticed them? Cheng Yi, let's hasten there. There are so many people, Lu Yu exclaimed excitedly. All right, Cheng Yi replied. As the helicopter soared towards the supermarket, Jiang Linlin urgently interjected, Wait, do not approach. Cheng Yi heard her words but chose to disregard them, rolling his eyes at her in annoyance before directing the helicopter above the supermarket, gradually descending. Stop! Cheng Yi! Cheng Yi! Upon nearing, Lu Yu also discerned that the figures around the supermarket were not human, realizing they were mutated creatures. She immediately urged Cheng Yi to halt. However, they were already so close that her words were unnecessary. Cheng Yi had already seen the situation below. Yet, due to their proximity, there was no time to ascend again. The occupants of the helicopter attracted the attention of the mutated creatures surrounding the supermarket. And in the midst of Cheng Yi's panic, the aberrations lunged at the edges of the helicopter, gripping onto it. Lu Yu stepped back in fright, and Chun Xiao hurriedly stepped forward, shielding Lu Yu behind her, kicking at the claws of the mutated creatures clinging to the helicopter. Demon spawn, begone! Chun Xiao fiercely kicked at the aberrations, but they were unlike humans. They felt no pain, rendering her efforts futile. Why won't these fiends let go? Chun Xiao intensified her kicks, but the mutated creatures had already begun to crawl into the helicopter. Cheng Yi strove to maintain his composure, maneuvering the helicopter upwards, but he soon realized it was powerless to ascend. Lu Yu, what is the situation on your end? The helicopter 1T lift. Hearing his inquiry, Lu Yu peeked outside, and upon witnessing the scene, her eyes widened in horror. Trembling, she uttered, "The monsters, they've formed a ladder, climbing up one after another. There are too many below, too heavy. The helicopter cannot possibly take off." After speaking, she fearfully swallowed hard. At that moment, the helicopter was suddenly jolted by a violent impact from the mutated creatures. Lu Yu lost her balance and stumbled towards the edge, but Chu Wen swiftly caught her. Yet, due to inertia, he was pulled out as well, fortunately managing to grip the iron railing at the edge of the helicopter, temporarily preventing his fall. However, his other hand remained grasping Lu Yu, a position he could not maintain for long without losing strength, which would result in both of them plummeting into the horde of aberrations. Chu Xiaoran noticed Chu Wen's predicament and anxiously attempted to pull him up, confident that her evolved physique could aid them both. Yet, Lu Yu, in her panic, thrashed about, clinging to Chu Wen in an attempt to climb upwards. With a darkened expression, Chu Wen struggled to say, "Do not move. If you do, we both shall perish. Help me, I am frightened. There are so many monsters below." Lu Yu continued to flail in distress, utterly disregarding Chu Wen's pleas. Chi Chuan and Chun Xiao were preoccupied with fending off the encroaching mutated creatures, unable to assist Lu Yu and Chu Wen. Just as Chun Xiao prepared to shoot an arrow, she unexpectedly collided with Lu Yu, and coupled with the violent shaking of the helicopter, Jiang Linlin was abruptly flung out. Finding no suitable angle to grasp onto the helicopter, she descended towards the supermarket's ground. "Linlin!" Chu Xiaoran gasped, swiftly attempting to pull Chu Wen and Lu Yu up. Then, without hesitation, she leaped after Jiang Linlin. Xiao ran. Chu Wen reached out, but grasped nothing. He too wished to jump down and save her, yet was halted by Jun Yi. "Do not jump down and cause chaos. Stay here," Jun Yi succinctly instructed, and in the next moment he vanished from sight. There was no time to catch Jiang Linlin. He could only teleport to her side. However, such an action would undoubtedly draw attention and raise suspicions about his identity. During her descent, Jiang Linlin remained remarkably composed and alert, devoid of any trace of panic, firmly believing that Jun Yi would undoubtedly come to her rescue. As she plummeted, she noticed something glimmering faintly against the sunlight, seemingly attached to Lu Yu's waist. In that fleeting moment before she was cast away, she thought she caught a glimpse of Chun Zhao's triumphant smirk. Before she could fully contemplate this, she found herself enveloped in a frigid embrace. Upon lifting her gaze, she had yet to utter a word when she suddenly spotted Chu Xiaoran in free fall. Instinctively, she leaped from Junyi's arms, reaching out to catch Chu Xiaoran. This impulsive act elicited a furrowed brow from Junyi, who remained oblivious to the shift in his demeanor. Chapter 26. The terrifying scream shattered the skies. Jiang Linlin is not yet an evolved being. She is merely an ordinary person. If she had truly caught Chu Xiaoran with both hands, her bones would undoubtedly have fractured. Could she not use her intellect to ponder the situation? Junyi felt increasingly agitated the more he contemplated it. He positioned himself in front of Jiang Linlin and, extending his arms, embraced Chu Xiaoran. However, he did not allow her to linger in his embrace and gently placed her on the ground. Chu Xiaoran, still shaken, gazed at the two of them. Yet before assessing her own condition, she immediately began to inquire about Jiang Linlin. "Are you all right? Did you sustain any injuries?" "Eu truly terrified me. Sobi." Chu Xiaoran clung tightly to Jiang Linlin. Jiang Linlin smiled gently. I'm fine. What about you? How did you fall? It was not a mere accident. She had leaped down to save you. Yet it was a futile act that hindered rather than helped. Junyi replied coldly. Jiang Linlin cast a peculiar glance at him, unsure if it was merely her imagination, but she sensed that Junyi was angry. It seemed improbable. After all, wasn't Junyi merely a system devoid of emotions? Akin to a robot? How could it possibly feel anger? It must be her imagination. Chu Xiaoran also recognized that her actions were futile and would only burden Junyi further, yet she had not contemplated this before. Upon witnessing Jiang Linlin's fall, she instinctively followed suit. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to, Chu Xiaoran murmured. Her head bowed in guilt as she apologized to Junyi. Feeling guilty, Chu Xiaoran fell silent. Once stable, Jiang Linlin took the opportunity to observe her surroundings. Although they had fallen from the helicopter, they had not landed amidst the mutated creatures. Their current position was rather unique, as they had landed on a large triangular billboard situated above a supermarket, which featured a spacious area suitable for standing. From this point, one could jump down to the supermarket's rooftop. Chu peered over the edge, relieved to see that everyone was unhurt. As an evolved being, she knew that catching someone from such a height would not cause injury. Brother, are you all right? Lu Yu and Cheng Yi stood triumphantly above them. Lu Yu's earlier fear and panic now replaced with confidence. What do you mean by that? Chu shouted angrily. Lu Yu stifled a laugh. You're truly foolish. Did you really think I fell by accident? What do you mean? Chu's expression shifted dramatically. Lu Yu reveled in her reaction, bursting into laughter. You naive fool. Do you really think you can survive just by arriving at the newborn? That notion is utterly naive, though the newborn is a sanctuary for survivors. Its resources are limited. With each new arrival, the share diminishes. You useless newcomers only squander resources. It would be better if you Jiang Linlin cast a puzzled glance at him, unable to comprehend why this youth placed such unwavering trust in her. Did he not fear that she might turn out to be like Lu Yu and the others? Just as Chikawa hurried to Jiang Linlin's side, Qin Xiao had regained consciousness. He searched frantically for Chikawa, only to find him hiding behind the ladder, which ignited his fury, prompting him to curse vehemently. You all can wait for death, Qin Xiao exclaimed with a maniacal laugh, as if he could already envision the scene of them being torn apart by the monstrous creatures. Jiang Linlin truly could not fathom why this group possessed such vivid imaginations, nor why they deemed her an adversary. Clearly, collaboration could yield mutual benefits. Within this supermarket, resources were abundantly available. Regardless of the quantity, sharing was preferable to going without. Upon regaining her footing after plummeting from the helicopter, Jiang Linlin immediately sought Junyi to exchange her last 3 blue star stones for a special arrow. After Qin Xiao finished his triumphant laughter, Jiang Linlin swiftly drew forth the arrow, knocking it onto her bow, and aimed at the helicopter hovering above. This arrow, glowing red, caught the curious gaze of Qichuan, prompting Jiang Linlin to explain as she prepared to release it. This was not an ordinary arrow, although it appeared similar to the previous ones. Its point of impact would unleash a tremendous explosion. Just as she concluded her explanation, she released the arrow, which struck the helicopter, resulting in a spectacular explosion. The sound of the blast captivated everyone's attention, and they all looked up to witness the helicopter engulfed in flames, plummeting downward, crushing a multitude of mutated creatures beneath it. You! Qin Zhao's eyes widened in fury. Although he was enraged, he refrained from recklessly charging at Jiang Linlin, as he had discerned that this woman was not to be trifled with. Lacking absolute certainty, he opted for caution. Some matters necessitate prudence. It is better to be safe than sorry. Witnessing the helicopter's descent, Lu Yu, fueled by rage and the pain of her injuries, spat blood, exclaiming, Jiang Linlin, I will kill you. Struggling to rise from the ground, her anger clouded her judgment, and she was singularly focused on eliminating Jiang Linlin. In response, Chu Xiaoran quickly kicked Cheng Yi aside and stepped forward to shield Jiang Linlin. Chu Wan, who had been poised for an attack, sighed in resignation and took a step back, positioning himself beside Jiang Linlin to protect her. Crazy woman, it's you who deserves to die, Chu Xiaoran shouted, delivering a powerful kick to Lu Yu's knee. Lu Yu collapsed to the ground with a thud. Due to the force of Chu Xiaoran's strike and the presence of a hole beneath Lu Yu, the advertisement board tore, and Lu Yu fell through the gap. Ah! She screamed in terror. Her cries drew the attention of Cheng Yi and Chen Xiao, who rushed to the hole in an attempt to rescue her. But alas, they were too late. Lu Yu had already fallen onto the supermarket's rooftop. Numerous mutated creatures had already scaled the rooftop, and although Lu Yu survived the fall, she was now frantically fleeing in fear. Thanks to her enhanced physical capabilities as an evolved being, the creatures were momentarily unable to catch up with her. After a brief period, Lu Yu regained her composure and, despite not understanding how she was able to run so swiftly, recognized it as a fortuitous advantage. Thus, she began to adeptly evade the mutated creatures while searching for suitable weapons to defend herself against their advances. This crazy woman has an extraordinary knack for survival. Chu Xiaoran spat at the hole. Seeing that Lu Yu was unharmed, Chen Xiao and Cheng Yi both exhaled in relief, standing side by side. Their faces darkened as they glared at Jiang Linlin and her companions. "You are doomed," they declared. Unlike Lu Yu, who remained oblivious to her own evolution, Chen Xiao and Cheng Yi were aware of their superior physical attributes. Consequently, they had effectively protected Lu Yu, which inadvertently left her unaware of her own transformation. "We must admit, we previously underestimated you. We thought you were no different from other newcomers, easily dealt with. It appears we were mistaken," they remarked, their voices filled with ominous certainty. "Yet, this does not alter your inevitable demise. We are no longer ordinary individuals. We are the chosen ones of this apocalypse. To perish at my hands would indeed be an honor." As they spoke with unwavering confidence, Jiang Linlin could hardly suppress a laugh, and ultimately, she let it escape. "Surely, you do not believe that your superior physical prowess makes you anything other than ordinary?" She mused, stifling her laughter. "Oh, why not test that theory?" Chen Xiao and Cheng Yi assumed Jiang Linlin was oblivious to their transformation. In unison, they lunged toward her, yet Jiang Linlin remained unfazed. With a mischievous grin, she leaped behind Junyi. "Junyi, you cannot harm humans, but surely you cannot stand idly by while I am in danger. So, carrying me away should be an acceptable course of action, yes?" Jiang Linlin pressed closely against Junyi, playfully winking up at him. In that fleeting moment, Junyi sensed an inexplicable disquiet within him. Despite their differing physical capabilities, they had always resorted to using their fists against newcomers, and this instance was no exception. Nestled in Junyi's embrace, Jiang Linlin felt an overwhelming sense of security. Chu Xiaoran and Chu Wen swiftly joined the fray, unwilling to stand idly by as Jiang Linlin was relentlessly pursued. With their arrival, Chen Xiao and Cheng Yi began to realize that the tides of battle were shifting. Emulating Jiang Linlin, both Chu Xiaoran and Chu Wen had concealed several daggers upon their persons, as both sides comprised evolvers. The presence of weapons on one side and the absence on the other made the outcome all too clear. Furthermore, not all evolvers were created equal. Chu Xiaoran and Chu Wen were advanced evolvers. Thus it was not long before Chen Xiao and Cheng Yi were swiftly overwhelmed. "It's impossible. How could you possibly defeat us?" Chen Xiao exclaimed in disbelief as he fell to the ground. Chu Xiaoran cast them a disdainful glance, retorting, "Because you are worthless." Just as she prepared to eliminate the two, a sudden, violent shuddering of the advertisement board beneath her feet caught her off guard. In the next instant, the board toppled toward the ground. Chapter 28. Junyi disappeared into thin air. The advertisement boards beneath them shattered, sending everyone plummeting onto the supermarket roof. The cacophony of chaos drew the attention of Lu Yu, who was in flight, while the heat emanating from their bodies attracted mutated creatures. Some of the mutated beings that had been pursuing Lu Yu now turned their attention toward them. "Fishy!" Chen Xiao and Cheng Yi exclaimed excitedly as they rushed towards Lu Yu, but Jiang Linlin and her companions had no time to concern themselves with them, for the mutated creatures had already surged forth before them. Beware of those attempting to ambush from behind. Upon uttering these words, Jiang Linlin swiftly unsheathed her bow and arrow to eliminate the mutated creatures that besieged her. This location was teeming with mutations, albeit of a lower grade. These lesser aberrations lacked the capacity for human-like thought and were therefore devoid of fear. The true menace did not lie within this horde of mutated beings, but rather with the trio of Lu Yu who had just descended alongside them. Linlin, the number of mutated creatures here is escalating, and we cannot possibly slay them all. We shall be exhausted if we remain in this predicament, Chu Shaoran remarked, deftly wielding her dagger as she cleared the mutated foes that approached them. Jiang Linlin was acutely aware that continuing down this path was untenable. She glanced around and spotted the staircase, for which the mutated creatures had emerged. Her peripheral vision caught sight of the wreckage of a fallen helicopter, flames still flickering around it. "This way, follow me," she commanded. Upon hearing Jiang Linlin's words, Chu Shaoran immediately followed her toward the helicopter wreckage, with Chu Wan and Qi Chuan close behind, unwavering in their resolve. Upon reaching the skeletal remains of the helicopter, Jiang Linlin promptly produced a makeshift safe haven. Although it was compact, it could accommodate several individuals if they huddled closely together. The moment the safe haven materialized, the pursuing mutated creatures lost their sense of direction, wandering momentarily before veering towards Lu Yu and her companions. The reason Jiang Linlin opted for the safe haven here was the transparent glass skylight she had observed beneath the helicopter's remains. "What shall we do next?" "We need to shatter the glass," Jiang Linlin explained. "There are numerous mutated creatures below. Earlier, I noticed a delivery truck at the entrance of the helicopter. It should still be operational. Our objective is that truck." The others immediately grasped Jiang Linlin's intention, as long as they could reach the vicinity of the base. Help would arrive. After a portion of the mutated creatures had dispersed, Lu Yu and her companions felt a marked sense of relief. Yet they gradually noticed an increase in the number of mutated beings once more. Lu Yu scanned her surroundings and observed Jiang Linlin and her group standing unharmed by the side of the helicopter wreckage, untouched by any of the creatures. An idea sparked in her mind. She called out to her companions, "Chun Xiao, Chungyi, let us run towards them. They must have a strategy to confront these monsters." Upon hearing this, Chun Xiao and Chang Yi recognized that Jiang Linlin and her group were indeed safe, seemingly unnoticed by the mutated creatures. They immediately ran toward Jiang Linlin. Noticing their approach, Qi Chuan anxiously asked, "They're coming this way, accompanied by a horde of monsters. What shall we do?" Chu Shaoran and Chu Wen were in the midst of breaking the glass when they heard Qi Chuan's words. They paused momentarily, stepping closer to Jiang Linlin. The safe haven was inherently small, and previously, the others had made room to provide them with a slight space to break the glass. If Lu Yu and her companions attempted to squeeze in, someone would undoubtedly be pushed out. Moreover, they were not particularly welcoming of Lu Yu's group. "Shaoran, continue breaking the glass. We must descend swiftly. Otherwise, it will become even more troublesome when Lu Yu's group arrives." Jiang Linlin grasped Chu Shaoran, pulling her behind her. Chu Shaoran nodded, refraining from arguing with Jiang Linlin, as she was well aware that among the group, her physical prowess was the most formidable. Thus, she continued to strike the glass beneath her feet with the remnants of the helicopter skeleton. It was uncertain what material the glass was composed of, for it appeared remarkably resilient. "Help us! Save us!" In an instant, Lu Yu and her companions had dashed to a short distance in front of Jiang Linlin. Without delay, Jiang Linlin loosed an arrow, which embedded itself in the ground before Lu Yu's feet, forcing her to halt her advance. "If you dare to take another step forward, the next arrow will find its mark in your hearts," Jiang Linlin declared coldly. Lu Yu narrowed her eyes, undeterred by Jiang Linlin's words. "If you possessed such skill, that arrow would have struck my heart, not the ground before me." With that, she sidestepped the arrow and continued her charge toward Jiang Linlin. Jiang Linlin furrowed her brows in surprise. She had not anticipated Lu Yu's sudden enlightenment. Indeed, she could not strike Lu Yu, for the multitude of mutated creatures surrounding them rendered her aim uncertain. That arrow had been directed toward Lu Yu's heart, but a mutated creature swaying before her had caused her shot to go awry. Chu Wan, armed with a dagger, remained vigilant, closely observing the movements of the three individuals. Just as Chang Yi was about to approach, he unexpectedly stepped beyond the confines of the safe house, delivering a swift kick that sent Chang Yi sprawling. Subsequently, he inflicted a wound on Chang Ye's leg with his dagger. Jiang Linlin was not idle either. She shot an arrow that struck Chen Xiao's arm. As she prepared to release a second arrow, it was too late. Chen Xiao had already dashed in front of her and forcefully pushed her out of the safe house. Linlin, Chu Xiaoran, anxiously smashing the glass, stood up, eager to confront Chen Xiao, but Jiang Linlin swiftly dissuaded her. Stay back, I can handle this. Hurry and break the glass, otherwise we won't escape. Chu Xiaoran felt frantic, but could only comply with Jiang Linlin's command. As the number of mutated creatures had already doubled since before, Chen Xiao was unconcerned with them. Upon seeing Jiang Linlin on the ground, he charged towards her, intent on delivering a blow. Jiang Linlin, being merely an ordinary person, was utterly incapable of withstanding the lethal strike of an evolved being. At that moment, Junyi suddenly appeared before her, gently lifting her from the ground and firmly absorbing Chen Xiao's attack. Yunyi, please move aside. Jiang Linlin is aware of Junye's formidable abilities, yet he is incapable of inflicting harm upon humanity and must instead endure passive assaults. Although such words may sound heartfelt and touching, Junye's tone and demeanor are undeniably too indifferent. Please just leave. Jiang Linlin noticed a trickle of blood seeping from Junye's lips, and his complexion grew increasingly pallid. I'm Fine. Junyi furrowed his brows. Jiang Linlin was uncertain about the repercussions of Junye's injury, but she was certain that there would be no benefits. She gritted her teeth, a wave of helplessness surging within her. If only she were stronger. In her current state, she was unable to protect even those closest to her, let alone consider building a sanctuary for the survivors. All right, hurry, smash it. I will leap down to catch you. Junyi vanished into thin air. Chapter 29. Those were not teeth that any human could possess. Yunyi. He first assisted Qi Chuan down and then called out loudly for Jiang Linlin, urging her to come quickly. Jiang Linlin furrowed her brows, helplessly turning away and gritting her teeth as she leapt down. Deep within her heart, she harbored great concern for Junyi, having never before encountered a situation where he had vanished so abruptly. As she plummeted, a chilling mechanical voice unexpectedly resonated in her mind. System 0 is temporarily unable to manifest in human form due to external interference. The system's core is diligently undergoing repairs. Please be patient, host. Jiang Linlin hurriedly inquired. Is he all right? Is he just temporarily unavailable? It is a relief that Junyi is fine. Linlin, how are you? Are you injured? Jiang Linlin. Her concern evident in her voice. Jiang Linlin shook her head, insisting that there was nothing to worry about, and urged everyone to hasten their departure. With a collective nod, they swiftly unleashed their respective skills and dashed toward the supermarket's exit, effortlessly dealing with the mutated creatures that crossed their path. Along the way, Jiang Linlin made sure to collect the fallen blue star stone. Upon witnessing her leap down, Lu Yu and the others promptly followed suit. As they fled, Jiang Linlin spotted a bottle of cooking oil on the shelf. Without hesitation, she seized the container and instructed her companions. Pour the oil on the ground to prevent Lu Yu and his group from catching up. Understood. Chu Xiaoran and the others mimicked Jiang Linlin's actions, spilling the oil onto the tiled floor of the supermarket. The slick surface rendered it nearly impossible for Lu Yu and his companions to run. Any attempt to do so would result in a fall. Jiang Linlin, you wretched woman! Lu Yu bellowed in frustration. Left with no choice, they could only cling to the shelves as they slowly made their way toward the exit. Jiang Linlin disregarded Lu Yu's vituperation, and from a distance, she noticed that the supermarket's entrance was firmly shut. Uncertain whether it could be opened, she casually seized a survival hammer from the shelves. Oh no! What to do? Chu Xiaoran kicked open a mutated creature, anxiously glancing towards Jiang Linlin. Jiang Linlin smiled faintly, retrieving the survival hammer she had just acquired, and with a decisive swing, shattered the glass door. Hurry! The group dashed to the side of the truck, swiftly clearing the area of the mutated creatures. Chu Wen took the initiative to occupy the driver's seat, attempting to start the engine. The roar of the engine erupted, and Chu Wen's face lit up with excitement as he urged Chu Xiaoran and the others to get in. However, when he turned his head, his smile instantly froze in place. Chu Xiaoran had been seized by Lu Yu, and despite her fierce attempts to fight back, Lu Yu refused to release her grip. "Get off me, you wretched woman." Seeing a horde of mutated creatures charging from behind, Chu Xiaoran, in a panic, exerted even more strength, but Lu Yu felt her arm crack, yet still held on. "Take us with you. Otherwise, you'll remain here to accompany us in death." Realizing the gravity of the situation, Jiang Linlin quickly drew her bow, aiming at Lu Yu, but just then, Chun Xiao suddenly rushed over, knocking her down while simultaneously choking her, threatening, "Open the door quickly." Coughing, Jiang Linlin desperately struck at Chun Xiao's hand, but her efforts proved futile. "Chengyi, get in the car." Lu Yu called out to Chengyi behind her, but in the next moment, a spray of blood splattered across her face. A claw, dripping with crimson, loomed before her. Terrified, she looked up to see a creature resembling a distorted human figure, holding Cheng Ye's severed head. Overwhelmed by the horror, Lu Yu felt her strength drain away. Chu Xiaoran, though frightened, seized the opportunity to climb towards the truck. Hearing Lu Yu's cry of terror, Chen Xiao disregarded his threat to Chu Wan and dragged Jiang Linlin toward Lu Yu. Jiang Linlin's consciousness waned, and seizing the fleeting clarity of her mind, she exerted herself to grasp the dagger at her waist. After several attempts, she finally succeeded. Without hesitation, she plunged the dagger into Chun Xiao's hand. In agony, Chen Xiao flung Jiang Linlin aside, but retaliated with a vicious kick. "You wretched creature!" Chu when it already alighted from the vehicle, and upon witnessing the peculiar monstrosity, fear gripped him. Trembling, he hurriedly pulled Jiang Linlin and Chu Xiaoran into the car. Once the two were safely inside, Chi Chuan promptly shut the door, only to be thwarted as a pair of menacing claws seized the car door, resisting all his attempts to close it. As fresh air filled her lungs, Jiang Linlin gradually regained her senses and recognized the creature clinging to the door. It was a highly advanced mutant. Jiang Linlin's eyes widened in astonishment as she hastily drew her bow to shoot at him. Yet the advanced mutated creature effortlessly caught her arrow. Jiang Linlin and her companions were caught off guard when the vehicle suddenly lurched forward, leaving them lingering in the dread of the advanced mutated creatures. Nearly flung from their seats, the formidable beings had fixated their gaze upon them as they departed, yet they did not pursue. Recalling those emerald green eyes, Jiang Linlin swallowed hard, still shaken. "Linlin, that monster didn't chase us. What kind of creature was that?" Chu Xiaoran exclaimed joyfully as she settled beside Jiang Linlin. Jiang Linlin glanced up and noticed that the high-level variant was still observing them. She furrowed her brow and explained, "The advanced mutant, which you may refer to as the high variant, possesses intelligence. There must be a reason why it is not pursuing us. It is likely due to something along this path that instills fear in it. What could possibly frighten it?" Chu Xiaoran asked, her eyes filled with trepidation as she cast a glance at the high variant. "Is there something even more formidable than the advanced level? I have never encountered one, only heard tales. The super mutants bear an identical appearance to humans, yet when they attack, they can transform into their mutated forms. When they're not transformed, it is nearly impossible to distinguish them from ordinary humans." So, does that mean anyone around us could potentially be a super mutant? Chu Xiaoran's fear intensified. Jiang Linlin chuckled helplessly, acknowledging the likelihood of such an occurrence, though she noted that transformations were rare and the criteria for evolving into such a state were exceedingly stringent. "Oh, well, that's a relief," Chu Xiaoran sighed in relief. However, at that moment, Chu Wan abruptly slammed on the brakes, causing Chu Xiaoran to collide directly into Jiang Linlin's embrace. In the next instant, Chu Wan flung open the car door, revealing a charming young girl beside him. "Hello, I'm Yuan Qingqing." She greeted them with a sweet smile, displaying her sharp, pointed teeth, an indication that they were not the kind typically found in humans. Chapter 30. Let be, each has their fate. Yu. "Hello," Chu Xiaoran stammered as she greeted Yuan Qingqing, trembling slightly. How could a chilling tale turn into an uncanny reality right before her eyes? Jiang Linlin regarded her with a wary gaze. Yuan Qingqing, sensing the unwelcoming demeanor of the two, felt a pang of injustice. She retreated to a corner, her head bowed, murmuring, "I apologize, esteemed sisters. It is I who am too frightening. I'm fully aware that my appearance is intimidating. Upon seeing two beautiful sisters just now, I momentarily forgot about this fact. I'm truly sorry. Her words stirred a hint of compassion in Chu Xiaoran. Jiang Linlin remained vigilant, her gaze fixed on Yuan Qingqing. If you two sisters are afraid of me, I can leave. I apologize for frightening you, Yuan Qingqing stated as she approached the door of the carriage. Jiang Linlin interjected, Wait, it's dangerous outside. Yuan Qingqing halted in her tracks, turning around with surprise, and asked, Are you no longer afraid of me? What is wrong with your teeth? Jiang Linlin inquired coldly. Yuan Qingqing bit her lips slightly, pondering for a moment before continuing, Everyone around me is terrified, wishing to end my life. I was cast into a pit of monsters, yet curiously, those monsters did not harm me. Instead, they eliminated those who sought to harm me. Ever since then, I have hidden here until I encounter that brother just now, along with you sisters. Upon hearing Yuan Qingqing's account, Jiang Linlin felt a twinge of astonishment. Based on Yuan Qingqing's description, it was evident that she was indeed a highly unusual transformation. Jiang Linlin was not particularly familiar with the concept of supermutation, so she promptly inquired within her mind, Is it possible to access information on supermutation? Please hold on, querying. Supermutants, commonly referred to as supermutation, formed through various means, represent the highest level of mutation currently identified. 1. Natural mutation, where low, medium, and high-level mutations possess differing probabilities of evolution. Intelligence and cognitive abilities are the lowest among all methods. 2. Genetic mutation, where individuals bitten by a mutant have a minuscule chance of becoming a supermutant. They are likely unaware of their transformation. 3. External interference, where an individual actively administers substances to another, potentially leading to mutation into a supermutant, albeit with a very low probability. Based on the system's description and combining it with Yuan Qingqing's own words, it seemed highly probable that she belonged to the second category, genetic mutation. It is possible that she was entirely unaware of her transformation into a supermutant. Much like humans, supermutants only attack when they have a purpose. Otherwise, they behave indistinguishably from ordinary individuals. If Yuan Qingqing truly was a supermutant, she indeed represented a ticking time bomb. However, it cannot be denied that if their relationship were to be maintained effectively, she would serve as a formidable weapon. What about your parents? Jiang Linlin inquired. Well, you should follow us for now. Jiang Linlin hesitated for a moment, yet ultimately resolved to keep Yuan Qingqing by her side, even if she were indeed in peril. June, you would be capable of handling it. Thank you, sister, Yuan Qingqing exclaimed, elated. She nestled closely against Jiang Linlin, who did not refuse her. For if the adversaries wished to strike, there was no need for prior preparation. They could not evade capture regardless. Throughout their journey, Chu Xiaoran remained vigilant, her thoughts consumed with concerns about the potential dangers lurking around them. After a tense and anxious trek, they safely arrived at the base of the newcomers. Chen Weidong had already assembled a team to await their arrival. Upon spotting a truck approaching, they swiftly armed themselves and surrounded the vehicle. Chu Wen hurriedly emerged from the driver's seat, exclaiming, It's us. We are the team sent to search for survivors. Recognizing familiar faces. Chen Weidong immediately instructed those around him to lower their weapons and welcomed them warmly. However, he soon realized that only Jiang Linlin and her companions had disembarked from the truck, prompting him to question curiously, Is it just you? Where are Lu Yu and the others? Upon understanding the situation, he advised, Then you should rest quickly. Once back inside, Jiang Linlin and Yuan Qingqing sat facing one another. Yuan Qingqing blinked her adorable eyes, beaming at Jiang Linlin. Were it not for her teeth, Jiang Linlin would genuinely perceive her as an exceedingly charming girl. I shall call you Qingqing. You must be cautious. Do not reveal your teeth here, for there is a high likelihood they would capture you for research purposes. This was no mere exaggeration. The base was populated not only by ordinary individuals, but also by numerous experimental researchers who would certainly seize Yuan Qingqing if they discovered her. Understood. Thank you, sister. Besides you, they all fear me. Yuan Qingqing recalled past events, her head drooping in sorrow. Jiang Linlin shook her head helplessly with a sigh, gently stroking Yuan Qingqing's head, reassuring her, It's all right. It's all in the past. Things will get better from now on. Upon hearing these words, Yuan Qingqing nodded happily, yet another question surfaced in her mind. After much hesitation, she resolved to voice it. Jiang Linlin pondered deeply. She was now certain whether Yuan Qingqing was indeed a super anomaly. If she were to disclose her suspicions carelessly, would it instill fear in her? Would it lead Yuan Qingqing to detest her? Noticing Jiang Linlin's reluctance, Yuan Qingqing thoughtfully said, "Sister, I'm sorry for asking too much. I want tea, bring it up again." Observing the fragile and sensitive Yuan Qingqing, Jiang Linlin furrowed her brows, replying, "It's not that you asked too much. Rather, I'm uncertain how to convey this to you. I'm also not sure if my thoughts are accurate. Let me confirm before I tell you." "Really?" Yuan Qingqing exclaimed joyfully. As long as she could overlook Yuan Qingqing's teeth and the possibility of her being a super anomaly, Jiang Linlin found herself quite fond of the little girl. Chapter 31, SSS Level Task. ISNT this tailor-made? After conversing further with Yuan Qingqing, Jiang Linlin gradually realized that she was indeed a profoundly unfortunate child. The orphanage's headmistress had subjected her to relentless abuse. Receiving leftover food was a luxury, as her daily sustenance was akin to that fit for dogs. When the AP Jiang Linlin gently patted her back, ensuring she slumbered more comfortably. Observing the sweet smile that graced her face in sleep, Jiang Linlin felt a pang of distress within her. The safe house must be constructed swiftly. After lulling Yuan Qingqing into a deeper sleep, Jiang Linlin opened the system panel to review her achievements for the day. Since this panel was visible only to her and Junyi, she felt no apprehension even if Yuan Qingqing were to awaken suddenly. Blue Star Stones, 105 pieces exchange options. 1. Spaceland. 1. 10 pieces required per unit. 2. Building material package. 21. 5 pieces required per unit. 3. Bow. An arrow upgrade card fragment. 5. Exchanging 6 can synthesize a bow and arrow upgrade card. Elevating low-tier bows to mid-tier bows. 20 pieces required per fragment. Jiang Linlin glanced once more at her current possessions. Backpack storage. 200 square meters of land. A basic bow and arrow, a building materials package, and a safe house. Originally, she had 3 blue star stones left after her last exchange for land. But in pursuit of shooting down that helicopter, Jiang Linlin had spent her remaining blue star stones to acquire a special rocket. Jiang Linlin pondered carefully and ultimately exchanged for a plot of land and fragments of the archery upgrade card. Exchanged 10 blue star stones for 1 space plot. Exchanged 80 blue star stones for 4 archery upgrade card fragments. Remaining blue star stones, 15 one by one. The exchange notifications appeared on the panel. Jiang Linlin turned off the data information, gently placed Yuan Qingqing aside, and then lay down beside her. At present, she possessed 4 fragments of the bow upgrade card. Redeeming just 2 would enable her to upgrade the bow, which was of utmost importance to her. In addition to upgrading the bow, she also needed to evolve into an evolver swiftly. With this thought in mind, Jiang Linlin reopened the data panel, browsing through the tasks to see if any offered rewards of advanced evolution agents. Last time, Junyi had searched thoroughly for her, but found no tasks. She wondered if any new ones had emerged today. After searching for a long while, Jiang Linlin failed to discover any tasks with such rewards. Just as she was about to give up, the words "reward," advanced evolution agent caught her eye. She immediately clicked on the task details. SSS level task. Subdue a super mutant. Completion is considered when the dependence of the super mutant on the host reaches 100. Rewards. 5 advanced evolution agents. 50 ordinary evolution agents. 500 building material packs. 1 universal fragment of weapon upgrade card. 100 square meters of space land. 1 safety cabin of 10 cubic meters. Earlier, Jiang Linlin had only noticed the phrase advanced evolution agent and completely overlooked the subsequent rewards. Now, upon opening the details, she was utterly astounded. Her hand acted before her mind could catch up, and she clicked claim. Once she regained her composure, Jiang Linlin was overwhelmed with joy. The rewards were extraordinarily generous. Was this akin to a pie falling from the sky? Had she not encountered Yuan Qingqing, Jiang Linlin would have deemed this task impossible to accomplish. Not to mention the perilous nature of the super mutant, capturing one seemed utterly unfeasible. Merely locating a super mutant was an arduous task. As long as she protected Yuan Qingqing diligently, This task appeared tailor-made for her. Sister, what's wrong? Am I dreaming? Yuan Qingqing stirred awake from Jiang Linlin's embrace. The smile on Jiang Linlin's face was unmistakable, and she had no intention of hiding it. Yuan Qingqing made a soft sound, nudged closer to Jiang Linlin, and fell back asleep in an instant. At that moment, a task notification suddenly appeared before Jiang Linlin's eyes. SSS level task in progress. Current dependence of supermutant on host. 5. Once the transparent task frame vanished, a progress bar appeared above Yuan Qingqing's head, also indicating 5. Additionally, a line of text displayed. Active query for progress available. Jiang Linlin furrowed her brows in confusion, struggling to comprehend the meaning. However, in the next moment, the progress bar above Yuan's head vanished, as if nothing had transpired. Jiang Linlin pondered for a moment, attempting to summon the system to inquire about the query super transformation dependency. Just as she completed her call, a progress bar appeared above Yuan Qingqing's head, only to vanish shortly thereafter. So this is what it means. Chapter 32. Qingqing can annihilate the monsters. Noticing the serene slumber of Yuan Qingqing, Jiang Linlin stretched languidly, preparing to lie down and rest for a while. However, before she could settle, a sudden knocking resounded at the door. Everyone inside, come out quickly. There's an urgent mission. The coarse knocking startled Yuan Qingqing awake. Instinctively, she made to rush out, but Jiang Linlin managed to restrain her, allowing Yuan Qingqing to regain her composure. I apologize, sister. I seem to have almost lost control of my emotions just now. Jiang Linlin gently caressed Yuan Qingqing's head, reassuring her with tender words. It's all right. I am here by your side. The sudden disturbance had startled Yuan Qingqing, who had instinctively recoiled when the door was knocked on rudely. After calming her down, Jiang Linlin opened the door, only to find the newcomer area in chaos, with everyone appearing anxious and hastily moving towards the exit. The person who had just notified her was now banging on someone else's door in the same brusque and urgent manner. Chu Xiaoran peeked out from the adjacent room and, upon seeing the equally perplexed Jiang Linlin, approached her. She noticed Yuan Qingqing instinctively retreating a step. Linlin, what is happening? Yuan Qingqing nodded obediently, clutching Jiang Linlin's clothes tightly. Observing the hint of fear in Chu Xiaoran's gaze, Jiang Linlin resolved to find an opportunity to explain the situation to her, so as to avoid any misunderstandings for Yuan Qingqing. Upon reaching the spacious square, they encountered a solemn Chen Weidong, whose serious demeanor was unlike anything they had witnessed before. Everyone, he began, though you are newcomers and should not typically be involved in such missions, the situation has arisen unexpectedly and is extremely urgent. Allow me to summarize the circumstances for you. It is imperative that you remember this. A multitude of monsters has appeared outside the base, and our frontline fighters are insufficient. Should our defense falter, no one will survive. Therefore, I implore you to exert your utmost effort in providing support. There are no special requirements for this mission. We only hope that while assisting, you can also safeguard yourselves. After hearing Chen Weidong's words, a few impassioned youths promptly followed the directives to aid in the support, while others hesitated for a moment before joining them. Jiang Linlin and several others gathered together, awaiting her command. After listening to Chen Weidong's account, Jiang Linlin felt an unsettling sense of discord. If there were nothing to entice the mutated creatures, they would not converge en masse toward a single target. The fact that this group of mutated beings had a clear objective, the new base, indicated that there must be something within the base that they desired. The only possible allure could be the Queen Mother, or perhaps. Jiang Linlin shifted her gaze to Yuan Qingqing, and then to the concept of super transformation. Super transformation does not merely attract mutants. It exerts control, with each instance capable of commanding tens of thousands of mutants. Contemplating this, Jiang Linlin crouched down and gently lifted Jiang Linlin into her arms, asking softly, "Are you afraid of those monsters?" Yuan Qingqing bit her lip, hesitatingly glancing at Chu Xiaoran and the others behind Jiang Linlin. Jiang Linlin discerned her apprehensions and, with a gentle smile, added that they also held great affection for Qingqing and would not fear her. Is that truly the case? Yuan Qingqing inquired softly. Although Chu Xiaoran still harbored fears, Chu Wen remained oblivious to the transformations at hand. Upon first laying eyes on Yuan Qingqing, he was instantly reminded of Chu Xiaoran's childhood. Then Qingqing is not afraid. Qingqing can vanquish those monstrous beings and protect her older siblings. Yuan Qingqing joyfully waved her delicate little fists. Jiang Linlin smiled gently. All right, soon we shall venture out to assist the older siblings. Yuan Qingqing replied with enthusiasm. Great. Noticing Chu Xiaoran's fearful gaze directed toward Yuan Qingqing, Jiang Linlin felt compelled to swiftly inform her of the situation. Should Yuan Qingqing become frightened and distance herself, the opportunity for substantial rewards would slip away. The dire consequences of Yuan Qingqing falling under the influence of ill-intentioned individuals were unimaginable. Chu Wen, who held a deep affection for Yuan Qingqing, readily acquiesced to this request, tenderly taking her from Jiang Linlin's embrace and soothing her with gentle words. It was shocking to witness such cruelty. That group of people truly deserve their fate. How could they label a mere child as a harbinger of misfortune? It was only fitting that they met their end at the hands of the mutated creatures. Chu Xiaoran vented her frustration. Thus, we must diligently protect Qingqing. With renewed determination, Chu Wen exclaimed, Indeed, let us set forth. He was one of the passionate youths, having previously yearned to charge in a battle alongside that group. Yet his priority lay in safeguarding Chu Xiaoran and Jiang Linlin. At the southern side of the base, beyond the southern wall, Jiang Linlin, proficient in ranged attacks, gently cradled Yuan and ascended the defensive line atop the wall, while the others proceeded to the defenses below. Gazing outward from the base, a dense mass of mutated creatures loomed ominously. Before the fortifications, numerous evolvers from the base were valiantly resisting the onslaught of the aberrant entities. Do not merely stand there and observe. Hurry and lend a hand, urged a disgruntled archer at Jiang Linlin's side as she assessed the situation. Jiang Linlin nodded, feeling a sense of guilt as she realized she had been engrossed in the spectacle for far too long. While those around her were diligently engaged in combating the mutated creatures, she had merely been an observer. Reflecting on this, she promptly retrieved her bow and arrows. However, a question escaped her lips, tinged with curiosity. Why aren't you utilizing the bows and arrows provided by headquarters? Are your weapons truly effective? It takes specialized arrows to vanquish those monsters. Jiang Linlin chose to disregard the words of those around her, her focus unwavering as she aimed at the mutated creature below the wall, while Yuan Qing gently stood beside her, guarding her. Noticing Jiang Linlin's indifference, the woman immediately set aside her bow in annoyance and began to berate her. I see by your attire that you are from the novice zone. I, however, am an evolved being from the city center. How dare you ignore my words? Chapter 33. What a kind-hearted girl you are. Do you even know who I am? How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Aren't you afraid I might kill you? The man threatened, anger evident in his voice. At that moment, Jiang Linlin released an arrow, striking the mutated creature squarely in the head. This is hardly the time for a quarrel, Jiang Linlin remarked, furrowing her brow. You. His words fell silent, leaving him momentarily speechless. Yet, feeling humiliated by being reprimanded by a mere girl, he rolled his eyes and sought to provoke her once more. I do not wish to argue with you. I merely desire a modicum of respect. You are far too disrespectful. And who are you? Jiang Linlin halted her assault on the mutated creatures entirely, casting an impatient glance at the man. Since you have nothing to do with me, why should I extend you any respect? What are you? Do you even deserve it? Jiang Linlin was truly exasperated by this man. Before her arrival, she had no inkling of the severity of the situation. The mutated creatures were on the verge of breaching the defense line, yet this man continued to engage her in trivial conversations. In such dire circumstances, should not the foremost priority be the protection of everyone? Instead of squabbling with her, he would be better off eliminating a few more of those mutated beings. How dare you speak to me like that? The man was incensed by Jiang Linlin's words. Jiang Linlin was preoccupied with eliminating the mutants, leaving her no time to engage in quarrels with men. Thus, after he finished speaking, she swiftly brought him down to the ground with a firm stomp. Silence. Be quiet. Jiang Linlin stood resolutely atop the southern defense platform, her expression grave as she swiftly eliminated the mutated creatures beyond the wall. Amidst the chaos, she spotted Chu Xiaoran and Chu when charging forward, besieged by a throng of aberrations. Without hesitation, Jiang Linlin began to dispatch the surrounding mutants, clearing a path for them. The man had intended to voice his thoughts. Yet upon witnessing Jiang Linlin's gallant demeanor, an unusual glimmer flickered in his eyes. "Let me go. I will assist you," the man, pinned beneath her foot, uttered with a hint of resignation, no longer struggling. Jiang Linlin glanced down at him and noticed that he seemed considerably calmer, as if the desire to argue had dissipated. Thus, she released him. Now free, the man stood beside Jiang Linlin, picked up his bow and arrows, and assisted her in eliminating the mutated creatures. "My name is Wang Xiaoyang. May I inquire your name?" he asked casually. Jiang Linlin chose to ignore him, feigning unawareness as her actions of eliminating the mutated creatures intensified. Wang Xiaoyang, undeterred by her indifference, found himself increasingly captivated by her demeanor. As the mutated beings relentlessly surged towards the base, Jiang Linlin's brows furrowed deeper. She understood that this course of action could not persist, for this group would soon succumb to their plight. Consequently, she paused her efforts, lowered herself, and gently cradled Yuan Qingqing, softly inquiring, "Qingqing, sister wishes to take you down to vanquish the monsters. Would you be afraid?" Jiang Linlin smiled with a sense of relief. Although a significant part of her decision to keep Yuan Qingqing by her side was for the sake of the mission, it cannot be denied that she genuinely cherished the young girl. "All right, prepare yourselves. We are about to charge forward." MHM. Even though Jiang Linlin had not yet transformed into a mutant, the ordinary potions she consumed had indeed enhanced her physical capabilities, albeit without completely altering her essence. Thus, despite the formidable height of the wall, she was assured of her safety. "Hey, wait, what are you planning to do?" Wang Xiaoyang reached out, intending to grasp Jiang Linlin, but only managed to seize a fleeting wisp of air. He leaned against the wall, his eyes wide with astonishment as he observed every movement of Jiang Linlin as she leaped down. Jiang Linlin cradled Yuan Qingqing in one arm while brandishing a dagger in the other, relentlessly advancing towards the throng of mutated creatures. Chu Xiaoran yearned to rush to her aid, but was restrained by the other evolvers nearby. "Little girl, are you out of your mind? Do you really intend to charge in there? You'll perish. We must remain here to safeguard the walls." Despite her struggles to break free, the well-meaning evolvers, unwilling to witness her demise, rendered her unconscious and sent her to the rear. Chu Wan, sharing the same impulse to save Jiang Linlin, met a similar fate, being knocked unconscious and dispatched to the back as well. During their transit, their escorts couldn't help but voice their discontent. "I said we shouldn't allow the newcomers to come support us. Look, they only complicate matters." However, Jiang Linlin's situation amidst the mutated beings was not as perilous as they had imagined. In fact, she was considerably safer. She discovered that the creatures merely encircled her without aggression, shifting in accordance with her movements. Contemplating her next move, she suddenly dashed in the direction opposite the base, prompting the mutated creatures to pursue her hastily. Those defending against the invasion within the base witnessed this astonishing scene. A young girl sprinting ahead, clutching a smaller child, with a horde of mutated beings in relentless pursuit. Several individuals recognized Jiang Linlin as the one who had just leapt into the fray, and they began to murmur in astonishment. "She did this to save us. What a selfless act. Look how swiftly she runs. She must be an evolver. But even if she is, what good will it do? Look at that immense army of monsters. She will inevitably exhaust herself and be captured. Oh, what a fine girl. Does anyone know her name? I must remember it. No, I've never seen her before. She must be from a newcomer zone, as I Haven T spotted her in the main city." At that moment, Chun Weidong, who was escorting newcomers, witnessed Jiang Linlin's actions and overheard the discussions around him, his emotions a tangled web. "Her name is Jiang Linlin. She hails from the newcomer zone. She just arrived 2 days ago." He recalled having discreetly warned her about the dangers posed by Chu Tianxing, as he found her quite beautiful and wished to protect her. He remembered how sorrowful she was upon hearing about Lu Yu and the others' demise. Now, she was diverting the horde away for the sake of others. What kind-hearted girl she was, he mused. Chapter 34. Sister, am I the leader of this horde of monsters? Upon learning that Jiang Linlin was a newcomer, the onlookers were filled with admiration. I will remember the name of this little girl. I will remember her too. Her name is Jiang Linlin. She is our benefactor. Observing the fervent reactions of the crowd, Chen Weidong felt a mix of solace and regret. He was comforted that they could remember Jiang Linlin, yet saddened by the thought that he might never see this delightful girl again. Such was the nature of the apocalypse. He might be the next to perish, and even lamenting for others offered only a fleeting reprieve. With Chen Weidong's words, the evolvers busied themselves. Yet one of them remained fixated on the direction Jiang Linlin had taken, reluctantly turning back to work only when urged. Jiang Linlin, what a lovely name you have. Will you truly perish like this? I refuse to believe it. I wish to see if you can surprise me. Wang Xiaoyang, hurry over and lend a hand. The monsters have fled. We must act swiftly. Jiang Linlin, having fled with the mutated creature, found herself in a distant location where the base was no longer visible. If not for her exhaustion, she would have continued to run. It was imperative that the personnel at the base remained unaware of Yuan Qingqing's uniqueness. After surveying her surroundings to ensure safety, she gently placed Yuan Qingqing on the ground and crouched before her, speaking softly. Qingqing, shortly I will eliminate this group of monsters. Do not be afraid. Yuan Qingqing nodded, biting her lower lip lightly, and after a moment of hesitation, she inquired, Sister, these monsters. They were drawn here by me, weren't they? Jiang Linlin was momentarily taken aback by her question, pondering, how could that possibly be? Qingqing, do not let your mind wander. Jiang Linlin harbored deep concerns that Yuan Qingqing might indeed deduce that this group of mutated beings had been summoned by her presence, leading her to perceive herself as a harbinger of misfortune. Having endured enough suffering during her time in the orphanage, such a delightful child ought not to bear further anguish. I am not merely indulging in baseless thoughts. In truth, I had already discerned that these creatures would not take my life, but rather pursue me and even protect me. The final statement, articulated by Yuan Qingqing, was laced with profound torment. She was reluctant to acknowledge this reality, yet it remained an undeniable truth, despite her youth. She was no fool, capable of discerning the circumstances laid before her. Moreover, during her time in the orphanage, it appeared that those monsters had also acted upon my fear and rage, leading to the demise of others in that place. I am the true perpetrator. Jiang Linlin crouched down, gently enveloping Yuan in her embrace. No, my dear, you are not the villain. Do not entertain such thoughts. Yuan, trembling, emerged from Jiang Linlin's arms and anxiously grasped her sister's arm. Sister, I am a monster, am I not? In truth, I am the leader of these monsters, correct? Jiang Linlin found herself at a loss for words to elucidate the matter. Under Yuan Qingqing's gaze, filled with curiosity and yearning, Jiang Linlin reluctantly recounted the extraordinary changes that had transpired. Upon absorbing this revelation, Yuan Qingqing was left in a state of astonishment. Jiang Linlin feared for her sanity and hurriedly embraced her once more, gently patting her back while continuously soothing her. It's all right, you're just a bit different, but you remain you, still the adorable Qingqing. I will always be by your side. I will protect you. No matter what happens, there is nothing to fear. Sister. Yuan Qingqing softly interrupted Jiang Linlin, then wriggled out of her embrace. Yet, she did not appear as sorrowful as Jiang Linlin had imagined. Instead, a faint smile graced her lips. Sister, it's okay if Qingqing is a monster. This way, I will be even stronger and can protect you. A peculiar light sparkled in Yuan Qingqing's eyes. Qingqing, as long as you're not afraid of me, I do not care about the gazes of others. Yuan Qingqing joyfully leaped back into Jiang Linlin's arms. Their acquaintance was merely a fleeting one, having known each other for only a few hours. Yet, Jiang Linlin could profoundly sense Yuan Qingqing's heavy reliance and trust in her. At that moment, a mechanical voice suddenly echoed in Jiang Linlin's mind. Superdependency level has surpassed 50. Please continue your efforts. Surpassed 50? So soon? Yet I still do not know how to control these monsters. Sister, do you know what to do? Yuan Qingqing blinked her eyes, gazing at Jiang Linlin with anticipation. In her understanding of the world, Jiang Linlin was an omniscient and omnipotent being. Your emotions can influence these monsters. When you are sad, fearful, or angry, they will uncontrollably come to you, sweeping away all people and objects around you. If you maintain emotional stability, you can control the monsters with your thoughts. But the number you can control depends on the strength of your will. These conclusions were derived from Jiang Linlin's previous life in a laboratory. The supermutation is precious and rare, making these insights exceedingly difficult to obtain. Yuan Qingqing nodded, somewhat understanding, then turned to face a mutated creature, extending her finger and haughtily commanding you, "Kill the monsters beside you." The mutated creature remained unmoving, standing there in confusion. Yuan Qingqing frowned slightly, attempting to command again. "I command you, kill the monsters beside you." Yet the mutated creature remained indifferent. Jiang Linlin was amused by her adorable demeanor and quickly explained, "This approach is futile. You must harness your thoughts and control them with your mind." Yuan Qingqing, upon hearing this, furrowed her brow even deeper, nodding as if grasping the concept, yet remaining somewhat perplexed. This time, she took a step closer to the mutated creature and fixed it with an intense glare, remaining silent. In the next moment, the mutated creature before her suddenly stirred, swiftly swiping its claw and decapitating a nearby mutated being. The severed head rolled to Jiang Linlin's feet, and rather than being frightened, she displayed a look of astonishment and delight. "Qingqing, have you managed to control them?" she exclaimed, her voice tinged with excitement. "Sister, I believe I understand how to control them now, but it seems I can only manage one or two at a time. Anything more causes me a headache." "One or two is already quite impressive." Jiang Linlin lavished her with praise without hesitation. Yuan Qingqing chuckled joyfully a couple of times. Gazing at the multitude of mutated beings, Jiang Linlin could no longer contain her eagerness. Each one represented potential wealth. Although not every mutated creature would necessarily yield blue star stones, the sheer quantity was enticing. However, as soon as the topic was broached, Yuan Qingqing felt her stomach rumble audibly. Chapter 35. An unexpected encounter with an old acquaintance. Jiang Linlin drew her bow, preparing to slay the mutated creatures. However, upon reflection, she sheathed her bow and instead retrieved a dagger. Under the gentle influence of Yuan Qingqing, the mutated beings remained dormant and did not pose any threat. Thus, a dagger sufficed for their eradication. Utilizing a bow would only prolong the process. Swiftly, Jiang Linlin navigated through the throng of mutants, effortlessly dispatching a multitude with her blade. The ground erupted with the sound of blue star stones, reminiscent of firecrackers during the New Year celebrations. Yuan Qingqing patiently awaited Jiang Linlin's return, her hands occupied as she endeavored to control the mutated creatures. Querying quantity of blue star stones. Since Jun Ye's temporary disappearance, Jiang Linlin discovered that she could directly communicate with the system without Jun Ye's intermediary presence. Even activating the safe house required no input from him. It remained uncertain whether this was the case previously or if it was solely a result of Jun Ye's absence. Current quantity of blue star stones, 218. This number was satisfactory, a fitting reward for her half-hour of labor. Jiang Linlin felt that in the past half-hour, she had likely vanquished several thousand mutated creatures. The probability of lower-tier mutations dropping blue star stones was inherently low, so this outcome was rather beyond her expectations. As she surveyed her surroundings, not a single wandering mutant was in sight. Yuan Qingqing had come to realize that her emotions could influence the mutants, and thus she had been diligently practicing emotional control. The results were quite promising. However, having expended an excessive amount of physical energy, coupled with the fact that Jiang Linlin had not yet fully transformed into an evolved being, her body was already quite fatigued. Nightfall had descended upon the base. After dark, the defenses of the base became exceedingly stringent, manned solely by automated mechanisms. Unfortunately, the two had no camping gear, and spending the night outside could potentially lead to illness. Consequently, Jiang Linlin cradled Yuan Qingqing and began searching for a suitable place to spend the night. hoping to find a shelter that could provide refuge from the wind and rain. After an extensive search, they finally came across a dilapidated structure that remained relatively intact. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, not only had technology regressed, but buildings had also been nearly obliterated by the mutated creatures. Jiang Linlin joyfully approached the dilapidated house, only to halt midway upon overhearing voices within. Instinctively, she took refuge behind a nearby corner. In this desolate world, the real terror was not the mutated creatures, but rather the unknown individuals, for one could never ascertain their intentions or whether they might suddenly turn violent. Acts of murder and robbery were all too common in this apocalyptic landscape. Concealed in her hiding place, Jiang Linlin noticed a fleeting glimmer of light emanating from the house. Did I not instruct you? Do not create any light. Yet, the darkness was so profound that deciphering the map was nearly impossible. Were those the voices of Lu Yu and an unfamiliar man? Remarkably, Lu Yu had survived. All right, let's sleep, darling. Do not cause a ruckus. Once we reach the base, there will be a soft bed awaiting me. But I cannot wait any longer, Yu. The dissonant sounds provoked a frown of displeasure from Jiang Linlin, who was astonished to encounter such noises in such a remote location. However, how could Lu Yu still be alive? What had become of Chen Xiao and Cheng Yi? Had they survived alongside her? Noticing Jiang Linlin's unease, Yuan gently tugged at her sleeve and whispered, "Sister, are they bad people?" "Indeed, they are wicked." Before encountering Qingqing, they intended to kill us, but their plans were thwarted. I had believed they had perished at the hands of monsters, yet here they are, still alive. Jiang Linlin expressed her confusion with a soft hum. Yuan Qingqing gently continued her explanation. I was initially hiding nearby when I heard some commotion from the supermarket, so I came out to investigate. It's all right, I don't blame you. If I could eliminate her once, I can certainly do it again. Jiang Linlin tenderly pinched Yuan Qingqing's cheek. This situation was indeed a result of her lack of foresight. Even without Yuan Qingqing's extraordinary abilities, Lu Yu and the others would likely have survived. After all, there was still a high-level mutated creature in the supermarket, which could very well prey on the lower-level mutants to accumulate the necessary conditions for evolution. At that time, she was solely focused on helping Chu Xiaoran and the others escape, neglecting other considerations. Upon encountering Yuan Qingqing, she completely forgot about the high-level mutated creature, leading her to subconsciously believe that Lu Yu and the others had perished. By then, there was no way she could remain at the base, making it impossible for her to locate her colleagues from her previous life, with whom she conducted experiments. Don't worry, sister. Jiang Linlin gripped the dagger tightly, stealthily approaching the house. She gently pushed open the door, casting a vigilant glance around, only to discover that the occupants had vanished upon her entry. Nevertheless, she remained on high alert. What if her presence had been detected, prompting them to conceal themselves and prepare for an ambush? After a thorough search of the premises and confirming the absence of others, a frown creased her brow. She had merely stepped out with Yuan Qingqing for a brief moment. How could the inhabitants have disappeared so swiftly? Just as her thoughts swirled with confusion, the sound of an argument drifted in from outside. I suggested we stay here for the night before departing, but you insisted on leaving immediately, and now you've forgotten something. It's far too unsafe to stay here for the night. Besides, didn't you say we would reach the base soon? We should press on. It is safer to rest at the base. Huh, I suspect you're just eager to indulge in a tryst. Well, that is certainly part of it. All right. Grab your belongings and let us be off. As the two entered, the concealed Jiang Linlin held her breath, prepared for an ambush. Chapter 36. Who is this unfathomable man? When Lu Yu stepped within her striking range, she lunged forward with her dagger. However, her surprise attack failed miserably. The man beside Lu Yu effortlessly seized her dagger with his bare hands. Even as blood flowed from the cuts inflicted by the blade, he remained unfazed. Not only did he disregard the injury, but he also yanked the dagger from Jiang Linlin's grasp and carelessly discarded it onto the ground. Realizing the precariousness of her situation, Jiang Linlin turned to flee. The prerequisite for assassination is ensuring one's own safety. The man, discerning her intent to escape, denied her any chance. With a swift kick to her back, she stumbled forward and fell to the ground. Attempting to ambush us? He taunted. stepping onto her back as he leaned down to get a clearer view of Jiang Linlin's face. In a moment of urgency, Jiang Linlin summoned her bow and deftly hurled it at the man. Instinctively, he reached out to grasp the bow, causing his stance to falter slightly. Seizing this opportunity, Jiang Linlin quickly rose from the ground and fled the premises. Once she had escaped, the bow vanished from the man's grasp, but before its disappearance, Lu Yu recognized it as Jiang Linlin's. She promptly intercepted the man, stating coolly, "There's no need to pursue. I know who attempted to ambush us. To be precise, she aimed only to ambush me." "Oh, you are acquainted with her? If she is your adversary, why do you not allow me to continue the chase?" The man inquired, perplexed, as his hand inappropriately lingered on Lu Yu. "What purpose would there be in killing her now? I am far more eager to witness the moment she is scorned by the masses. Ha ha ha. Sister, what is the matter? We have been discovered. We must leave this place at once." "That man is exceedingly dangerous," Jiang Linlin reflected, sensing her utter inability to retaliate against him. Where did Lu Yu find such a formidable individual? Yuan gently nodded, assisting Jiang Linlin in her departure. Yuan guided Jiang Linlin to a nearby stone, allowing her a moment to catch her breath. It was then that Jiang Linlin became acutely aware of a searing pain in her back. "Gently, could you check my back for me?" Yuan obediently nodded and moved behind Jiang Linlin, slowly lifting her garment, only to unveil a shocking wound on her back. "Sister, who has inflicted such harm upon you?" Yuan exclaimed, unable to contain her fury upon seeing the injury. Jiang Linlin quickly grasped her hand, gently soothing her. "It's nothing." "Gently, please do not be angry." Hearing Jiang Linlin's reassuring words, Yuan realized her emotions were once again escalating. She took a few deep breaths, striving to regain her composure. "I do not know her either. Initially, I believed Lu Yu's companion to be an ordinary person, perhaps even a former associate. However, before I could launch my ambush, that man detected my presence. I had concealed myself well. No ordinary individual should have been able to sense me," Jiang Linlin expressed, her brow furrowing with concern as she spoke. With such a formidable ally beside Lu Yu, it would not be an easy task to eliminate her. Jiang Linlin was amused by her actions and reached out to gently touch Yuan Qingqing's head. However, this movement aggravated her wound, causing her to wince in pain. "Sister," Yuan Qingqing immediately expressed concern, supporting Jiang Linlin's arm and gently lowering it. With a nonchalant nod, Yuan Qingqing acknowledged that post-apocalypse, her life had largely been one spent outdoors, and due to her unique physique, her living conditions held little significance for her. Leaning against Jiang Linlin, she initially intended to keep watch for her sister's safety, but soon, her eyelids grew heavier, and she succumbed to slumber in Jiang Linlin's embrace. Observing the peacefully sleeping Yuan Qingqing, who still wore a slight frown, Jiang Linlin reached out to smooth her brow. Though she too wished to rest, the pain in her back kept her awake, and with Yuan Qingqing asleep, one of them had to remain vigilant. However, by the latter half of the night, Jiang Linlin could no longer resist the fatigue. After having vanquished numerous mutated creatures and sustaining injuries from an encounter with a man, she found herself utterly drained of energy. Despite her efforts to keep her eyes open, they stubbornly closed. As her consciousness waned, Jiang Linlin collapsed to the ground, startling Yuan Qingqing awake. Rubbing her eyes in confusion, Yuan Qingqing quickly realized Jiang Linlin had fainted and rushed to check for signs of breath, relieved to find her sister still alive. However, before she could celebrate, the terrifying sounds of mutated creatures echoed around them. Alarmed, Yuan Qingqing hurriedly attempted to control the mutated beings as Jiang Linlin had instructed, but the sheer number overwhelmed her, and she lost control after managing to direct one for a brief moment. "This is bad," she thought, her small face scrunching in worry as she bent down to pick up a stone, positioning herself protectively in front of Jiang Linlin. "Qingqing, don't be afraid. You can do it." She summoned her courage to face the approaching monsters. Suddenly, one of them darted past her, aiming to attack Jiang Linlin. Yuan Qingqing instinctively shielded her sister, sustaining a painful gash on her arm that brought tears to her eyes. "I'll fight you," she declared, brandishing a brick and charging at the mutated creature, but they simply parted ways. "Sister, you can't do this." Just as one of the creatures was about to reach Jiang Linlin, a figure appeared and dispatched it with ease, sending it soaring through the air before it landed among its brethren. Chapter 37. Expression after absorbing emotions seeing the unfamiliar man. Yuan Qingqing quickly scrambled to her feet and positioned herself protectively in front of Jiang Linlin. "You won't harm my sister," she exclaimed, observing the tiny figure before him. Junyi furrowed his brow in confusion, wondering where Jiang Linlin had found such a ragged child. To him, it seemed that Jiang Linlin and Chu Xiaoran were merely scavengers, as his data analysis suggested that she would achieve her goals more easily on her own. "Where did you pick her up?" Junyi coldly inquired of Yuan Qingqing. Raising an eyebrow, he dismissed her and turned his attention to the approaching mutated creatures. As they surged forward, he calmly summoned a glowing sword, its faint blue light exuding an air of mystery. With a deft flick of his wrist, he dispatched the creatures before him, and as more charged at him, he repeated the motion with effortless grace. It appeared he required little effort to eliminate the horde. Once the monsters were dealt with, Junyi collected the fallen blue star stones, though his luck with drops was rather dismal. After defeating over 100 mutated creatures, he had only secured a single stone. Contemplating the situation, he thought Jiang Linlin might find humor in his misfortune, and with a slight exertion, he crushed the stone into powder, allowing the wind to carry it away. Witnessing Junyi's remarkable prowess, Yuan Qingqing grew increasingly wary of him. Although she feared him, she remained resolute in her defense of Jiang Linlin. As Junyi turned to leave, she threatened, "You don't come any closer. My sister is very capable. She is just asleep now, but when she wakes, she won't spare you." Junyi chuckled softly, squatting down to gaze at Yuan Qingqing with a smile. "Is she really that formidable? Why then does she require a little one like you to guard her?" "I told you, my sister is just tired." Yuan Qingqing puffed out her chest, gathering her courage. "How old are you?" "I'm 9 years old." "So what?" Junyi raised an eyebrow in surprise at having found such a small guardian. He then sat beside Jiang Linlin, only for Yuan Qingqing to shift in front of him again. Amused by her protectiveness, he remarked, "I am a friend of your sister's. I mean her no harm. So please do not be so anxious. Little one, even if you are this apprehensive, if I truly meant to do her harm, could you really protect her?" He queried. "I can. I am an extraordinary. I'm not an ordinary person." Yuan Qingqing nearly blurted out that she was a supermutation, but fortunately recalled Jiang Linlin's warning. Never divulge your identity too easily, for they may seek to capture you for experimentation. Upon hearing Yuan Qingqing's words, Junyi's eyes glinted with curiosity. He raised a hand to his temple, scanning her, and soon discerned the truth. "You are actually one of them?" he asked, astonished. "What is a supermutation? I don't understand." Yuan Qingqing took a startled step back. Junyi shook his head in exasperation, relieved that he had arrived in time. Had it been anyone else, both Jiang Linlin and Yuan Qingqing would not have survived. Ultimately, he conducted a cursory assessment of Jiang Linlin's condition, confirming she was unharmed, and stationed himself nearby to keep watch. As Junyi refrained from approaching them, Yuan Qingqing gradually came to trust that he was indeed a good person and would not bring them harm. Yet she remained steadfast in her guardianship of Jiang Linlin. When Jiang Linlin finally awoke, it was morning. The blinding sunlight roused her from slumber as she raised her hand to shield her eyes, slowly pushing herself up. The first sight that greeted her was a sleeping Yuan Qingqing, followed by the sight of Junyi, who sat nearby with his eyes closed in rest. Jiang Linlin was momentarily taken aback, doubting whether she was ensnared in a dream. Tentatively, she called out, "Junyi?" Upon hearing her voice, Junyi opened his eyes and smiled gently at her. "You're awake. It's really you." Jiang Linlin exclaimed, her excitements propelling her towards Junyi. However, her exuberance caused her to inadvertently strain her injury, eliciting a wince of pain. Junyi quickly supported her, saying, "Your injury is severe. You should take this first." With that, he retrieved a pill from his pocket and offered it to Jiang Linlin, who swallowed it without hesitation. Yuan Qingqing glanced to her left and then to her right. Her curiosity piqued. "Sister, do you really know him? He is quite impressive." After pondering for a moment, that was the only description she could muster. Where did you find this little girl? Junyi inquired from behind Jiang Linlin. Are you all right? How could Junyi be smiling? Moreover, his manner of speaking had transformed. He once communicated in a cold, robotic tone, devoid of any warmth. Yet, the Junyi before her now exuded a more human essence. Something was amiss. It was undeniably peculiar. Jiang Linlin rested her hand on her chin, circling around Junyi before finally stopping in front of him. Are you truly Junyi? You haven't secretly swapped me for another system, have you? Junyi replied with a resigned smile. I am indeed Junyi, the genuine article, once bound to a host. The system cannot be changed until the assigned tasks are completed. Yet, you exude an air of peculiarity. Previously, you were always so cold towards me, and now. Really? Jiang Linlin probed again, skepticism lacing her tone. Chapter 38. What did you say? Repeat that. Junyi nodded. It is true. There is no point in deceiving you. Hearing this, Jiang Linlin gradually began to trust his words. Although the current Junyi felt somewhat strange, there was a hint of humanity about him now. Ever since this enigmatic man had appeared, Yuan Qingqing had noticed Jiang Linlin's attention had shifted entirely to him. She could not allow this man to steal her sister's affection. Oh, the new base. Following yesterday's attack by mutated creatures, everyone within the base was utterly exhausted. With the sun shining warmly today, the guards stationed at the entrance lounged lazily in the sun. Upon seeing Jiang Linlin and her companions approach, the guards reluctantly stood, making a half-hearted attempt to straighten their attire. Identification cards, one guard stated coldly, extending his hand. Identification cards? Jiang Linlin furrowed her brow in confusion. She had none. Noticing their hesitation, the guard shot them an impatient glare. You don't have identification cards? Then you cannot enter. We are newcomers under Chen Weidong. Perhaps our newcomer identification cards have yet to be processed? I haven't heard of such a thing, Jiang Linlin tentatively inquired. Having been at the base for only a few days, and having even been assigned to tasks outside, they were hardly familiar with the facilities, let alone possessing identification cards. Oh, newcomers? From Chen Weidong's side? Upon mentioning Chen Weidong's name, the guard's demeanor noticeably softened. He continued, newcomers indeed do not have identification cards. Please provide your names, and I shall verify your identity. Jiang Linlin. All right, Jiang Lin. Jiang what? At first, the guard mechanically entered her name into the system, but suddenly, he looked up at Jiang Linlin in shock and disbelief. Could you repeat your name? Yet, she could not simply fabricate a name. After careful consideration, she reiterated, I am Jiang Linlin. Is there a problem with that name? You are actually Jiang Linlin, the living Jiang Linlin. Good heavens! Seeing the guard's animated reaction, Jiang Linlin felt more perplexed. His response clearly indicated that Lu Yu had not orchestrated anything in advance. Instead, his reaction resembled that of a fan encountering a beloved celebrity. May I ask, can we enter? Jiang Linlin cautiously inquired. Yes, you may enter. Just proceed straight ahead, and then take a right to reach the newcomer area, the guard replied, barely able to contain his excitement. Jiang Linlin raised her brows in gratitude, swiftly departing the entrance alongside Junyi and Yuan Qingqing, just as she intended to discuss the situation with Junyi before he could utter a word. She heard the guard behind her vociferously calling out to the others. Their eyes appeared to be brimming with admiration and excitement directed towards her. Jiang Linlin gently lifted Yuan and hurried towards the newcomer area. She found herself ill at ease in this peculiar atmosphere. Junyi, can you locate their whereabouts? Jiang Linlin inquired tentatively. The phrase sounded somewhat odd, yet Junyi delivered it with utmost seriousness. Jiang Linlin glanced at him with a resigned expression, internally lamenting his lack of coherence. Wasn't it said that he had absorbed human emotions? Yet his words remained so disconnected. Thankfully, I know you're merely a robot. Otherwise, your statements might lead others to misunderstand. To prevent her thoughts from being overheard by Junyi, Jiang Linlin swiftly dismissed the notion and refrained from further contemplation. Over here, sister. I can locate them, Yuan Qingqing declared, realizing that with Junyi's ineffectiveness, her opportunity had arrived. As a being of extraordinary transformation, although her martial prowess was presently lacking, her keen sense of smell remained intact. Within a certain range, There was no one she could not find. Then lead the way, Jiang Linlin exclaimed with delight, following closely behind her. Yuan Qingqing nodded enthusiastically, casting a teasing glance at Junyi before setting off. As the trio departed, Chen Weidong happened to pass by, observing their retreating figures and murmuring to himself, "It seems I am truly exhausted. I must be imagining things. How could Jiang Linlin be alive in the base?" Alas! Just as he finished speaking, a panicked individual rushed toward him, breathless and agitated, exclaiming, "Jiang! Jiang! Jiang Linlin! She! Speak slowly. At this rate, I won't understand a word." Chen Weidong chuckled helplessly. Upon hearing the news, Chen Weidong stood in stunned silence, fixated on the newcomer. "Could you repeat that?" Chapter 39. Actual combat power is when the object in Chen Weidong's hand clattered to the ground. Disbelief washing over him as he grasped the person's shoulders and shook them vigorously, demanding, "Is what you say true?" "Yes, absolutely." It was witnessed by the guards, and the higher-ups should have received the notification by now. Gradually releasing his grip, Chen Weidong's smile was unmistakable. Thoughts of the three individuals he had just seen filled him with joy. "Captain Chen, you look utterly astonished. I must hurry to notify others, so I shall take my leave." With that, the man dashed off to his next destination. Chen Weidong remained rooted to the spot for an extended moment, overwhelmed by the exhilarating yet shocking news. The higher-ups? No, he could not stand idly by while such matters unfolded. He needed to find Jiang Linlin and warn her to be cautious of certain individuals among the higher-ups. Meanwhile, Jiang Linlin had followed Yuan Qingqing to find Chu Shaoran and the others, who were situated in a large square. However, their predicament was dire. Zhu Xiaodan, Zhu Wen, and Qi Chuan were bound side by side to wooden pillars, while uniformed individuals lashed them with whips. Seated before them was a man clad in an immaculate black suit, leisurely sipping coffee. In this apocalyptic world, such treatment was a rarity. This man was undoubtedly formidable. Jiang Linlin refrained from recklessly charging in to rescue the individuals. Instead, she opted to first assess the situation. To rush in blindly would not only jeopardize her own safety, but also hinder any chance of saving others. How could you, being so young and still university students, commit such malicious acts? The man in the suit lamented deeply, casting a sorrowful glance at Chu Shaoran. Upon finishing his words, he rose and approached her, lifting her chin with a hand, clucking his tongue disapprovingly. "Look at you, possessing such a beautiful visage, yet alas." In a state of disarray, Chu Shaoran weakly raised her gaze to the man, offering him a faint smile before suddenly spitting at him. "What are you? You dare to speak to me? It was Lu Yu who intended to harm us first. We were merely acting in self-defense." With a sharp slap, the man struck Chu Shaoran in anger. Meanwhile, Chu Wen struggled desperately beside her, exclaiming, "Let go of my sister. Why unleash your fury upon me?" The man dismissively replied, "And you? Were you?" He turned back to Chu Shaoran, stating coolly, "I have been quite clear. As long as you agree to accompany me, I can guarantee the safety of all three of you. Should you refuse, I shall send you to meet the king of hell. My patience is finite, and my time is invaluable. Thus, I shall grant you 3 minutes to ponder. Dream on. My sister will never agree. Go ahead and kill us." Zhu Wen, Hotet Vemendin. "Is that so? Are you certain your sister will not acquiesce?" The man in the suit smirked triumphantly, feeling a chill run down his spine. Chu Wen promptly turned to Chu Shaoran, only to find her deep in thought. He quickly urged Shaoran, "Do not agree to him. Individuals, like him, never honor their word. Even if you do comply, he will not release us." Listening to Chu Wen's words, Chu Shaoran sighed helplessly, glanced at him with a faint smile, and said, "Brother, I cannot allow you to come to harm. Moreover, Qi Chuan has been implicated because of us. I cannot let anything happen to you both." Quiet until now, Qi Chuan interjected, "No, it's not your fault. Please do not think that way. Do not agree to him." Chu Shaoran shook her head with a smile, resolute in her decision. She then raised her gaze, coldly addressing the man in the suit. "I accept your terms." "Shaoran, ma tu," Chu Wen and Qi Chuan exclaimed in unison, both wishing to dissuade her. However, Chu Shaoran had made up her mind, once she ensured the safety of Chu Wen and Qi Chuan. She would seize the opportunity to eliminate the man who posed a threat to them. Xiaoran will not comply with you. I do not permit it. Initially, Jiang Linlin had intended to observe the situation further before devising a plan to rescue them. However, upon hearing Chu Xiaoran acquiesce to the man's demands, she could no longer remain seated and quickly emerged from her hiding place. Upon seeing Jiang Linlin, a stunning beauty, the man's avarice was palpable. Another beauty has arrived. If she want to come with me, then perhaps you would? As he approached Jiang Linlin, he attempted to caress her face, only to have his arms swiftly twisted by Junyi, who stood beside her. Reeling back in pain, the man seethed, instructing his companions, "Seize them all. How dare they treat me thus?" From a moment she stepped out, Jiang Linlin had been prepared for combat. Observing the impending aggression, she swiftly drew her bow. The man in the suit felt an eerie familiarity upon seeing the bow, yet could not recall where he had encountered it before. Yuan Qingqing glanced at Jiang Linlin and, mimicking her stance, retrieved a dagger from her boot, assuming a defensive posture, her gaze fixed on the approaching assailants. Since taking Yuan Qingqing under her wing, Jiang Linlin had advised her to always be prepared with self-defense weapons for unforeseen circumstances. Do you not fear the higher-ups discovering your actions in the base? Jiang Linlin expressed her reluctance to engage in combat. Her side was sparse. Junyi had a rule against harming humans, leaving only herself and Yuan Qingqing to confront the threat. Although Yuan Qingqing was a super variant, her youth meant she had yet to fully master her strength. Thus, when considering the odds, it appeared that only Jiang Linlin was capable of fighting back. She harbored no confidence in her ability to face 100 adversaries alone. Jiang Linlin initially intended to persuade the man with her words, but to her surprise, he merely scoffed at her. Higher-ups? Even now, you do not recognize who I am? How audacious of you to refer to them. Let me tell you, even if the higher-ups were present today, I would not be intimidated. His brazen demeanor prompted a sense of wariness within Jiang Linlin. Suddenly, she seemed to recall where she had encountered the man in the suit before. In her previous life, she had attended a survivor base exchange meeting, but she had been so engrossed in researching safe houses that she had sent Shun Chun in her stead. Nevertheless, she had glanced at the list of attendees and remembered a few individuals distinctly, including this man in the suit before her. Those who managed to survive in his base shared his malevolent traits, all equally reprehensible. Women wishing to reside in their base had to become subservient to certain men, though not exclusively. In essence, the women in their base were mere playthings. Some were coerced into this existence, while others sought refuge and had no choice but to comply. However, due to Lu Su's formidable abilities and the pervasive fear during the apocalypse, few dared to challenge him, which only fueled his arrogance further. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, humanity's darker nature became evident. Many had heard of this base and flocked to it, becoming part of Lu Su's ranks. Therefore, when Lu Su spoke so confidently, it was because he, too, was a master of a base. Even if the newly emerged leaders were aware of his transgressions, they would not risk confrontation over a few individuals, knowing it would ultimately lead to their own suffering. Upon Jiang Linlin's arrival, Chu Xiaoran and her companions were taken aback with surprise and joy. Chu Xiaoran was eager to rush to Jiang Linlin's side, but her limbs were bound. I have suddenly changed my mind. Since you share such sisterly bonds, why not remain by my side to serve me? Liu se déclarait. Mr. Liu, has anyone informed you of your commonness? Do you truly believe that being the master of a base grants you the liberty to act recklessly among us? Jiang Linlin suddenly revealed Lu Su's identity. You know me? Lu Su furrowed his brow. He had not disclosed his identity here, and aside from a few higher-ups, it was unlikely anyone would recognize him. Was Jiang Linlin affiliated with the higher-ups? Who are you? Lu Su's demeanor shifted to one of anxiety. He could bully ordinary individuals at will, but he could not afford to antagonize someone from the upper echelon. Doing so would surely bring repercussions for the new faction. Jiang Linlin let out a cold laugh, about to introduce herself as Weilon, knowing Lu Su had yet to encounter her. Just then, someone called out to her from behind. Jiang Linlin, it's really you. You're here. Chen Weidong exclaimed excitedly, waving as he ran towards her. Upon seeing Chen Weidong approach with an eager expression, Jiang Linlin felt a twinge of dread. She had intended to mislead him using the information gap to rescue Chu Xiaoran and the others, but his arrival thwarted her plans. Stopping before Jiang Linlin, Chen Weidong noticed her displeasure and glanced up at Lu Su, asking, "May I inquire who you are? The night base?" Chen Weidong hesitated, puzzled. "What brings you here?" Lu Su looked at Chen Weidong with surprise. "Of course, your base's master requested my presence. Why else would I be here?" "Huh? Is that so?" "Then my apologies," Chen Weidong said awkwardly, scratching the back of his head. Spotting Chu Xiaoran and her companions behind Lu Su, he turned to Chu Xiaoran with anger. "Look at you all. Have you offended our esteemed guest? You truly are a source of worry." Lu Su remained silent as Chen Weidong continued. "Since Mr. Lu is invited by our boss, let us escort him to the VIP room to rest. This area is for newcomers, and we wouldn't want to neglect you." With a light chuckle, Lu Su sat in a chair and waved dismissively at his subordinates, who promptly surrounded Jiang Linlin and the others. Chen Weidong, flustered, said this. "Mr. Lu, could there possibly be a misunderstanding?" "There is no misunderstanding. I have taken a liking to these two women. I intend to take them with me." Upon hearing Lu Su's words, his men reached out to seize Jiang Linlin. Chen Weidong quickly intervened, urging, "Mr. Lu, you cannot take her. If you do, our boss will be displeased, and it could jeopardize your relationship. Mr. Lu, think carefully. Allowing a mere newcomer to disrupt your friendship with our boss is hardly worth it." Observing Chen Weidong's naive demeanor, coupled with Jiang Linlin's earlier remarks, Lu Su did not doubt his honesty. After some contemplation, he feigned generosity, stating, "I can let her go, but this woman cannot leave. She nearly harmed my brother's partner, and I cannot permit her to escape." Chen Weidong found himself in a predicament. He had wished to save everyone, but if the opposition remained obstinate, he would be powerless. His expression darkened. "Lu Su, you must be dreaming. I intend to take all three of them today." Before Jiang Linlin loosed her arrow, she had already prepared for the worst. Should the newcomers refuse to accept them, she would depart with Chu Xiaoran and the others. As for her former colleagues, she would rescue them when the opportunity arose. Lu Su never anticipated that matters would escalate to this point, and that Jiang Linlin would actually strike at him. By the time he reacted, it was too late. Although the arrow did not pierce his heart, it lodged itself in his arm. The pain caused him to break into a cold sweat, and he irritably commanded, "Seize these individuals. Not a single one shall escape." Just then, as Lu Su's men prepared to confront Jiang Linlin, a group of newcomers emerged from behind, led by one of the higher-ups, Wei Lan. Wei Lan was not merely a member of the upper echelon. She was one of the original founders of the newcomers, with the others having joined later. Upon seeing Wei Lan, Jiang Linlin felt a surge of excitement. In her previous life, Wei Lan had saved her life, and they had become friends. However, it was not long before news reached her that Wei Lan had met a tragic fate at the hands of an extraordinary transformation. Chapter 41. The Burden of Fame. Seeing Wei Lan, Lu Su cast a puzzled glance at Jiang Linlin, his mind already concocting schemes. Wei Lan approached Lu Su, glanced at Jiang Linlin, then at Chu Xiaoran and the others behind him, and sweetly addressed Lu Su. "Mr. Lu, these individuals play a crucial role in the development of our base, so I kindly ask you to show mercy and release them." "What are you saying? They're all from your base, and, as an outsider, I naturally cannot take action against them." Wei Lan smiled knowingly, not dwelling on the matter further. She instructed her team to escort Chi Chuan to the designated VIP accommodations. Before departing, Lu Su cast a meaningful look at Jiang Linlin, then followed Wei Lan's people away. Once Lu Su had left, Wei Lan turned her full attention to Jiang Linlin. With a warm smile, she inquired, "Are you injured?" "And no," Jiang Linlin stammered, unsure how to face this former friend. Wei Lan was straightforward, expressing her intentions candidly. I'm just an ordinary person." Jiang Linlin hesitated. "My status is low, and I don't think it's appropriate for me to meet the higher-ups." Wei Lan regarded her quietly, understanding the unspoken sentiments behind Jiang Linlin's words. She did not press the issue but simply smiled, choosing to let it rest for the time being. "Please, release them immediately. This is quite unbecoming." Wei Lan instructed her team, who promptly set Chu Xiaoran and the others free. One of her associates leaned closer, whispering, "Boss, are we really just letting her go? She could very well be a key to our survival. Since you recognize her potential significance, we must not corner her. Everything must proceed gradually," Wei Lan replied. Moreover, she may appear somewhat naive, yet her demeanor earlier suggested she is not as oblivious as one might think. If we can become reliable friends to her, we may earn her complete trust. Watching Jiang Linlin depart, Wei Lan's eyes glimmered with calculation, a stark contrast to her earlier warmth and sincerity. "But boss, you have many pressing matters to attend to. Surely you cannot afford to invest time and energy in such trivialities?" Jiang Linlin smiled gently. "Captain Chun, are you not afraid that I might report you to the higher-ups, to claim that you speak ill of them? Do not think I am jesting. This new base is not as simple as you imagine. If possible, it would be wise for you to leave here sooner rather than later." Chun Weidong hesitated, seemingly on the verge of expressing something, yet held his tongue. What was initially intended as a light-hearted jest by Jiang Linlin unexpectedly took on a grave tone, prompting her to reassess the nature of the new base. "Captain Chun, from your words, it seems you are aware of some hidden secrets within the base." Chun Weidong hurriedly covered Jiang Linlin's mouth, glancing around anxiously to ensure no one was nearby before slowly releasing his grip. "Such words should not be spoken lightly. I have said all I can. The choice that follows rests solely upon you." Jiang Linlin nodded slightly. She did not fully trust Chun Weidong's words, yet considering them as a reference was not without merit. In her previous life, she had never delved deeply into the new students, her understanding remaining superficial. Given Chun Weidong's statements, it was highly probable that there lay some hidden significance behind the new students, though she could not fathom his ulterior motive in sharing this with her. Having been granted a second chance at life, Jiang Linlin had grown wary of those who suddenly treated her well. Upon returning to her room, she opened her backpack and gazed at the fragments of the bow and arrow upgrade card inside, feeling a sudden urgency to expedite the upgrading process. She turned to Junyi and inquired, "Is there any nearby location where I can encounter mutated species? I only need a few more fragments for this upgrade card. Do you believe you can venture out of the base alone at this moment?" Yunyi Keonsil. Huh? Jiang Linlin initially struggled to comprehend the implication of his words, but in the next moment, realization dawned upon her. She had become quite a prominent figure within the base, a fact she was reluctant to acknowledge. Yet it was an undeniable reality. Just contemplating it felt sufficiently troublesome. "Is there any other feasible method to acquire blue star stones?" Jiang Linlin said wearily, reclining backward onto her bed. "None at present, but perhaps something will materialize shortly," Junyi replied with a mysterious smile. Jiang Linlin's curiosity was piqued as she sat up, eagerly looking at Junyi. After a long pause, Junyi showed no intention of speaking. Just as Jiang Linlin was about to inquire further, a series of urgent knocks echoed from outside the door. Jiang Linlin was exceedingly familiar with the sound of that knocking. Whenever Chun Weidong had business to attend to, he would invariably announce himself in this manner. Jiang Linlin, come out quickly." As anticipated, it was indeed Chun Weidong once again. Jiang Linlin opened the door, only to find that Junyi had vanished from sight. Chun Weidong, with urgency in his voice, exclaimed, "The monster has returned. The higher-ups are calling for you. Return again?" Jiang Linlin instinctively cast a glance at Yuan Qingqing, who was fast asleep, leaving her somewhat perplexed. This time, it should not have been instigated by Yuan Qingqing. "Very well, I shall go at once." She could decline once, but to refuse a second time would likely make her target. After changing her attire, Jiang Linlin instructed Junyi to look after Yuan Qingqing before following Chun Weidong to the area where the higher-ups resided. As they walked, she noticed a stark contrast between this place and the newcomer district. The newcomer area appeared dilapidated, resembling a makeshift living space amidst ruins. In contrast, the higher-ups domain was resplendent, exuding the vibrancy of a bustling metropolis, seemingly untouched by the apocalypse. It seemed that, regardless of circumstances, society would always delineate itself into hierarchies. Chapter 42. Remember this next time. Upon reaching the designated location with Chun Weidong, a stranger in a suit took over, guiding her deeper into the main city. At that moment, Jiang Linlin recalled the individual she had encountered on the city wall, Wang Xiaoyang, if she remembered correctly. He had claimed to be from the main city as well. It appeared that this main city was not solely populated by elites. There were also those who sought to exploit the chaos. "Please come in," the suited man instructed, leading her through a series of turns before ascending an elevator, ultimately halting before a door. Jiang Linlin nodded to the man in the suit, pushed open the door, and was greeted by an exquisitely designed reception room, adorned with a distinctly futuristic decor. It was indeed astonishing to witness such advanced technology surviving in a post-apocalyptic world. Beyond the impressive technology, there was another individual who captured Jiang Linlin's attention, Lu Yu. Lu Yu was seated beside a man, smiling gently, who was none other than the person Jiang Linlin had never encountered before, while Lu Su occupied the seat beside him. After returning to the base, she had not seen Lu Yu, only encountering Lu Su, who had mentioned a certain phrase. Chu Shaoran nearly endangered the life of his brother's woman, which evidently referred to Lu Yu. Her suspicions had now been confirmed. "Linlin is here. Come, take a seat." Wei Lan warmly beckoned Jiang Linlin to join her. Jiang Linlin found it difficult to refuse the warm invitation of the vibrant Wei Lan, and thus took a seat beside her. No sooner had she settled down than a flurry of questions erupted from all directions. "Could you enlighten us on how you managed to escape from such a multitude of monsters unscathed? Do you possess some extraordinary technique that allowed those creatures to release you? If so, why not share this method with us? Indeed, if you are willing to divulge this secret, you would be hailed as a savior for humanity." Jiang Linlin, rendered speechless, tugged at the corners of her mouth. At that moment, her sole intention was to venture out in pursuit of numerous blue star stones, while simultaneously evading danger, without any contemplation of the potential repercussions that might ensue. If she truly possessed any means, she would have already been a savior in her previous life, rather than perpetually researching safe havens. Wei Lan discerned Jiang Linlin's discomfort and kindly shielded her from the barrage of inquiries. "Ladies and gentlemen, please voice your questions one at a time. Do exercise patience. This is Linlin's first visit to such a place. Do you not think your behavior is rather excessive?" Upon hearing Wei Lan's words, the others promptly sealed their lips. However, the man leaning against Lu Yu chuckled lazily, remarking, "Wei Lan, your pretense is utterly transparent and rather tiresome. Nan Xuanhuan, if you find this place distasteful, you are free to leave." "What is the matter? Have I struck a nerve?" "Ha ha ha." Nan Xuanhuan laughed boisterously. Unlike the others, who sat stiffly and formally, he lounged in his chair like a heap of discarded clay. Wei Lan scowled, choosing to disregard Nan Xuanhuan, yet he showed no inclination to relent. "Ha ha ha. Fine, I shall refrain from speaking of you for now. However, before you discuss these matters, shouldn't you provide my woman with an explanation?" Suddenly, Nan Xuanhuan abandoned his nonchalant demeanor, adopting a serious countenance. "Explanation? What explanation?" Wei Lan queried, her dissatisfaction palpable. Nan Xuanhuan pointed a finger at Jiang Linlin, stating, "She attempted to kill my woman previously, but failed. Shouldn't this matter warrant some scrutiny? Indeed, it is quite regrettable that she survived. Should another opportunity arise, I shall certainly remember to strike the final blow and drive a dagger into her heart." He drew her into his embrace, stroking her as one would a kitten, and Lu Yu offered no resistance. "I admire your approach. Do remember it for next time. This time, I shall assist you." Just as Nan Xuanhuan finished speaking to Jiang Linlin, a dagger was suddenly plunged into Lu Yu's chest, the hilt firmly grasped by Nan Xuanhuan. Lu Yu gazed at him in disbelief, her eyes wide, yet she never had the chance to inquire why he chose to end her life. Subsequently, Nan Xuanhuan carelessly discarded Lu Yu's lifeless form onto the ground, offering her no further glance, as he fixed his gaze intently on Jiang Linlin. Jiang Linlin furrowed her brows in displeasure, vividly recalling the affection Nan Xuanhuan had shown to Lu Yu outside the base. How could he so coldly declare her death now? Yet, Nan Xuanhuan remained unfazed. He shifted his posture, rising from his chair and approaching Jiang Linlin. As he stood behind her, he reached out to caress her face, only to have his hand swatted away. Undeterred, he chuckled and attempted once more to touch her cheek, prompting Jiang Linlin to unsheathe the dagger and wound Nan Xuanhuan. With a calm demeanor, she remarked, "Since you fancy daggers, consider this one a gift." With that, she cast the dagger to the ground. Her action instantly enveloped the room in a thick silence, and she cast a strange glance at those around her, perplexed by their apparent fear. Nan Xuanhuan, taken aback by Jiang Linlin's boldness, paused momentarily before picking up the dagger from the floor and stowing it away in his sleeve. This gesture caused Jiang Linlin to frown. She had not intended for him to retrieve the weapon, let alone conceal it in his sleeve. Without a sheath, wouldn't it pose a risk of injury? This man was truly peculiar. "Thank you, darling, for the welcoming gift. In the spirit of reciprocity, I too should present you with something." Upon hearing this, Jiang Linlin's heart tightened as she braced herself to flee. Yet, the next moment, a bouquet of roses suddenly appeared before her. She looked up to find Nan Xuanhuan smiling at her. "Do you like them? I've heard that human women adore roses." "Human women?" Jiang Linlin immediately seized upon Nan Xuanhuan's unusual choice of words. Could it be that he was not human? Noticing the contemplative gaze of Jiang Linlin, Nan Xuanhuan suddenly erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha, darling, you are simply adorable. I was just speaking nonsense. You didn't take me seriously, did you?" On the way back, the sight of Lu Yu's lifeless body affected him deeply. In a fit of anger, he kicked the corpse forcefully, sending it sprawling against the wall. Jiang Linlin truly could not comprehend what this lunatic intended to do. Wei Lan, with a sigh of resignation, gently massaged her temples and, with an apologetic demeanor, advised Jiang Linlin, "Do not stoop to his level. He has some issues." "Do you imply that I have problems?" "Are you certain, Wei Lan?" Nan Xuanhuan coldly interrupted her. Chapter 43, Task Status. Acquired from that moment on, Jiang Linlin discerned a peculiar shift in the group's attitude towards Nan Xuanhuan. They appeared to harbor a strong disdain for him, yet simultaneously seemed reluctant to defy him. Observing Wei Lan's increasingly grim expression, Nan Xuanhuan reverted to a cheery visage, exclaiming, "Oh dear, why so tense, Wei Lan? I was merely speaking casually." "You're not wrong. I indeed have issues." Jiang Linlin truly wished to linger not a moment longer in such a peculiar atmosphere. Thus she interjected to seize the floor. "If you have summoned me here to inquire whether I possess any means to vanquish the monsters, I must regretfully inform you that I do not." Jiang Linlin cast a silent glance at him and continued, "If there are no further matters to discuss, I shall take my leave now, for there are numerous monsters outside awaiting our resolution." Having uttered these words, Jiang Linlin disregarded whether anyone had additional queries and promptly stood up to depart. Nan Xuanhuan, intrigued, rose to follow Jiang Linlin, while Wei Lan paused for a moment before joining them. The individuals outside could only hear the sound of objects being thrown within, with no discernible conversation to be heard. As Nan Xuanhuan trailed behind Jiang Linlin, she initially intended to quicken her pace to lose him. However, as she walked, she soon realized she had lost her way. In exasperation, she halted to search for any guiding signs nearby, but Nan Xuanhuan seized the moment and swiftly approached her. "Why are you so cold? You weren't like this when you intended to kill me before." Jiang Linlin paused momentarily, turning her gaze towards Nan Xuanhuan. It dawned upon her that he had recognized her as the one who had ambushed Lu Yu that night. "What is it that you desire by following me? Are you seeking vengeance for your woman?" Jiang Linlin inquired with a detached tone. His words caused her to furrow her brows. Although she harbored a strong disdain for Lu Yu, the manner in which he compared her to a mere plaything intensified her aversion towards him. "You're quite aloof, and I find myself somewhat drawn to you. Look, I've eliminated the person you despise. Why not become my woman?" He proposed. "And then will you eliminate me as well?" Jiang Linlin shot him a disdainful glance. Despite her banter with Nan Xuanhuan, she was already poised to flee at a moment's notice. Nan Xuanhuan hastily clarified, "No, not at all. I harbor no such intentions towards you. At least not for now, so you need not worry." Jiang Linlin was disinclined to heed Nan Xuanhuan's nonsensical ramblings. Within her heart, she silently summoned Juni. "Juni, could you possibly wait for me around the corner and whisk me away? This individual is truly bothersome, and I sense he harbors a certain danger." "All right." As she turned the next corner, Jiang Linlin encountered Juni, and simultaneously, Nan Xuanhuan laid eyes upon him as well. Jiang Linlin hurried to Yunye's side, casting a fleeting glance at Nan Xuanhuan before grasping Junye's arm, intending to depart. However, from behind, Nan Xuanhuan suddenly called out Junye's name, exclaiming, "Junye, do you not realize that the system must remain devoid of emotions?" This brief utterance brought Junye to an abrupt halt. Jiang Linlin felt a surge of curiosity at his words. She glanced up at Junye and softly inquired, "Do you know each other? Is he also part of the system?" "Long time no see, Nan Xuanhuan," Junye greeted coldly. For reasons unknown, Jiang Linlin suddenly sensed a palpable tension in the air, prompting her to discreetly step aside. To think that Nan Xuanhuan is also a system. How unexpected, she mused. Yet whose system was he? Was it Weilon's? He certainly didn't resemble him much. Indeed, it has been quite a while. If I recall correctly, this is your, Nan Xuanhuan began, only to pause mid-sentence in contemplation. "Oh, yes, I remember. This is your 99th mission, right? The previous 88 hosts met their demise at your hands. Will this one follow suit?" Nan Xuanhuan asked playfully. Junye remained silent, offering no rebuttal to Nan Xuanhuan's claims. Jiang Linlin, concealed from view, stared at Junye in astonishment. "You remain as taciturn as ever. I thought perhaps you had changed. It seems that even with human emotions, you possess very little. Ultimately, you remain that emotionless machine," Nan Xuanhuan mocked with a smirk. "I did not cause the demise of the previous 88 hosts. They simply failed to complete their missions and thus could not attain new life," Junye clarified. Jiang Linlin harbored doubts about the explanation he provided, suspecting it was a deliberate attempt to sow distrust. Was he concerned that their collaboration might falter in the future? Junye's lack of faith in her was truly disheartening. Could she suddenly place her trust in a stranger who emerged from nowhere? They had been through numerous trials together. How could she possibly trust an unknown individual over Junye? Whatever, it didn't matter. The outcome would be the same. After all, they would not survive in the end. Moreover, if those tasks remained unfulfilled, did he not share in the responsibility as well? Nan Xuanhuan's every remark delivered a precise blow to Junye, who could only respond with a stoic expression. Finding Junye's demeanor tedious, Nan Xuanhuan redirected his focus toward Jiang Linlin. With enthusiasm, he beckoned her, "Darling, why not stay by my side? I can offer you endless pleasures. Linlin, harm him once, and you will earn 100 blue star stones," Junye suddenly interjected. "What?" Jiang Linlin shot a surprised glance at Junye. Nan Xuanhuan, taken aback by Junye's words, exclaimed, "Hey, what nonsense are you spouting? Just take a look at the latest tasks." Jiang Linlin, filled with skepticism, summoned the taskbar and indeed beheld the latest mission. Task details: attack 0 supermutant, earn 100 blue star stones for each successful attempt, with a maximum of 10 attempts. Task status: accepted. Upon noticing the words accepted next to the task status, Jiang Linlin couldn't help but wonder if Junye had orchestrated this intentionally. Chapter 44. Speak. Where is the person? But what exactly is a 0 supermutant? She had never encountered this term before. Given Junye's demeanor, he appeared quite familiar with Nan Xuanhuan. Yet, was he not a system? How could he possibly know individuals for Blue Star? These questions swirled in Jiang Linlin's mind, yet with Nan Xuanhuan still present, she found herself unable to inquire further from Junye. Thus, she resolved to first dismiss Nan Xuanhuan before making her exit. After all, she intended to expel him regardless. Was not the task merely a stroke of fortune? With this thought, Jiang Linlin suddenly raised her head and offered Nan Xuanhuan a chilling smile. Although Nan Xuanhuan could not perceive Jiang Linlin's system panel, he sensed something amiss from their conversation, as Jiang Linlin regarded him with the gaze of a predator. "You," he murmured, slightly furrowing his brow. Observing Jiang Linlin advancing towards him, he hastily interjected, "Don't come any closer." He was uncertain why he felt apprehensive around Jiang Linlin, despite her apparent inability to overpower him. Jiang Linlin stood still, gazing in confusion at the spot where Nan Xuanhuan had just been. What could Nan Xuanhuan possibly mean? Why did he not retaliate? Junye quickly embraced the startled Jiang Linlin, gently inquiring, "Are you all right?" Encountering Junye's tender demeanor was a rarity for Jiang Linlin, leaving her somewhat disconcerted as she awkwardly extricated herself from his embrace. I'm fine. Who is Nan Xuanhuan? Are you too close? Noticing the determined glint in Jiang Linlin's eyes, which indicated she would not relent until she received an answer, Juni sighed in resignation and explained. Nan Xuanhuan is a zero-level supermutant, meaning he is the first of his kind to emerge. Unlike other mutants, he possesses a unique ability, the power of time travel. Jiang Linlin was not the first host bound to Junyang Blue Star. He had other hosts prior to her, yet none had survived until the end. Furthermore, Jun had visited Blue Star before, which is how he was acquainted with Nan Xuanhuan, though their relationship did not extend to that of friends. So that's how it is, Jiang Linlin remarked. It's really not a significant matter. You could have simply told me directly. There's no need to feel embarrassed. Jiang Linlin was taken aback. Could it be that her current predicament was perilous? Nan Xuanhuan had consistently referred to her as darling. And coupled with the fact that she had just witnessed him personally slay Lu Yu, was it possible that she had now become his next target? Yet, there was no need for concern. I am no longer the person I once was. I now possess the strength to safeguard you. As long as you remain by my side. Junyi suddenly grasped Jiang Linlin's shoulders with a grave expression. Jiang Linlin nodded earnestly. She certainly did not wish to face death once more. Upon returning to the newcomer dormitory, Jiang Linlin and Jun Yi happened upon guards in uniform apprehending Chu Xiaoran and her companions. Release me. We have committed no wrong. Why are you detaining us? Chu Xiaoran protested vehemently, struggling against their grasp. The guard, showing no hesitation, struck her across the face, declaring, when the enforcement team is at work. Must we inform you of the reasons? Jiang Linlin approached the guard with a scowl, her brow furrowed, and forcefully kicked aside the guard who was holding on to Chu Xiaoran. Upon seeing Jiang Linlin, Chu Xiaoran's face lit up with joy. As long as Jiang Linlin was present, she felt no fear. She immediately exclaimed, Qingqing has already been taken by them. You need not worry about us. Hurry and rescue Qingqing. What? They suddenly appeared, claiming to be from the law enforcement team, and then took Qingqing away. She is far too young to resist them and was swiftly carried off, Chu Xiaoran added. All right, I understand, Jiang Linlin replied. Jiang Linlin wore a grim expression as she felled the members of the law enforcement team one by one. The commotion drew the attention of Chun Weidong, who was attending to the newcomers. He hurried over, witnessing the law enforcers groaning on the ground in pain, and his face was filled with helplessness. What on earth are you doing? They are the law enforcement team. What of it? Can the law enforcement team simply arrest anyone at will? Jiang Linlin retorted coldly. Without waiting for Chun Weidong's response, she thrust him aside and seized a fallen officer, demanding icily, Where have you taken Qingqing? Huh? You dare strike us? You will pay for this. With a resounding slap, Jiang Linlin struck him fiercely. Tell me where the person is. If you refuse to speak, your fate will be sealed. The law enforcer swallowed nervously, sensing the imminent threat as Jiang Linlin prepared to strike again. He hastily pointed in a direction. Over there, South District Prison. Chapter 45. Because you're the savior, Jiang Linlin gently removed Chun Weidong's hand that grasped hers with her other hand. She understood his concern for her. Yet she could not abandon her friend. Captain Chunwei, it seems we are not so familiar as to warrant such worry from you. Why are you so anxious about me? Chun Weidong's gaze faltered, and this reaction only deepened Jiang Linlin's suspicions regarding his hidden troubles. Therefore, she seized his hand in return. Captain Chun, are you concealing something from us? No, it's not. I'm not doing this for your sake. I am doing this for the world. Chun Weidong helplessly shook off Jiang Linlin's grasp. As she prepared to press further, he spoke to her with grave seriousness. I know you must be curious as to why my treatment of you has been more favorable since your arrival compared to others. I have documented everything. With that, Chun Weidong produced a letter from his pocket and handed it to Jiang Linlin, continuing, Everything you wish to know is contained within. I understand your desire to rescue Yuan Qingqing, but you cannot go. I will take your place. Captain Chun. Jiang Linlin was now even more perplexed. Huh? Captain Chun. Jiang Linlin found herself compelled to inquire further, yet Chun Weidong had already fled into the distance. Glancing at the letter in her hand, she resolved to read it first. As she unfolded the letter, its contents left her momentarily speechless. Dear Miss Jiang, I trust you are curious as to why my gaze has remained fixated upon you since your arrival, and why my demeanor towards you has been markedly more favorable than towards others. The truth lies not in mere happenstance. Rather, it is because you are the Savior. I'm a soul reborn. In my previous life, there were those who usurped your achievements and ultimately took your life, leading to the cataclysmic downfall of our world. When the safe havens faltered, no one was left to remedy the situation, resulting in humanity's demise. By a twist of fate, I have been granted a second chance at life, and I vowed to seek you out and protect you, for only you can restore hope to us all. I humbly ask for your forgiveness for any distress this may have caused you. The letter elucidated the catastrophic events that had transpired following Sun Chen's actions against Jiang Linlin, illuminating the reasons behind Chen Weidong's extraordinary kindness towards her. Jiang Linlin suddenly recalled her previous inquiry about whether anyone else, apart from herself, had experienced rebirth. Jun had informed her that it was indeed a possibility. Little did she expect that in her past life, humanity ultimately. Could she truly succeed in saving humanity this time? You need not fret so much. You now possess a plot of land. As long as you construct a safe haven, you can use it as a foundation to gradually expand towards other territories. The apocalypse shall eventually come to an end. Jiang Linlin's heartfelt voice resonated profoundly, prompting Jun Yi to quickly offer words of comfort. Jiang Linlin nodded gently, her hope unwavering. Once hope is extinguished, the ability to accomplish anything truly fades away. Among the fallen enforcement team, one individual stealthily rose and fled, unnoticed by Jiang Linlin, who was unaware of their presence behind her. After Chu Xiaoran freed the others, they all gathered before Jiang Linlin. Linlin, what shall we do? Jiang Linlin pondered for a moment before turning to Qi Chuan and saying, regarding our situation, it could potentially implicate you. Given the current circumstances, it may be prudent for you to leave Newborn while you still can. If my assumptions are correct, those at the higher echelons will undoubtedly pursue us. We saved Qingqing, and we too shall depart from here. Qi Chuan shook his head with a wry smile. Although my acquaintance with you is brief, I perceive you to be genuinely decent individuals. You may not have had much interaction with the people within this base, but I've been in frequent contact with them lately. They possess no earnest intention of establishing a sanctuary for survivors. Their motives are purely self-serving. I wish to stand by your side, for you possess the capability to create a haven suitable for survivors. Qi Chuan's declaration took Jiang Linlin entirely by surprise. Very well, she replied with a smile. Qi Chuan's presence would indeed be beneficial. Once she constructed a safe haven in the spatial realm, it would be essential to have someone to guard the base, and Qi Chuan was an ideal candidate. The group conferred and prepared to rescue Yuan Qingqing before promptly departing Newborn. Although the group, led by Yuan, did not forcibly demand information from her in the reception room, Jiang Linlin had a premonition that they would undoubtedly return. She also recognized that Yuan was entirely different from the person she had known. The Yuan she had encountered was devoted to the survivors, yet the current Yuan, despite her attempts to conceal her ambitions, was perceptibly driven by ulterior motives. Her feigned kindness was merely a guise to extract from Jiang Linlin the secret of her survival amid a siege by mutated entities. Perhaps her limited interactions with Yuan in her previous life had blinded her to the truth. Whatever Yuan intended to pursue was no longer her concern, nor would she involve herself in Yuan's affairs henceforth. However, upon counting, she sensed something was amiss. She recalled having taken down 6 individuals, yet only 5 remained. She swiftly turned to Jun and inquired, was it not a 6th person here just now? Jun nodded, affirming, yes, 1 person fled while you were reading the letter. As Jiang Linlin uttered her question, she already harbored the answer within her heart. Jun could not lay a hand upon humanity, nor interfere with their affairs. Thus he was powerless to prevent that individual from fleeing. I cannot. Jun was momentarily taken aback, then lowered his head and murmured, I am sorry. Jiang Linlin let out a helpless sigh, beginning to reminisce about the once cold and unyielding Jun Yi. She attempted to articulate her thoughts. You bear a striking resemblance to a deranged human at present. Could you not analyze each matter with the same precision and composure as before? After a moment of contemplation, Jun Yi nodded, indicating that if she desired, It was indeed possible. He did not refuse, and with a slight nod, he switched his settings. Chapter 46. Southern District Prison. At present, a law enforcement team had escaped. It would not be long before others arrived to apprehend them. Remaining here would only result in a passive demise. Jiang Linlin pondered for a moment and proposed. I will go to the Southern District Prison with Jun. You all should find a safe place outside to wait for us. No way. We are going together. How can I allow you to venture alone into such a perilous location? Chu Xiaoran immediately rejected Jiang Linlin's suggestion. Xiaoran, I understand your concern for my safety. But with Jun by my side, you need not worry. Should I find myself in mortal danger, he will be there to rescue me, and I can swiftly reunite with you all afterward. This left Chu Xiaoran somewhat hesitant, yet upon reflection, she recognized the validity of Jiang Linlin's words. While Jun could indeed save Jiang Linlin, he could not protect them all. If they accompanied her, they would only become a burden. Thus, she ceased her insistence on Jiang Linlin's decision, saying, All right, then we shall depart first. Huh, Miss Chu, that seems unwise, Chichuan expressed his concerns. It was then that Chu Xiaoran remembered there was a newcomer who was unaware of Junyi's formidable abilities. With a smile, she pulled Chichuan aside to elucidate the situation for him. Jiang Linlin, upon seeing Chu Xiaoran's agreement, ceased her lingering and promptly took Junyi's hand, leading him away. Chu Xiaoran and her companions hastily followed suit, exiting the area designated for newcomers. Not long after their departure, a group from the enforcement team arrived, only to find nothing amiss. Had they lingered a moment longer, they would surely have been apprehended by the officers. Outside the Southern District Prison lies the most heavily guarded section for newcomers. Jiang Linlin had never set foot in this place. She had merely heard others speak of it. It was said to house a collection of heinous criminals, individuals who had caused significant harm within the base and were thus imprisoned. Gazing at the towering walls, a sense of unease washed over Jiang Linlin. The walls appeared even higher than those surrounding the base. Surely, such fortifications were unnecessary against ordinary citizens. Can you see inside? Jiang Linlin suddenly inquired of Jun. Oh, very well. Jun remained his typical icy self, and though Jiang Linlin felt an urge to jest, she found comfort in his demeanor. However, as she turned away, she failed to notice the unusual glimmer in Junyi's eyes, the icy fade within them having vanished. The pair stealthily pressed against the wall as they entered the Southern District Prison, where the protective measures astonished Jiang Linlin. This was not merely a matter of human guards. A multitude of advanced technological devices fortified the area. Following the alien invasion, the electronic equipment on Blue Star had become nearly inoperable, only salvageable through the acquisition of rare materials to establish an isolation layer, thus allowing the devices to function. The newcomers had managed to create such an isolation layer. This was no feat achievable in the early days of the apocalypse. It required preparations that began long before the onset of disaster. As Jiang Linlin pondered, an unsettling feeling consumed her. It seemed she was overthinking the matter. Surely, it was impossible for the inhabitants here to begin preparations for isolation without the impending apocalypse, unless they possessed a reborn individual among them. Chen Weidong, do you truly believe you can save this little wretch and present him to Jiang Linlin as a token of allegiance? Do not indulge in such fantasies. Suddenly, a voice echoed around the corner, prompting Jiang Linlin to swiftly pull Junyi into a shadowy recess, perfectly situated within the electronic device's blind spot, where patrolling individuals remained oblivious to their presence. From this vantage point, they could observe the source of the noise. Weilon looked down imperiously at Chen Weidong, who lay battered on the ground, yet cradled in his arms was Yuan Qingqing. Yuan Qingqing lay with her eyes closed, oblivious to the unfolding situation. Jiang Linlin was fervently eager to rush out, but fortunately, Junyi held her back, reminding her that venturing outside would be tantamount to courting death. She found it exceedingly difficult to maintain her composure when it concerned those around her. This simply would not do. She needed to swiftly amend this detrimental habit, lest she inadvertently exacerbate a grave situation in the future. Chen Weidong looked up and smiled, only to receive a cold kick from Weilon, which knocked a tooth from his mouth. He spat blood and collapsed onto the ground. Wei Lan stepped onto Chun Weidong's back, a mocking smile gracing her lips as she declared, I told you, we have all been reborn once. Why not utilize the memories from our previous lives to strive earnestly in this second chance? You do not deserve it. You and Shun Chun are alike. Neither of you truly wish to save anyone. You are merely motivated by your own interests. Chun Weidong weakly retorted. Upon hearing his words, Wei Lan intensified her pressure on his back, exclaiming, What is wrong with wanting something for myself? In my past life, I sacrificed for everyone. And what was the result? Others merely watched as I was murdered. Not a single soul came to my aid. Before my demise, I realized that only self-preservation matters. Chun Weidong, if you cannot comprehend this, I bear you no grudge. Initially, I allowed you to occupy yourself at the base, but I did not anticipate that you would choose to interfere with me. Wei Lan released Chun Weidong, who was then lifted by the guards and placed onto a chair, devoid of strength to resist, while Yuan Qingqing gently fell to the ground. Wei Lan approached Yuan Qingqing, cradling her and softly patting her back. Who would have thought it would be so easy to capture a super mutant? If I obtain her evolutionary data, I shall attain immortality. Ha ha ha. She is but a child. Cough. Wei Lan, do you truly not regret this? Chun Weidong managed a weak smile. With his head lowered, he slowly retrieved a pill from his pocket. Upon seeing the medication, Wei Lan promptly urged, Stop him. Do not let him ingest it. By the time the guards reacted, it was too late. Chun Weidong had already swallowed the pill. Instantly, his injuries healed, and he looked up at Wei Lan with a calm demeanor, hand over Yuan Qingqing. Wei Lan ground her teeth in anger. Chun Liang, do you not fear for your friend's life? At the mention of the name Chun Liang, Jiang Linlin, who had been hiding, jolted in recognition. It was her assistant's name. Do as you will. You have used them to threaten me for long enough. Today, I will take Yuan Qingqing away. You, Wei Lan seethed, yet dared not strike first against Chun Weidong. Having consumed the pill, his strength now rivaled that of elemental evolvers or high-level mutants. Chapter 47. Countdown begins. 3, 2, 1. Chun Weidong approached Wei Lan, extending his hand. With a dark expression, she stepped back 2 paces. I will not hand her over. She is a crucial experimental subject. I grant you this one opportunity. I will count down from 3. Chun Weidong's gaze was icy as he began his countdown. 3. Chun Liang, remain calm. Listen to me. We can collaborate for mutual benefit. I have discovered the secret to immortality and will share it with you. What harm is there in that? Wei Lan panicked, realizing Chun Weidong was serious. To what use is it to hand her over to Jiang Linlin? Will you continue to linger in the shadows as a mere assistant? Your friends are here with me, enjoying favorable treatment. You could be living better than them. Why refuse my proposal? Upon finishing the final count, Chun Weidong clenched his fists, preparing to strike Wei Lan. Sensing his intent, she quickly interjected, Wait, here. As she spoke, she handed Yuan Qingqing to Chun Weidong, who accepted her into his arms, ready to depart. However, as he rounded the corner, he was met with Wei Lan's maniacal laughter from behind. Ha ha ha, you fool. Do you think that by consuming the DU series of drugs, you have enhanced your strength? I assure you, you are deluded. You shall die today. Ignoring Wei Lan's frenzied ramblings, Chun Weidong faced an imminent firewall that surged toward him. Seeing this, Wei Lan smugly proclaimed, What does it matter if you have gained strength? You remain merely human. While she is different, she is a super mutant, impervious to such threats. Chun Weidong furrowed his brow, preparing to break through the firewall, when Jiang Linlin emerged from the corner, urgently pulling him back. Charging through will lead to your demise. This firewall was devised specifically for mutants. For humans, it is merely ordinary flame, but for mutants, it serves as a paralyzing agent. Initially, capturing high-level mutants proved challenging for humans, leading to collaborative efforts among researchers to develop this particular flame. Upon witnessing Jiang Linlin's sudden appearance, Chun Weidong paused. What are you doing here? Without hesitation, she drew her bow and charged toward Wei Lan's direction. They had no choice but to navigate through Wei Lan's side, as the firewall would prevent their escape otherwise. Noticing Jiang Linlin, Wei Lan narrowed her eyes and gestured for her followers to obstruct their path. She approached Jiang Linlin, scrutinizing her before asking, You heard our conversation. did you not? Since you are aware of our discussion, you shall not leave here alive today." Jiang Linlin had already heard everything, and it was futile for her to continue feigning. The individuals behind Weilon surged towards Jiang Linlin, engaging her in a fierce struggle. Chen Weidong, having taken his medicine, swiftly dispatched this gang of ruffians, leaving them sprawled on the ground. Realizing the precariousness of the situation, Weilon promptly turned and retreated. Jiang Linlin and Chen Weidong noticed her a heartbeat too late. She had already activated the mechanisms in the corridor. Feathers and stones rained down as numerous traps were triggered, obstructing the path of Jiang Linlin and her companions. Moreover, the ground began to tremble violently. Jiang Linlin lost her footing and nearly fell, but fortunately, Jinny caught her just in time. Shortly thereafter, objects began to plummet from the ceiling, and eerie roars echoed around the room. Moments later, a horde of intermediate mutated creatures charged toward them, compounding their perilous predicament amidst the quaking ground. As the mutated beings drew nearer, escape seemed impossible. "This is too dangerous. You must take Yuan Qingqing and leave," Chen Weidong urged, pressing Yuan Qingqing into Jiang Linlin's arms. Jiang Linlin was momentarily taken aback, just as she was about to call out to Chen Weidong to leave together. However, Jun had already lifted her into the air. Once steady, Jiang Linlin immediately shouted to Chen Weidong, "Be careful. You all should leave quickly. I will hold them off." The claws had torn through Chen Weidong's skin, blood seeping through his clothing, yet he appeared oblivious, continuing to battle the mutated creatures with unwavering resolve. Jiang Linlin wished to persuade Chen Weidong to come up, but before she could utter a word, Jun Yi coldly interjected, "He will not leave. Even if he were to depart, survival would be beyond his grasp. The time he grants us to escape is his utmost value." "Jun Yi," Jiang Linlin immediately silenced him, fully aware of the grim reality. She had just witnessed Chen Weidong consume the toxic Du series. He had once been her most capable assistant, well-versed in the concoction of these poisons. After ingesting this toxin, he would experience a fleeting enhancement in power, ultimately leading to his demise. Yet, despite this knowledge, she could not bear to abandon Chen Weidong. The thought of losing her colleague once more was unbearable. "Leave now. Only your survival offers humanity a glimmer of hope." Chen Weidong urged Jiang Linlin to escape. "Chen Liang." Tears streamed from the corners of Jiang Linlin's eyes involuntarily. Upon hearing her call him by his original name, he turned to glance at her and offered a faint smile. To conceal his identity from others who, like him, had been reborn, he had altered his appearance and assumed a new name, all in the pursuit of finding Jiang Linlin and continuing to assist her. However, upon their reunion, he hesitated to reveal his true identity or recount the events of their previous life. He had cherished Jiang Linlin since their past existence, and becoming her assistant was a means to draw closer to her. Regrettably, in that prior life, he had been unable to save her. But this time he succeeded. He had the chance to rescue Jiang Linlin. "Doctor, thank you for remembering me. That is enough." With those words, Chen Weidong felt the effects of the Du toxin rapidly intensifying. He could no longer resist the onslaught of the mutated beings and was swiftly engulfed, ultimately transforming into a primary mutant among their ranks. "Chen Liang," Jiang Linlin called out with a trembling voice, then tightly grasped Junyi's arm, burying herself in his embrace as tears streamed down her face. "Do not be afraid. I am here," Junyi reassured her softly, and in an instant, he soared with Jiang Linlin towards the prison's exit. He could sustain flight for only a minute, and even that was a breach of protocol. Chapter 48. Linlin. "Wait for me." Once more he longed to rescue Chen Weidong, yet regulations forbade him from saving anyone other than Jiang Linlin. Yuan, gently cradled by Jiang Linlin, was considered an unavoidable circumstance, thus not subject to the constraints. With merely 30 seconds of flight remaining, Junyi solemnly searched for an escape route. The path they had taken had become impassable, and a throng of intermediate mutated creatures was in hot pursuit. In his arms, Jiang Linlin gradually regained her composure. She understood that continuing to weep would serve no purpose. Chen Weidong was already gone. She had to escape, for that was the only way to honor his sacrifices. "Junyi, let us head in the opposite direction, towards where the firewall was." There may be a way out, Jiang Linlin said through her sobs. Without hesitation, Jiang turned sharply and flew in a new direction. Yet, only 15 seconds of flight remained. He reached the location of the firewall at the swiftest speed possible. But what lay before him was no longer a single barrier of flames. The blaze had begun to spread, engulfing the entire corridor in a sea of fire. With only 5 seconds left, Jiang Linlin's brow furrowed tightly, astonished at how rapidly the flames had advanced. There! The switch is over there. Jiang Linlin gazed intently at the inferno, ultimately spotting a switch on the wall to one side of the corridor. She found herself unable to reach it. But Jiang certainly could. Jiang held her protectively in his embrace, yet his complexion was unsettlingly pale. Jiang, are you all right? Jiang Linlin emerged from his arms, her concern evident as she steadied him. Jiang's face was ashen, and he weakly shook his head. I have exhausted my energy. The revelation struck Jiang Linlin. She had never before heard Jiang admit to his energy being depleted. It dawned on her that he, too, required a source of energy. Initially, she had believed him to be invincible, needing nothing at all. The flames crept closer, and Jiang Linlin bit her lip in anxiety. With no time for hesitation, she directly inquired of Jiang, "Can you still teleport?" "The switch is right there." As Jiang Linlin spoke, she pointed towards the location of the switch. And Jiang followed her gesture, spotting the red button. "All right, I'll give it a try." Struggling to rise, Jiang realized that his current strength would certainly not allow him to teleport there instantly. Yet, if he failed to deactivate the switch, Jiang Linlin would perish. In that fleeting moment, he recalled Nan Xuanhuan's derisive taunt. "All the previous 98 hosts met their demise at your hands. Will you not repeat the same fate this time?" No, absolutely not. This time, he would not falter. Taking a deep breath, he teleported to the switch's location under Jiang Linlin's expectant gaze, only to collapse with a thud onto the ground. "Yunyi!" Jiang Linlin called out anxiously, her concern mounting as she yearned to rush over and assess the situation. But the raging inferno before her barred her passage. "Junyi! Junyi! Behind you! Look behind you!" Jiang Linlin called out in panic to Jiang. Jiang tilted his head slightly, observing the situation behind him. The corridor had initially been devoid of flames. However, as the inferno spread, it gradually engulfed the passageway. And at that moment, a wave of fire was advancing towards him. Jiang's expression remained calm, aware that delay was no longer an option. Yet he found himself devoid of strength. Casting a glance at the distant Jiang Linlin, who was filled with concern for him, Jiang offered a faint smile and suddenly said, "Linlin, wait for me just one more time." With that, he pressed the control button with a sharp sound, yet he vanished from the spot. Jiang Linlin witnessed the inferno vanish before her eyes, yet Jiang had also disappeared. In a state of shock, she approached the spot where Jiang had been. There was nothing there. "Jiang! Jiang!" Jiang Linlin called out tremulously twice. Jiang Linlin swallowed hard and began to communicate with the system. "Where is Jiang? Where has he gone?" System 0 has suffered overall damage due to excessive energy consumption and is currently assessing the extent of the damage. Please be patient. Host, excessive energy consumption? Jiang Linlin leaned against the wall in a daze. She could not afford to succumb to despair and needed to leave this place promptly. Thus, she steeled herself, cradling the unconscious Yuan as she continued to seek an escape. Soon, the system's feedback emerged. Detection indicates that the system's damage level has reached 69, requiring maintenance at the system headquarters, with the estimated time for repairs currently uncertain. Can it be restored? It can be restored, but the time frame is indeterminate. Upon hearing that restoration was possible, Jiang Linlin exhaled with relief and refocused her efforts on finding a way out. She began to comprehend the meaning behind Jiang's words before pressing the control button. He had foreseen that his actions would excessively deplete energy, causing him to vanish from her side once more. Meanwhile, in a secure location, Blue observed Jiang Linlin through the surveillance monitors, realizing she was unharmed, which immediately darkened her expression. She commanded her subordinates, "Activate all mechanisms in the Southern District Prison." "Boss, this could lead to an overload and potential disaster." Her subordinate timidly cautioned. Blue shot a piercing glance, coldly asserting, "Am I the boss, or are you?" No matter what, Jiang Linlin must die today, even if it costs the entire new life. She cannot be allowed to survive. Jiang Linlin was her greatest fear. Knowing all her secrets, she would never let her go. Thus, they had become the most formidable adversaries. Blue could not permit her enemy to thrive. Therefore, Jiang Linlin had to perish within the confines of the Southern District Prison. With no other choice, her subordinate complied with Blue's orders. In an instant, all energy from the new life was siphoned to the Southern District Prison, which, due to the excessive activation of its systems, faced an energy overload. As Jiang Linlin searched for an escape route, she noticed the alarms blaring in the corridor. Raising her head, she recognized the alarm's symbol and furrowed her brow, murmuring to herself, "An energy overload? What is Blue planning? Has she lost her mind?" She quickened her pace, reflecting on how the prison's structure resembled that of the experimental base she had previously inhabited. As she ran, doubts crept in. Isn't this supposed to be a prison? Why does it resemble an experimental facility? Jiang Linlin was in a state of perplexity when she turned a corner and stumbled upon a door adorned with a sign that left her momentarily speechless. Human Evolution Research Room Number 2. Could it be that this was a research facility? Thus, this place was never a prison. It was all a deliberate ruse orchestrated by Waylon. Chapter 49. The Failed Products in Experimental Warehouse Number 1. She resolved not to squander any more time here. Since this was not the way out, she needed to hasten her departure in search of an escape route. However, the laboratory door suddenly clicked open, and a multitude of individuals clad in white lab coats rushed out. Jiang Linlin was taken aback upon seeing this group of people. They were her colleagues from her previous life, the very individuals she wished to reunite with in this new existence. And astonishingly, they were all present here. Jiang Linlin observed the individuals around her. However, this group had never shared her presence, remaining strangers to her. One by one, they hastily distanced themselves from her. What was Wei Lan thinking? Had she lost her mind? Despite her initial joy at seeing these individuals alive, she was soon taken aback by an astonishing remark. How frustrating. If it weren't for Chen Liang's stubbornness, we wouldn't be hiding in this wretched place. We could conduct our research openly and avoid this perilous escape. Such words should not be uttered. If those ordinary people were to discover our endeavors, the chaos that would ensue is unimaginable. What is there to fear? It's merely the survival of the fittest. It is their honor to contribute to scientific advancement. Once we unveil the secret to human immortality, they too will reap the benefits. Yet, it was clear they would never accept our experiments on ordinary individuals. Enough of this. Let us flee. Jiang Linlin, trailing behind them, gradually came to a halt. She suspected she had misheard. This group was conducting experiments on human subjects? Immortality for humankind? Even if they succeeded, what purpose would it serve? When extraterrestrial beings arrived on Earth, they would merely become free laborers. What astonished her further was the realization that this group was using human subjects for their research. Hadn't they shared her previous aspiration of developing safe havens for humanity as survival? Was everything a fade? In her past life, had they not been wholly devoted to the well-being of survivors? Upon reflection, it seemed that these revelations had been imparted by Shun Shun. She had seldom interacted with these researchers. Jiang Linlin took a deep breath, momentarily setting aside her thoughts. Even if she wished to rescue the group, she lacked the capacity to do so. Their numbers were overwhelming, and she had already exerted all her strength merely to carry Yuan away, let alone reach a place of safety. She watched in bewilderment as the researchers dashed back toward the laboratory. An elderly researcher, noticing her, paused briefly as he passed by and then took her hand, urging her to follow him into the lab. Fearing she might misconstrue his intentions, he explained as they ran. "Do not be afraid, I mean no harm. There are many mutated creatures approaching from behind, and it is perilous to remain here. I must bring you into the laboratory." "Ah, thank you," Jiang Linlin responded, bewildered as she was pulled along. Just as they were about to enter the laboratory, the door was abruptly shut, leaving the group stranded outside. The foremost researcher pounded on the door in fury, shouting, "Open the door, you worthless fools. Do you wish for us to perish out here? Open the door. Open the door." Despite their vehement curses, those inside remained unyielding. "It's over. It seems we are destined to die here today." The researcher who had grabbed Jiang Linlin slumped despondently in a corner, his hands clasped over his head, devoid of any will to survive. The mutated creatures, as he had described, had indeed caught up with them. Jiang Linlin looked up and realized they were not of a high level, merely a horde of low-level mutated creatures. She crouched down and inquired of the researcher who had taken her hand, "Where do these monsters come from?" To avoid raising suspicion, she referred to the mutated beings as monsters. Jiang Linlin was taken aback. His words implied that this group of mutated beings who had rushed over were originally uninfected individuals. They had been subjected to experiments. Azure. Jiang Linlin clenched her fists, harboring an intensified sense of animosity towards the Azure. Do all researchers truly endorse the use of humans for experimentation? Jiang Linlin inquired icily. The researchers, engulfed in their trepidation, remained oblivious to the shift in Jiang Linlin's demeanor. Jiang Linlin refrained from further inquiries. She drew her bow and arrow, positioning herself in a corner with her back against the wall. Uncertain of the truth behind his words, she found herself unwilling to rescue the group of researchers any longer. Even if some among them possessed a conscience and were reluctant to use humans as subjects, they had nonetheless participated, including the researcher beside her. The mutated creatures surged forward, and soon, the majority of the researchers had perished. The one who had just rescued her noticed the weapon in Jiang Linlin's grasp. He shifted his gaze and stealthily maneuvered behind her. Aware of his movements, Jiang Linlin remained undistracted as the mutated creatures approached. One, then two, the creatures charging towards her were swiftly dealt with. Seizing the opportunity, the researcher lunged at Jiang Linlin, who, caught off guard, was knocked down, and her bow and arrow were snatched away. Mimicking Jiang Linlin's earlier actions, the researcher began to shoot the mutated creatures, quickly discovering the weapon's efficacy. He erupted into a maniacal laugh, exclaiming, "Ha ha! With this, I shall have no fear of the Azure." Jiang Linlin rose from the ground, casting a frosty gaze at the researchers. The first wave of mutated species that had rushed in had nearly all been dealt with by Jiang Linlin, with the remaining few dispatched by the researchers. "Little girl, I didn't anticipate you possessed such formidable treasures. It seems my judgment of you was not erroneous." Jiang Linlin furrowed her brow. "What does it mean? Do you still not comprehend? Do you believe that group of people is ignoring you for no reason? It is because they have received orders. You are the target that Wei Lan seeks to eliminate. Who would dare to rescue you? My act of saving you is merely a gamble. Since you have provoked such intense ire from Wei Lan, it stands to reason that you possess considerable abilities. Assisting you offers a far greater chance of survival than fleeing alongside these fools." Jiang Linlin gazed coldly at the researcher, remaining silent. "Now, you shall meet your demise." Suddenly, the researcher aimed at Jiang Linlin, yet she did not flee. Instead, she let out a chilling laugh. Chapter 50. Decisive and ruthless bow kill. "Do you truly believe that you can slay me with this bow in your hands?" Jiang Linlin inquired icily. The researcher, with a smug grin, replied, "What else could it be? You should be well aware of the formidable power of this bow. I wonder what it feels like to be slain by your own weapon. Ha!" After his boastful laughter, the researcher swiftly drew the bow, aiming at Jiang Linlin. She showed no intention of escaping, and although he was perplexed, he released the arrow. However, the anticipated outcome did not unfold. Not only did he fail to strike Jiang Linlin, but the bow in his hand had vanished. Confused, he glanced around and then looked down at the ground, finding no trace of the bow. Realizing Jiang Linlin's unervingly calm demeanor, he furiously raised his gaze toward her, exclaiming, "What have you done, you wretched creature? Where's my divine bow?" Jiang Linlin truly wished to laugh. "Your bow, that belongs to me. Since when has it become yours? In my hands, it is undoubtedly mine. You are simply too amusing." Jiang Linlin chuckled lightly. Then, with a stoic expression, she extended her hand in a bow-drawing gesture. In the next moment, a bow and arrow materialized in her grasp, causing the researcher's eyes to gleam with excitement. "Hand it over." The researcher lunged to seize the bow from Jiang Linlin, but she swiftly released the string, launching an arrow that pierced directly into the researcher's heart. Subsequently, she stepped on the researcher's body, coldly stating, "Individuals like you deserve to perish." The researcher, filled with rage, reached out to grasp Jiang Linlin, but before he could complete the motion, he drew his last breath. Jiang Linlin paid no heed to such individuals. She firmly grasped her bow, an arrow, while simultaneously summoning the system to exchange for an arrow upgrade card. Checking the remaining quantity of blue star stones and available exchange options. Please wait. Blue star stones. 115 pieces available exchange options. 1. Space Lot 1. Current upgrade status. 100 blue star stones or 1 blue crystal required per piece. 2. Building material package 23. 5 blue star stones required per package. 3. Arrow upgrade card fragment 5. Exchanging 6 fragments can synthesize an arrow upgrade card, which can elevate a lower grade bow to a medium grade bow. 20 blue star stones required per fragment. Jiang Linlin took another glance at her current possessions. Backpack storage, 300 square space, low-level bows and arrows, building materials package 1, safe house, for bow and arrow upgrade cards. Without hesitation, redeeming the bow and arrow upgrade card was undoubtedly her foremost choice. As for the space plot, if she opted to redeem that, she would forfeit the opportunity to acquire the upgrade card, so it would be prudent to wait until she collected more blue star stones before making that exchange. Used 40 blue star stones to redeem 2 bow and arrow upgrade card fragments. Remaining blue star stones, 75. Upon seeing the redemption notification appear on the panel, Jiang Linlin felt a surge of joy. Her bows and arrows could be upgraded now. As for the remaining blue star stones yet to be utilized, she decided to hold on to them, for there might be even better options that could arise. Collected 6 bow and arrow upgrade cards. Would you like to upgrade? Jiang Linlin chose yes without any hesitation. Upon making her choice, the bow in her hand emitted a faint azure glow, barely visible unless one looked closely. As the blue light flickered, a subtle aura of blue particles began to encircle the bow. Aside from this, its appearance remained unchanged. Jiang Linlin pondered for a moment, then accessed the control panel and clicked on the details of the bow and arrow introduction, immediately met with a plethora of information. Intermediate hunter bow, designed for the blue planet, intended to combat mutated species, capable of killing high-level mutated species with a mortality rate of 5. While the mortality rate for intermediate mutated species is 85, and for primary mutated species is 100. The bow and arrows are non-transferable and may only be utilized by Jiang Linlin. Currently, no wear and tear has been generated. However, upon upgrading to a high-level bow with an upgrade card, where will occur, necessitating repair with a maintenance card. There was further information, but Jiang Linlin chose not to delve deeper, as it was beyond her current scope. Just after upgrading her bow, the laboratory door suddenly swung open, revealing a group of researchers armed with an assortment of weapons. Observing the glass bottles, scissors, rulers, and even bricks that some had inexplicably procured, Jiang Linlin couldn't help but chuckle. It was evident that they had resorted to gathering anything that could serve as a weapon out of sheer desperation. Blue must have seen her actions through the surveillance. With that thought, Jiang Linlin slowly lifted her gaze to the camera and offered a slight smile towards it. Blue. Meanwhile, Blue, stationed in another part of the new base, reacted with rage upon witnessing Jiang Linlin's provocative grin, immediately pounding her fist on the table. Kill her. Eliminate her. The mere sight of Jiang Linlin's calm demeanor filled Blue with profound dread, an instinctual terror that emanated from the depths of her being. She feared that Jiang Linlin would rapidly evolve after her departure. Moreover, Blue harbored a deep disdain for Jiang Linlin's composed and unruffled presence. In the laboratory, the researchers exchanged glances, none daring to make the first move. Although they had not opened the door moments ago, they could still observe the unfolding events through the glass. Catching a glimpse of the bow in Jiang Linlin's hands intensified their trepidation. At that moment, a furious shout from Blue crackled through their headsets. Do not forget that your lives are in my hands. If you cannot eliminate her today, I shall dispose of you. Blue had equipped this group with special devices, granting her the power to control their fates at any moment, which was a significant reason for their unwavering allegiance to her. Faced with Blue's ultimatum, the researchers had no choice but to steel their resolve and charge forward. Jiang Linlin showed no mercy, wielding her bow with precision, taking down one adversary with each arrow. As she surveyed the fallen bodies at her feet, the researchers who had yet to charge forward hesitated, their resolve faltering. They began to retreat. Yet, Jiang Linlin had no intention of allowing them to escape. "Did you not intend to kill me? Why do you hesitate now? If you do not strike, will the Azure let you go?" With these words, some of the previously uncertain individuals surged towards her like a frenzy, precisely as Jiang Linlin had anticipated. Unfamiliar with her surroundings, she could not ascertain whether this group had set an ambush in advance. Thus, the most effective strategy to eliminate them was to provoke their advance. One by one, more and more researchers fell to the ground. Jiang Linlin stood before them, peering through the narrow crack of the door behind the researcher, and her gaze fell upon the figure sprawled on the experimental table. No, it could no longer be considered human, yet it was not a mere aberration either. This was the extent of their inhumane experiments. These wretched individuals deserve their fate. Please, I beg you, spare me. Chapter 51. Explosion as art. I have aged parents and young children to care for. I am compelled to undertake this dreadful task. I implore you, release me. I promise to turn over a new leaf and never commit such atrocities again. The researcher knelt on the ground, inching toward Jiang Linlin's feet, but she swiftly dispatched him with an arrow. In the instant following the researcher's demise, a small explosion erupted at the scene. He had used his own body as a shield, intending to take Jiang Linlin down with him, should she show any hint of compassion. His sinister plot would come to fruition. Jiang Linlin's hatred and loathing for Yuan surged anew. They attempted to shut the laboratory door, yet Jiang Linlin had already loosed an arrow, thwarting their efforts. Simultaneously, their headsets echoed with Yuan's furious roars and frenzied commands. "We must eliminate him, or I will activate the device this instant. None of you shall survive. Even if you all perish here today, you must ensure her demise. Leave her no chance. Let her die." Listening to Yuan's heart-wrenching cries, the researchers hastily discarded their headsets. Even if they were to meet their end, they refused to succumb to such torturous suffering. Outside, the mutated creatures lurked. Although the first batch had fallen to Jiang Linlin, it would not be long before others from the experimental warehouses would converge. Faced with certain death, they resolved to confront Jiang Linlin head-on. Thus, they seized their weapons and pressed their assault against her. Although Jiang Linlin had upgraded her bow and arrows, she was not an evolved being, having just vanquished numerous mutants and now battling a throng of researchers. She found herself utterly exhausted. She merely maintained her composure, standing firm before this gathering of adversaries. As they closed in, Jiang Linlin furrowed her brow. She lacked the strength to contend with so many. Moreover, she cradled Yuan Qingqing in her arms, her stamina nearly depleted. "Look, she is weakened now. Let us seize this opportunity to kill her." It was unclear who in the crowd first noticed Jiang Linlin's fatigue, but the other researchers were swiftly emboldened. Charging toward her in unison, Jiang Linlin endeavored to draw her bow and eliminate her assailants. Yet her movements grew increasingly sluggish as a multitude of foes surged toward her. Ultimately, Jiang Linlin could no longer endure and staggered to her knees. Some astute researchers seized the opportunity, promptly launching a barrage of punches and kicks upon her. Jiang Linlin collapsed onto the ground in agony, yet she steadfastly cradled Yuan Qingqing in her arms. Just as several armed individuals prepared to strike Jiang Linlin, an unearthly roar suddenly echoed through the corridor. Upon hearing this sound, the researchers froze in place, and in the next moment, they began to scatter in all directions. Jiang Linlin had lost all strength to stand, huddling in the corner while cradling Yuan Qingqing. One researcher after another fell victim to the ravenous onslaught, until at last, the mutated beings approached Jiang Linlin. "Is this how I meet my end?" Jiang Linlin murmured with a bitter smile. Yet, astonishingly, this horde of mutants did not harm her. They merely stood silently by her side. Soon, Jiang Linlin too became aware of this peculiar phenomenon. After a moment of contemplation, she immediately glanced at the Yuan Qingqing in her arms. Yuan Qingqing's eyelashes fluttered, and she slowly opened her eyes, gazing at Jiang Linlin in confusion. "Sister?" As Yuan Qingqing looked up, she was met with the sight of a multitude of mutated beings encircling them. This no longer mattered. Now that you have awakened, we can finally depart. Jiang Linlin struggled to support herself and stand up, but after taking just 2 steps, she collapsed to the ground with a thud. Yuan gently held Jiang Linlin, her heart aching, and asked, "Sister, what is wrong with you?" Jiang Linlin smiled and gently shook her head, asking for a moment to rest. Yuan, obedient and attentive, nodded softly, vigilantly standing guard beside Jiang Linlin. Jiang Linlin bore numerous wounds upon her body. Though not fatal, they severely impeded her movements. Thus, in order to gently escort Yuan away, she needed to devise a plan. At this moment, the only solution that came to mind was the system. Jiang Linlin inquired of the system, "Is there any medicine or other means to heal my injuries?" After a thorough search, the system responded that the host could exchange 50 blue star stones for a universal potion capable of mending all wounds, both internal and external. However, 50 blue star stones were quite a hefty price. She would need to defeat numerous mutated creatures to accumulate them, and at present, she found herself devoid of alternatives. Thus, with a heavy heart, Jiang Linlin confirmed the exchange. Exchange successful, received 1 universal potion. Her remaining blue star stones dwindled to 25. As the potion materialized in her hand, she gazed at the mere 5 milliliters of liquid and fell into a contemplative silence. She suspected the system had intentionally limited her to such a meager amount. Nevertheless, she rationalized that it would suffice for her needs. Yuan Qingqing obediently sat beside Jiang Linlin, observing her as she applied the potion. Once Jiang Linlin had finished, Yuan Qingqing voiced her concern. "Sister, how did you sustain such severe injuries? What transpired?" Yuan Qingqing nodded, allowing Jiang Linlin to embrace her. After much contemplation, Jiang Linlin dismissed several incorrect paths and swiftly discerned the right one. As she carried Yuan Qingqing away, a portion of the mutated creatures did not follow, but instead congregated at the laboratory's entrance, vehemently pounding on the door. Upon Jiang Linlin's emergence, an explosive sound erupted from behind her as the laboratory suddenly detonated. Jiang Linlin and Yuan Qingqing were hurled away by the scorching blast of the explosion, leaving Jiang Linlin injured once more. A sharp cry escaped her lips. This injury was far more severe than the previous one. Ultimately, darkness enveloped her as she lost consciousness. "Sister," Yuan Qingqing called out in distress, but she too had sustained grave injuries and soon succumbed to unconsciousness. Aside from South District Prison, the entire new life base began to erupt in chaos. Due to energy overloads, some perilous energy sources in other districts became uncontrollable, resulting in explosions that devastated the safety systems. Consequently, mutated creatures from beyond the base surged in. In an instant, the new life base transformed into a hellish inferno. Chu Xiaoran and her companions, who had departed early, witnessed the transformation of the base and furrowed their brows in alarm. Chapter 52. The Glamorous Deception. The initial plan, though troubled, Chu Xiaoran nodded and remained in place. Meanwhile, Jiang Linlin and Yuan Qingqing had completely succumbed to their unconscious state. Shortly after their fainting spell, a man appeared before them, attempting to touch Jiang Linlin. However, he was repelled by an invisible, translucent shield. Undeterred, he tried again, only to meet the same fate. "What is this?" The man persisted, only to be thrown against the wall, pain coursing through his chest as if his very organs had shifted. "Damn it, it seems our fates are not yet intertwined. Linlin, remember me. I am Wang Xiaoyang, and I shall be your man in the days to come." A hint of madness sparkled in Wang Xiaoyang's eyes as he gazed at Jiang Linlin for a moment before departing. When Jiang Linlin awoke, she found herself in an unfamiliar place. Instinctively, she reached out for Yuan Qingqing, but found her absent. Panic surged within her, and she sat up abruptly. "Linlin, you're awake." Chu Xiaoran, who had just entered with food, caught sight of Jiang Linlin regaining consciousness. Her face lit up with joy as she rushed over, placing the food aside and enveloping Jiang Linlin in a tight embrace. Jiang Linlin was momentarily taken aback, her brow furrowed in confusion as she inquired, "Where am I? And where is Qingqing?" Just then, a cheerful voice chimed in, "Sister, I'm here, don't worry." Yuan Qingqing bounced into the room from outside. Relieved to see that Yuan Qingqing was unharmed, Jiang Linlin finally took the time to scrutinize her surroundings. She found herself in a dilapidated residence, which appeared to have been abandoned for quite some time. The walls were largely crumbling, yet there remained a cozy spot for rest. At that moment, she lay upon a comfortable, albeit tattered bed. We waited a whole day and night without seeing you emerge, and I simply couldn't contain myself any longer. So I ventured in search of you. Chu Xiaoran recounted the events to Jiang Linlin. Not only Chu Xiaoran, but also Qi Chuan and Chu Wen felt compelled to join the quest. The new base had transformed into a desolate ruin. The mutated creatures had wiped out everyone, and the survivors were nowhere to be found. They had arrived at the Southern District Prison, where they discovered the unconscious forms of Jiang Linlin and Yuan Qingqing at the prison gates. The following morning, undeterred, Chu Xiaoran attempted once more and discovered that she could indeed touch Jiang Linlin. Thus, they promptly transported Jiang Linlin and Yuan Qingqing to the location they had previously uncovered. After another night had passed, which brings us to the present, Jiang Linlin finally awoke. 3 days had elapsed since the explosion of a new base. Upon hearing of the explosion, Jiang Linlin sighed in resignation. The new beginning is lost. But surely, another opportunity for rebirth will arise. For Wei Lan is still alive. Wei Lan? Who is that? Chu Xiaoran inquired, her curiosity piqued. Jiang Linlin suddenly recalled that they were still unaware of the situation regarding Wei Lan. So much had transpired at the base that they had yet to exchange vital information with one another. Consequently, they shared everything, including the upgrades to their bows and arrows, which Jiang Linlin informed them of. The news of the bow and arrow enhancements brought joy to everyone. However, this elation was short-lived. But now that the base has been destroyed, where can we possibly go? Chu Xiaoran lamented. Are we to seek another base? And even if we do, will it not be akin to starting anew? Jiang Linlin smiled gently, reaching out to softly pinch Chu Xiaoran's cheek. Since the other bases are inadequate, we can simply establish one ourselves. Upon hearing this, everyone turned to Jiang Linlin with expressions of delight. Jiang Linlin, with a tender smile, began to articulate her plan. I currently possess a space of 300 square meters to create a new base, though the materials are somewhat limited and we lack substantial construction tools. We will need to collaborate diligently to bring this to fruition. Our base will have a unique feature. It can move with us, making it easier to rescue other survivors. Really? Chu Xiaoran exclaimed with uncontainable joy as she embraced Jiang Linlin. This is wonderful. With this, we will no longer have to wander aimlessly. Jiang Linlin nodded and continued. In addition to rescuing survivors, I will also search for researchers to collaborate on methods to combat the aliens, enabling humanity to restore a semblance of normal life. Chu Xiaoran nodded. I believe in you. Chu Wen added, so do I. Qi Chuan smiled and said, count me in as well. I have faith too. Let's strive together. Me. Don't forget about me. Yuan lightly jumped on the side, striving to make her presence felt. Jiang Linlin smiled with a sense of relief. In this lifetime, she was surrounded by so many like-minded friends, destined for success. By the way, Sister Jiang, what about Yi Ge, who has always been by your side? Qi Chuan's inquiry was tinged with a hint of turmoil. He had not seen Junyi for some time and had begun to believe that he had perished in the explosion at the base. Upon hearing his inquiry, Jiang Linlin realized that she had yet to properly introduce Junyi to them. After a moment's contemplation, she suddenly spoke with gravity, stating, Junyi is not an ordinary person. His identity is rather unique. However, there is no need for concern. The safe house and other resources I possess are all provided by him. You may regard him as a celestial being. Jiang Linlin pondered for quite some time, ultimately unable to find a word that aptly described Junyi, resorting instead to the term celestial being, which was, in essence, quite fitting. Although Qi Chuan felt a tinge of confusion, he was reassured by Jiang Linlin's words about not needing to worry about Junyi, which alleviated his concerns. After a few days of rest, Jiang Linlin retrieved the spatial land deed and exchanged the remaining blue star stones for a package of building materials. The group commenced the construction of their new base, which they named Bamboo, signifying resilience in the face of adversity, embodying the spirit to withstand 1,000 trials and strikes, unyielding amidst the winds from all directions. They were determined to overcome challenges and embrace a new era. Linlin, we have exhausted all our materials, and now we can only manage to build a restroom, Chu Xiaoran remarked as she wiped her hands and resignedly sat beside Jiang Linlin. Jiang Linlin had been pondering this dilemma. Even if they continuously battled monsters to acquire gear, their manpower was ultimately limited, necessitating the assistance of more individuals. Perhaps we should disperse and seek suitable survivors to join us in our endeavors. Otherwise, with only our small group, we will lack sufficient resources and manpower, Jiang Linlin proposed. After some contemplation, the others concurred with her suggestion. Before departing, Jiang Linlin reluctantly used the safe house as collateral to exchange with the system for 3 teleportation talismans, which she entrusted to Chu Xiaoran and the others. Should they encounter any life-threatening danger, they would be instantly transported to a safe location, and Jiang Linlin would be notified. As for Yuan Qingqing, Jiang Linlin had yet to complete the SSS level character. Thus, she opted to keep Yuan Qingqing by her side. Chapter 53. A World of Indulgence. The woman emerging from the sewers once their plans were solidified. Everyone departed. Jiang Linlin, accompanied by Yuan Qingqing, headed east. Yet they encountered neither people nor mutated creatures along the way. This peculiar circumstance heightened Jiang Linlin's vigilance. The direction she was traveling led to a neighboring district, typically bustling with vehicles and pedestrians. It was inconceivable that there would be an absence of mutated beings, even if humans had met with misfortune. Something is amiss, Jiang Linlin thought, gripping Yuan Qingqing's hand as they cautiously entered L City. Upon entering L City's vicinity, an eerie silence enveloped them. The urban structures lay in ruins. Shop signs hung askew, appearing as though they might plummet at any moment. Sister, this place is so strange. Yuan Qingqing gently tugged at Jiang Linlin's sleeve, pointing in a certain direction. Following her gesture, Jiang Linlin observed an opening that resembled a sewer entrance, though upon closer inspection, it was not entirely so. Just as Jiang Linlin prepared to peer into the depths, a figure suddenly leapt out. "Don't kill me. Please don't kill me." It was a woman, who collided directly with Jiang Linlin, causing both to tumble to the ground. Jiang Linlin furrowed her brow in displeasure, rubbing her backside as she slowly rose from the ground. The woman opposite her also stood up. Upon encountering the unfamiliar visage, the woman paused, her eyes darting suspiciously from side to side, and then addressed Jiang Linlin. "I sincerely apologize. I was so frightened that I accidentally bumped into you. You must be new here, right? Do not venture further inside. It is perilous." The woman hurriedly continued to explain, "Have you not noticed that there are no monsters here, yet no humans either?" This remark struck a chord with Jiang Linlin, though she revealed no emotion, maintaining a cold gaze upon the woman. Unperturbed, the woman continued speaking. "I am Zhou Tian, the mayor of El City. I realize I hardly appear to be in such a position at present. Here is my identification." As she spoke, the woman produced a tattered identification card from her bosom and extended it towards Jiang Linlin, who merely cast a glance at it without accepting it. Zhou Tian did not press for conversation, continuing instead to discuss the peculiarities of the city. On the day of the apocalypse, El City, like many others, succumbed to chaos and panic, devoid of rescue teams, leaving survivors adrift. As the mayor, Zhou Tian believed that they could no longer wait in vain for assistance. They needed to take matters into their own hands. Thus, she defied higher orders and opened the air raid shelter. This shelter housed numerous national defense secrets, which had previously restricted access, unlike other shelters that bore no such limitations. However, the other shelters lacked sustenance, while this one contained enough supplies to sustain half the city for a week. This was the rationale behind Zhou Tian's choice. Consequently, she successfully rescued many individuals. Initially, they were all profoundly grateful to her. Yet as time passed and resources dwindled, survivors were compelled to form teams to scavenge for supplies. Fortunately, one group discovered a wealthy merchant's castle, stocked with a variety of provisions, including seeds and water sources. Thus, these survivors migrated en masse to the castle. A faction wished to leave the city, eager to ascertain whether other cities harbored survivors. However, upon reaching the city's outskirts, they encountered a vast horde of monsters. This peculiar group of creatures had initially rampaged through the city, yet for reasons unknown, they had retreated to the periphery. The monsters observed the inhabitants of the city, seemingly unwilling to invade as long as they remained within. Eventually, some individuals investigated further and uncovered that the monsters were not deterred from entering. Rather, they feared sunlight. Each night, the creatures would infiltrate the city. Hearing this, Jiang Linlin inquired with intrigue, "You say these monsters fear sunlight?" Zhou Tian nodded emphatically. "Indeed, they fear sunlight. At first, I was curious as well, but after conducting tests, it was confirmed." Jiang Linlin fell silent. It is utterly inconceivable that a mutant would fear sunlight. Such a notion is merely a conception derived from films or television dramas. Thus, Zhou Tian is lying. Jiang Linlin did not hasten to expose her deceit. Instead, she quietly continued to listen, eager to discern the true intentions of this unfamiliar woman. Seeing that Jiang Linlin seemed to be convinced, Zhou Tian continued her narrative. What they fear is not the ordinary sunlight, but rather the sunlight that casts its glow over the castle, transforming it into a sanctuary for the survivors. Jiang Linlin felt a surge of confusion. In the same sky, within a single city, how could sunlight differ? "Come with me to the castle. It is dangerous here. The monsters will soon come to scour this place," Zhou Tian urged, extending her hand to grasp Jiang Linlin's. However, Jiang Linlin deftly evaded the gesture without leaving a trace. She offered Zhou Tian an apologetic smile and said, "I am accustomed to being solitary. I shall not accompany you." "What? You trust me, don't you? I would never deceive you," Zhou Tian exclaimed, her urgency palpable as she reached out once more for Jiang Linlin. This time, Jiang Linlin did not respond kindly. She stepped back, drawing a dagger and pointing it at Zhou Tian. "I advise you not to approach any closer, or I shall not be gentle," she stated coldly. Zhou Tian's expression darkened, and then, unexpectedly, she burst into a maniacal laughter, resembling a madwoman. "Indeed, I underestimated you. To have entered here unscathed demonstrates some skill. However, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." With that, Zhou Tian revealed a fierce glint in her eyes and produced a bundle of explosives from her pocket. "You all must die. You shall all perish," she shouted, charging at Jiang Linlin. Jiang Linlin furrowed her brows and retreated, preparing to draw her bow and eliminate Zhou Tian when, suddenly, an arrow whizzed past her side, piercing Zhou Tian's heart. With a thud, Zhou Tian collapsed to the ground. A woman, bow in hand, leaped down from the rubble, casually slinging the bow over her shoulder as she approached Jiang Linlin with a smile. She appeared fit and agile. "I apologize. I hope I did not startle you," she said. Jiang Linlin remained silent, her demeanor cautious as she maintained a safe distance. Observing Jiang Linlin's reaction, the woman offered a resigned smile and explained, "Your response is quite understandable. Those who are similar to me belong to a group known as the Death Seekers. They often disguise themselves as us to deceive and ultimately kill." "Death Seekers? What is that?" Jiang Linlin could not help but inquire. Chapter 54, The Opulent and Indulgent Realm. Is this paradise? This was the first time Jiang Linlin had encountered such a notion. "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Zhou Tian. The imposter you just encountered must have shared quite a bit. Are you a passing survivor? Do you intend to stay?" Zhou Tian inquired. Jiang Linlin nodded thoughtfully. She indeed needed to establish a new base, as a larger group would enable them to venture into more perilous territories. She required a substantial quantity of blue star stones to create her own stronghold. "So, shall we take a look?" Zhou Tian inquired with a cheerful smile. "The imposter must have already shared a great deal about this city with you, hasn't he?" Jiang Linlin nodded once more. Zhou Tian continued. "Most of what she said is accurate, but there are a few inaccuracies. Firstly, there is nothing particularly special about the sunlight. The villa's safety is solely due to the presence of advanced equipment within. Secondly, the absence of monsters here is because those of us who have undergone physical enhancements venture out daily to clear them away. However, it is true that a circle of monsters surrounds the city, and the reason for their persistent presence remains a mystery. Upon hearing these explanations, Jiang Linlin regarded her with an even stranger expression. It was evident that she had not disclosed the words spoken by the previous impostor. So how could she so precisely know what the false Zhou Tian had said? Before Jiang Linlin could respond, Zhou Tian, simply by observing her expression, surmised the thoughts swirling in her mind. With a resigned smile, she remarked, "I know what you're doubting right now. Everyone who comes here has been deceived in the same manner. I have heard their rhetoric many times." Understanding dawned upon Jiang Linlin, and she nodded, indicating her comprehension and newfound trust in Zhou Tian's explanation. Yet in reality, she would not so easily place her faith in a stranger. "I can't convince you with mere words. Seeing is believing. Come with me, and I shall take you to the villa," Zhou Tian declared before turning to walk toward the city center. She was still grappling with many unanswered questions, particularly regarding why the false Zhou Tian had suddenly emerged from the sewers. Was it possible that the seekers of death resided in the sewers? Such a notion seemed somewhat far-fetched. After walking for a while, Zhou Tian halted, her gaze fixed on an abandoned car by the roadside. She reached out and tested the door, discovering it could be opened. The keys were still inside. It seemed that during the apocalypse, traffic had stalled here, and the car's owner had fled in haste, leaving the keys behind. Zhou Tian settled into the driver's seat and attempted to start the vehicle. The engine roared to life, prompting her to joyfully wave at Jiang Linlin, standing by the roadside. "Hurry, get in. We've truly stumbled upon something remarkable," Zhou Tian exclaimed with delight. Jiang Linlin pondered for a moment, then cast a glance at Yuan Qingqing, who nodded in response. Only then did she enter the vehicle, as she chose not to occupy any other seat. "Let me drive," Jiang Linlin proposed coldly. Zhou Tian looked at her in confusion, then smiled helplessly as she vacated the driver's seat and opened the door to the passenger side, taking her place there. "You possess an exceptionally heightened sense of vigilance. However, in these circumstances, it is indeed prudent to remain cautious." Jiang Linlin refrained from continuing her conversation with Zhou Tian. She had hesitated about whether to get into the car, yet she realized that without taking that step, she would remain oblivious to the happenings within the city and the possibility of acquiring the Blue Star Stone. Sometimes, one must take risks. After all, fortune favors the bold. Furthermore, armed with an upgraded bow and accompanied by the extraordinary Yuan Qingqing, it would not be an easy feat for any ordinary evolver to detain her. However, it was imperative that she retained control of her own agency. Thus, she opted to drive herself, ensuring that in the face of danger or unforeseen circumstances, she could make a swift escape. "Do you see that fence ahead? That is the villa of the wealthy merchant," Zhou Tian exclaimed excitedly, pointing forward. As their vehicle approached the entrance, the gatekeeper, upon noticing Zhou Tian's wave, promptly opened the gates with a smile. Jiang Linlin felt an inexplicable oddity in the gatekeeper's demeanor. Upon entering the courtyard, she was taken aback by the scene before her. It bore no resemblance to a post-apocalyptic world. Rather, it resembled a lavish celebration in a wealthy person's backyard, complete with colorful lights, beer, barbecue music, and a swimming pool. Was this truly the end of days? As the two entered, they found the courtyard teeming with revelers, joyously drinking and singing, while others frolicked in the pool. "I won't eat. You go ahead. I'll show the newcomer around." Zhou Tian declined the invitation from a beautiful girl, turning to find Jiang Linlin's astonished expression. She burst into laughter, surprised by this place. "Come with me. You'll soon get used to it." Suddenly, Zhou Tian grasped Jiang Linlin's hand. Although Jiang Linlin instinctively pulled away, Zhou Tian remained undeterred, smiling gently as she led the way, explaining as they walked. "This is the amusement area where everyone gathers for fun," she began. "Over there is the dining area. It used to be a golf course, but the scenery here is quite nice for meals. This is the resource storage area, where food and recreational supplies are kept, overseen by designated individuals who distribute provisions monthly. And here is the resting area. This villa is quite large, with ample rooms available since the population post-apocalypse is rather sparse. You can choose any room you fancy. They are all single units. If you prefer a lively atmosphere, you may also opt to share with others." Having concluded her tour, Zhou Tian paused beside the railing on the second floor, sweetly smiling at Jiang Linlin. After absorbing this information, Jiang Linlin felt her vision of the base she wished to create might be rather rudimentary. She had only considered basic necessities of food and shelter, neglecting any aspect of entertainment. Moreover, she was astounded by the wealth of resources at this villa, which even included electricity. Chapter 55. The Frivolities of Wealth. Why call it fortunate? How could there possibly be electricity here? The apocalypse was precipitated by aliens coveting the resources of Blue Star, extracting the blue light, which was not only present in humans but also within objects. Consequently, after the apocalypse, various electrical devices became inoperable, and the city was reduced to ruins by those stripped of blue light. Unless one employed special protective measures, electricity was entirely unattainable. Yet, this was merely a private villa. How could it possess the facilities of a research laboratory, and who would possess the knowledge to create such protective measures? Jiang Linlin felt a surge of intrigue towards the peculiar base. "Sister, may I play on that swing?" Yuan Qingqing asked, her voice a soft plea. Hearing her, Jiang Linlin realized she had almost forgotten about Yuan Qingqing, her grip tightening around her as she momentarily lost sight of what she was holding. Since entering the villa, the astonishing surroundings had captivated her attention, causing her to momentarily overlook Yuan Qingqing. "Be patient, dear. I will take you there shortly," Jiang Linlin replied, cradling Yuan Qingqing in her arms. Despite still harboring doubts about Zhou Tian, who always evoked an unsettling feeling within her, she reassured her sister. "All right," Yuan Qingqing responded, though her tone suggested a hint of disappointment as she complied. Zhou Tian, standing nearby, gently encouraged, "Let your sister go. It's quite safe here. No monstrous intrusions will occur, and the people are all very kind. No rush, thank you. We shall choose this one," Jiang Linlin declared, selecting the house before her. Zhou Tian nodded and handed her the key, then excused herself, citing other matters to attend to, encouraging her to explore the villa at her leisure. Once Zhou Tian departed, Jiang Linlin felt a wave of relief wash over her. She entered the house with Yuan Qingqing and couldn't help but admire the exquisite decor, clearly a testament to the owner's meticulous taste. "Qingqing, I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss here. Please, do not wander away from me." "MHM, I understand." "Sister, you can rest easy," Yuan Qingqing assured, already gleefully leaping onto the plush bed. Jiang Linlin shook her head in exasperation, utterly perplexed as to whether the other party truly absorbed her words. After a moment of contemplation, she silently inquired of the system, "Query SSS level task progress." The response came forth. "Current dependency of the super transformation on the host is at 93. The task is nearing completion. Please continue your efforts." The rapid advancement was entirely unexpected. Once this SSS level task is accomplished, Jiang Linlin would acquire a high-grade evolution serum, enabling her to transform into an evolver. At that juncture, she would possess greater confidence in her endeavors, no longer having to tread so cautiously with each step as she did now. Jiang Linlin stood by the window, observing the happenings in the villa's garden. This particular window afforded her a clear view of the amusement area mentioned by Zhou Tian, where people reveled in song and dance, sipping beer and indulging in barbecues, lost in sheer delight. The distance was too great to hear their conversations. Jiang Linlin could only make rudimentary judgments based on their lip movements. Lucky ones found in the city, still children. Today there are actually 2 lucky ones. "How wonderful! Where is Sister Zhou? I have something to discuss." Lucky ones. Why refer to survivors as lucky ones? Is this a special term they use? Jiang Linlin murmured to herself. Soon after, she turned and lay down on the bed. Yuan Qingqing was already peacefully asleep, and Jiang Linlin covered her with a blanket before drifting off herself. In the evening, Zhou Tian came to knock on Jiang Linlin's door. Knock, knock, knock. The sound roused the slumbering Jiang Linlin and Yuan Qingqing. Rubbing her eyes, Jiang Linlin opened the door. Zhou Tian gently said, "It's time for dinner. By the way, I was so hurried this morning that I didn't get a chance to ask your name." "Jiang Linlin," she replied. "What a lovely name. Is your sister named Jiang Qingqing?" Zhou Tian inquired further. Jiang Linlin did not hesitate and nodded directly. Zhou Tian smiled again, clearing the way, urging her to hurry downstairs for a meal. "Today, there is a newcomer, and it is the perfect opportunity to assign future tasks. Upon hearing about the task allocation, Jiang Linlin felt no sense of discomfort. If she were to do nothing and merely partake in the sustenance provided, that would indeed be the true anomaly. Arriving downstairs, she discovered that not everyone was present for the meal. Merely a dozen individuals were gathered around a table. Zhou Tian brought Jiang Linlin before everyone, enthusiastically introducing her. "This is Jiang Linlin, the fortunate newcomer of the day. Please take care of each other from now on." "Absolutely. It has been ages since we last encountered a lucky one. It is truly rare," a man remarked. "Indeed, Zhou Jie is remarkable. We have searched high and low without finding anyone like her," another woman chimed in agreement. "All right, let us not dwell on that. Let us sit down and eat," Zhou Tian said, granting permission, and everyone began to partake in a meal. The table was abundantly laden with dishes, and there was plenty of white rice. It hardly resembled food one would expect in an apocalyptic scenario. In this rebirth following the apocalypse, Jiang Linlin had always been content with merely having enough to stave off hunger, not concerned with the aesthetic or flavor of the food. At that moment, upon seeing the sumptuous spread before her, her stomach audibly protested. Zhou Tian, seated beside her, heard the sound and shook her head with a smile, proactively serving Jiang Linlin some dishes. "Just eat at ease. There will be no poison here. In this apocalypse, every additional person contributes to our strength." Jiang Linlin smiled awkwardly. Although she did not outwardly express it, she indeed felt a twinge of embarrassment at having her private thoughts discerned. Nonetheless, she remained exceedingly cautious. "Is there any issue with the food before us?" Upon scanning, all items are deemed normal. However, certain peculiar substances, yet to be analyzed, have been detected within. It is advised that the host refrain from consumption. Perhaps the unusual substances identified by the system were not introduced by the inhabitants of this base. Yet it cannot be ruled out that the base itself harbors some concerns. After careful contemplation, Jiang Linlin chose not to partake in the meal. Just as she intended to caution Yuan Qingqing, she noticed that her companion was already joyfully indulging, with grains of rice adorning the corner of her mouth. Jiang Linlin's brow furrowed ever so slightly as she recalled that Yuan Qingqing was exceptionally resilient and untroubled by any toxins, which brought her a sense of relief. "Miss Jiang, are you truly not going to eat?" Zhou Tian urged. Jiang Linlin lifted her eyes and smiled apologetically, explaining, "I do not require sustenance. This is a peculiarity brought about by my apocalyptic evolution. Consuming food would adversely affect my body." Chapter 56, A World of Indulgence. I used to be a brick mover. This rationale may sound somewhat implausible, yet it is not entirely beyond the realm of possibility. Prior to this, she had heard from Zhou Tian that individuals with enhanced physical capabilities were dispatched to eliminate mutated entities. This indicated that Zhou Tian and her companions were aware of the existence of evolved beings, albeit lacking comprehensive understanding. Thus, her explanation holds merit. After all, she had managed to survive alone with her young sister and arrived here. It was inconceivable that she lacked any capabilities. "Well, perhaps you could eat just a little?" Zhou Tian pondered briefly, yet remained unyielding in her persuasion. Jiang Linlin gently shook her head and smiled. After being rejected once again, Zhou Tian chose not to say anything further. Observing Yuan Qingqing enjoying her meal, a contented smile graced her face. After dinner, Zhou Tian took Jiang Linlin and Yuan Qingqing on a leisurely stroll around the villa. As they meandered through the premises, they paused in the amusement area, where Zhou Tian suggested, "Would you care to join in the fun? Since the apocalypse, it must have been quite some time since you last experienced relaxation." Jiang Linlin nodded slightly. Indeed, she had not relaxed in a long while, having lived 2 lives longer than this group. "No, I am rather introverted and do not particularly enjoy such lively gatherings." Jiang Linlin declined Zhou Tian's proposal once more. Zhou Tian had begun to grasp Jiang Linlin's personality, or at least, that was her perception. She believed Jiang Linlin to be a person who shunned conversation, was introverted, and exceedingly cautious. However, the reality was quite different. At that moment, a handsome young man, who was barbecuing, approached Jiang Linlin and instinctively grabbed her arm. Jiang Linlin reflexively shrugged him off, delivering an unexpected elbow strike. The man winced in pain, clutching his abdomen and crumpling to the ground. This incident astonished everyone, halting their activities as they turned to gaze at Jiang Linlin. In truth, this was Jiang Linlin's deliberate act. Under the scrutiny of all those eyes, she immediately expressed her apologies. "I'm so sorry, I acted on instinct, which is precisely why I prefer not to be close to you all. Truly, I apologize. I have grown accustomed to being alone in the apocalypse, so I instinctively react to unfamiliar touches. I am so very sorry." Hearing her apology, the man slowly rose to his feet, managing to force a smile and waving dismissively. "It's nothing. I'm a big man, so it's no big deal. But wow, your strength is impressive," Jiang Linlin replied, feeling awkward, scratching the back of her head and chuckling sheepishly. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed a change in Zhou Tian's expression. Initially, Zhou Tian was shocked at the sight of the altercation, and her hands had retreated behind her back, leaving her intentions unclear. Aside from her, the others at the barbecue displayed peculiar behaviors as well. All of this was within Jiang Linlin's calculations. "Moving bricks? A beautiful lady like you used to move bricks?" The man inquired. No one believed her words, yet Jiang Linlin was determined to make them accept her story. She sighed, glanced down at Yuan Qingqing beside her, then raised her head to address the crowd. "There was no choice. My family was poor and could not afford my education, plus I had a sister to support. So I had to take any job available. Besides moving bricks, I've washed dishes and done many other things." The man's expression visibly darkened, yet he endeavored to maintain his composure, pondering for a long moment before saying, "Oh, you don't need to feel inferior or sad. You are truly remarkable for being able to support your sister on your own. Given how hard you've worked, you truly deserve to relax now." Jiang Linlin shook her head once more. "I am utterly exhausted from work, and my health has already deteriorated. I cannot stay up late. It is time for me to sleep. I sincerely apologize." The man stood there, bewildered, gazing at Jiang Linlin as she uttered these words and gently pulled Yuan Qing to turn and enter the villa, leaving no time for the others to ponder. Zhou Tian stared blankly at her retreating figure. Upon returning to the bedroom, Yuan Qing, puzzled, inquired softly, "Sister, why didn't we join them for the barbecue? And why did you lie to deceive them? They undoubtedly have ulterior motives. My actions were merely to provoke them. I wish to test the limits of their tolerance and discover when they might finally lose control and act against me." Yuan Qing tilted her head, deep in contemplation. Yet after a prolonged moment, she still could not grasp the meaning behind Jiang Linlin's words. "Isn't lying considered wrong?" Yuan Qing pressed on. Jiang Linlin gently caressed Yuan Qingqing's head, explaining, "Not all lies are inherently malevolent. At times, a benevolent falsehood is quite essential. Additionally, when confronted with peril, uttering certain untruths to safeguard oneself can be justifiable." After drifting into slumber, she began to speak in her dreams. "Sister is always right. Just believing in sister is sufficient." Having uttered these words, she turned over and nestled into Jiang Linlin's embrace. Jiang Linlin smiled gently and nestled into a light slumber with Yuan Qingqing in her embrace. She wished to ascertain the extent of this group's patience with her and to unravel their true intentions. As she pondered the potential developments that might ensue, a sudden knock at the door interrupted her thoughts. Jiang Linlin tiptoed to the entrance and quietly inquired, "Who is it?" "I'm new here, and I believe you are as well. I have something important to discuss with you," came a woman's voice from outside, presumably the one she had seen earlier that day. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Linlin cautiously opened the door, ensuring to close it softly behind her to avoid disturbing Yuan Qingqing. "Who are you?" Jiang Linlin inquired directly as she stepped out. "My name is Zhao Linning. I am a native of City L. I noticed yesterday that you were taken by them, so I came specially to rescue you," Zhao Linning whispered conspiratorially, gesturing for Jiang Linlin to follow her to a secluded corner. Jiang Linlin remained motionless, for there were no surveillance cameras in this place, leaving one to wonder what fears plagued her. Noticing Jiang Linlin's stillness, Zhao Linning paid it no mind and continued, "I understand that you may find my words hard to believe, yet they are indeed true. If you doubt me, I can take you to witness the actions of Zhou Tian in her group. Why do you wish to save me? Just you alone? What is your purpose? Why save others? Jiang Linlin pressed on with her inquiries. Chapter 57. The Opulent Allure, Transforming Individuals into Reserves. Jiang Linlin silently gazed at Zhao Linning, who, sensing her disbelief, displayed a look of urgency. I understand your skepticism. Follow me, and I shall show you what they have been up to, and then you will believe me, Zhao Linning proposed once more. Fine. The entire city of El exuded an air of peculiarity. From the moment Jiang Linlin stepped into the city and encountered Zhou Tian emerging from the sewer, she felt as though she were ensconced in a shroud of fog. This sensation was profoundly unsettling. She was fervently eager to unravel the mysteries surrounding her. After all, this was Zhou Tian's domain, and as an outsider, Zhao Linning had to be cautious of whether her actions would draw Zhou Tian's attention. Stealthily, Zhao Linning led Jiang Linlin to the backyard, glancing around to ensure no one was watching before she reached into the trash bin. With a click, a staircase leading underground appeared near the garbage can. Jiang Linlin was taken aback as she cast a glance at Zhao Linning, who appeared so well acquainted with the terrain, suggesting this was not her first visit. Follow me. To avoid any misunderstandings, Zhao Linning descended the staircase first, with Jiang Linlin closely trailing behind, silently drawing an arrow in her hand, ready to strike should anything seem amiss. As they descended the stairs, the view opened up significantly, and Zhao Linning continued to guide her through the corridor. This place was familiar to her, and upon witnessing the advanced equipment and busy researchers, Jiang Linlin was momentarily stunned. At this juncture, Zhao Linning began to elucidate. Behold, this is the true nature of the villa. Zhou Tian and the others lure outsiders in, subsequently poisoning them, and then seize the opportunity to bring them into this laboratory. Their objective is to transform people into consumable resources, thereby ensuring a continuous supply of sustenance in the apocalypse. Jiang Linlin raised her eyebrows in astonishment. Transforming individuals into sustenance? Such a notion is rather grotesque. Zhao Linning nodded in agreement and continued, Our leader was initially here as well. Upon discovering their true nature, he immediately sought a means of escape. Once he found a secure location, he devoted himself wholeheartedly to preventing innocent souls from falling prey to Zhou Tian's deceit. Even when some individuals were ensnared, our leader would send others in to rescue them, much like I was. Jiang Linlin sensed that something was amiss with the individuals associated with this villa, yet she never anticipated that they had excavated such an expansive laboratory underground, complete with a multitude of researchers. Gazing at the experimental data displayed on the large screen, Jiang Linlin found herself convinced by Zhao Linning's assertions. Indeed, the data pertained to human transformation, although her lack of expertise in that field rendered her unable to fully comprehend it. The location where they currently stood remained a narrow tunnel, wide enough to accommodate only two individuals walking side by side, and was merely a discrete corner of the subterranean laboratory. A special membrane was affixed to the glass, seemingly designed to prevent those within the laboratory from perceiving the individuals in the tunnel. Did you also apply this? Jiang Linlin inquired further. She was certain that the people in the laboratory could not see them, as one individual had turned to glance in their direction. Yet the reaction of that person was entirely uncharacteristic of someone who had spotted them. Zhao Linning proudly admitted, Of course, our leader anticipated that you would be reluctant to believe that Zhou Tian is a villain. Hence he prepared this. Previous predecessors stealthily infiltrated to excavate this passage and affixed this membrane. Our leader undertakes these measures to instill faith in what we convey. Otherwise, he would not risk such perilous ventures. Zhao Linning's tone unmistakably conveyed her discontent as she spoke these words. Jiang Linlin could comprehend her reaction. After all, who would willingly accompany a stranger to such a perilous location? So how do we leave? Jiang Linlin inquired. Can we simply drive through this tunnel? She added, My sister is still inside the house. I must bring her out as well. Her words caused Zhao Linning to pause in her actions, astonished as she asked, You have another sister here? Do not worry. I will fetch her, Zhao Linning reassured. You are unfamiliar with this place, and it would be disastrous if they discovered you. All right, Jiang Linlin replied without hesitation. Zhao Linning nodded and departed from the tunnel. Jiang Linlin observed the retreating figure of Zhao Linning, a faint smile gracing her lips. Zhao had mentioned her unfamiliarity with the terrain, suggesting potential danger. However, had not Zhao herself just arrived at this place today? Even if her organization had informed her of the existence of such a passage, it seemed implausible that she would be well acquainted with the entirety of the villa's layout. In comparison, Jiang Linlin should possess a greater familiarity with this locale, given that she had spent an entire day exploring it. Yet, Zhao's confident assertion implied a deep knowledge of the surroundings, indicating that she might have visited this villa on multiple occasions. Was it possible that Zhao was unaware of the inherent contradiction in her own words? Unless, of course, she and Zhou Tian were collaborating in some sort of performance. Alternatively, there might be undisclosed matters that Jiang Linlin had yet to uncover. Zhao Linning was not to be trusted. This was the conclusion Jiang Linlin had drawn from their shared experiences. Their interactions were not mere FAAs. They were engaged in earnest study. Jiang Linlin had personally witnessed them transporting a glass case filled with a mysterious liquid which contained a person. Subsequently, they placed this individual, along with the glass enclosure, onto a peculiar machine. A large mechanical claw opened the glass, extracting the person submerged within, while another colossal claw removed the glass case entirely. Jiang Linlin was just about to continue observing what to do next when she heard the voices of Zhao Linning and Yuan Qingqing behind her. "Sister, lower your voice." "Little one." Yuan Qingqing suddenly leaped into Jiang Linlin's arms, and Jiang Linlin squatted down to lift her up. "Qingqing, I'm sorry, but it seems we won't be able to rest well tonight," Jiang Linlin said with an apologetic smile. Yuan Qingqing shook her head with a smile, expressing that as long as she was with her sister, everything was fine. Chapter 58. In a world of indulgence, don't worry about it. "All right, let us hurry and go," Zhao Linning urged. Once again, Zhao Linning took the lead, and they followed her inside. After walking a considerable distance, they finally saw the faint moonlight spilling onto the ground as the three arrived at the tunnel's entrance. Outside the entrance, an off-road vehicle was parked. Zhao Linning took out her keys from her pocket, hopped into the driver's seat, and waved to the other two. "Come on, I'll take you away." Jiang Linlin gently embraced Yuan as she settled into the passenger seat. Zhao Linning pressed down on the accelerator, the roar of the engine startling the guards stationed near the villa. However, they merely heard the sound. When they emerged to investigate, they found nothing but emptiness. The trio sped through the night, and after a brief interlude of several minutes, Zhao Linning brought the vehicle to a halt in the desolate parking lot of a dilapidated shopping mall. Leaping from the car, Zhao Linning joyfully announced to the two, "We have arrived." Jiang Linlin gently embraced Yuan Qing as they alighted from the vehicle, taking in their surroundings. The parking lot was filled with numerous cars, all seemingly in working order. However, shortly after their descent, a group of individuals suddenly encircled them from behind the vehicles. Who are these people? Before she could finish her thought, a glaring spotlight illuminated the area above her head, followed by several more lights flickering on around the parking lot. The sudden brightness was blinding, causing Jiang Linlin to shield her eyes with her hand, peering through her fingers to discern the group before her. They were clad in tattered clothing, each wielding different types of firearms. The man referred to as Brother Lin by Zhao Linning stepped forward from the throng, cheerfully patting Zhao Linning on the shoulder. "Things have become a bit complicated, which delayed us. Allow me to introduce you to," he began, but Zhao Linning abruptly remembered that she did not know Jiang Linlin's name. She awkwardly turned to Jiang Linlin, who smiled faintly and introduced herself. "I am Jiang Linlin, and this is my sister, Qingqing." Upon turning to Jiang Linlin, Brother Lin instantly wiped the smile from his face, coldly instructing, "Follow me." A long scar marred Brother Lin's visage, a reminder of an injury sustained long before the apocalypse, lending him an intimidating presence. Zhao Linning and Jiang Linlin walked side by side, trailing behind Brother Lin, who was flanked by a cadre of followers. They traversed the parking lot and entered the mall, ascending the escalator to the third floor. "Xiao Ning, you take care of her from here. I will continue with the brothers to stand guard," Brother Lin directed. "All right, Brother Lin, go ahead with your business," Zhao Linning replied with a sweet smile. Once the group departed, Zhao Linning enthusiastically proposed, "There's an extra bed in my room. Why don't we share it?" Jiang Linlin did not refuse and followed her into a room. It was merely a standard hotel room, unremarkable in its features. Wait for me a moment. I shall fetch you something to eat. Be cautious. This place feels rather unsettling. Jiang Linlin was pondering over Zhao Linning when, unexpectedly, she heard Junyi's voice echoing in her mind. Junyi, is it you? How have you been? She exclaimed with delight. I'm relieved to hear that you are safe. Please take care of yourself. This place feels peculiar, and I sense the presence of other systems. Allow me to investigate who is undertaking tasks here. All right. Jiang Linlin smiled joyfully, and Yuan Qingqing looked up, puzzled, and asked, Sister, do you really like this place? Huh? No, I just suddenly recalled something delightful, Jiang Linlin replied. Qingqing, you should rest now, but remember, this place is not entirely safe. You must remain vigilant. Jiang Linlin cautioned. Yuan Qingqing obediently nodded, then turned to burrow into the blankets, for she was indeed quite fatigued. She had struggled to keep her eyes open during the recent stop. Jiang Linlin tucked Yuan Qingqing under the covers before lying down herself. She tentatively called out to Junyi in her mind. Junyi, are you still there? Yes. What is the matter? Nothing much, just wanted to call you. Meanwhile, on Junyi's side, you don't need to stay here constantly. It's quite energy-consuming for you. After all, you're not an ordinary system. They can remain here without expending energy. Jun replied, It's fine. What if Linlin needs me? I fear I won't be able to communicate with her in time, and if she encounters danger, she might not know how to respond. Come on. She is an SSS-level host. How could she not know how to handle danger? Besides, ISNT, they're an ordinary system keeping watch. Junyi insisted, just mind your own business. Fine. If you don't want to, then don't. She murmured, Please eat this. I exchanged a lot of points to obtain it. And since we seem to have a connection, I'll give it to you. Looking at the small cake on the table, Jiang Linlin declined Zhao Linning's kind offer, saying, You eat it. As you mentioned, it cost many points, and I don't need to consume food. This is a power I acquired after the apocalypse. Upon arriving here, Jiang Linlin continued to use the same excuse to deceive. Clearly, Zhao Linning was momentarily taken aback by this revelation, and she uncertainly asked once more, You can live without eating? Jiang Linlin nodded thoughtfully. It was indeed rather peculiar, yet this was the power I acquired after the apocalypse. Yes, it is quite strange, but also rather normal, as there are many individuals here who possess unique abilities, each more bizarre than the last. By the way, let me briefly introduce the circumstances here, so you won't be mistaken for an intruder when you step outside. That would be great. Thank you very much. Jiang Linlin expressed her gratitude without reserve. Zhao Linning smiled shyly and began to outline the rules of the place. We refer to this area as the L City Club, and you can simply call it the club. During the day, you may venture outside, but be sure to remain vigilant of the individuals associated with Zhou Tian. If anyone attempts to escape and is discovered, the consequences can be dire. The gentleman you encountered earlier, Lin Ge, is named Lin Quan and is the head of security here. It is imperative that you do not provoke him. Here, we exchange labor for points, which can then be traded for food and clothing. For instance, the small cake I intended to offer you was obtained through a week's worth of accumulated points. Are there tasks available for earning points, such as hunting monsters? Jiang Linlin inquired. Indeed, such tasks exist, but they are not suited for you. Wait, that's not correct. You can participate since you are an evolver, right? In that case, you may undertake advanced missions, Zhao Linning exclaimed with excitement. Upon hearing Zhao Linning refer to her as an evolver, Jiang Linlin's gaze grew contemplative. Such an official designation indicated that this organization was far from an ordinary band of misfits. Could you take me to see it tomorrow? Jiang Linlin asked tentatively. Absolutely. I will take you. For now, I shall retire for the night. Tomorrow, I will show you around, Zhao Linning replied before burrowing into her blankets. Turning her back to Jiang Linlin as she drifted off to sleep, Jiang Linlin sat in contemplation for a few moments before she nestled into her blanket. The following morning, Zhao Linning arrived early to escort Jiang Linlin to the task reception area. She explained, this location is frequented by many seeking tasks. If we arrive late, we may miss out on the more favorable assignments. Zhao Linning led her to the task board, only to find that most of the tasks had already been claimed. With a heavy heart, she turned to Jiang Linlin and lamented, We have still arrived too late. There remained a few tasks. Jiang Linlin approached the board and casually tore off a task marked with ands. Oh, Zhao Linning, You know the rules. Tearing off a task signifies acceptance. What are you doing? I. She's new and unfamiliar with the protocol. Let's make an exception, shall we? Hee, just a little leniency. I will accept it. Do not speak for her, Jiang Linlin coldly interrupted Zhao Linning. What? Linlin, this is his task. Are you sure you can handle it? Zhao Linning inquired with concern. Jiang Linlin nodded slightly, having perused the task at hand, which posed no significant challenge, merely the extermination of 100 mutated beings. Such a task was trivial for her. She had chosen it precisely because the eradication of these mutants would yield blue star stones, her primary objective for venturing out. However, the oblivious Zhao Linning, witnessing Jiang Linlin's unwavering confidence, regarded her with palpable admiration. All right, let us proceed, she exclaimed with a hint of embarrassment, promptly urging Jiang Linlin to depart. Yet, Zhao Linning sighed in resignation. Upon arriving at the designated task location, the landscape appeared desolate, situated on the outskirts of El City. As they traversed the area, Jiang Linlin noted the absence of both mutants and humans alike within the city. Perhaps once she ascended to a mid-tier rank, she would uncover the secrets of this urban expanse, though she pondered whether time would permit such discoveries. Upon reaching the site, Jiang Linlin noticed a tent nearby. As she approached, a man emerged from within. The task details indicated that each assignment location would have a designated reception individual, and this man was presumably the S-rank task handler. Before Jiang Linlin could inquire, he spoke first. A little girl? Have you perhaps mistaken your task? This is the S-rank mission zone. Don't wander off course. The man accepted the task slip she offered, scrutinizing its contents with astonishment. Young lady, are you certain you haven't made an error? No, may I enter now? She replied. Yes, but please exercise caution. If you encounter any danger, just call for me, he advised, his concern evident. Understood, she responded nonchalantly before stepping into the S-zone he had mentioned. This area resembled a remote campus, housing numerous schools where the mutants were likely students who had been unable to escape during the apocalypse. This cataclysm had inflicted immense suffering upon many, but Jiang Linlin vowed that one day she would rectify all of it. With that thought, she gripped her bow more firmly and charged into the fray against the mutants. To her surprise, witnessing Jiang Linlin's agility made the man question the validity of his apprehension, observing her prowess. He mused that not only could she easily dispatch 100 mutants, but even 500 would pose little challenge. Her apparent ease was largely due to her upgraded bow, which boasted significantly greater power than its predecessor and could launch 3 arrows simultaneously, thus enhancing her efficiency remarkably. Approximately half an hour later, Jiang Linlin had eradicated all mutants in the vicinity, leaving only a few wandering at a distance. Had there been no witnesses, she would have dealt with those as well. After slaying around 500 to 600 mutants, she collected 56 blue star stones. Gazing at the modest tally, Jiang Linlin sighed in frustration. Previously, her efforts had yielded over 100 stones despite fewer kills. Why, she wondered, did a greater number now result in a lower yield? Perhaps this was the norm. She recalled that the probability of lower-tier mutants generating blue star stones was indeed quite low. Jiang Linlin was taken aback, realizing that she had been so focused on vanquishing the mutated creature that she had overlooked the presence of someone observing her from behind. This individual undoubtedly witnessed her slaying of the aberration. Jiang Linlin tightly gripped her bow, prepared to strike should her opponent exhibit any unusual behavior. Chapter 60. The Indulgent Realm, the club's rising star. Fortunately, her adversary displayed no peculiarities, merely excitedly inquiring, "Little girl, you're remarkably skilled. Are you the newly emerged evolver?" Newly emerged? Jiang Linlin furrowed her brow in confusion. Yet, for reasons unknown, she found herself conceding. "I suppose I am the evolver you speak of." "Ha! I knew the club was filled with talent. It has indeed nurtured formidable evolvers. How many ordinary evolvers did you assemble to achieve this?" The man eagerly pressed on. "Super evolver, what does that entail? How many experiments were conducted?" Jiang Linlin continued to probe. Jiang Linlin refrained from further questioning, as pressing on would undoubtedly raise suspicion. In her current predicament, Knowing what she already knew sufficed. The remaining task was to subtly extract information from Jiang Linlin. Her eagerness to uncover the truth was palpable. All right, here you go. The man swiftly signed the document and returned it to Jiang Linlin. Just as she was about to depart, her peripheral vision caught sight of a familiar figure, Zhou Tian. No, it was the imposter, the counterfeit Zhou Tian. Though their appearances were identical, the aura exuding from each was entirely distinct. The false Zhou Tian was approaching the receptionist, prompting Jiang Linlin to hastily seek refuge in a concealed spot, one that allowed her to overhear the conversation between the receptionist and the counterfeit Zhou Tian. What about the monsters inside? Are they all gone? Yes. The experimental subjects arrived today and eliminated all the monsters in less than half an hour. By the way, what brings you here today? Have you deceived any newcomers? The man inquired. The counterfeit Zhou Tian shrugged in exasperation. There are no newcomers. There was one the day before yesterday, but by now, she has likely been transformed into resources by the real Zhou Tian. Besides becoming increasingly difficult to snatch people away. I heard that Xiao Ning managed to take someone from Zhou Tian. Is that true? Of course it's true, but never mind that. I don't have time to chat. I came to collect jewels. Given the number of monsters that perished today, there should be a considerable amount of jewels. I need 20 as the boss requires them, the counterfeit Zhou Tian declared. All right, wait for me. I haven't searched inside yet. The experimental subjects just finished off the monsters and left. Otherwise, you two might have had a chance to meet, the man responded. Enough with the chatter. Hurry up. The counterfeit Zhou Tian was clearly acquainted with the genuine Zhou Tian, and their conversation suggested that she was affiliated with the club, which appeared to have a favorable relationship with the villa. Moreover, the mention of experimental subjects hinted that the club was also conducting human experiments, presumably to create super evolvers. However, such endeavors seemingly required numerous ordinary evolvers to sacrifice their lives. Otherwise, the receptionist's comments would not have sounded so peculiar. Did Jiang Linlin also possess knowledge of this? The thought of Jiang Linlin, with her innocent smile, made Jiang Linlin reluctant to believe that she had been deceiving her all along. Upon entering the room, Yuan Qingqing noticed Jiang Linlin's distress and promptly inquired about the events of the day. After Jiang Linlin recounted the occurrences, Yuan Qingqing felt equally disheartened. Zhao, Jieshi shouldn't be a villain, right? You've said before that lies told for one's own sake are somewhat excusable, Yuan Qingqing commented. Jiang Linlin shook her head helplessly with a faint smile. While it was understandable to feel a certain way, it did not necessarily imply that she would forgive her. Sharing such matters with Yuan Qingqing would be futile. Jiang Linlin merely recounted the events briefly, without delving into details. Upon entering, Yuan Qingqing spotted Jiang Linlin and immediately inquired with delight. Linlin, have you completed the S mission? You are truly remarkable. The entire club is buzzing with tales of your accomplishments. Jiang Linlin's reaction was not as favorable as she had anticipated. She gazed quietly for a moment before finally inquiring, does the club have any methods to enhance the abilities of evolvers? Jiang Linlin was taken aback, responding with a puzzled question. Why do you suddenly ask about this? Just out of curiosity. I wanted to know. Jiang Linlin replied with an awkward smile, attempting to mask her true intentions. Faced with someone as seemingly innocent as Jiang Linlin, Jiang Linlin found it challenging to control her instinct to deceive. I truly have no idea, Jiang Linlin admitted. Since I am not an evolver, I am not privy to matters concerning them. But you are an evolver, and you have splendidly completed the S task today. You are now the club's rising star. The boss even wants to meet you in person, Jiang Linlin exclaimed excitedly. Oh, the boss wants to meet me personally? What an unexpected delight, she thought, genuinely elated from the depths of her heart. Seeing her so joyful and blissfully unaware, Jiang Linlin couldn't help but question whether she was being overly cynical. Perhaps some individuals were entirely oblivious, having been deceived by the club. Much like Jiang Linlin, it could very well be the case. Well, should I go now? Indeed. The boss wishes to see you, so you must go immediately. I shall escort you to the vicinity of the boss's office. Though I regret that I lack the authority to take you to the door, Jiang Linlin lamented. Jiang Linlin smiled gently, reassuringly saying, it's all right. You will surely see your leader soon. Well, perhaps, Jiang Linlin replied with a bittersweet smile. then quickly urged Jiang Linlin, "Don't worry about me for now. Your leader is waiting to see you. Please hurry." Chapter 61. The indulgent realm. Jiang Linlin escorted Jiang Linlin to the elevator, which halted at the 7th floor. Due to her lack of access, Jiang Linlin could only accompany her this far, yet she remained elated, her entire demeanor exuding excitement. "Please go inside." Jiang Linlin nodded slightly, turning away from the elevator. As she watched the doors close, she sighed softly, and when she lifted her gaze once more, her eyes sparkled with resolve. Yet, at that moment, the voice of the system unexpectedly resonated in her mind. "Congratulations, host, on completing the SSS level task. Please open the control panel to view the details." Huh? How could the SSS level task have been completed so abruptly? She hadn't done anything significant, had she? Wasn't she just parting ways with Yuan Qingqing? Jiang Linlin, filled with curiosity, opened the control panel. SSS level task. Subdue a super mutant species. Completion is deemed achieved when the host dependency on the mutant reaches 100. Status: completed. Rewards: 5 advanced evolution agents, 50 standard evolution agents, a package of 500 building materials, 1 universal fragment for weapon upgrade cards, 100 square meters of spatial land, and 1 safe house with a capacity of 10 cubic meters. Status: added to backpack. Jiang Linlin smiled helplessly, although she was uncertain of the reasons. The completion of her task was undoubtedly a positive outcome. She now possessed 500 construction material packs and could utilize the teleportation feature of the land to locate Chu Shaoran and the others, enabling her to establish a safe house. Approaching the door of the club leader's quarters, Jiang Linlin suddenly halted, her smile vanishing and a look of panic crossing her face. Could it be that Yuan Qingqing had been captured by the club members? Was her increased reliance on her due to such a predicament? No, it couldn't be. Jiang Linlin swallowed nervously, took a deep breath to steady her emotions, and then reached out to knock on the door. "Come in." A middle-aged man was seated in a genuine leather chair, engrossed in a book when she entered. Upon hearing the sound of the door being pushed open, he slowly lifted his head to gaze at Jiang Linlin. He appeared refined and cultured. "You must be Jiang Linlin," the man said, his voice resonating with a charming magnetism. Jiang Linlin nodded slightly, and the man continued, "Please take a seat. Inviting you here today was rather sudden. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Chi Yu, the founder of the club in L City. They affectionately refer to me as boss, but feel free to address me in any manner you prefer. We are all equal here. The reason for your visit today is to discuss a matter of importance. You are an evolver, correct?" Jiang Linlin nodded in acknowledgement, revealing no secrets. Chi continued, "Then you may participate in our Evolver upgrade program, which will transform you into a super evolver, significantly enhancing your abilities. What do you think?" A faint smile graced Chi Yu's lips as he clapped his hands, prompting an individual to enter from outside, holding the bound Yuan Qingqing. Upon seeing Yuan Qingqing, Jiang Linlin's eyes widened in astonishment, though she endeavored to maintain her composure and poise. Turning to Chi Yu, she questioned him with displeasure. "What do you mean by this? Are you coercing me into complying with your demands?" Chi Yu, with his hands raised in a gesture of innocence, cheerfully explained, "How could this be coercion? We always advocate for democracy here. If you don't wish to participate, you are entirely free to refuse. I merely called you in to have a discussion." "You." Jiang Linlin gritted her teeth in frustration. At that moment, Yuan Qingqing, positioned behind her, suddenly bit the person holding her fiercely. The individual, taken aback by the pain, released Yuan Qingqing, who immediately dashed to Jiang Linlin's side. Jiang Linlin hurriedly untied the ropes binding Yuan Qingqing and enveloped her in a protective embrace. The sudden turn of events caused Chi Yu's expression to darken. His face clouded with menace as he threatened, "Are you truly contemplating refusal? Consider the consequences. Do you genuinely believe you can exit this room if you decline?" With her perception dulled, Jiang Linlin felt no trepidation. She let out a derisive laugh and retorted, "Did you not just profess that you would not resort to intimidation? Miss Jiang, to become a super evolver is a dream coveted by many. It is indeed a privilege for me to have chosen you. You would do well not to be ungrateful." Chi Yu replied, his countenance grim. He had initially felt assured of victory, confident with a hostage in his grasp, yet he had not anticipated that this clever girl would prove so astute. The peril of remaining in such a place was ever increasing. Thus, she lifted Yuan Qingqing in her arms and turned it apart. The individual who had previously captured Yuan Qingqing immediately blocked her path. Having inadvertently allowed Yuan Qingqing to escape, he was already filled with dread at Qi Yu's darkened expression. If Jiang Linlin were to successfully flee with Yuan Qingqing, his life would undoubtedly be at stake. Jiang Linlin cast a fleeting glance, then forcefully kicked aside the man obstructing her path. The man, taken aback by the unexpected strength of the young girl, found himself unprepared and was sent crashing against the wall, his insides aching as he lay on the ground, unable to rise. Qi Yu, witnessing the scene, had no choice but to take matters into his own hands. Yet before proceeding, he couldn't resist issuing another threat to Jiang Linlin. "Miss Jiang," he warned, "have you truly considered your decision? Are you really prepared to openly oppose me? Standing against me means contending with an entire club. Can you truly bear the consequences?" Jiang Linlin cast a peculiar glance at Qi Yu, finding his arrogance rather excessive. How dare he coerce others into joining while issuing threats? Did he truly believe that his club could retain her? "Qi Yu, is it? I have a few words I wish to convey to you." "Oh, have you come to a realization?" Jiang Linlin smiled. "Indeed, I have come to realize that I should never have come here from the very beginning. Had I not, I would not have been subjected to your threats, nor would I have suffered in silence." Qi Yu, in a fit of anger, pointed an accusing finger at Jiang Linlin. Jiang Linlin continued, "Your earlier demeanor was rather arrogant. Are you not aware that there are always greater forces beyond what you perceive? Do you genuinely believe that you can secure my presence with an entire club? Oh, but I see now, you did not intend to keep me. Your true aim was to eliminate me, was it not? That will depend on whether you possess the capability to do so." "You should not provoke him." A voice suddenly interjected, belonging to Jun. "Do you look down upon me?" "Not at all." "Then what do you mean?" Being threatened was already quite distressing, and now Junyi's sudden remarks felt like an affront. As Jiang Linlin simmered with anger, Qi Yu unexpectedly moved to strike. Caught off guard, she could only retreat, only to find herself against a wall, bracing for the anticipated pain. Yet, contrary to her expectations, she found herself enveloped in a warm embrace. Jiang Linlin turned her head and caught sight of Junyi, who was gazing at her with a hint of helplessness. He tenderly remarked, "What I mean is, by placing yourself in jeopardy, I can only come to your side ahead of time." Chapter 62. The Illusion of Wealth and Indulgence. The True Purpose of the Plan. Jiang Linlin stared blankly at Junyi, his unexpected appearance taking her by surprise. Meanwhile, Qi Yu, upon seeing an unfamiliar man suddenly materialize in the room, instinctively scolded those outside. Were the guards outside lifeless? How could such a large individual breach the premises unscathed? Junyi cast a fleeting glance at Qi Yu, offering him not even a word, before conjuring a translucent blue sword with a mere gesture. "Step aside. I may spare your life," Junyi coldly threatened. Yet, Qi Yu remained undaunted. Rather, his audacity intensified upon hearing the threat. "You want me to leave? You must be unaware of my identity." With that, Qi Yu let out an odd chuckle, and his clothes tore apart as he transformed into a muscular figure. "Do you see this? This is the power of a super evolver." Ha ha ha. Witnessing Qi Yu's transformation, Jiang Linlin furrowed her brows. Utilizing such a forced enhancement method will undoubtedly result in backlash. Your desire to recruit others into your super evolver scheme stemmed from the belief that their involvement could alleviate your predicament. Perhaps your true intention is to use them as subjects for experimentation. Initially, you likely did not intend for them to be part of the Super Evolver project. You were the first test subject. However, upon becoming a Super Evolver, you realized something was amiss with your body, revealing numerous flaws in the experiment. Thus, you seek to transform more individuals into Super Evolvers to serve as your test subjects and resolve the issues plaguing you. Upon hearing Jiang Linlin's analysis, Qi Yu's expression shifted, and he demanded, "How do you know this?" "It has nothing to do with you," Jiang Linlin replied. Qi Yu's face darkened with anger. "You, very well. Since you are privy to my secret, you shall not leave here alive today." With that, He drew a weapon from beneath the table and charged at Jiang Linlin. Jiang stepped in front of Jiang Linlin to protect her, brandishing his sword as he engaged Qiyu in combat. Jiang Linlin discerned these matters entirely from Qiyu's transformed demeanor. In her previous life, she had not engaged in experiments concerning human evolution. However, another research group in her vicinity was conducting such studies. She had observed their experimental procedures on several occasions, noting that those who volunteered to become test subjects faced dire consequences in the event of failure, much like Qiyu. At that time, the laboratory was diligently seeking methods to rectify the situation. Yet, to discover solutions, they were compelled to continue experimenting on those who had already failed. Thus, Jiang Linlin surmised that Qiyu had similar thoughts and had acted accordingly. Consequently, the entire club was kept in the dark. "You must be dreaming," Qiyu exclaimed, erupting into a sudden fit of laughter. Unbeknownst to Junyi, he discreetly pressed the control button on the table. In an instant, a deafening alarm echoed throughout the mall, reaching the ears of every survivor still present within. They hastily gathered outside Qiyu's door, with the leader forcefully kicking it open. Junyi swiftly retreated to Jiang Linlin's side, vigilantly observing the approaching crowd, with one hand gripping his sword and the other shielding Jiang Linlin. Yuanqing had already positioned himself discreetly to the side. Observing Junyi's composed demeanor, Jiang Linlin took a deep breath and boldly addressed the assailants. "Open your eyes and look closely. Is this person you pledge your loyalty to truly worthy of your allegiance? Does the so-called plan for super-evolution he speaks of genuinely benefit you?" Upon hearing Jiang Linlin's words, some individuals hesitated, while others continued their assault on Junyi. Jiang Linlin continued, "Observe the current state of your leader. Does it truly reflect the essence of a supreme evolutionary being? He has deceived you. He seeks to use you as subjects for his experiments. After his transformation into a supreme evolutionary, he has undergone numerous detrimental changes to his body, which he is unable to rectify. Thus, he requires incessant experimentation, compelling you to evolve continuously to assist him in his endeavors." After Jiang Linlin spoke, the crowd suddenly echoed with agreement. However, I could hardly believe it. He was formidable even as an evolver. How could he possibly perish in a mere grade A mission after becoming a super evolver? With one person's endorsement, more voices joined in. "My sister too, and my friends, and I." More and more individuals stepped forward to reveal the truth, and in an instant, everyone ceased their assault on Junyi. Witnessing this turn of events, Qiyu panicked and hastily defended himself. "Do not listen to her nonsense. She is merely an outsider. I am your leader, and all my actions are for your benefit. In this apocalyptic world, how have you survived? Have you all forgotten? Even if you are our leader, you cannot recklessly use our lives as experiments." Indeed, the clamor of dissent grew louder, and Qiyu became thoroughly flustered. Yet a portion of the crowd still sided with him. Though they spoke in his defense, their words did little to help. "What do you understand? Only with the leader can we thrive. Sacrificing a few is trivial. It is all for the club's benefit." Qiyu found comfort in these words and continued, "Exactly. The life you enjoy now is because of me. Without me, would you still survive? I refrained from telling you earlier to spare you pain. Everything I do is for your sake." Madness. Discontented voices multiplied, and those without relatives among the experimental subjects cast down their weapons and departed. Those with loved ones subjected to experiments clutched their weapons, their gazes directed at Qiyu, filled with murderous intent. Yet Qiyu remained indifferent to them. For Qiyu, this crowd, unable to become super evolvers, held no importance, as they could not aid in his experiments. Thus, he did not care whether they stayed or left. Supporters of Qiyu, witnessing those who departed, immediately drew their bows and arrows, mercilessly striking down several individuals. This act ignited fury among those who remained. "Qiyu, I will kill you to avenge my son." The man who had just emerged, twisted and deranged, pointed a gun at Qiyu. However, before he could pull the trigger, a flying knife sliced through his neck, killing him instantly. The remaining crowd was taken aback by this scene. Although they longed to slay Qiyu, they were reluctant to offer themselves as sacrifices. It served no purpose. Jiang Linlin, who had been resting inside, rushed to put on her clothes upon hearing the alarm. By the time she arrived, she witnessed this very moment. The knife was embedded in the wooden door beside her head. Spotting Jiang Linlin, Lin Quan immediately exclaimed, "What are you doing here? Leave quickly. It's dangerous." Upon seeing Jiang Linlin, Qiyu suddenly smiled, feigning tenderness as he addressed her. "Xiao Ning, come here. They are all traitors now." "Ah, traitors?" Jiang Linlin was perplexed, just as Qiyu's followers forcibly dragged her to his side. Lin Quan burst forth from the crowd, but it was too late to stop Jiang Linlin. Anxiously, he implored, "Qiyu, what do you intend to do? Xiao Ning is innocent. She has always believed in you." Qiyu pulled Jiang Linlin into his embrace, gently stroking her hair. Jiang Linlin felt both fear and shock, her body stiffening. Qiyu provocatively glanced at Lin Quan and then said to Jiang Linlin, "Xiao Ning, when you confessed to me previously, I did not accept because the time was not right. Now, I accept. You can be my girlfriend." Upon hearing this, Jiang Linlin beamed with joy. Turning to ask in surprise, "Really?" Qiyu nodded with a smile. "Of course it's true. However, since you like me so much, are you willing to do anything for me?" Hearing this, Lin Quan grew anxious and quickly urged Jiang Linlin, "Xiao Ning, don't listen to his lies. He is not a good person. He has been deceiving us all along. The plan for super evolvers was to use people as experiments. We are the subjects. He's a demon disguised as a human. You must not trust him." Observing Lin Quan's fervor and madness, Jiang Linlin frowned slightly and turned to Qiyu, smiling sweetly. "Boss, I'm certainly willing to do anything for you." "Xiao Ning, what are you saying? Have you forgotten your sister? She became a super evolver and died on a mission. It was all his doing." Lin Quan rushed forward to save Jiang Linlin, but was restrained by his comrades. Jiang Linlin shot him a disdainful glance and coldly replied, "The boss always has his reasons for his actions. The life we have today is granted by him. Besides, I am now the boss's girlfriend. Do you think I will believe you?" "Ha ha ha. Well said, Xiao Ning." Qiyu laughed triumphantly, but in the next moment, his smile froze on his face. In a fit of rage, he violently shoved Jiang Linlin away, sending her flying into the crowd, where Lin Quan caught her. Once Jiang Linlin was removed, the crowd noticed a dagger protruding from Qiyu's chest. Lin Quan looked down at Jiang Linlin, perplexed, as she wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and coldly smirked at Qiyu. "I hadn't finished my statement. Because you are my boss and I am your girlfriend, I am indeed willing to do everything for you, including sending you to your grave, personally." The others, equally astonished, found themselves in disbelief. As for Jiang Linlin, she felt a sense of disquiet upon witnessing Jiang Linlin's betrayal. Although their time together was brief, she knew the young girl was one of strong convictions, able to discern right from wrong. Knowing Qiyu was the one who had caused her sister's death, she would never ally herself with an enemy. However, Jiang Linling's sudden betrayal of Qiyu was beyond her expectations. Qiyu glared at Jiang Linlin with fury. "Ah, just like your sister. By the way, you still don't know how pleasurable your sister was when she died, do you?" "Ha ha ha." Upon hearing his words, Jiang Linling's expression shifted. "What do you mean?" Qiyu grinned with pride. "Your sister enjoyed herself under me for quite a while before she died. I almost regretted letting her go, but my life is more important." "You." Jiang Linling's face darkened as she gritted her teeth, retrieving a gun from her waist, aiming it at Qiyu. Yet Qiyu showed no fear, leisurely drawing the dagger from his chest and tossing it toward Jiang Linlin, where it rolled to a stop at her feet. "Do you see? I cannot be killed. Even if you shoot, it won't make a difference." With a bang, Jiang Linlin fired. Qiyu did not evade the bullet, which struck him directly, yet he remained unscathed. "You see, I told you it was futile. You are merely wasting your efforts here. You are adorably foolish, just like your sister. I simply told her I liked her, and she willingly became my experimental subject. Her reaction upon discovering the truth was identical to yours now." "Ha ha ha. You will not insult my sister." Jiang Linlin fired 4 more shots, yet Qiyu remained perfectly unharmed. Upon observing Qiyu's condition, Jiang Linlin gazed up at Jiang and softly inquired, "How could this happen? Is it truly impossible for him to perish? And what about the others?" Jiang Linlin was engulfed in confusion. Jiang continued, "I believe that others may refer to those subjects lying within the laboratory." He has been unable to find a solution for his own physical condition, thus transferring the anomalies of his body onto other experimental subjects. Is it truly more challenging to resolve his physical afflictions than this? Jiang Linlin was utterly bewildered. It seemed evident that addressing the issues faced by the super evolvers would be simpler than merely shifting the agony. Nevertheless, this was beyond the scope of her research, and she possessed no understanding of it. In Chapter 64, titled A World of Excess, 3 minutes, she pondered if he continues to transfer the injuries he endures onto others. How can one ultimately annihilate him? Jiang Linlin pressed Juni for an answer. Juni contemplated for a moment, then shook his head, unable to conceive a solution at that moment. Noticing Juni also lacked a viable strategy, Jiang Linlin's brow furrowed even deeper, but suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated her mind, leading her to contemplate a possibility. She looked up at Juni and proposed, what if the injuries overflow? Wouldn't that mean they can no longer be transferred to others? He would then have to bear the suffering himself. Indeed, that should be the case. But the prerequisite for this method is that all those capable of receiving Chi-Yu's transferred injuries must perish, Juni replied coldly. Jiang Linlin was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated this dilemma. They were utterly unaware of the number of individuals currently enduring Chi-Yu's transfer of harm. If innocent people were injured, how infuriating! Wouldn't this predicament then become a deadlock? As Jiang Linlin pondered, Zhao Linning discharged all the remaining bullets in her gun towards Chi-Yu, yet he remained unscathed. You must be dreaming. Zhao Linning, consumed by fury, hurled her gun at Chi-Yu. Lin Quan swiftly pulled Zhao Linning behind him, cautioning her, be careful. He is acting strangely. It seems your attack should come to an end. It is now my turn. You fickle turncoats, if you refuse to pledge loyalty to me, then perish. Chi-Yu emerged from beneath the table, wielding 2 cleavers as he plunged into the crowd. Lin Quan promptly pushed Zhao Linning aside and engaged Chi-Yu in combat. This group of individuals had gathered for their own interests. Jiang Linlin herself was present solely for the food and shelter offered here. Most were reluctant to sacrifice their lives for Chi-Yu, and their conscience had yet to be extinguished, which explained their outrage upon learning the truth of the matter, as they realized they could not overpower Chi-Yu. Some among them, as he had predicted, turned into fickle cowards, begging for mercy. Boss, we were momentarily blinded by greed. Please grant us another chance. We are willing to serve you. Yes, boss. We were wrong. Oh, very well then. You shall all become vessels for my harm transfer, thereby demonstrating your resolve. Chi-Yu swiftly approached the speakers and, seizing the moment, tossed a pill into their mouths. Boss, what is this? One individual clutched their throat, attempting to expel the pill, but it was too late. Noticing someone had ingested the drug, Chi-Yu ceased his resistance against the other's assaults. A blade struck his body, but in the next moment, the injury manifested on the individual who had posed the question. The others remained oblivious to this turn of events, continuing their assault on Chi-Yu. 2 seconds later, the one who had inquired suddenly collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Witnessing this, Jiang Linlin squinted. The pill Chi-Yu had just administered was the key to his ability to transfer harm. You do not comprehend that the recipient of the injury is selected at random, or perhaps determined by the order in which they consumed the pill. Do you see? I can transfer the wounds I sustain onto others, all due to the pill he just ingested. As Jiang Linlin contemplated, Chi-Yu unexpectedly began to elaborate. I advise you to refrain from attacking me. Otherwise, it will be your own demise. Do you not aspire to become evolved beings? The evolution package I have prepared includes this very drug. Upon hearing Chi-Yu's words, those attacking him gradually halted. A faction remained skeptical and continued their assault, only for another who had just pledged renewed loyalty to Chi-Yu to perish. This prompted them to cease their onslaught. Chi-Yu, pleased with their reaction, nodded with a smile, and in an instant, he viciously dispatched the 2 nearest individuals with his blade. Listen closely. This is your final opportunity. Should you choose to pledge loyalty to me, I can guarantee your livelihood. If you refuse, so be it. You are free to leave. However, any harm inflicted upon me will inevitably be redirected towards you. Should you meet your end in the wilderness, do not blame me. Qi Yu's demeanor exuded a petty triumph. The crowd seethed with anger, yet felt powerless against him. Hand over the antidote, Jiang Linlin demanded furiously. Qi Yu glanced at her and suddenly laughed. There is no antidote. You all wish to become evolved beings. I am merely assisting you. If you never consume the evolution package, you need not worry at all. Ha ha ha. In the midst of his laughter, Qi Yu's tone shifted abruptly. But you have all consumed it. Haven't you? Ha ha ha. The greedy shall become my slaves. As both sides faced off, Junyi whispered to Jiang Linlin, I just discovered that the individuals who endure his harm are chosen in order of consumption. To eliminate him completely, we must wait until his transformation ends. At that point, this drug will lose its efficacy. This was perhaps the best news of the day. Jiang Linlin, upon hearing this, pressed, how long until his transformation concludes? 3 minutes, Junyi replied. Though not an extensive period, she had to buy time, ensuring Qi Yu remained unaware that she had discerned the method to eliminate him. Observing the hesitant crowd, Qi Yu suddenly pointed at Jiang Linlin and Junyi, commanding, kill them. I will forgive you. Otherwise, I will take my own life, and none of you shall survive. Apologies, newcomers. As one individual acted, another quickly followed, plunging Jiang Linlin and Junyi into peril. Zhao Linning rushed to shield Jiang Linlin. What are you doing? Your actions are no different from his. Lin Quan positioned himself beside Zhao Linning, declaring, indeed, do you wish to become like him? Zhao Linning, Elena Quan, we cannot merely stand here and talk. You have not consumed the package. It is as if you have never taken a drug. You may not fear death, but we do. Exactly. Ignore them. If they obstruct us, we can eliminate them together. Yes, kill them. Gazing at the frenzied mob, Lin Quan experienced a fleeting moment of shock. Were these truly the comrades with whom he had embarked on missions? They now resembled demons. At that moment, Jiang Linlin coldly interjected, you wish to kill me and Junyi to survive. That is understandable. But to slay former companions, do you not fear the nightmares that will haunt you? Jiang Linlin's words were delivered with a gentle touch, yet they failed to stir the hearts of the crowd. They were utterly unresponsive to her counsel, brandishing their weapons as they charged forward. Chapter 65. The ensnaring allure of wealth. The sudden appearance of Zhou Tian. Given that words proved futile, she deemed it unnecessary to show these individuals any mercy. Jiang Linlin and Jun Yi stood united against a mere assembly of ordinary survivors. How could they possibly prevail against the duo? As one after another succumbed to the ground, fear began to creep into the hearts of the remaining assailants. Their intent to eliminate Jiang Linlin and Junyi for the sake of survival now seemed futile. Charging forward appeared only to court death. Qi Yu, noticing the cessation of their assault, urged them with irritation. What are you doing? Why haven't you dispatched them yet? If you don't act, I shall have you perish this instant. With that, he brandished a dagger, pressing it menacingly against his own throat. Boss, it's not that we do not wish to fight. You see how formidable they are. To rush in would be tantamount to seeking our own demise. I care not for your excuses. Advance at once. Qi Yu had completely lost his sanity, disregarding the lives of his subordinates entirely. Zhao Linning and Lin Quan stood by, bewildered, torn between their former comrades and the righteous individuals before them. Regardless of their allegiance, they found themselves paralyzed, unable to assist either side. However, Junyi did not allow them to linger in indecision for long. Wielding his luminous sword, he swiftly dispatched the foes before him in a mere minute. Now, Qi Yu found himself devoid of anyone to divert the impending harm. Jiang Linlin took a step forward, facing Qi Yu, and coldly stated, do you have any more tricks up your sleeve? Qi Yu, his face darkened, prepared for a final gamble. Junyi did not grant Qi Yu the opportunity to harm Jiang Linlin. With a swift kick, he sent the advancing Qi Yu flying and swung his sword in his direction. At that moment, unexpectedly, someone positioned themselves in front of Qi Yu and deftly caught Junyi's blade. Brother Yu, are you all right? Zhou Tian anxiously grasped Qi Yu, while her other hand caught the blade empty-handed. Upon seeing Zhou Tian's arrival, Qi Yu felt emboldened and quickly exclaimed, these people, they've all turned against us. Hey Tian, please help me eliminate them, will you? Of course. Zhou Tian gently set Qi Yu down and turned, casting a fierce glare at Jiang Linlin and her companions. When her gaze landed on Jiang Linlin, her eyes widened in astonishment. You are Jiang Linlin? I thought you were dead. How could this be? That is my sister. Do you know her? Jiang Linlin inquired, puzzled. How could her sister possibly be acquainted with that group from the villa district? Etienne, don't misunderstand. She is Jiang Linlin's sister. I kept her around solely to coerce Jiang Linlin into conducting experiments. There were no other intentions. Observing Chi Yu's flustered explanation, Jiang Linlin recalled something. Zhou Tian disregarded Chi Yu's clarifications, retrieving a handgun and aiming it at Jiang Linlin. After firing several shots that missed their target, she furiously discarded the weapon and charged towards them with her bare hands. Jiang Linlin did not hasten to protect Jiang Linlin. Instead, she opted to approach Chi Yu. 3 minutes had already elapsed, and now Chi Yu, an ordinary individual, bore no discernible difference and was utterly incapable of resistance. Jiang Linlin brandished a dagger against Chi Yu's throat, threatening Zhou Tian, "If you dare to move again, I will slaughter him immediately." Upon hearing this, Zhou Tian turned and froze in place, her eyes betraying an unmistakable panic. "No, do not harm him. I will comply with your demands." "Very well. Allow you to depart, but do not inflict harm upon brother Yu." The sight of the dagger poised at Chi Yu's neck instilled genuine fear in Zhou Tian. Her reaction confirmed Jiang Linlin's suspicion that Zhou Tian harbored feelings for Chi Yu, though it seemed that Chi Yu did not reciprocate the same affection. Chi Yu's gaze toward Zhou Tian appeared to be more one of exploitation than of fondness. It was astonishing that the leaders of the two factions were acquainted, entangled in an inexplicable relationship, while outwardly appearing as bitter adversaries. Surely, there was some clandestine plot brewing between them. "Etienne, they must not be allowed to leave alive." Chi Yu bellowed in fury. "Even if it means my demise, I shall ensure they are all left behind. It is they who have caused me such disgrace." Jiang Linlin exerted a slight force in her dissatisfaction, leaving a distinctly visible mark on Chi Yu's neck. Upon seeing the bloodstain, Zhou Tian immediately grew anxious. "Please, don't harm him. I will comply with whatever you say. I beg you," Zhou Tian implored. "Zhou Tian," Chi Yu bellowed in frustration, "if you release them, I will kill you." "Brother Yu," Zhou Tian was taken aback, unable to fathom that such words could escape Chi Yu's lips. "What are you saying?" "I'm trying to save you." "Zhou Tian, let me make myself clear. They have humiliated me today, and I find it utterly disgraceful. Even if it costs me my life, I will drag them down with me. Anyone who opposes me is my enemy, and that includes you," Chi Yu declared sternly, his expression cold and his voice resolute. In that moment, even though he was threatened with a dagger, he exhibited no awareness of his status as a hostage. Jiang Linlin, incensed by his words, tightened her grip even further. Zhou Tian, feeling a pang of concern, swiftly intervened. "May I take the role of hostage instead? I am the leader of that group at the villa, and they are currently awaiting my orders outside. You can use me to threaten them just as well." "Very well. Then proceed." Jiang Linlin gestured for Zhou Tian to approach Junyi, instructing him to seize her. Although they could force their way out through sheer strength, the safety of Jiang Linlin was not guaranteed, and Jiang Linlin was determined to rescue the girl. Zhou Tian had never contemplated the possibility of Jiang Linlin having a change of heart, treating both of them as hostages instead. She approached Junyi in a daze. Junyi promptly restrained Zhou Tian, while Chi Yu, witnessing her actions, was driven to the brink of madness. "I will kill you. Zhou Tian, I will end your life." Zhou Tian managed a bitter smile and inquired, "Do you truly believe I am less worthy than the vanity surrounding you? Stop with these futile words." "Zhou Tian, you have betrayed me," Chi Yu exclaimed, his eyes reddened as he struggled. Jiang Linlin gazed at the frenzied Chi Yu, her hand poised to strike. Yet the moment was interrupted by Zhou Tian's inquiry, compelling her to pause her actions. "Chi Yu, did you ever love me?" "Love? Donotist. What are you? A traitor daring to yearn for love? Do you even deserve it? To speak candidly, in my eyes, you are nothing but a worthless being, merely a temporary asset of little value. The instant you betrayed me, your worth diminished entirely." Ha ha ha. Chapter 66, The Indulgent Realm. Can we still be friends? Before Chi Yu could utter another word, Jiang Linlin swiftly ended his life, callously discarding him upon the ground. At the sight of Qi Yu lying there, Zhou Tian let out a heart-wrenching scream. Qi Yu. She struggled to reach his side, but Junyi held her firmly in place, rendering her immobile. To ensure Qi Yu would not rise again, Jiang Linlin delivered another blow, simultaneously applying a potion to his body, thus guaranteeing his status as a secure corpse. Initially, she had not intended to resort to such measures, but Zhou Tian's arrival provided her with an opportunity. Inadvertently, Zhou Tian prolonged Qi Yu's transformation, leaving Jiang Linlin with no other means to resolve the situation. She then approached Zhou Tian and coldly inquired, "You two leaders of the bases are surprisingly acquainted, and it appears your relationship is quite cordial. Have you both been concealing something from the members of the base? What are your ulterior motives?" Upon witnessing Qi Yu's demise, Zhou Tian seemed to lose her very soul. Jiang Linlin remained unperturbed as she grasped Zhou Tian's hair, compelling her to lift her head and continued to inquire. "In your base, whenever a newcomer arrives, you refer to them as the fortunate ones, correct? Is this fortunate individual destined to be sent to the club for experiments conducted on Qi Yu?" Upon hearing this analysis, Zhou Tian finally reacted, looking up at Jiang Linlin with a hint of astonishment. "How do you know?" "The means by which I know is inconsequential," Jiang Linlin replied, tinged with anger. "Have you ever considered whether your reckless deprivation of others' lives is excessively cruel? For the sake of UGE's survival, what do their lives truly amount to? Even if it costs my own life, I would willingly offer it for Yuge," Zhou Tian exclaimed, resembling a frenzied devotee. Jiang Linlin shook her head in helplessness. At that moment, Zhao Linning slowly approached Zhou Tian and dealt her a fierce slap, followed by a knife plunged into her heart. The unexpected brutality of Zhao Linning left both Jiang Linlin and Junyi momentarily stunned. "It is you who caused my sister's death. I remember you. I remember you. You are Zhou Tian." Zhao Linning forcefully twisted the dagger. Zhou Tian winced in pain, but then erupted into a triumphant laugh. "What is this? Are you jealous? Jealous that Qi Yu favors me and not your sister?" "Impossible." Zhou Tian immediately denied. "I do not like Qi Yu. I saw her seducing him with my own eyes. They were lying on the same bed. A single bed." However, Zhao Linning's expression darkened upon hearing her words, and with icy detachment, she retorted, "Seduce? Your words are truly laughable. My sister is such an exceptional person. How could she ever be attracted to such a scum? She was coerced. Qi Yu threatened my sister using me. My sister and I are all each other has. We have no other relatives. Therefore, for the sake of her only sister, she had to endure humiliation. And in the end, she was slandered by you. You both deserve to die. Your deaths are entirely justified." "You," Zhou Tian, enraged, pointed a finger at Zhao Linning, ready to hurl more insults, but her strength faded, and she slowly breathed her last. At that moment, all remaining onlookers were left in shock, especially Lin Quan, who had always known Zhao Linning as an adorable, sometimes scatterbrained girl. How could she be so ruthless? He did not think Zhao Linning's actions were wrong. Rather, he was taken aback by her transformation. His heart ached for her. Lin Quan quickly shook his head and stepped forward to embrace Zhao Linning tightly. "What are you saying? How could I ever dislike you? I just didn't realize you were like this, and I have no idea what has happened to you to cause such change. I only feel sorrow. If I had appeared by your side sooner to protect you, perhaps you wouldn't have turned out this way." Lin Quan's words left Zhao Linning momentarily stunned, her body frozen in disbelief. You don't hate me?" she asked incredulously. "Lin Gu, how could I possibly hate you? I like you even more. I only fear that you do not like me." Lin Quan smiled helplessly, observing the current situation. It seemed they were no longer needed. Thus, Jiang Linlin moved to a corner, gently cradling Yuan Qing in her arms, and turned to leave with Junyi, only to be halted by Zhao Linning. "Wait, Miss Jiang, I have something to say to you." Jiang Linlin was somewhat taken aback, yet she still came to a halt. "I wish to speak with you privately," Zhao Linning said, casting an embarrassed glance at Jiang Linlin. Jiang Linlin smiled gently, nodding in acknowledgement of her words, and handed Yuan delicately to Junyi, before following Zhao Linning outside. After the recent events, the exterior was devoid of any presence. Zhao Linning led Jiang Linlin to a secluded corner and sighed, I apologize, Miss Jiang. I deceived you earlier. Jiang Linlin was somewhat perplexed by the meaning behind her statement. In truth, I have long been aware that both bases were far from desirable destinations. Yet I still brought you from one hell to another. Jiang Linlin smiled nonchalantly, assuring her that it was of no consequence. Subsequently, Jiang Linlin confided in Jiang Linlin that her initial attachment was genuine. She truly adored Jiang Linlin, for she bore a striking resemblance to her sister. This was the reason she had chosen to gift such a precious little cake to Jiang Linlin. As time passed, she recognized Jiang Linlin's formidable capabilities and subtly guided her to uncover the truths lurking behind the club. Jiang Linlin yearned for vengeance for her sister, yet felt powerless to enact it. The S-level mission was a trap deliberately set by Jiang Linlin, intended to unveil the hidden secrets to Jiang Linlin. As events unfolded, they aligned perfectly with her expectations. What does this mean for you and me? Jiang Linlin pondered, genuinely taken aback. Jiang Linlin lowered her head, murmuring, "Can we still be friends?" Stuck in place, Jiang Linlin was visibly conflicted. She was aware of Lin Kuan's affection for her and had feigned innocence to endear herself further to him. In truth, she had been exploiting Lin Kuan's feelings for her own benefit. Chapter 67. The Glitz and Glamour. The final chapter of L City. Upon hearing Jiang Linlin's words, Jiang Linlin reflected deeply and conceded that she ought to clarify her position to Lin Kuan. Throughout her time at the club, Lin Kuan had consistently looked after her. Grateful, Jiang Linlin thanked Jiang Linlin before turning to enter the house, taking Lin Kuan by the hand. Observing Lin Kuan's bewildered expression, Jiang Linlin mused that perhaps their conversation would lead to a reconciliation. Inside the house, she noticed Juni frowning as he comforted child, and Jiang Linlin suddenly felt that this life was quite agreeable. With the demise of Qi Yu and Zhou Tian, L City began to gradually regain its normalcy. However, upon further inspection, Jiang Linlin discovered that there was not a single place suitable for habitation. The majority of the resources here were derived from people. The villa was responsible for converting individuals into supplies, which were then distributed to the survivors. If Qi Yu's resources were insufficient, Zhou Tian would also contribute a portion. Fortunately, Jiang Linlin had refrained from consuming their food, or else she would have surely felt nauseous by now. Jiang Linlin had long been aware of this situation, which is why the food she and Lin Kuan consumed had always been meticulously selected. Not all resources were derived from human sources. Some were remnants of the city itself. With the absence of Zhou Tian and Qi Yu's leadership, the people of L City found themselves adrift, lacking any direction. After much contemplation, Jiang Linlin resolved to bring them to a secure haven of her own creation. Now equipped with materials, she needed only a little time to construct their shelter. As to whether these individuals were worth saving, their future circumstances would reveal that truth in due course. With this in mind, Jiang Linlin gathered the remaining survivors, who numbered fewer than she had anticipated, appearing to be merely a handful of individuals. Everyone, she addressed them. You're now aware of the happenings in L City and the deeds of those two behind the scenes. Therefore, you may choose your path forward. If you seek a safe refuge, I can provide it. If you wish to depart, no one will stop you. After hearing Jiang Linlin's words, some chose to remain, while others, having endured this ordeal, were too wary to trust another sanctuary, opting instead to forge their own paths. Even if it meant risking their lives, they would harbor no regrets. Why is there such a requirement? One of those who chose to stay inquired. Jiang Linlin explained, as my sanctuary does not reside in a fixed location, you may comprehend that it exists in the air, thus there is no special method to depart. In the air, this revelation left everyone in a state of bewilderment. I understand this may sound utterly implausible, so the choice remains in your hands. You may choose to accompany me to my sanctuary or depart to seek your own means of survival, Jiang Linlin stated with an air of nonchalance. After a moment of contemplation, a few more individuals opted to leave, ultimately leaving only a dozen or so who were willing to follow Jiang Linlin to her sanctuary. In truth, she was indifferent to the number of people willing to join her, even if those who were coerced into leaving found their way to her sanctuary. The outcome could indeed be counterproductive. In such a post-apocalyptic environment, those who do not believe in you will remain skeptics, regardless of the circumstances. During this time, Jiang Linlin gleaned a wealth of information regarding City L from Jiang Linlin. The reason the mutated species dared not approach was entirely due to a device within these two bases capable of repelling them. Jiang Linlin was unaware of the nature of this instrument, yet she was unequivocally certain that its existence was what deterred the monsters from encroaching upon the vicinity of these two bases. Jiang Linlin expressed a keen interest in the instrument mentioned by Jiang Linlin. She turned to Junyi, who immediately grasped her intention, offering to accompany her should she wish to explore further. Very well. With that, Jiang Linlin and Junyi proceeded to the location described by Jiang Linlin. Upon entering the room and witnessing the shimmering blue light, Jiang Linlin was rendered speechless with excitement. She grasped Junyi's arm, exclaiming, "Look, 10 blue lights. 10 of them. No wonder the mutated creatures dare not approach. The blue light could be obtained from the Mother Queen or through certain unique channels. If it were derived from the Mother Queen, it would attract the mutated beings. However, if housed within a peculiar machine, it would deter them." Jiang Linlin was unsure of the exact principles behind this phenomenon, yet she realized that acquiring these blue lights would enable her to create superior machines, allowing survivors to live safely without needing to hide within her spatial territory. "Quick, gather up this blue light." "Ha ha." Junyi looked at Jiang Linlin with a blend of exasperation and affection, helping her collect the cluster of blue lights into the system. After resolving the issues in City L, Jiang Linlin brought Zhao Linning and Lin Quan to her spatial territory. The moment Chu Xiaoran laid eyes on Jiang Linlin, she rushed into her embrace, exclaiming, "Linlin, I missed you so much. Did you know that when you weren't by my side, I was particularly worried about you? I feared for your safety, wishing I could protect you. Oh, and I encountered a scoundrel. Let me tell you." Chu Xiaoran pulled Jiang Linlin to sit beside her and began to recount her myriad experiences from the outside world in an unceasing flow of words. Jiang Linlin listened quietly to her, relishing the sensation of being relied upon and cared for. Jiang Linlin elucidated, "Strictly speaking, they were not saved by me. However, they are now survivors with nowhere else to go. Thus, I could only bring them here, for our original intention was to create a sanctuary for survivors. Initially, there were very few people, and we had not considered what to name this place. Now that so many have arrived, it seems necessary to bestow a name upon it, much like the initial new base we established." Upon hearing Chu Xiaoran's words, Jiang Linlin found them quite insightful. She furrowed her brows in contemplation and tentatively suggested, "How about calling it Day Manor?" Chapter 68. The return of old friends. This name seemed somewhat fitting, yet it felt as though it lacked something. Chu Xiaoran pondered carefully and, with a sudden spark of inspiration, proposed, "Why not name it Jiang Garden? After all, it is your estate." "That works. If you favor this name, then we shall adopt it." Jiang Linlin was not particularly concerned about what this place was called. After all, it was merely a designation, one that needed to be memorable enough to distinguish which base was which. Hence, the base created by Jiang Linlin was named Jiang Garden, her very own estate. With the collective effort of everyone, the houses in Jiang Garden were swiftly constructed, as the materials provided by the system were both remarkably lightweight and sturdy, facilitating rapid assembly. Gazing at the two large characters Jiang Garden, Jiang Linlin suddenly felt a profound sense of belonging. This was her home, the home she shared with her friends. With ample time at her disposal, Jiang Linlin consumed a high-grade potion and slept soundly for a full day and night before awakening. Chu Xiaoran had been anxiously watching over her, fearing something might have befallen her. Had it not been for Junyi's constant reassurance that all was well, Chu Xiaoran would have been in tears, overwhelmed with worry. Jiang Linlin awoke, sensing a transformation within herself, yet unable to articulate the specifics of this change. Thus, she resolved to put her abilities to the test. She decided to leave the manor in search of a locale abundant with mutated species. Zhu Xiaodan, concerned for Jiang Linlin's safety, insisted on accompanying her, leaving Jiang Linlin with no choice but to acquiesce. "Junyi, could you locate a site populated with intermediate mutated species?" "Just a few, as I fear I might struggle to manage more," she requested. Junyi replied coldly, "If you are unencumbered by a liability, I can ensure your escape should danger arise." Chu Xiaoran immediately grasped the implication of his words, realizing that she was the liability he referred to. With a hint of indignation, she retorted, "You can't blame me for your failure to pursue Linlin. It has been quite some time since we parted ways at the manor, and the fact that you have yet to win her over is hardly my fault." "What nonsense are you spouting?" Jiang Linlin interjected, tugging at Chu Xiaoran's arm. "I'm not speaking nonsense, Linlin. Look, he hasn't denied it. It is evident he harbors feelings for you, yet remains silent, leaving us in the dark about his true intentions." Chu Xiaoran scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Junyi. Junyi continued to avert his gaze, unwilling to meet Jiang Linlin's eyes, and he did not refute Chu Xiaoran's assertions. Jiang Linlin cast a puzzled glance at Junyi, who was merely a system, perhaps akin to a robot. How could a robot possibly harbor feelings for him? She was just one among his numerous hosts, possessing a clear self-awareness. She was no extraordinary beauty, far from possessing the allure to enchant even a robot. Enough of this nonsense, she thought. Junyi's identity was exceedingly unique, making it implausible for him to possess any affection for her. "Do not speak such folly. Be cautious, for he may utter something that provokes you," Jiang Linlin chuckled. Chu Xiaoran, with a resigned shrug, approached Junyi and nudged him with her elbow, whispering, "I have done all that I can for you. I have assisted you to this extent. If it does not succeed in the end, do not blame me." With that, Chu Xiaoran stretched her limbs, preparing for the impending battle. Not far ahead, mutated beings began to approach. Meanwhile, Junyi, troubled by Chu Xiaoran's words, found himself in a state of turmoil, repeatedly ruminating over her assertion that he liked Jiang Linlin. Was that truly the case? Yet, he remained oblivious to the true essence of liking. As Chu Xiaoran and Jiang Linlin engaged in combat, Junyi stood atop a large rock, fervently searching through the system's database for a definition of affection. The database provided a rather straightforward explanation. Liking someone meant a persistent desire to be with that person, to remain together regardless of the activity, and to share delightful experiences and intriguing moments at the earliest opportunity. After perusing the database's elucidation, Junyi fell into silence. He possessed these feelings, yet they left him in profound confusion. He could not fathom why he experienced such peculiar emotions. His incomplete understanding of human feelings rendered his comprehension limited and fragmented. He lifted his gaze to Jiang Linlin, who was battling the mutated beings, and murmured to himself, "I like Jiang Linlin." In the midst of her fierce struggle, Jiang Linlin remained entirely unaware that her system was preoccupied with thoughts that bore no relevance to their current predicament. After a while, Jiang Linlin and Chu Xiaoran successfully vanquished the approaching mutated beings. Jiang Linlin was certain that her strength had indeed grown, experiencing a qualitative leap compared to her previous life. She suspected she could now confront a high-level mutated being and emerge unscathed. How wonderful! Jiang Linlin beamed with joy, just as Chu Xiaoran was about to speak. An urgent cry for help suddenly pierced the air. "Help! Help! Please do not kill me." Following the direction of the voice, Jiang Linlin spotted a dark figure, pursued by a throng of low-level, mutated beings. She recognized this person from her encounter while defending against the invasion of mutated beings at the South Wall. His name seemed to be Wang Xiaoyang. Yes, his name was Wang Xiaoyang. As Jiang Linlin discerned Wang Xiaoyang, he simultaneously became aware of her presence and immediately called out loudly, "Help! Save me! Miss Jiang! Please, rescue me!" Jiang Linlin held a rather unfavorable impression of Wang Xiaoyang. Initially, she had no intention of intervening, believing he could fend for himself. If he managed to survive, it would be a testament to his own capabilities. However, upon hearing him call her name, she reconsidered her stance. Thus, she chose to disregard him once more. Jiang Linlin merely cast him a fleeting glance before turning away to depart, a gesture so subtle that even Chu Xiaoran failed to comprehend its significance. Chu Xiaoran had anticipated that Jiang Linlin might come to her rescue. "Linlin, wait for me." Chu Xiaoran would never interfere with Jiang Linlin's choices, whatever path Linlin chose. She would steadfastly follow. Junyi felt similarly. He had never cared for the others on Blue Star. His heart had always been solely occupied by Jiang Linlin. Chapter 69. Jiang Garden, the fury of Yuan. Jiang Linlin would never heed such words to rescue him. If she truly wished to save him, there would be no need for such entreaties. Consequently, Jiang Linlin continued to walk away with an air of indifference. Observing her reaction, Wang Xiaoyang realized that his pleas for help were in vain. He turned his gaze and hastened towards Jiang Linlin once more. "Save me! Save me! That monster behind us appears to be quite unusual." The lesser aberrations that had initially pursued Wang Xiaoyang were swiftly dispatched by these more formidable entities. Although Jiang Linlin had indeed enhanced her abilities, the sheer number of adversaries was staggering. There were hundreds, even if she could contend with a few. The overwhelming horde charging towards her would surely spell her doom. As she ran, Jiang Linlin spotted Yuan Qingqing, bewildered by her sudden presence in this perilous situation. She swiftly scooped Yuan Qingqing into her arms and resumed her flight. However, Yuan Qingqing unexpectedly bit her, causing Jiang Linlin to wince in pain and nearly release her. Yet, her rational mind insisted that she could not. Should she relinquish Yuan Qingqing, the latter would undoubtedly perish. Noticing that Jiang Linlin refused to let go, Yuan Qingqing bit her once more. Jiang Linlin finally sensed that Yuan was not quite right in her embrace. She glanced around, realizing there was nowhere left to escape. Although Jiang Yuan was in a different city, there were specific conditions that hindered her from summoning him here. After much contemplation, she could only resort to the small safe house she had previously acquired. Once they entered the safe house, Wang Xiaoyang and the intermediate mutated species lost all trace of Jiang Linlin. Jiang Linlin hastily placed Yuan Qingqing on the ground, only for Yuan Qingqing to lunge towards her with red-rimmed eyes. Junyi swiftly restrained Yuan Qingqing, tying her up with a rope he had procured from an unknown source. How could this be? Did other mutated beings still have an effect on her? Jiang Linlin asked in astonishment. Junyi nodded and pulled out a control panel before her, stating that after a few taps, an analysis of Yuan Qingqing's current physical condition appeared on the screen. Species, mutant, self-altering human genes, special type, current status, proximity to numerous similar beings has driven this biological entity into a frenzied state. Any creature will be ruthlessly eliminated by her. This condition is recorded as berserk. The berserk state will last for approximately 1 day, after which normalcy will resume. Yet such occurrences may recur. Solution: termination. Upon reading the information displayed on the panel, Jiang Linlin fell into silence. How could she ever bring herself to kill Yuan Qingqing? She immediately turned to Junyi and inquired, "Is there truly no alternative? What if we keep her away from those intermediate mutants? Wouldn't that prevent her from becoming like this?" Junyi shook his head regretfully, explaining, "Even if you were to isolate her from these external factors, she has already undergone one episode of frenzy, and she is bound to experience it again, possibly at any moment. Currently, if we wish to resolve this issue, aside from eliminating her to prevent harm to others, there remains but one option. We must locate Lan Xin." After hearing Jun Ye's explanation, Jiang Linlin was once again engulfed in confusion. What was Lan Xin? She had never heard of it before. Noticing her bewilderment, Junyi kindly provided the clarification she sought. Lan Xin, the most precious resource in Blue Star. 1. Can be synthesized from 100 million blue star stones, or 10,000 blue light. 2. There is a minuscule chance of obtaining Lan Xin by eliminating sentient high-level mutants. Jiang Linlin once again raised her head to inquire of Junyi. What is this exceedingly minuscule probability? It is nearly zero, which implies that it is fundamentally an impossible endeavor. Jiang Linlin had never believed that the goddess of fortune would favor her. Yet, even if this probability is diminutive, she must act. She cannot stand idly by while Yuan Qingqing remains in such a state. At that moment, Junyi continued, "In fact, there exists a more advantageous solution that does not necessitate her demise, and you would no longer be in peril." Upon hearing this, Jiang Linlin's eyes sparkled as she gazed at Junyi, but after listening to his explanation, silence enveloped her once more. Nonetheless, this remained the most viable option at present. Observing Yuan Qingqing, who sat on the ground with bloodshot eyes, struggling with the urge to attack, Jiang Linlin felt a profound sorrow in her heart. She had never anticipated that Yuan Qingqing would encounter such tribulations. Initially, Her desire to keep Yuan Qingqing close was indeed driven by selfish motives. Yet it is undeniable that she harbored genuine affection for her. Now, having come to regard Yuan Qingqing as a sister, how could she possibly bear to send her alone into such perilous circumstances? However, if she did not permit Yuan Qingqing to depart, not only would she be in danger, but the inhabitants of Jiang Garden might also find themselves vulnerable to an unforeseen assault from Yuan Qingqing. In a moment of turmoil, Jiang Linlin found herself entangled in a dilemma. Chu Xiaoran, having grasped the unfolding circumstances, felt a profound sadness. Though her acquaintance with Yuan Qingqing had not been as extensive as Jiang Linlin's, she had developed a fondness for the charming child. Linlin, do not be disheartened. Let us embark on a quest to capture the advanced, mutated species together. Perhaps fortune will favor us, proposed Chu Xiaoran. Jiang Linlin nodded helplessly, acknowledging that this was perhaps the best course of action available at the moment. Having hope is certainly preferable to despair. However, one cannot help but wonder, why have so many intermediate mutated species suddenly emerged? These are not mere beginners. They are intermediate mutations. How could they proliferate as abundantly as cabbages and radishes? If it weren't for these intermediate mutated species, Yuan Qingqing would not have found herself in such dire circumstances. Moreover, Yuan Qingqing should be in Jiang Garden. Why has she suddenly appeared here? She had explicitly instructed Chu Wen to look after Yuan Qingqing, and it is inconceivable that Chu Wen would allow her to leave alone. Chapter 70. Jiang Garden Arc. Be my girlfriend or perish. Could it be that something has transpired in Jiang Garden? Jiang Linlin turned her head and met Wang Xiaoyang's gaze. She frowned and waved her hand in front of his eyes. It was only then that Jiang Linlin noticed the mutated creatures that had been pursuing him were now obediently stationed beside him, as if Wang Xiaoyang were their master. How could this be? This thought barely took shape before Jiang Linlin dismissed it. Although intermediate mutated creatures lack the independent thought of advanced ones, they're not mere puppets to be controlled. Though I am currently unaware of what you have done to conceal yourself, it is implausible that you could remain hidden here indefinitely. Even if you could, I refuse to believe that those around you can continue to hide alongside you. Let me make myself clear. I have taken an interest in you, and should you lose this opportunity, you will obediently become my girlfriend. I will not only treat you well, but will also ensure the safety of your friends. If you reject my proposal, you may as well await your demise here. After speaking, Wang Xiaoyang mysteriously produced a chair and positioned himself before Jiang Linlin and the others. Those who heard his words fell into a contemplative silence, which was first broken by Chu Xiaoran, though she directed her comments not towards Jiang Linlin, but to Junyi. Look at him. If you like someone, you must take the initiative. And you, at this rate, success is light years away. Junyi raised an eyebrow, puzzled by Chu Xiaoran's remarks. How does this relate to me? What does it have to do with my situation? Meanwhile, Jiang Linlin was equally perplexed. She could not recall any romantic entanglement with Wang Xiaoyang, and if anything, it would be a matter of animosity. How could he suddenly profess his affection and threaten her to be with him? Truly, the world is full of wonders. More pressing than Wang Xiaoyang's threats was Jiang Linlin's bewilderment at how he could see them within the safe house. Junyi, isn't this safe house supposed to be absolutely secure? Why can others discover it? Jiang Linlin inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. Could it be that aliens were aiding him? That possibility could not be dismissed. Wang Xiaoyang did not appear to be a formidable character. How could he possibly receive assistance from extraterrestrial beings? The former theory seemed more plausible. Perhaps he had also linked himself to some system, likely akin to a counterattack system, as is often depicted in novels. Having just heard his words, I had already begun to sift through the database for information, yet found no indication that he was bound to any system. Thus, it must be that beings from another planet are assisting him, observing his control over the intermediate mutated creatures. It is highly probable that he is being aided by those aliens who seek to invade your blue star. This revelation left Jiang Linlin astonished. It was reminiscent of the historical tales she had only encountered in books. So, is there any way for us to leave this place? We cannot remain trapped here indefinitely. Jiang Linlin implored Junyi with a sense of helplessness. Junyi contemplated for a moment before shaking his head. If you dismantle the safe house, you you will undoubtedly be exposed. The intermediate mutated creatures will not spare you. However, if you do not dismantle it, the safe house cannot provide sustenance or water, and you will still face entrapment. His words elicited an irritated glare from Chu Xiaoran, who retorted, "Could you not offer something useful? Spare us the obvious." Junyi cast her a sidelong glance and coldly replied, "Without the deadweight, I could effortlessly escort Jiang Linlin away." "You!" Chu Xiaoran, incensed, clenched her fists, ready to strike him. Jiang Linlin rubbed her temples. The current situation was already quite bothersome. She hadn't anticipated that there would be two individuals bickering like children. "Jiang Linlin, have you come to a decision? Are you truly willing to be my girlfriend?" Wang Xiaoyang outside urged once more. Jiang Linlin contemplated for a moment before suddenly retracting the safe house, a move that startled Chu Xiaoran, prompting her to hastily retreat behind her. Junyi was equally taken aback by this action. Upon noticing the arrival of several individuals, Wang Xiaoyang smiled with satisfaction. The group of intermediate mutated beings behind him sensed the presence of others and immediately prepared to attack. Yet Wang Xiaoyang merely waved his hand nonchalantly, causing the mutated beings to halt in their tracks. A broad smile adorned Wang Xiaoyang's face as he approached Jiang Linlin, but she took a step back, eliciting evident displeasure from him. "What is this? By your demeanor, are you unwilling to be my girlfriend? I have several inquiries I wish to pose to you." Jiang Linlin deftly sidestepped Wang Xiaoyang's words. He, however, remained unconcerned by her attempts to stall, for in his eyes, no matter her actions, they would ultimately be futile. "Go ahead and ask," Jiang Linlin inquired. "Are you capable of controlling these monsters?" Wang Xiaoyang did not refute her question. He simply nodded in affirmation. Jiang Linlin continued to inquire, "When a new base was defending against the invasion of monsters, why were you unaware that those creatures had departed? The destruction of the base surely holds no advantage for you, does it?" This question elicited a cold laugh from Wang Xiaoyang, who replied, "I was unaware of your deep attachment to that base. Have you forgotten that the leader of the base sought to harm you?" Jiang Linlin was perplexed as to how Wang Xiaoyang could possibly be aware of this matter. "Do not regard me with such a doubtful gaze. It is quite normal for me to know about this. After all, everyone in the main city is well aware of what kind of person a boss is. I merely stayed in the new life in search of a comfortable abode." Wang Xiaoyang directly addressed Jiang Linlin's confusion. "You, why do you want me to be your girlfriend? We have only met once, have we not?" "Well, there is no specific reason," Wang Xiaoyang replied, revealing a cryptic smile. Chapter 71. The Jiang Garden. A surge of helplessness if you insist on a reason. "I can candidly tell you, it is because you are beautiful and your personality captivates me." "How does that sound? Is that reason sufficient?" After a moment's contemplation, Wang Xiaoyang added. These words ignited something within Wang Xiaoyang, and he burst into exuberant laughter. "Ha! Indeed, you are the woman I have chosen. Therefore, I shall indulge your desires. In truth, you wish for your friends to leave, do you not? Fear not. Let them depart. Even if all of you were to leave today, I possess the means to draw you back to my side," Wang Xiaoyang asserted confidently. Jiang Linlin promptly gestured for Chu Xiaoran to leave. Aware that her presence would only serve as a burden, Chu Xiaoran resolutely took the bound yuan and departed. In order to ensure Jiang Linlin's safety, Junyi chose to remain by her side. Wang Xiaoyang showed little concern for who stayed or who left. "Are you prepared?" Jiang Linlin responded with a soft then retrieved her customary bow and arrow, positioning herself for combat. Observing her demeanor, Wang Xiaoyang smiled enigmatically. He made no preparations. Remaining seated in his chair, and with a casual wave of his hand, two mid-level mutated beings stirred into action behind him. Jiang Linlin furrowed her brows, casting an irritable glance at Wang Xiaoyang, taken aback by his unconventional approach to combat. Though it stirred her anger, it undeniably fell within the realm of battle. Wang Xiaoyang's ability to command intermediate mutated beasts was indeed a testament to his combat prowess. Yet, she pondered, could she truly prevail against such formidable foes? Regardless of the outcome, she was resolute in her determination to conquer. Before Jiang Linlin could dwell further on her thoughts, the intermediate mutated beast had already commenced its assault. She instinctively loosed several arrows, only to find them utterly ineffective, striking the beast as though merely tickling its skin. Observing this disheartening development, Jiang Linlin's expression darkened as she swiftly aimed and released a series of arrows at a specific point. This time, her efforts bore fruit, and a wound manifested upon the beast's body. Jiang Linlin calculated that she had fired 5 arrows at the same target to achieve such an effect. Although the wounds were not extensive, inflicting multiple injuries would suffice. With this strategy in mind, Jiang Linlin continued her assault on the intermediate mutated creatures. Wang Xiaoyang observed that the 2 intermediate mutants were gradually faltering, prompting him to summon 2 more to join the fray. The situation of 1 against 4 was dire, and Jiang Linlin found herself in a fierce struggle. Meanwhile, Junyi furrowed his brows, recognizing the unfavorable predicament Jiang Linlin was in. If this continued, victory would be beyond her grasp. Without further contemplation, Junyi suddenly positioned himself behind Jiang Linlin and enveloped her in his embrace. He then leapt gracefully, carrying Jiang Linlin out of the attack range of the intermediate mutants. Wang Xiaoyang, witnessing this turn of events, bellowed furiously, "Jiang Linlin, do you think you can escape?" His disbelief was palpable. However, the outcome left Jiang Linlin feeling despondent. If this were the case, would she be condemned to a life of constant evasion? Jiang Linlin stood there, momentarily stunned. Wang Xiaoyang approached her with a cheerful smile, halting before her. "What is the matter? I see you are quite astonished. Did I not tell you? No matter where you flee, I shall always find you." Jiang Linlin felt her entire body stiffen. She had just inquired of Junyi whether Wang Xiaoyang was indeed unable to enter Jiang Garden, and Junyi had assured her that he could not. A glance at Junyi revealed that he too was taken aback. "You two need not be so astonished. As long as I am on Blue Star, there is no place I cannot reach. Although this realm is quite enigmatic, it is still situated on Blue Star, thus I can undoubtedly find my way." Wang Xiaoyang explained with heartfelt consideration. "So what do you say? Here is another chance for you. Will you be my girlfriend?" Wang Xiaoyang threatened with a cheerful smile. Jiang Linlin cast her gaze towards Jiang Yuan behind Wang Xiaoyang, only to discover an unsettling stillness within, devoid of any activity, not even a trace of Chu-Wan. Typically, Chu-Wan was responsible for the security at the entrance. During quieter moments, he would choose to take a seat there. "Where is everyone?" Jiang Linlin demanded. "What do you mean by that? What is it that you truly desire?" A wave of helplessness surged within her. "I have already made my desires clear. Be my girlfriend, and I shall ensure your safety and that of those around you. Otherwise, I will eliminate you all, and it is as simple as that. Why must you inquire so many times? Though my affection for you is strong at present, my patience is finite. Should you exhaust it, your options will vanish." Wang Xiaoyang was beginning to grow impatient. Jiang Linlin furrowed her brow, utterly at a loss as to how to proceed. Was she truly expected to agree to be his girlfriend? She would never become his girlfriend. While Jiang Linlin was consumed by her worries, Junyi suddenly positioned himself before her. Casting a cold gaze at Wang Xiaoyang, angered by his words and demeanor, Wang Xiaoyang retorted furiously, "Say that again." At that moment, as Jiang Linlin wrestled with her anxiety, Junyi had just completed his emotional assessment, achieving a perfect score across the board. The pent-up emotions surged into his mind, and he suddenly comprehended his feelings towards Jiang Linlin, along with unearthing some long-buried memories. "Very well. If that is the case, do not blame me for being impolite." Wang Xiaoyang seethed, flinging his arm and conjuring a multitude of intermediate mutants seemingly from thin air. Chapter 72. Jiang Yuan. The unexplained fear upon witnessing the swarm of free-roaming intermediate mutants. Jiang Linlin's complexion turned ashen. She was utterly incapable of confronting such a multitude, yet Junyi remained unfazed. He unsheathed his lightsaber, directing it at Wang Xiaoyang. "Unlike before, I now offer you a chance. Remove these creatures, and I shall allow you to leave with your life intact," he stated coldly, pointing at Wang Xiaoyang. Wang Xiaoyang sneered, laughing maniacally. "What nonsense are you spouting? Do you think mere words can intimidate me? If you possess any true capability, then eliminate these monsters instead of hurling threats at me." His demeanor was brazen and contemptuous, inciting anger in those who beheld him. Jiang, however, chose not to engage further in conversation. Gripping his lightsaber tightly, he charged into the throng of intermediate mutants. In just 3 seconds, all the intermediate mutants summoned by Wang Xiaoliang vanished. The smile on Wang Xiaoliang's face faltered, his expression freezing in disbelief as he stammered, How did you do that? He stumbled back in terror, collapsing to the ground. Who are you? Junya offered a faint smile. Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that you have threatened the System Bureau. Have you never considered the repercussions? Upon hearing this, Wang Xiaoliang's face paled further. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Junya scoffed. If you do not comprehend, then perhaps no one will. The System Bureau will soon uncover this matter and send agents to apprehend you. I suppose you remain unaware of the horrors that lurk within the Bureau's prison? I do not know. I know nothing. Wang Xiaoliang shouted, desperately summoning intermediate mutants in a futile attempt to buy time for his escape. Jiang Linlin could not comprehend the words spoken by Junya. She was aware of the System Bureau, but what of this prison? Could there truly be a prison within the System Bureau? Wasn't it merely a conglomeration of systems? If a system were to commit a grave error, would it not simply be obliterated? After all, they were merely data. A cleansing of the data and a fresh start would suffice, would it not? Was a prison truly necessary? Beyond this, Jiang Linlin was perplexed by Junya's sudden prowess. He appeared unchanged, yet she could distinctly perceive his newfound strength. Why did everything that transpired today seem so absurd? No, absolutely not. I refuse to go. Wang Xiaoliang summoned forth more intermediate mutated beings and hastily fled Jiang Garden. Junya could have intercepted him, yet he chose not to. As he had articulated, the System Bureau would soon become aware of his actions, and thus it would undoubtedly dispatch numerous agents to capture him. Rather than exerting effort to seize Wang Xiaoliang and deliver him to the Bureau, it seemed wiser to await the Bureau's own agents to apprehend him. However, Jiang Linlin was oblivious to his thoughts. She took a few steps to catch up and, standing beside Junya, inquired with confusion, You could have captured him just now. Why did you not? By allowing him to escape, do you not fear he will return? Jiang Linlin observed his reaction with a hint of confusion and inquired, What is the matter with you? Junya chuckled softly, shaking his head. It is nothing. Let's proceed inside and see how the others are faring. As for Wang Xiaoliang, you need not worry. He shall no longer trouble you. I have already informed you that the System Bureau will be aware of his actions and will come to apprehend him. Oh, I see. Very well. Jiang Linlin replied, shrugging her shoulders as she followed Junya into the Jiang Garden to assess the situation. The survivors in the Garden of Jiang were all bound and confined to a room, each with their mouths gagged. Upon seeing Jiang Linlin's arrival, the foremost among them, Chu Xiaoran, immediately began to struggle, muffled cries escaping her lips. Jiang Linlin and Junya hastily untied the captives. Chu Xiaoran immediately embraced Jiang Linlin, her voice tinged with tears as she lamented. How did this person infiltrate Jiang Garden? What happened? Don't be anxious. Take your time. Jiang Linlin gently patted Chu Xiaoran's back, attempting to soothe her. After a few sobs, Chu Xiaoran managed to compose herself, murmuring he was taken away so quietly. That person is terrifying. He is a monster. Fear not, fear not. Wang Xiaoliang has already been captured and will not return here again. You need not worry. Upon hearing that Yuan Qingqing had been taken, Jiang Linlin instinctively furrowed her brow. However, Chu Xiaoran appeared to be in a state of profound shock, and her immediate priority was to comfort her. Yet, even if Wang Xiaoliang was formidable, he merely summoned a group of intermediate mutants to fight for him. Chu Xiaoran had witnessed such occurrences before. Why was she so afraid of him? As Jiang Linlin pondered this, Chu Xiaoran, still in her embrace, choked out, No. It wasn't Wang Xiaoliang. It was a stranger. I have never seen him before, and I don't know why he came here. He not only took Qingqing, but he also abducted my brother. Jiang Linlin gazed at Chu Xiaoran in bewilderment. Even if an exceptionally formidable individual had indeed come to abduct someone, she should not be so thoroughly frightened. What is the matter with you? Jiang Linlin finally discerned something amiss with Chu Xiaoran. She had been attempting to soothe her for quite some time, yet Chu Xiaoran was not the type of timid girl. no matter the circumstances. It was inconceivable for her to be so utterly terrified. Jiang Linlin turned to glance at the others and found that they too were trembling in fear, gazing at him with wide eyes. Uncertainty enveloped the atmosphere, and a deep sense of fear permeated the air. Suddenly, with a heart-wrenching sob, Chu Xiaoran burst into tears. Jiang Linlin hastily embraced Chu Xiaoran, then turned her gaze towards Junyi. Nan Xuanhuan? Upon hearing this name once more, Jiang Linlin was taken aback. She had only encountered Nan Xuanhuan once at the freshman base and had not seen him since, nor did they share any entanglements. Moreover, how could Nan Xuanhuan suddenly appear here? Sister, it's the fake Lin Quan, Zhao Lenning, who had been standing behind Chu Xiaoran, slowly moved closer to Jiang Linlin. It was evident that she was making a tremendous effort to resist an inexplicable fear that gripped her. The fake Lin Quan. Has something happened to Lin Quan? Jiang Linlin pressed for answers. He was killed by the fake Lin Quan. Zhao Lenning gritted her teeth, striving to suppress her tears, but ultimately, she could not hold back any longer and collapsed to the ground, weeping inconsolably. Chapter 73. The Jiang Garden. Is he truly human? The fake Lin Quan, who was none other than Nan Xuanhuan, had taken Lin Quan's life. Once everyone had departed, Jiang Linlin inquired of Junyi, "Why is Nan Xuanhuan able to arrive at this place? Did you not say this location was exceedingly safe? Yet now, anyone can enter." Jiang Linlin harbors a modicum of resentment towards Junyi for having placed her trust in him, which led to the absence of substantial security measures within the manor. Nan Xuanhuan, the premier supermutant of Blue Star, may indeed possess distinctions from other supermutants. However, the information recorded within the System Bureau does not differentiate him from the rest of the supermutants. What shall we do now? Jiang Linlin understood that she should not blame Junyi. In certain respects, Junyi was merely a system assisting her. The decisions and choices ultimately rested upon her shoulders. Nan Xuanhuan possessed a unique power, yet there was no need for excessive concern. Even if he wished to wield this power, it would undoubtedly be bound by many limitations. Having used it on the inhabitants of the manor, it was likely that he would be unable to utilize it for some time. Alternatively, he might have the capability, but he currently found himself in a state of profound weakness. Junyi continued to elucidate the circumstances that led to this predicament. Gazing at the ravaged manor behind her, Jiang Linlin felt an overwhelming sense of sorrow. Did Wang Xiaoyang and Nan Xuanhuan know each other? Could it be that everything occurring was part of their prior scheming? Otherwise, why would Wang Xiaoyang appear at this juncture, uttering such perplexing words? This thought struck Jiang Linlin suddenly. However, Junyi swiftly dismissed this conjecture, explaining with a hint of indifference that Nan Xuanhuan was an exceedingly proud individual, one who never collaborated with others and always acted alone. Is that so? Jiang Linlin murmured, her head bowed in despondency as she turned to tidy the devastated manor. She was resolute in her determination to locate Nan Xuanhuan, but at present, her foremost priority was to restore the ravaged estate. Jiang Linlin chuckled. Others are preoccupied with various matters. You should first arrange for these newcomers. Ah, very well. Qi Chuan, perplexed, scratched the back of his head and obediently led the newcomers to their accommodations. The Jiang Garden has grown increasingly expansive. It is no longer necessary for Jiang Linlin to undertake tasks alone for the expansion of the estate. Now, she has begun to receive team-oriented assignments. As long as the inhabitants of Jiang Garden complete these tasks, they will be rewarded. Presently, the garden can accommodate up to 10,000 residents. The other newcomers have followed Chikawa's departure. Although a few may harbor curiosity about Jiang Linlin and Junyi, none dare to voice their inquiries. However, one individual stands apart from the rest. Rather than joining Chikawa, he fixates his gaze on Jiang Linlin. Chikawa, noticing him, promptly called out, "Luo Chuan, what are you doing? Come over quickly, or else they will snatch up all the desirable rooms, leaving you with whatever remains." The person referred to as Luo Chuan merely smiled nonchalantly, dismissing Chikawa's concern. "It's all right. I can stay in any room. Chikawa, please take them to rest. I have a few questions for boss." "Very well, I will take them along, and I shall return for you shortly," Chikawa replied before leading the other newcomers away. Jiang Linlin initially intended to call out to Qichuan, urging him to escort Luochuan away. She harbored concerns that his recent arrival might lead him to perceive an unsettling atmosphere among the inhabitants of the manor, potentially exposing the issues at hand. "Hello, I am Luochuan. You must be Jiang Linlin, the leader here," Luochuan declared as he approached Jiang Linlin, extending his hand toward her. "What are you doing?" Jiang Linlin inquired, refraining from scolding Juni, for she understood that he must have his reasons for acting as he did. Juni positioned himself protectively in front of Jiang Linlin, brandishing his frequently used lightsaber and pointing it at the fallen Luochuan. With a calm demeanor, he remarked, "Did you think that by transforming into this state, I would fail to recognize you? I was actually hoping to find you, yet it seems you have willingly walked into a trap." With that, Juni hurled the lightsaber toward Luochuan, but just as it was about to make contact, the weapon abruptly vanished. Subsequently, a luminous cage emerged from the ground, ensnaring Luochuan. Rising from the ground, Luochuan brushed off the dust from his attire and, with a beaming smile directed at Juni, remarked, "I didn't expect you to recognize me so swiftly. I thought it would take a few days." With that, Luochuan's appearance suddenly transformed. "Nanshu and Huan." Jiang Linlin stood in astonishment, and after regaining her composure, she hurried to the front of the light cage, demanding, "What have you done to the people in the manor? We have no entanglements between us. Why are you doing this?" Her words elicited a hearty laugh from Nanshu and Huan, who replied, "How delightfully naive you are. Why do you believe there are no ties between us? I distinctly remember informing you at the previous base that I would seek you out again. Indeed, that is precisely the case. And so what? What can you possibly do to me? Juni, surely your system bureau has regulations against harming humans." Nanshu and Huan chuckled with pride. Jiang Linlin furrowed her brow in confusion. "Are you human? Aren't you a mutant?" Upon hearing this, Nanshu and Huan laughed even more heartily. "Perhaps once. But times have changed. Long before the apocalypse, I was indeed human, so why can't I revert to being human now?" Chapter 74. Jiang Guard and Resurrection? "What have you done?" Juni exclaimed, a hint of anger in his voice. He harbored an answer in his heart, yet he dared not believe it, nor did he wish to accept it. The truth was far too cruel. "You should be aware, it's just as you imagined. Ha ha ha." Nanshu and Huan laughed wildly and triumphantly. His reaction darkened Jun Ye's expression, who then drew a luminous sword and thrust it into the region of Nanshu and Huan's heart. This action caused Nanshu and Huan's smile to freeze upon his face. "You, how dare you? I am already human. I forgot to mention, I've been promoted. The old rules can no longer confine me," Juni replied with a cold smile. "You." Nanshu and Huan's face clouded with anger, but in the next moment, he burst into wild laughter. "You don't think this can kill me, do you?" As he spoke, the luminous sword embedded in his chest was suddenly repelled, and he grasped the light cage that bound him, forcefully prying it apart to create an opening. Juni stepped back cautiously, positioning himself in front of Jiang Linlin. Emerging from the cage, Nanshu and Huan looked at Juni and suddenly smiled. "I indeed underestimated the situation. It seems I cannot accomplish my objective today, but I shall return another day. Linlin, wait for me." With a playful kiss blown towards Jiang Linlin, Nanshu and Huan vanished from sight. Jiang Linlin, trembling with fear, saw refuge behind Yun Yi. The more she learned, the more her trepidation grew, revealing the complexity of a situation she had initially underestimated. In her previous life, she believed that constructing a safe haven was sufficient. However, she came to realize that saving lives was not the paramount concern. What truly mattered was the hearts of those who had succumbed to despair. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, the latent malevolence within humanity was unleashed. While a fraction of individuals clung to their innocence, those who had fallen into the abyss threatened to drag others down with them. Moreover, Jiang Linlin discovered that the world was far from the simplicity she had envisioned. The sanctuary she sought was not as secure as it appeared. She had thought that resisting extraterrestrial forces would suffice. Yet the grim reality was that among humankind were those who acted as informants for the aliens. "Do not fear. I will protect you. I will surely capture Nanshu and Huan," Juni declared, suddenly enveloping Jiang Linlin in his embrace. Whether it was merely her imagination or not, she sensed a tremor coursing through Jun Ye's body. Reflecting on their recent conversation, she inquired, "Did you truly tell Nan Xuanhuan that you were promoted? Is it true that you have been elevated in rank?" Jiang Linlin was acutely aware that she was currently incapable of rivaling Nan Xuanhuan. The only one with a chance to surpass her was Junyi. She sensed that the enigmas before her were multiplying, beginning with Nan Xuanhuan and then the peculiar Wang Xiaoyang. Jiang Linlin felt as though an intricate web was drawing closer to her, as if fate itself was weaving an inescapable trap. Jiang Linlin and Junyi acquired numerous blue star stones, and everyone in Jiang Garden returned to normalcy. Through the collective efforts of the community, Jiang Garden transformed into a renowned sanctuary. Those who continued to struggle in the apocalypse began to seek out Jiang Garden. However, one day, Qichuan unexpectedly brought forth an individual who should not have existed, Lin Quan. Since Qichuan had been preoccupied with guiding newcomers, he scarcely had time to linger in the manor, and had thus missed encountering Lin Quan. With palpable excitement, Qichuan introduced Lin Quan to Jiang Linlin, exclaiming, "Boss, this is Lin Quan, whom I encountered outside. He is exceptionally formidable." Qichuan animatedly extolled Lin Quan's virtues, oblivious to Zhao Lining's disquieting expression behind Jiang Linlin. "I believe Lin Gu is well suited to collaborate with me. What do you think, boss?" Qichuan inquired. Once Jiang Yuan was back on track, the people here affectionately referred to Jiang Linlin as their leader. Qichuan looked on in bewilderment at this scene, observing the excited Zhao Lining, and he inquired, "Huh, do you two know each other?" Zhao Lining replied, "We do." Lin Quan interjected, "We do not." Zhao Lining, who had initially been elated to see Lin Quan, was taken aback by this statement. She responded incredulously, "What did you just say?" Lin Quan, visibly displeased, furrowed his brow and took a step back, politely stating, "Miss, I do not know you. Perhaps you are mistaking me for someone who resembles the person you are acquainted with." "Lingo, it's me, Lining," Zhao Lining exclaimed, stretching her hand towards Lin Quan in disbelief, but he deftly evaded her grasp. He turned to Qichuan with an apologetic expression, saying, "Brother Qi, I did not anticipate such a situation. My presence seems to be causing this young lady some distress, so I shall take my leave." Qichuan urged, "Hey, don't go." Zhao Lining added, "Lin Quan, if you leave, I will make it my mission to show you." Both individuals called out to stop Lin Quan. Jiang Linlin and Jun Yi exchanged glances, both displaying expressions of helplessness. The appearance of Lin Quan was indeed unexpected. He was supposed to be a man long deceased. Yet here he stood, vividly present before everyone. Lin Quan was displeased by Zhao Lining's words, but he paused, tempering his irritation as he said, "We are strangers. Why do you act this way?" "Lin Quan, regardless of whether you remember me or not, I must tell you this. I will not allow you to leave this time. I refuse to hide any longer. In the past, you bore the burden alone. Now that you have forgotten, let me carry the weight." Zhao Lining grasped Lin Quan's arm tightly. Lin Quan attempted to shake her off, yet he was wary that any abrupt movement might provoke her into uttering something more outrageous. With a resigned tone, he urged, "You have truly mistaken me for someone else. I am from Q City. I have lived there my entire life." "Are you from Q City as well?" "Q City? How could it be Q City? Aren't you from L City? We met at the club." Zhao Lining's emotions surged, her agitation palpable. Jiang Linlin also realized that Zhao Lining was overly agitated, and she attempted to soothe her. "Xiao Ning, there must be something happening here that we are unaware of. Please do not be so distressed." She then turned to Lin Quan, saying, "Mr. Lin, you need not be overly surprised, for there indeed exists someone identical to you who is her friend. You share the same name, which is why she reacts this way. She means no harm." Lin Quan nodded, understanding yet feeling ill at ease. "Upon my recent examination, I found that he does not share the same genetic makeup as the Lin Quan you all know." Jun Yi suddenly interjected. Zhao Lining immediately pressed, "What do you mean? Are you suggesting he is not Brother Lin?" Chapter 75, Jiang Garden. Jiang Linlin in self-reproach, Jun Yi neither confirmed nor denied this assertion, offering a rational analysis of the distinction. They could potentially be the same person, or they might not, as their genes differ. From our human perspective, he is indeed not the same individual. However, genes can be altered by external forces, a fact that remains undetectable. After listening to Junyi, Zhao Linling's emotions calmed considerably. She raised her gaze to Lin Quan, who, in both voice and appearance, was an exact replica. If they were not the same person, she found it hard to believe. Yet, the current Lin Quan's demeanor towards her was quite poor, and she hesitated about whether to pursue him any further. Even if Lin Quan were indeed the same person, it seemed futile to cling to him now that he bore no recollection of previous memories. Excuse me, I do not understand why you're so fixated on whether I am the same person as the one you once knew. Has something happened to that individual? Lin Quan recognized he could not evade this question any longer and chose to confront it directly. Jun Yi mechanically recounted the events, leaving Lin Quan in contemplative silence. After a moment, he turned to Zhao Linling with earnestness. Miss Zhao, I genuinely possess no memories of being with you, nor do I have any impression of your group. The world is vast and full of wonders. I may merely share a striking resemblance with the person you knew, but I am not him. I comprehend the heartache of losing a friend, yet transferring that emotional burden onto me would be unfair to your friend. Enough. I understand. Zhao Linling interjected forcefully, halting Lin Quan's words before turning and fleeing. Left behind, Lin Quan could only shake his head in resignation. In the presence of Lin Quan, not a single person could regard him as a separate entity from the Lin Quan of yore. Jiang Linlin smiled gently and remarked, Lun Ning is just like that. She has a rather stubborn temperament. Do not take it to heart. She is merely being obstinate at the moment. Once she comes to her senses, everything will be fine. Chi Chuan, please escort Lin Quan to his residence. Understood. Suddenly summoned, Chi Chuan quickly took Lin Quan and departed. He was at a loss regarding the earlier situation, as he had brought Lin Quan along, only to find him ensnared in such an awkward predicament. He felt quite embarrassed himself. Once they had left, Jiang Linlin pondered aloud. Is it truly possible for two individuals to possess identical appearances, voices, and even names? I cannot help but feel that this is no mere coincidence. They must indeed be the same person. Jiang Linlin nodded, pondering how to comfort Zhao Linling, when suddenly Chu Shaoran hurriedly emerged from the box, panting and stopping right in front of Jiang Linlin. Something has happened to Yuan Qingqing. Upon hearing this alarming news, Jiang Linlin immediately followed Chu Shaoran to Yuan Qingqing's residence. Following the previous incident, Jiang Linlin had arranged a room for Yuan Qingqing, and she often brought meals to her. Upon pushing open the door, Jiang Linlin was confronted with the sight of Yuan Qingqing, her eyes bloodshot and bound to a chair. The decision to restrain her was a reluctant one, as they could not predict when she might succumb to that terrifying state. If she were to run amok in the manor in such a condition, it would undoubtedly pose a threat to many. In her lucid state, Yuan Qingqing was aware of her own transformation. In fact, it was she who had suggested being tied to the chair. Jiang Linlin was indeed reluctant to resort to such measures against her. Originally, she intended to use a special type of lock designed to confine Yuan Qingqing to an inaccessible location. However, Jiang Linlin could not prevail over Yuan Qingqing's stubbornness. Yuan Qingqing shouted loudly. Jiang Linlin, filled with concern, stepped into the room. Yuan Qing, in a state of agitation, immediately sensed the presence of another and let out a fierce growl towards the entrance. Moments ago, I had been outside, conversing gently with Qingqing. We had been engaged in amiable dialogue, and then, in an instant, she transformed into this tumultuous state. I was at a loss for how to handle the situation. So I hastily sought you out, explained Chu Shaoran, who stood nearby. Jiang Linlin nodded, assuring, leave this to me. Chu Shaoran also nodded and departed. Jun Yi remained by Jiang Linlin's side, observing the anguish etched across her face, yearning to assist her in some manner. Gently, Jiang Linlin leaned against the glass window, her heart aching as she watched Yuan Qingqing within, writhing in torment and fury. It was she who had failed to safeguard Yuan Qingqing. She had once told her that as long as she was there was no need to fear. Yet now, she found herself utterly powerless to protect Yuan Qingqing. Not only Yuan Qingqing, but she realized she was incapable of safeguarding anyone, not even herself. Jiang Linlin was engulfed in profound self-reproach. Jun, noticing her distress, immediately enveloped her in his embrace, soothingly remarking, You need not bear the weight of every burden alone. You are merely an ordinary person. These words served as a release, and Jiang Linlin could no longer contain her emotions, collapsing into Juni's arms in tears. Am I truly so inept? I yearn to provide a safe haven for the survivors, to protect Yuan Qingqing. Yet in the end, I am utterly powerless to find her, unable to safeguard anyone. Juni gently patted Jiang Linlin's back, offering her words of comfort as he did so. That is not the case. You are already remarkable. Many occurrences do not unfold as one envisions, and an abundance of unforeseen events is simply unavoidable. If others were in your position, their actions may not surpass yours. Having lived 2 lives, you have contributed immensely to humanity. Just look at the current Jiang Garden. Thanks to its existence, how many homeless and endangered survivors can now find refuge here, all because of you? Cocooned in Juni's embrace, Jiang Linlin fell silent. She comprehended the rationale, yet she found herself incapable of forgiving her own shortcomings. She recognized where the issues lay, but the knot in her heart remained tightly bound. Juni grasped Jiang Linlin's shoulders, compelling her to meet his gaze. In an effort to alleviate her troubles, he spoke and then departed. Jiang Linlin quietly observed the frenzied Yuan Qingqing, letting out a resigned sigh. Qingqing, although you may not hear my words now, I still wish to speak to you. Chapter 76, Jiang Garden. Director, when I first encountered you, I was indeed terrified for just a moment prior. I had been explaining the intricacies of the super transformation to Shaoran, and suddenly you were brought into our carriage. Initially, I feared you might harm us, which is why I treated you with such gentleness. However, upon truly getting to know you, I realized how misguided my initial thoughts were. You are an incredibly endearing young girl, and the experiences you have endured have deeply saddened me. I cannot alter what has transpired in your past, but I can be your haven in the days to come. Yet, I still feel powerless. I cannot protect you. I have repeatedly proclaimed my intent to safeguard you, only to discover that I am utterly helpless in the end. Qingqing, you must resent me, do you not? Are you blaming me now? Jiang Linlin sat languidly beneath the window, silent tears cascading down her cheeks. Inside the room, Yuan Qing angrily roared, uncertain whether she understood Jiang Linlin's words or was merely shouting aimlessly. At the Interstellar Systems Bureau, Juni entered the archive room with an air of indifference. The other systems at the entrance were momentarily stunned upon seeing him. Bureau Chief, what brings you here today? Is there something you wish to investigate? Just say the word, and we shall deliver it to you. Yes, the systems hurriedly cleared a path. Within the Bureau, some systems manifested in anthropomorphic forms, while others took on beast-like appearances alongside a plethora of peculiar shapes, all based on their aesthetic preferences. Most of the anthropomorphic systems had interacted with humans, thus they cherished this form. As Juni entered the archives, 2 small anthropomorphic systems behind him began to whisper. Why has the Bureau Chief suddenly come here? Shouldn't we inquire why he has appeared out of the blue? I heard he hasn't been at the Bureau for quite some time. Who knows? I heard he was punished for a mistake and confined, while others said he sought seclusion to break through his limitations. Although I doubt he could become even more formidable. Whatever the case, we must focus on our duties. The Bureau Chief is here today. We cannot afford to make a mistake. Rest assured, after their brief exchange, the 2 small systems turned back to their tasks, never having been more diligent in their work than they were this day. Inside the archive room, Juni fervently sifted through the records of the Bureau. Unlike humans, the retrieval of information here was fully automated. However, the content was tiered, with many materials inaccessible to ordinary systems. Only the systems themselves could access higher-level data. Hence, Juni's presence was essential. While he was engrossed in his search, a melodious feminine voice suddenly emerged from behind, causing him to freeze in surprise. It was Jiang Linlin's voice. He turned in fury, seizing the intruder by the neck, only to discover that not only did she share Jiang Linlin's voice, but also her appearance. The woman, identified as by Ni, chuckled, transforming back into her original form, a fair-skinned, stunning beauty with long legs, clad in a black uniform and stockings. Does the Bureau Chief not favor this appearance? I have been observing your preferences, and it seems you are fond of this human. Thus, I have adopted her likeness to please you. Juni, displeased, pushed her away and resumed his search. Yet Bai persisted, stepping before him and pressing a button on his screen, abruptly closing the page he was examining. Furious, he turned again, grasping her neck. This is the Systems Bureau, not your StarTalk Bureau. Should you continue your reckless behavior here, do not expect me to be courteous. Instead of being angered, Bai giggled playfully. Are you planning to harm your fiancé, Bureau Chief? Her words only fueled Jun Ye's ire further. He forcefully shoved her, causing Bai to crash against the wall and tumble to the floor. Unperturbed, she rose, brushing off the dust. Bureau Chief, why have you grown colder after mending your relationship? Is it because of Jiang Linlin? If she influences you so profoundly, perhaps it would be best to eliminate her. Bai suggested innocently. You dare? Jun Ye glared coldly at her. Of course I wouldn't dare. It's quite difficult to appease the bureau chief when he is angry. Besides, I wouldn't want to upset you, Bai replied with a teasing smile. Jun Ye found himself at an impasse. Bai was the daughter of the StarTalk Bureau chief, and he could not afford to provoke her. If the StarTalk Bureau were incensed, they could do something dire to Jiang Linlin, and he would be powerless to intervene. Bai was acutely aware of this, which emboldened her to provoke Jun Ye further. What is the matter? Do you not wish to converse with me? Should I fetch Jiang Linlin to keep you company? This remark caused Bai Ni's expression to shift, realizing the implications of the long-ago events. What on earth happened a millennium ago? I have no idea what the bureau chief is referring to. You. Bai was at a loss for words, her anger stifled by Jun Ye's warning, which deterred her from further transgressions. With her subdued, Jun Ye turned back to his search. During his inquiry, a particular entry caught his eye, prompting him to pause and sigh before continuing his quest. The entry read, Interstellar Year 357, the fall of the first female war god. At that time, the interstellar realm was fraught with instability, as various high-level planets engaged in prolonged conflict, teetering on the brink of collapse. Suddenly, a female war god emerged from one of the planets, bringing an end to the warfare. Chapter 77. The fallen war god recounts that she began as an unremarkable individual, leading a tumultuous life filled with trials. Her entry into the interstellar army was born from treachery. Originally a high-ranking official's daughter, she was abducted in her youth, leading her parents to adopt a child resembling their lost daughter to alleviate their sorrow. The tale of two daughters unfolded through the life of the war god. Her adoptive parents favored their adopted child, sending her to the interstellar army with the expectation that she would perish in the war. To their astonishment, she distinguished herself on the battlefield, rising through the ranks to attain a position comparable to that of her biological parents, even threatening to eclipse them. Faced with this reality, the adopted daughter grew fearful, concerned that the war god's ascendance would lead to her expulsion from the life of luxury she had grown accustomed to. Thus, she manipulated her adoptive parents into plotting the war god's demise. Unbeknownst to the war god, who was preoccupied with resolving interstellar conflicts, her adoptive parents, disinterested in the unexpected daughter who outshone their longtime ward, readily consented to the scheme. Throughout this tumultuous period, the war god encountered a person who would warm her heart for eternity, the chief of the Interstellar Systems Bureau. Though the wars had little to do with the Bureau, the chief, a man of peculiar disposition, chose to involve himself in the conflict, motivated by the desire to alleviate the burdens of work caused by the prolonged strife. After all, every death could potentially generate tasks for the Bureau, requiring approval for each system's assignment. Upon joining the military, the director encountered the female warrior, initially finding each other at odds and believing the other to be a hindrance. However, as they spent time together, their superficial judgments gave way to a profound understanding, leading them to discover the depth of their previous misconceptions. United in battle, they became deeply enamored with one another. As the war approached its conclusion, the director intended to marry the female warrior and retire together within the system. Unexpectedly, a malicious plot emerged, accusing the female warrior of instigating the interstellar conflict, claiming her ambition was solely to become the legendary warrior. Such absurd slander would ordinarily be dismissed, yet despite her efforts to quell the war, she had garnered numerous enemies. The peace achieved in the galaxy came at the cost of transferring hatred onto her. Thus, the outlandish allegations gained traction, and the masses, swayed by their animosity, rallied against her, exerting immense pressure. The director sought to save the female warrior, yet his solitary efforts proved futile. However, as the head of the system, while he could not prevent her impending execution, he could endeavor to preserve her legacy. Unbeknownst to the interstellar populace, they reveled in the downfall of the female warrior while peace reigned, though it was but a fleeting tranquility. Following the war, the director vanished from public view, with speculations swirling that he perished alongside the female warrior. Others whispered that he secluded himself, awaiting her return for their reunion. Various absurd theories abounded, but in truth, he had merely sealed away his memories, unable to bear the years without her presence, choosing a unique method to cope. Jiang searched diligently for what he desired, but found himself in deep contemplation. He distinctly remembered that what he sought was undoubtedly within the archives. The absence of it indicated someone had taken it. Few had access to the archives, and Bai was among them. After a long separation, encountering her in the archives felt too coincidental. With this thought, Jiang exited the archives and sought Bai in the VIP area, a reception space for visitors from other departments or planets. Upon his arrival, he found Bai leisurely sipping tea and admiring the flowers in the garden. Her lack of surprise at his presence suggested she had anticipated this moment. "Ah, the esteemed director has arrived. Hand over what you have," Jiang coldly demanded, approaching her. "Bai." He glared at her. Instead of fear, Bai responded with a triumphant smile. "Director, it seems you have regained your memories. After all these years, you still yearn for her. Am I truly so inferior? Give it to me. My patience is limited," he insisted. Bai shook her head and replied, "Your concern should not be for that item, but rather for the one you cherish. Is she safe now? You are not by her side. What if she encounters danger and perishes? This is a crucial juncture for her soul's integration." Her words elicited a frown from Jiang, who narrowed his eyes at her before turning away. He could not dismiss her warning. Bai was no insignificant figure. She was the adopted daughter responsible for the female warrior's downfall. Jiang, having waited so long for her, could not afford any misstep at this moment. Even if Bai's claims were fabrications, he felt compelled to check on Jiang Linlin to ease his anxiety. Upon returning to Jiang Garden, Jiang's eyes widened in shock, his body frozen in place. Chapter 78. Jiang Garden. Beast Bai had not deceived him. Her words were indeed true. An incident has occurred at Jiang Garden. Upon returning, Jiang was met with a scene of devastation. The once newly constructed Jiang Garden lay in ruins. In the estate, numerous individuals were sprawled on the ground, injured, while others remained motionless, leaving one to ponder whether they had lost their lives. Jiang Linlin and Chu Xiaoran stood anxiously in front of Yuan Qingqing, shielding her from the unfamiliar, yet eerily familiar figure of Ikalu. A person who was once presumed dead now stood before them, transformed into something extraordinary. How could this be? It had not been long since his departure, yet the estate had undergone such a drastic transformation. Jiang hurriedly positioned himself in front of Jiang Linlin. Upon seeing him, Ikalu suddenly smiled. Clad in a delicate green dress, with her long black hair cascading down her back and her eyes a deep green, her smile was unsettling. "Isn't this my dear director? TSK, I never imagined that such a short time apart would lead to such a change in you. How is it that your strength has diminished so drastically? In your current state, you're no match for me." Ikalu's words caused Jiang's expression to shift. Although he did not recognize her, it was clear from her reaction that she had known him long before. "Who are you?" he inquired. Ikalu chuckled. "You truly are a forgetful noble, forgetting even me. All those sufferings I endured were in vain, it seems. Jiang, today shall be the day of your demise." With that, Ikalu's demeanor shifted abruptly. With a swift motion, she conjured a dagger from thin air, and in an instant, she darted behind Jiang. By the time he reacted, it was too late. She had plunged the dagger into him. She quickly pivoted her direction, and Jiang, brow furrowed, instinctively shielded Jiang Linlin. Although it appeared that Ikalu aimed to attack him, he was acutely aware that her true target was Jiang Linlin. After being stabbed, Jiang suddenly recalled Ikalu's true identity. She was a servant of Bai. This was not an insult, but a statement of fact. In the vast expanse of the cosmos, numerous planets were inhabited by beastmen, and Ikalu was one such inhabitant. However, these beastmen held a low status, often subjected to colonization, and some individuals of higher standing would purchase them. The fate of these beastmen was entirely at the mercy of their purchasers. Ikalu was one of those beastmen bought by Bai, who had no peculiarities and simply desired a beastman as a maid due to their superior physical capabilities compared to other races. Yet, because she had not endured the same atrocities as many of her kin, she remained loyal to Bai, obediently fulfilling her every command. Bai even referred to her as her pet, a sentiment Ikalu accepted without objection. At that time, she was not known as Ikalu but rather as Xiao Nu. To demonstrate her loyalty, Xiao Nu trained diligently, becoming formidable in combat. It was her stealthy attack that had severely injured the famed female warrior, rendering her incapable of resistance. Had the female warrior not been wounded, Xiao Nu would not have faced a death sentence born of treachery. Xiao Nu, you were indeed loyal, Jun remarked coldly. But back then, you did not comprehend such emotions, believing Bai treated you well. Now that you have experienced Ikalu's life on Blue Star, do you still consider Bai worthy of your unwavering loyalty? Upon hearing this, Ikalu halted, angrily hurling her dagger at Jun, which grazed his face, leaving a thin line of blood. What nonsense are you spouting? She roared. Jun let out a cold laugh and continued. If you truly believed I was mistaken, you would not have paused. Deep down, you must realize that Bai does not regard you as a person. You are less than a mere ornament in her abode. You lie. My master is not as you say. Ikalu began, but then abruptly stopped, recognizing that her statement had inadvertently placed her in a position of subservience. Madame Bai is not what you claim. She corrected herself hastily. Jun understood that Ikalu would not easily concede. He had already anticipated her retort and added, Not as I say. Then what do you believe she perceives you as? A devoted subordinate? Is that truly the case? Look at yourself now. You are even less human than you were among the beastmen in the cosmos. You have become a complete monster, neither human nor beast. This transformation was undoubtedly orchestrated by Bai, and she was the one who rescued you. Silence. Be quiet, Ikalu shouted. Confronting such a version of Ikalu, Jun felt no fear. He brandished his lightsaber, effortlessly disarming her of the dagger. But both were no ordinary combatants. With a mere thought, they could summon another weapon from the void, and thus their battle commenced. Jiang Linlin and the others stood helplessly behind, unable to assist. As Jun and Ikalu clashed, Yuan Qingqing, who had been quiet until then, suddenly descended into a frenzied state, injuring Chu Xiaoran, who stood by her side. Their attention was captivated by the duel between Jun and Ikalu, leaving Chu Xiaoran oblivious to the changes occurring behind her. In a fit of rage, Yuan Qingqing unleashed a powerful strike, severing Chu Xiaoran's protective arm. King. Chu Xiaoran gasped, but Yuan Qingqing, consumed by fury, began to lash out indiscriminately. Jiang Linlin wiped the blood from her face, her brow furrowing as the situation unfolded far beyond her expectations. She could no longer afford to neglect Yuan Qingqing, and thus she drew her bow, aiming it at Yuan Qingqing. It was imperative that she render Yuan Qingqing unconscious or in a deep slumber. This was crucial for both Yuan Qingqing and others. Chapter 79. The Jiang Garden. The Death of Ikalu. Her arrows were not imbued with paralyzing properties, yet they could severely injure Yuan Qingqing, temporarily incapacitating her. Given Yuan Qingqing's extraordinary regenerative capabilities, she would likely recover from severe injuries in due course. Although this approach was rather drastic, it was the only viable option at this moment. After all, she could not simply stand by and witness Yuan Qingqing inflict harm upon others. Should she allow such a scenario to unfold, the weight of guilt would surely burden Yuan Qingqing upon regaining consciousness. With this thought in mind, Jiang Linlin hesitated no longer. She drew her bow and released the arrow toward Yuan Qingqing, who, in her frenzy, was devoid of rational thought, rendering her unable to evade the oncoming projectile. The arrows struck her, though not in fatal locations, leaving Yuan Qingqing gravely injured and unable to move as she began to roar in fury. Chu Xiaoran, filled with concern, implored, Linlin, is there truly no other way? If it were possible, I would not wish to resort to such extreme measures to subdue Qingqing. Jiang Linlin bit her lower lip, conflicted. Chu Xiaoran refrained from uttering further objections, her heart aching as she crouched nearby, ready to rush to Yuan Qingqing's side the moment she collapsed. Jiang Linlin inhaled deeply, shifting her gaze toward Jun. The battle between Jun and Akalu was still ongoing, yet it was evident from their conditions that Akalu would soon face defeat. Indeed, within a few minutes, Akalu found himself on the ground, struck down by Jun, who pointed his lightsaber at Akalu and coldly remarked, "You have fallen to such depths. Why has your master yet to come to your rescue?" "Master, Miss Bai has more pressing matters to attend to." Akalu initially attempted to call for his master, but quickly corrected himself upon realizing the situation. "Akalu, I offer you a chance. If you are willing to divulge the misdeeds committed by Bai and I may spare your life," Juni stated icily. "Huh?" Akalu scoffed. "What do you take me for? A fool? Regardless of my fate, why would I betray Miss Bai? Furthermore, she has committed no wrongs. Do not attempt to slander her." Akalu held his head high, defiantly resistant. Seeing his plan thwarted, Juni felt a sense of frustration. If Akalu could serve as a witness, he could clear the name of the female warrior from past accusations, allowing her to return with dignity. Yet Akalu refused. He would have to gradually gather evidence against Bai and I, and it seemed that even after the female warrior's resurrection, she would need to evade detection for some time. As Juni stood lost in thought, Akalu seized the opportunity, suddenly brandishing a dagger and charging toward Juni. The distance between them was minimal, and the speed of his approach left no time for Juni to evade. After Jiang Linlin kicked Akalu to the ground, she swiftly seized the dagger from her hand and plunged it into Akalu's heart. It was evident that Akalu was no longer a normal human being and belonged to their opposing faction. If she were not eliminated now, future troubles were inevitable. Even confining her would pose the risk of her being rescued by others. Thus, the most prudent course of action was to terminate her life and eradicate any potential threats. Upon witnessing this scene, Jun immediately grasped Jiang Linlin's arm, his voice rising in alarm. "What are you doing? Why must you kill her?" In that instant, Jun seemed to have lost his sanity. Jiang Linlin had never seen him like this before and was taken aback, frozen in place, unsure of how to respond. Something was amiss with Jun. He was merely a system, and since Jiang Linlin had met him, she had never sensed any emotion from him. Yet just now, she distinctly felt his fury. Did Jun possess feelings? I will explain it to you shortly. Jun uttered these words as he took the dagger from Jiang Linlin's hand and approached the dying Akalu, preparing to deliver the final blow. However, Akalu chuckled. "Once you kill me, you will no longer have any evidence to assist your beloved." Ha ha! Upon hearing this, Jun hesitated for a moment, yet his resolve remained unchanged. With a swift motion, he struck down, and Akalu breathed her last. Though Akalu had succumbed, Jun remained crouched on the ground for a long while, only rising when Jiang Linlin called for him. "Linlin, I'm sorry. That was my mistake. Did I frighten you?" As he stood, Jun immediately turned and embraced Jiang Linlin. Jiang Linlin's hands hovered awkwardly in the air as she realized that Jun seemed to have developed a penchant for embracing her. In the past, Junya's hugs were reserved for moments of urgency or to provide solace during her melancholic spells. However, now she sensed that his embraces bore a different significance than they once did. Jiang Linlin initially wished to inquire about the identity of the beloved mentioned by Akalu, pondering whether Jun had developed affections for someone else. However, she quickly realized that he was merely a system. Could a system truly engage in romantic pursuits? A sudden thought struck her. She possessed neither the standing nor the justification to pose such inquiries. The relationship between Juni and herself was strictly collaborative. He was the system, and she was the host. Once their mission concluded, their connection would dissolve, rendering her curiosity unnecessary. It felt akin to the sensation of something cherished being threatened with theft. What do you wish to ask?" Juni pressed, noticing Jiang Linlin's sudden pause mid-sentence. "Which statement from Akalu piqued your interest?" Ikalu served under the formidable Bayanai, and as Juni began to recount the tale of the female war god to Jiang Linlin, he also revealed, in truth, I am the director of the Interstellar Systems Bureau. I had refrained from disclosing this to you earlier, unsure of how to convey it. I share this now to assure you. I possess sufficient strength to safeguard you. The director of the Interstellar Systems Bureau, Jiang Linlin, stared in astonishment, her eyes wide with surprise. How impressive it was to encounter a system for the first time, only to find herself in the presence of the very director of the System Bureau. What an extraordinary honor this was. Chapter 80, Jiang Yuan, gently losing memory. Yet, does the director of the System Bureau still need to undertake missions? Hasn't she already ascended to the position of director? Alas, the System Bureau is indeed a demanding place. Jiang Linlin could not help but feel a surge of emotions. After regaining her memories, Jun could perceive all the thoughts within Jiang Linlin's heart. It merely depended on whether he chose to engage with them. When he had just recounted the tale of the female warrior, he attentively listened to Jiang Linlin's inner musings, eager to discern her sentiments regarding the matter. This led him to a resigned smile. As the director of the System Bureau need not undertake missions, he had merely emerged for certain reasons. She looked up at Juni with a puzzled expression and inquired, "Can you hear my thoughts?" Yet, my earlier contemplation was not particularly intense. Did you not mention that you could only hear me when my thoughts were fervent? Juni's gaze faltered as he sought to divert the conversation, stating, I have discovered a gentle method to save Yuan Qing. Really? Upon hearing this, Jiang Linlin's eyes sparkled with excitement as she grasped Juni's arm. Excellent. The topic had been successfully shifted. Juni let out a temporary sigh of relief and continued to explain, indeed, the specifics of the process have already been uploaded to the system. You can simply access the panel to view it. All right, Jiang Linlin, filled with excitement, swiftly summoned the system and accessed the control panel. Upon opening it, a message immediately appeared on the screen. Forward, handwritten by the director of the system, Yuan Qingqing. As a super mutant is a rather unique entity. Under specific conditions, she may descend into a state of frenzy. Yet there exists a particular method to restore her to a normal state, ensuring she will never again succumb to such madness. Step 1. Ensure Yuan Qingqing's complete death. Step 2. Administer a high-level human evolution serum to Yuan Qingqing. Step 3. Have her consume blue light. Upon reading this, Jiang Linlin was overjoyed. Yet she did not allow her elation to cloud her judgment. This was clearly no windfall. The existence of such a remarkable solution implied that a corresponding price must be paid. Jiang Linlin pressed Juni, asking, following this method, is there truly nothing required in return? Can such good fortune exist? Juni hesitated for a moment and, with a hint of resignation, replied, there's a price to pay. Jiang Linlin, what is it? Jiang Linlin fell into silence. She understood that everything comes at a cost. Yet she truly did not wish for Yuan Qingqing to forget her. However, she could not afford to be selfish. If she was unable to save Yuan Qingqing, it would not be long before Yuan Qingqing would inevitably perish. Therefore, very well, I shall proceed as instructed. Jiang Linlin, after speaking, immediately took Chu Shaoran to prepare. In truth, it was not so much preparation as it was her reluctance to part with Yuan Qingqing. She simply wished to linger a little longer, to spend a few more moments with her. Once everything was ready, Jiang Linlin sat before Yuan Qingqing, who lay unconscious, devoid of any awareness. Qingqing, you must learn to protect yourself. I have broken my promise. I can no longer be by your side to safeguard you or care for you. I hope you can forgive me. Jiang Linlin grasped Yuan Qingqing's hand with great reluctance. The unconscious Yuan Qingqing's eyelids fluttered. Yet Jiang Linlin remained oblivious. Qingqing, I truly, truly adore you. You are so endearing, such a tiny being, yet so courageous. If given a chance, alas, there are no more chances. Take care, Qingqing. Jiang Linlin, having spoken, gently released Yuan Qingqing's hand, rising from her seat to approach Junyi. Jun Yi shook his head helplessly, providing Yuan Qingqing with whatever she needed, then quietly awaited her awakening. After an hour, Yuan Qingqing slowly opened her eyes, revealing a strange glimmer within them. Upon seeing Jiang Linlin and Junyi, Her gaze was filled with wariness. We understand you are an extraordinary being, yet you are gravely injured. My girlfriend, though aware of the danger you pose, chose to save you out of compassion. Now that you are awake, it would be prudent for you to leave and avoid endangering us further. Consider it a form of repayment. Shall we? Junyi stated coldly, positioning himself protectively behind Jiang Linlin. Yuan Qingqing rolled her eyes, her focus fixed on Jiang Linlin behind Junyi. Very well. I shall not harm you. Please step aside. Junyi complied, parting the way. He harbored no fear of Yuan Qingqing, fully aware that she could not possibly overpower him. His intense protectiveness over Jiang Linlin stemmed from a concern that she might feel compelled to keep Yuan Qingqing around. As Yuan Qingqing departed, she cast a glance at Jiang Linlin, who remained oblivious. Wandering aimlessly after leaving Jiang Garden, Yuan Qingqing suddenly found a tear cascading down her cheek. Pausing in confusion to touch her face. This is a tear? A trait exclusive to humans. How can I possess this? Because you were human once. A strange voice emerged from behind her. Yuan Qingqing turned, alert, to find another extraordinary being, heightening her vigilance. What do you mean? She narrowed her eyes, adopting a combative stance. You need not fear me. I differ from your kind. I harbor no interest in hunting you down, nor do I seek any challenge in doing so. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Nan Xuanhuan, the Zero Extraordinary. Surely, you comprehend the significance of Zero Extraordinary. Nan Xuanhuan smiled faintly. He continued, have you noticed the absence of your previous memories? You may attribute it to your injuries, yet have you pondered how you were injured? Have you considered why those two individuals chose to save you? An extraordinary being? Humans and extraordinary beings are sworn adversaries. Moreover, did you not find that woman peculiar? Your feelings towards her have shifted, have they not? What are you trying to convey? Each of Nan Xuanhuan's words pierced Yuan Qingqing's heart, prompting her to question eagerly. Nan Xuanhuan chuckled. She is the one who harmed you. I understand you may find this hard to believe. However, observe this. With a flick of his hand, a pale blue screen materialized before Yuan Qingqing. This was a unique ability of the extraordinary, a memory extraction tool, something that could not be fabricated. The images displayed were of Jiang Linlin shooting Yuan Qingqing. Although Yuan Qingqing could not recall her past, the instincts and abilities inherent to being extraordinary were embedded deep within her. These truths were ingrained in her very being, and thus she recognized the veracity of Nan Xuanhuan's words. Consequently, upon witnessing the memory extraction, an intense hatred for Jiang Linlin surged within her. She coldly questioned Nan Xuanhuan. You show me this to incite me to kill that woman who bears a grudge against you, correct? As a Zero Extraordinary, you could handle your own enemies. If you seek my assistance, it implies you cannot resolve this matter yourself, intending for me to serve as cannon fodder. Nan Xuanhuan appeared slightly taken aback. I possess no such intention. Do not rush to deny. Regardless of what that woman has done to me, I have no desire to pursue this matter now. Should the day come when I wish to address it, I will. However, you seek to exploit me as a mere pawn, and such a role I shall not assume. Abandon this notion. With that, Yuan Qingqing turned to leave. Nan Xuanhuan watched her retreating figure, shaking his head with a faint smile before departing himself, muttering under his breath about the unexpected failure of his meticulously crafted plan. It seemed he would have to handle the matter alone, feeling weary and longing for a tranquil life akin to that of humans. After resolving the issue with Yuan Qingqing, Jiang Linlin appeared despondent, lacking vitality. She had been lying in bed for 3 days, consuming only the bare minimum to sustain herself. Despite Chu Xiaoran's persistent encouragement, she could not bring herself to eat. Shutting herself away from the world, gazing blankly at the ceiling, she pondered, Junyi has someone he cares for. Why does my heart ache so? He is merely my system. Perhaps this is the feeling of losing something precious after working together for so long. Qingqing has also departed. I lack the ability to protect her. Despite my fervent promises to do so, I have long sought to save humanity. Yet I cannot even safeguard those close to me. What hope is there for saving all of humanity? Jiang Garden is a sanctuary, but is it truly the last refuge for humankind? If I do not eradicate those extraterrestrial ambitions, they will inevitably discover Jiang Garden. I am but a failure, incapable of safeguarding anyone. In recent days, Jiang Linlin has been engulfed in profound self-doubt and self-denial. Ever since Yuan Qingqing departed, she has found herself ensnared in a labyrinth of confusion, unable to comprehend the intricacies of her situation. During her period of despondency, Junyi approached her. Observing Jiang Linlin, who lay languishing on her bed, Junyi furrowed his brow slightly and moved closer, gently pulling her into an upright position. "What are you doing here while the world outside is in chaos?" he inquired, his tone laced with jealousy. Jiang Linlin, oblivious to the implications of her words, sensed an oddity in her statement, yet could not pinpoint its origin. Upon hearing her, Junyi paused momentarily, then chuckled resignedly, asking, "Your words carry a hint of jealousy. Are you feeling envious? Who would feel jealousy? What are you thinking? You are not human, merely a system. Oh wait, you are human now, and the director of the system. No less. Your status is quite elevated," Jiang Linlin retorted with a cold snort. I just don't want to do anything anymore. Nor do I wish to manage anything. It makes no difference whether I am here or not," she sighed. Junyi began to recognize the depth of Jiang Linlin's distress. Initially, he believed her behavior was a result of fatigue, a mere display of temper while resting indoors. However, it became apparent that the matter was far more serious than he had assumed. "Linlin, you have no reason to think this way. Without you, Jiang Garden would not exist. Without you, there would be no sanctuary provided by those survivors. It was you who saved them. Have you forgotten what you longed to achieve in your previous life?" Junyi quizzed. "Of course. I remember my aspirations. Yet as circumstances have unfolded, I have come to realize that some matters are not as simple as I once believed. And I have discovered that I am utterly incapable of saving all of humanity," Jiang Linlin replied, a self-deprecating smile gracing her lips. "Do you not recall Chen Weidong? Consider how much faith he placed in you. Is your current despondency a fitting response to his trust?" Junyi attempted to provoke Jiang Linlin into rekindling her spirit. It was indeed Chen Weidong who had aided her in safely escorting Yuan Qingqing away, and he, too, was a person reborn. His unwavering belief in her weighed heavily on her conscience, yet she felt utterly inadequate. "But, Junyi, I truly cannot. First Wang Xiaoyang, then Nan Xuanhuan. I cannot fathom who else may emerge. They are formidable individuals, impossible to resist. How would you know unless you try?" Junyi replied gently. He understood the transformation Jiang Linlin had undergone. In her past life, she was a paragon of excellence, intelligent, beautiful, and perhaps only slightly reclusive. Although she did not take pride in these attributes, they had subtly shaped her identity. She was Jiang Linlin, capable of extraordinary feats, having even devised a safe haven before her untimely demise. Yet, individuals of such pride are often more susceptible to the pangs of failure, finding it difficult to accept. Moreover, Jiang Linlin was not merely facing a singular setback, but an unrelenting tide of diverse challenges. "Junyi," Jiang Linlin lifted her gaze to meet his. "You must believe in yourself. It is not that you cannot achieve these things. Rather, you have yet to attempt them. If you allow fear of failure to deter your efforts, you shall never attain success," Junyi added. Chapter 82. Jiang Garden. She is the culprit. After absorbing Junyi's words, Jiang Linlin fell into silence, contemplating whether she had indeed succumbed to despair. Had she allowed a few setbacks to lead her into self-pity? This was certainly not in her character. Was it conceivable that Jiang Linlin would surrender over such trivial matters? "Junyi, thank you." Suddenly, Jiang Linlin sprang from her bed and embraced him tightly. Just as Junyi was about to return the gesture, she had already turned and departed, leaving him with a parting proclamation: "I will not be disheartened again. I shall diligently develop Jiang Garden, for I am Jiang Linlin. What challenge could possibly daunt me?" Junyi awkwardly tugged at the corners of his mouth, his hands lingering in the air in a moment of uncertainty. Reflecting on the warmth of the embrace he had just experienced, he muttered to himself that an intense dedication to one's aspirations could sometimes be a hindrance. With a faint smile, he exited the room, pondering how he might assist her further. Having resolved her thoughts, Jiang Linlin approached her tasks with renewed vigor, significantly expanding Jiang Garden and meticulously refining its rules. She then immersed herself in research, determined to create a safe haven capable of withstanding extraterrestrial threats. A singular refuge would undoubtedly prove insufficient. Drawing upon her experiences from her past life, she efficiently constructed the safe haven, knowing precisely where to procure the necessary materials. A month later, the safe haven was completed. However, the unfolding events were not as seamless as anticipated. On the day designated for the activation of the safe haven, Nan Xuanhuan reappeared, clad in a flowing white robe and with long hair neatly tied back. He exuded an air of ethereal beauty, a folding fan in hand. Standing before the activation device, Junyi and Jiang Linlin stood side by side. Her demeanor had shifted from previous agitation and despair to calm resolve upon witnessing Nan Xuanhuan's arrival. Nan Xuanhuan, you have persistently sought to trouble me. I am at a loss as to why you harbor such animosity. Do you derive pleasure from creating conflict? Jiang Linlin inquired coldly. Nan Xuanhuan, with a resigned smile, replied, How could you believe we share no connection? Our relationship is quite significant. After all, you are the one who slaughtered my home planet. Your home planet? What do you mean? Jiang Linlin's confusion was palpable. Noticing her bewilderment, Nan Xuanhuan turned to Junyi with a smile. Have you not disclosed everything to her? Surely, you do not wish for her to continue living in ignorance. Upon hearing this, Jiang Linlin turned to Junyi. Her curiosity piqued. Junyi realized that he could no longer conceal the truth and began to explain. Do you recall the female warrior I mentioned to you previously? Jiang Linlin nodded in confusion. Junyi continued, Every time you inquire about this subject, I diverted the conversation to other topics because I wish to spare you from entanglement at such an early stage. However, it has now become unavoidable. In truth, you must have already sensed it yourself. You are indeed the warrior goddess I have spoken of. Jiang Linlin was not particularly surprised upon hearing this matter. Indeed, she had harbored doubts about being the female warrior in Junyi's tale, but had never received confirmation, often questioning whether she was merely being narcissistic. However, even if Linlin were the female warrior of your, what relevance would that hold for you? Are you not merely the zero-number supervariable of Blue Star? Jun inquired, perplexed, directing his attention towards Nan Xuanhuan. Nan Xuanhuan scoffed. Junyi, how naive you are. It baffles me how someone like you ascended to the position of director of the System Bureau. Was it solely due to your looks? Do you genuinely believe I am a blue star? Have you ever considered why I would obstruct you so vehemently during your missions for other hosts, ultimately leading to their demise? Junyi fell silent, his gaze icy as he stared at Nan Xuanhuan. Yet within his heart, a suspicion began to take root upon hearing those words. Unperturbed by Junyi's thoughts, Nan Xuanhuan continued to explicate. That is because those individuals were all her. They were the female warrior who once slaughtered the inhabitants of Planet X. X is my home planet. The perpetrator was finally eliminated by the Galactic Union. How could I possibly allow her a chance at resurrection? You are from Planet X? Junyi queried, bewildered. Didn't all the inhabitants perish? How could there be any survivors? Ha ha! Nan Xuanhuan erupted in maniacal laughter. Of course there are. Did you not see that coming? Ha ha! In my youthful folly, I made a mistake and was sent to an interstellar prison. My parents, wishing for my early release, spent a fortune to alter my home planet's designation to the prestigious White Star. Hence, this murderer, while investigating the inhabitants of Planet X, failed to uncover my whereabouts. What crime did my home planet commit that warranted the slaughter of its people? You are nothing but a heartless killer. Nan Xuanhuan seethed, pointing an accusatory finger at Jiang Linlin. Jiang Linlin retained no memories of these events, and the sudden emergence of someone claiming she was the legendary female warrior of the stars, intent on her death, left her utterly bewildered. Nevertheless, Junyi was able to follow along with Nan Xuanhuan's discourse. He coldly addressed Nan Xuanhuan. You claim that the one who decimated Planet X is Linlin? Who informed you of this? Does it matter who told me? What is crucial is that it is a fact she cannot refute. After uttering this, Nan Xuanhuan ceased his verbal sparring and launched an attack on Jiang Linlin. She was utterly no match for him, and thus Junyi promptly stepped in to shield her from Nan Xuanhuan's aggression. Nan Xuanhuan understood well that without neutralizing Junyi, he could not hope to eliminate Jiang Linlin. Consequently, he engaged in combat with Jiang while simultaneously attempting to provoke him through words, seeking to uncover his vulnerabilities. You truly are a devoted sycophant to this murderer. One would be hard-pressed to find another like you in the entire galaxy. During their clash, Jiang sensed something amiss with Nan Xuanhuan. What have you done to yourself? Previously, he had refrained from pursuing Jiang Linlin, as he had deemed himself no match for Jiang. However, the circumstances had shifted. With a mocking sneer, he continued, "You deserve to perish alongside her. You have such a wonderful fiancée, yet you fail to cherish her. A fool like you deserves death." Upon hearing this, Jiang immediately sensed something was awry. Nan Xuanhuan, despite his enmity with Jiang Linlin, would not bring up his fiancée without cause. The matter concerning Nan Xuanhuan was intertwined with his fiancée by an eye. What did Bai and I tell you? Did she inform you that the one responsible for the massacre of Planet X is Linlin? Jiang pressed. Chapter 83. Jiang Garden. Dear Director, he did not wish to engage in battle with Nan Xuanhuan, for the latter had changed significantly. He was no longer the same adversary Jiang could easily defeat. Having made his point, he refrained from further entanglement with Nan Xuanhuan and directly confronted Jiang Linlin. Amidst the clashing of blades, Jiang Linlin quietly retreated to a corner and summoned the system. Searching for Nan Xuanhuan's information. Searching, please wait. Information retrieved. Nan Xuanhuan. Based on personal data matching, the original name was Gu Xian, a resident of Planet X, imprisoned due to involvement in certain incidents. Later renamed Nan Xuanhuan. What are his current physical metrics? Can Jiang defeat him? Uncertain. Are there any suitable weapons available for me? Detected that host Jiang Linlin can upgrade her weapon, bow and arrow, or exchange for a long whip. Upon hearing that she could exchange for a long whip, Jiang Linlin contemplated for a moment, but ultimately decided to upgrade her bow and arrow. After all, she had wielded the bow for so long that it felt second nature. A new weapon would surely not harness her strength as effectively. Upgrading bow and arrow. Upgrading in progress. Upgrade complete. Jiang Linlin promptly produced her upgraded bow and arrow. Externally, there was little alteration, save for the addition of two translucent wings adorning the top of the bow. Upon reaching out to touch them, she discovered they were mere phantoms, devoid of any tangible form. A subtle smile graced her lips as she drew the bowstring, aiming at Nan Xuanhuan. Seizing the moment, she released the arrow with precision. Nan Xuanhuan sensed the impending danger, yet was a fraction too late. The arrow grazed past her shoulder. Turning to Jiang Linlin, Nan Xuanhuan scoffed, "You truly intend to eradicate all, even before recovering your memories. Your nature remains as vile as ever." Jiang Linlin paid no heed to Nan Xuanhuan's words, continuing to draw her bow. Nan Xuanhuan found himself in a state of turmoil, juggling both Jiang and Jiang Linlin simultaneously. Seizing the moment, Jiang landed a punch squarely on Nan Xuanhuan's chest, causing him to spit blood and stagger back 2 steps. Clutching his chest, he glared fiercely at Jiang. "Your strength has actually returned? Jiang, do not take advantage of my misfortune." "Oh, and what if I choose to do just that?" Jiang replied with a smirk, intensifying his onslaught. Nan Xuanhuan struggled increasingly, and suddenly, Jiang thrust a sword into his abdomen. With a swift retreat, Nan Xuanhuan yanked the blade free, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Jiang had intended to seize this opportunity to eliminate Nan Xuanhuan for good, but Bai and I unexpectedly appear before him, obstructing his path. "Director, is it truly necessary to eradicate him completely?" Bai and I remarked with a serene smile. Surrounded by a faint aura of light, she exuded an ethereal grace, adorned in a flowing white gown, resembling a celestial being. "Miss Bai," Nan Xuanhuan exclaimed, taken aback by the sight of Bai Ni's back. "You shouldn't be here. It's far too perilous." He instinctively moved to shield her, but Bai and I gently raised an arm to stop him. "I will be fine. You should rest and tend to your wounds," she said softly. Nan Xuanhuan parted his lips, wanting to protest, but ultimately fell silent, retreating behind her. Bai and I took 2 steps toward Jiang, her gaze falling upon Jiang Linlin not far behind him. She turned her head and smiled at Jiang Linlin. "It has been a long time, sister." In that instant, Jiang Linlin felt a flicker of recognition, as if she had encountered by Ni somewhere before. Yet her memory yielded no trace of this individual. Junyi positioned himself between them, effectively breaking Bai Ni's line of sight. Coldly, he warned, "Have you forgotten my warning?" Bai Ni, with a gentle smile, replied, "How could I forget the director's warning? However, since you are my fiancé, I cannot stand by as you commit wanton slaughter." Junyi regarded Bai Ni silently, choosing not to engage further. Yet Bai Ni remained undeterred, persistently pursuing the matter. She stepped aside, glancing at Jiang Linlin before advancing toward her, only to be intercepted by Junyi. Bai Ni, he spoke icily. "You would do well to allow your sister to continue living under this guise. It would be of no detriment to her. She is a sinner? The true sinner is you, Bai Ni. Do not presume that my silence over the years signifies a lack of pursuit. The opportunity to hold you accountable simply had not arisen. Rather than shielding Ninshu Huan, you should focus on safeguarding yourself. When the evidence of your treachery finds its way to the desk of the chief judge of the Interstellar Tribunal, you shall regret all your past actions." Junyi's chilling words echoed with veiled threats. Yet Bai Ni, far from being intimidated, erupted into laughter. "Ha ha, my dear director, do you still believe the current interstellar realm resembles the one you once knew? Do you truly think possessing evidence grants you any power over me? The mightiest force in the entire cosmos is my home planet, Bai Xing, and my parents are its rulers. Do you think anyone would dare act against me while risking the wrath of Bai Xing? Only a fool like you would undertake such a perilous endeavor. Are you truly oblivious to your current predicament?" Bai Ni regarded Junyi with a gaze filled with pity, as if he were a wretched soul. Junyi fell into silence, well aware of the current state of the interstellar realm, yet resolute in his determination to clear Jiang Linlin of any unfounded accusations. Jiang Linlin is a celebrated hero of the galaxy, unequivocally not a criminal. Chapter 84. The Jiang Garden Episode. A stalemate. I have taken the person away. Director, I urge you to reflect upon my words, Bai Ni remarked, turning to leave while pulling Ninshu Huan along with her. Junyi reached out to obstruct her, yet Bai Ni paid him no heed, deftly circumventing his grasp and continuing her departure. Just as Bai Ni basked in her triumph, an arrow suddenly whizzed past her face, embedding itself into the doorframe before her. The once cheerful Bai Ni's expression darkened instantly, her countenance clouded with rage as she searched for the archer. Spotting Jiang Linlin striding towards her, "I am uncertain of the grievances that lie between us, but today he must remain," Jiang Linlin declared, pointing at Ninshu Huan, who stood behind Bai Ni. Bai Ni, with a scowl on her face, retorted mockingly, "Sister, you remain as oblivious as ever, utterly lacking in discretion." Her disdain for Jiang Linlin surged within her. Acting on impulse, she shoved Jiang Linlin, only to find her arm seized and flipped over in a swift maneuver. Bai Ni fell to the ground, stunned. How dare she? How dare Jiang Linlin lay hands on her? "Jiang Linlin, are you seeking death?" Bai Ni shouted as she rose, prepared to confront Jiang Linlin, only to witness Jiang Linlin brandishing a dagger aimed at Ninshu Huan. Though severely wounded, Ninshu Huan had nearly regained his strength and was more than capable. Jiang Linlin did not wish to take his life. However, she understood that if she refrained from doing so, her own demise would be inevitable. From Ninshu Huan's demeanor, it was apparent that reconciliation was no longer feasible between them. Observing Ninshu Huan's precarious situation, Bai Ni hastily rushed to provide assistance, intercepting Jiang Linlin's renewed assault with a swift strike. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Jiang Linlin soon discovered that Junyi had been injured. Without further deliberation, she retreated a step and pulled Ninshu Huan into her modest safe haven, a sanctuary of limited scope. Uncertain whether Ninshu Huan and Bai Ni were out of sight, she was nonetheless convinced that the current state of affairs between her and Junyi could not withstand the might of the two adversaries. She was not reckless. Engaging in a futile confrontation was not an option, as Bai Ni prepared to counterattack after blocking Jiang Linlin's strike. She suddenly found that her opponent had vanished into thin air. Furrowing her brow in confusion, she inquired of Ninshu Huan, "Where did she go?" Casting a glance at Ninshu Huan, Bai Ni realized that if she continued to act indifferently, Nan Xuanhuan would surely meet her end. Thus, after a moment's hesitation, she resolved to escort Nan Xuanhuan away, recognizing her significant value. Once the two had departed, Jiang Linlin did not hasten to extricate Junyi from the situation. She had been genuinely concerned that Bai Ni might lose her composure and wreak havoc upon the other inhabitants of the manor. Fortunately, Bai Ni seemed to exercise caution and refrain from such actions. "I am here. Linlin, what is happening?" Chu Xiaoran emerged from a very concealed location. Following the events of a month prior, Jiang Linlin had advised the residents of the manor to remain hidden during times of tranquility. Should danger arise, they were to protect themselves without delay. Aware of her own vulnerability, Chu Xiaoran took care to conceal herself promptly during significant occurrences, only emerging when Jiang Linlin called for them. I am fine, merely a tad weak. Please assist me in getting Junyi to the bed." Jiang Linlin's voice grew increasingly faint. She cast a glance at her abdomen, where blood had begun to seep through her garments. She too had sustained injuries. Severing Nan Xuanhuan's hand was no trivial matter, and she had employed a one-for-one method, resulting in her own grievous wounds. Chapter 85. The Jiang Garden Segment. Quite sudden with a sudden thud, Jiang Linlin heard the concerned call of Chu Xiaoran just before losing consciousness. Awakening to the sound, Chu Xiaoran rubbed her eyes and was met with the sight of a conscious Jiang Linlin, her face instantly brightening with relief. "Thank goodness you are all right. You truly frightened me. What of Junyi? How is he faring?" Jiang Linlin pivoted the conversation, abruptly inquiring about Junyi. "Well, there is something I must tell you," Chu Xiaoran stammered. Jiang Linlin pressed further, stating, "If there is something to be said, just say it." Within the estate, some individuals wished to depart, while others desired her departure. Upon hearing this news, Jiang Linlin was momentarily taken aback, yet soon managed a wry smile. It was entirely understandable for these survivors to harbor such sentiments. After all, they had witnessed peril firsthand, inevitably leading them to question whether this manor could indeed safeguard their well-being. If it could not ensure their safety, they would certainly seek to leave. Furthermore, a faction had discerned that the source of their danger stemmed from the very ruler of the estate. Thus, their expulsion of the ruler could restore tranquility to the manor, which was indeed a viable solution. "Linlin, this is sheer folly. This estate belongs to you. Why should you be compelled to leave? If anyone should depart, it should be them," Chu Xiaoran declared, her voice laced with indignation. Upon realizing that Jiang Linlin was not distressed by the prospect of these individuals leaving, Chu Xiaoran felt a surge of joy. However, the thought of Jiang Linlin herself departing still cast a shadow over her heart. "Is it not a way for us to face this together? Although I may not possess your formidable prowess, I can still be of assistance," Chu Xiaoran suggested earnestly. "The endeavors that lie ahead may not even transpire on this planet," Jiang Linlin replied. "You need not remain by my side to aid me. I have a vital mission to entrust to you. I cannot place my faith in anyone else." Upon hearing this, Chu Xiaoran's eyes sparkled with anticipation, filled with eager expectation as she gazed intently at Jiang Linlin. Jiang Linlin smiled wryly, recognizing that having such an adorable little admirer was perhaps the finest gift of her renewed life. You're entrusting me with such an important task? I'm afraid I might not be up to it." Chu Xiaoran expressed her astonishment. "You can do it. You are an exceptionally talented individual. Have a bit more confidence," Jiang Linlin encouraged, gently patting Chu Xiaoran's shoulder to instill her with assurance. "All right, I will strive to do my best." Jiang Linlin smiled with a sense of relief. She had regained her memories. The occurrence was rather abrupt, yet the events leading to it were equally unexpected. During her unconsciousness, her memories suddenly returned. She was perplexed as to why her recollection would resurface at such a moment. Logically, she should have regained her powers before her memories. However, she found herself with restored memories, while her strength remained entirely absent. Jiang Linlin rose from her bed and glanced at the gravely injured Junyi. Upon confirming that Junyi was out of danger, she proceeded to her laboratory. Since the inception of this estate, Jiang Linlin had been preparing to establish her research facility, which had now been completed for quite some time, and she had immersed herself in her studies. She was determined to develop a safety barrier within the week. a measure to thwart the invasion of extraterrestrial beings. If she had previously claimed that she could accomplish this task in a week, it would have been an overstatement. Gazing at the familiar yet unfamiliar experimental apparatus, Jiang Linlin smiled faintly before swiftly dedicating herself to her research. With the restoration of her memories, her endeavors became notably more straightforward. While the inhabitants of the cosmos regarded her as the interstellar goddess of war, believing her prowess lay solely in combat, she possessed a greater affinity for scholarly pursuits. Much like her identity on Blue Star, she had once aspired to be a researcher. However, her previous circumstances had precluded her from entering the Interstellar Research Institute. Meanwhile, Jiang, upon awakening, frantically sought out Jiang Linlin. It was only after Chu Shaoran relayed the entire situation to him that he felt a sense of relief. During Jiang Linlin's investigation into the safety barrier, he had discreetly used his abilities to infiltrate her workspace and ensure everything was in order before attending to his own matters. He believed that Jiang Garden would not encounter any further issues in the immediate future, so he entrusted her care to Linlin. There is no trouble at all. Linlin is my friend, and it is my duty to assist her, Chu Shaoran replied with a cheerful wave of his hand. Jiang nodded politely with a smile and turned to leave Jiang Garden. Jiang Linlin has embarked on his journey of determination, and he too must strive. At this moment, Jiang remains unaware that Jiang Linlin has regained his memories. He is merely motivated by Jiang Linlin's desire to expedite the experiment and protect those around him. Upon returning to the System Bureau, Jiang senses an unusual atmosphere pervading the place. He casually intercepts a system and coldly inquires what has transpired within the Bureau. The system, recognizing Jiang, swiftly ushers him into a corner, casting wary glances to ensure no others are watching before exhaling a sigh of relief. The Law Enforcement Bureau? Jiang furrows his brow in confusion. What business does the Law Enforcement Bureau have at the System Bureau? Upon hearing the answer, Jiang scoffs, very well. You may continue with your affairs. With that, he departs from the System Bureau, astonished that Bai Ni would resort to such tactics. Chapter 86. Jiang Yuan, his identity is. Bai Ni is merely attempting to coerce him. Splendid, he shall visit Bai Xing to discern Bai Ni's intentions. It has been a while since he has traversed the cosmos. Perhaps some have forgotten how he ascended to the position of director of the Interstellar System Bureau, assuming they believe he achieved it solely through his appearance. Bai Xing, my daughter, fret not. We have faced this before, and this time your father shall assist you, ensuring that she does not seize even a single thing that rightfully belongs to you. In the residence of Bai Xing's leader, Bai Ni's father sits on the sofa, gazing fondly at his daughter, who sits across from him, her eyes filled with sorrow. Bai Ni, with a quavering voice, implores, Father, I never intended to oppose my sister. After so many years apart, I thought she might have changed. However, I never anticipated that she would claim my fiancé. Just then, Bai Fu enters, overhearing Bai Ni's lament. Enraged, she slams the door behind her and takes a seat opposite them, icily declaring, What gives Bai Lin the audacity to treat you in such a manner? Mother. Bai Ni whines, shifting closer to Bai Fu. Bai Fu's eyes glint with malice as she concocts countless punishments for Jiang Linlin in her mind. Yet, her thoughts are abruptly interrupted by a sudden, mocking laughter. You lot truly are delusional. You ought not to reside in Bai Xing, but rather in dreamland. Your current demeanor is indistinguishable from those who dwell there. The inhabitants of dreamland abandon their corporeal forms, immersing themselves in their unique realms of consciousness until their physical bodies reach their limit and subsequently perish. Who is it? Bai Fu exclaims, glancing around in astonishment. The area is heavily secured, with layers of guards outside, making it impossible for any stranger to intrude and speak so brazenly. Is it you? Upon realizing it is Jiang, Bai Fu quickly conceals her earlier panic, reverting to her usual haughty demeanor. What brings you here without an invitation? Do you not understand that trespassing in the Bai residence is against the law? Against the law? Jiang scoffs. Do you truly believe I would arrive here so freely if I were concerned about legality? Furthermore, do you genuinely think you could capture me? You. Bai Fu's face darkens with indignation at his words. Jiang continues, even if I were to stand here motionless, granting you an opportunity, would you truly dare to act against me? Have you all forgotten what I was once capable of due to my prolonged absence from the interstellar realm? He cast a chilling glance at Bai Fu. While others may perceive Bai Fu as the leader of Bai Xing, the true power within Bai Xing lies with her. Bai and I, perplexed by Jun Ye's words, recalls that since her earliest memories, she has never witnessed him accomplish anything noteworthy. Her initial encounter with Jun Yi, facilitated by Bai Lin, left her captivated by his appearance, and she resolved to possess him, which is one of the reasons she feels compelled to eliminate Bai Lin. What do you mean? Bai Fu queries, confused. Her memories offer no significant deeds accomplished by Jun Yi, nor does she recall anything unique about his origins. Are you not merely a graduate of the Interstellar Academy? Is there something extraordinary about you that I am unaware of? Even if you possess some uniqueness, what of it? How dare you brazenly intrude upon the Bai residence, unaware that the law enforcement team has set their sights on you? Bai Fu smirks with satisfaction. She then claps her hands, expecting something to occur, but nothing happens. Embarrassed, she claps again, only to be met with the same silence. Cease your futile actions. The mere fact that I stand here signifies that I have already dealt with the individuals outside. Surely, you do not believe I stealthily snuck in? Jun Ye's voice is cold. Bai Fu's expression shifts instantly. What is your intention? Do you mean to kill us here? Killing you serves no purpose. Such a simplistic act does not pique my interest. I am here to issue a warning. Cease all futile endeavors. As leaders of Bai Xing, if you refrain from any unnecessary actions, I shall allow you to remain unharmed. You, Bai Fu, infuriated, raises her hand to strike Jun Yi, but Bai Mr. swiftly intervenes. Madam, please calm down. There may be a misunderstanding at play. It is not prudent to discuss matters here. Let us retire to the parlor, he suggests with a smile. Jun Yi flatly declines the invitation. The parlor belongs to you. Who knows what arrangements you have made therein? He concludes, I have said all that I need to say. If you choose to disregard my words, you shall face the consequences. With those final words, Jun Yi vanishes from sight. Bai Fu, her face dark with fury, steps outside only to find the guard in the corridor sprawled on the ground, unconscious. Damn it! She smashes her fist against the wall. At that moment, Bai and I emerges from the room and stops beside her, gently saying, Mother, do not be angry. This incident is all due to my faults. Not you. How could you be at fault? It is that wretched Jun Ye's doing. Had it not been for your infatuation with him, I would have eliminated him long ago. A glimmer of murderous intent flashes in Bai Fu's eyes. Upon hearing her mother express a desire to kill Jun Yi, Bai and I grows anxious. Mother, I can persuade him. He has been bewitched by my sister for too long, and it is not easy to help him recognize reality. No, we cannot kill him, nor should we harbor any ill intentions towards him. Instead, we must show him the utmost respect and avoid any direct confrontation. Bai Mr. interjects as he steps out of the room. Bai Fu regards him with confusion, but Bai Mr. explains with unusual seriousness, I have just recalled his true identity. Chapter 87, Jiang Yuan. The Demon God, do you recall the events of interstellar year 257? Bai Mr. inquires. Bai Ni Basid realizes she was not yet born at that time and cannot possibly know what transpired. She glances at Bai Fu, who also appears bewildered, indicating her ignorance of that year's events. Seeing their confusion, Bai Mr. sighs in resignation and continues. That year marked Jun Ye's tenure as director of the Interstellar System Bureau. You may not grasp the significance, but if I mention the arrival of the Demon God, it should ring a bell. The Demon God has arrived, Bai Ni exclaimed in surprise. Although she had not lived through that era, she had heard of it, and when Lady Bai heard those 4 words, she gasped in shock. She had never encountered the Demon God, yet she was aware of the matter. The Demon God ruled over the stars, neither bullying others nor invading other planets. However, his subordinates were not like him, as they bullied others and invaded other worlds indiscriminately. Many sought out the Demon God to lodge complaints, yet he paid no heed to the actions of his minions. In an instant, the inhabitants of all the planets were filled with resentment towards the Demon God. Nevertheless, they all feared his might, while his subordinates could torment them. If any of them dared to bully one of the Demon God's subordinates, he would exact a furious vengeance upon that individual if he learned of it. The specific function of the System Bureau was to extract unwilling souls from all planets to undertake tasks, assisting in their resurrection. Abuse and enslavement were merely minor grievances. There were darker matters that they preferred not to speak of. Simply surviving was the best outcome. So now, do you understand where his confidence stems from? I Mr. said helplessly. He continued, I fear this time. We truly must let him be by now, you know. Father, without waiting for by Mr. to finish. By I interrupted him angrily. Father, we cannot just give up like this. Junya's power is indeed formidable, but if we surrender now, we cannot guarantee that sister will not hold us accountable. We have already committed to the past. We absolutely cannot retreat now. Father, think carefully. By Mr. fell silent. Therefore, the roots of the problem must be eradicated. They could only eliminate by Lin completely. Otherwise, they would be the ones to perish in the end. But even if we truly wish to resolve this matter decisively, we lack the capability. Lady Bai hesitated. She also yearned to eliminate Bai Lin. Yet the thought of Jun Ye's identity filled her with dread. Bai and I revealed a fierce glint in her eyes and coldly stated, if Jun Yi possessed such abilities, he would not have watched his sister was ensnared by us. Therefore, he must have lost that power long ago. Consider this carefully. If he were as formidable as before, why would he suddenly propose demands to the Interstellar Union, seeking to establish the Interstellar System Bureau? The Interstellar System Bureau holds no significance in the entire cosmos. It is merely a fade he created for himself. Furthermore, we have not heard of him exhibiting any remarkable powers since then. Hence I surmise he must have long since lost that strength. This is why he chose to show weakness. If he were not such a powerful individual, why would he abruptly change his stance? It cannot simply be that he suddenly had an epiphany. I find that implausible. After all, he is the demon god. Lady Bai and Bai Mr. exchanged glances, contemplating Bai Ni's words, and found them to hold a semblance of truth. Then, what do you propose we do? Lady Bai inquired of Bai Ni. Bai Ni pondered for a moment, a peculiar smile gracing her lips. Father, mother, there is no need for concern. I shall handle this matter. I only hope to gain some degree of control over the White Star military. If you mention control, it is indeed time to entrust White Star to you, Lady Bai gently replied. Bai Ni was momentarily taken aback by this revelation, as it was a delightful surprise for her. She had never anticipated acquiring White Star. Initially, she had only aimed for a portion of control, believing that the remaining authority would naturally fall to her upon the demise of Bai Mr. and Lady Bai. Mother, Bai Ni stammered in disbelief. Lady Bai reached out, tenderly stroking Bai Ni's hair. Given that we have only you as our daughter, it is only natural that we entrust all matters to you. It is merely a matter of time. I am still. Bai and I attempted to decline modestly. Do not refuse. We have both witnessed your capabilities, and I trust you to take on this responsibility. Lady Bai interrupted Bai Ni's protest. Bai Ni smiled humbly. Very well. I shall not disappoint Mother's expectations. Lady Bai smiled with satisfaction. Having acquired authority, Bai Ni promptly proceeded to the White Star Military District, summoned a squad, and issued orders. Chapter 88. Jiang Yuan Chapter. Hello. Beautiful. My name is Zian. Although the Bai couple left much to be desired, the White Star military was among the most formidable forces in the cosmos, which was one of the reasons White Star maintained its position as a dominant power. The White Star military was indifferent to the nature of their tasks. They were wholly loyal and obedient. Upon receiving Bai Ni's orders, they set out to locate Jun Yi. Meanwhile, Jun Yi was in the System Bureau, preparing what he needed. He sat in his room, staring blankly at an ancient book resting on his desk. Such paper books were rarely seen in the System Bureau, and this one appeared to be quite old. Jun Yi reached out to touch the book's cover, and suddenly, a strange purple light enveloped him. Shortly thereafter, a small purple sprite emerged from the book, resembling a droplet of water, yet adorned with two deep purple horns atop its head. The sprite slowly opened its eyes, which shone with a violet glow, and gazed around before addressing Jun Yi. Ah, how rare it is. I thought you would never speak to me again, that you would never wish to see me. What is it? Are you feeling particularly proud today? Did you think you could dominate the entire cosmos? The sprite scoffed dismissively. Jun Yi frowned slightly, perplexed. When did I ever claim I wish to dominate the cosmos? I have yet to settle the score with you for the past, and yet you bring it up yourself? You took over my body without my consent while I was in seclusion, committing numerous wrongdoings. And I was left to clean up your mess. How can you still have the audacity to speak to me about this? Mentioning this matter ignited a flame of anger within Junyi. The demon god spoken of in interstellar legends was indeed him. It was not he who committed those acts. The ownership of his body had not been in his hands. At that time, he had just become the demon god, and due to the instability of his power, he had chosen to enter seclusion to solidify his strength, never anticipating that the sprite would seize control of his body and wreak havoc across the cosmos. Upon awakening from his seclusion, Junyi had severely reprimanded the sprite to prevent any further mischief during his periods of isolation, ultimately opting to seal the sprite away. Although the sprite was an independent entity, it was inseparable from him. It was a vital source of his power and could be understood as a manifestation of his strength. The two complemented one another, and neither could exist without the other. Thus, sealing the sprite resulted in a significant regression of Junyi's strength. However, he did not mind, for he had no enemies in the cosmos. His application to create the Interstellar System Bureau was entirely to atone for the sprite's transgressions. Due to the havoc wreaked by the sprite during those years, many innocent lives were lost, which prompted him to establish the Bureau, providing those innocent souls a chance at resurrection. Having nearly rectified the past, the tasks assigned to the Bureau became less frequent, focusing instead on seeking out those unwilling to succumb to death across various planets, assessing their eligibility for revival. Fortunately, the System Bureau continues to operate. Otherwise, Junyi might never have had the chance to encounter the girl he adores. I never anticipated that after all these years, you still fail to comprehend this matter. I had thought you released me because you had come to an understanding and wished for my assistance in seizing the cosmos. What was wrong with my actions back then? We possess such formidable power. Why should we not dominate the stars? Those ignorant beings lack the strength to resist our rule, yet they could live better lives. The little sprite, separating two transparent arms from its droplet-shaped body, crossed them in anger. After pondering, it found no way to contain this indignation and pointed an accusing finger at Junyi, exclaiming, "After all these years, how have you made no progress at all?" Junyi, his face darkened, slapped the little sprite against the wall, causing the dazed creature to tumble to the ground. The sprite cried out in dismay, its anger flaring as it soared towards Junyi, only to be caught by the demonic horn. "Release me. If you have the courage, face me in a fair fight." The sprite protested. Junyi, with a weary sigh, tossed the sprite back against the wall. The sprite, rising to unleash a tirade upon Junyi, was met with his icy retort. "Do you truly believe you possess the capability to contend with me? After being sealed for so many years, I have yet to see any of your talents, yet your confidence seems to have only grown. Undeniably, you're a part of my power, but merely a fragment of it." Witnessing Junyi's evident ire, the sprite's earlier bravado waned, and it feigned pride as it hovered near Junyi. "We are one, after all. My previous actions were for your sake. Consider this. In my current state, I cannot possibly dominate the stars. Everything I did was for your benefit." The sprite smiled ingratiatingly. Junyi, fully aware of the sprite's true nature, grasped it firmly, threatening, "You must have suffered in your confinement, but I could release you for a taste of freedom. However, without my command, you must not use your power to harm others." "Really?" The sprite's eyes sparkled at the prospect of freedom. Despite its earlier display of bravado, it had intentionally provoked Junyi, hoping to be liberated through such tactics. Although this approach had not succeeded, the outcome remained unchanged. The manner in which it transpired was of little consequence. "I knew you were the best. After all, we are like brothers, aren't we?" The sprite exclaimed joyfully. Junyi, disdainfully pushing the sprite away, warned, "But you must heed my words, understand? Should you disobey and act inappropriately, I shall seal you forever." The sprite, eager to please, leaned closer, nodding fervently. "Rest assured, I will certainly obey you." Observing the sprite's demeanor, Junyi felt a sense of resignation. He harbored doubts about its sincerity. Yet, given the urgency of the situation, he had no choice. "Now, your task is to protect this individual." "All right." The sprite did not inquire further and promptly set off for the location indicated by the projection Junie had conjured. Wait, Junie wished to offer more instructions, but time was against him, leading him to sigh in exasperation. Nevertheless, he could still communicate with Jiang Linlin. Moments later, Jiang Linlin in the garden encountered the little sprite, her demeanor one of caution. The sprite, animatedly introducing itself, said, "Hello, beautiful. My name is Zian." Chapter 89, Jiang Garden Arc. You are so formidable. I leave it to you. Just a minute prior, the sprite had appeared unexpectedly before her, causing Jiang Linlin to startle, dropping the items in her hands. Upon realizing that this sprite could speak, her astonishment deepened. What are you? Jiang Linlin gazed at the diminutive sprite before her in silent bewilderment. She had not inquired about its name. Rather, she sought to understand what it was. I'm not an object. No, that's incorrect. I am, it seems that's not quite right either. The sprite suddenly found itself ensnared in a quandary regarding Jiang Linlin's question. I am called Zian, the sprite reiterated. Jiang Linlin understood that she could not extract any further information. However, she did not disregard the little sprite. Who could tell whether this sudden apparition was a foe or friend? Jiang Linlin discreetly activated the system, intending to contact Jun Yi for assistance in identifying the peculiar entity before her. However, the little sprite unexpectedly launched into another introduction. I comprehend your sentiments. I am Junye Sprite, and my name is Zian. The sprite reiterated its name, though Jiang Linlin was eager to convey that she was indifferent to its appellation. Upon learning that Zian was Junye's sprite, a flicker of surprise crossed Jiang Linlin's features. It dawned upon her that sprites indeed existed, and this was her inaugural encounter with one. Nevertheless, mere words were insufficient. Even if the sprite claimed allegiance to Junyi, Jiang Linlin was not easily swayed. Thus, she covertly reached out to Junyi. Yunyi, a curious entity has suddenly appeared here, claiming to be your sprite. Upon receiving Jiang Linlin's message, Junyi felt a sense of helplessness. He had anticipated that Zian would struggle to articulate matters clearly, having been sealed away for so many years without interaction. It had undoubtedly regressed significantly. Indeed, it is my sprite. It can assist you, but its intellect is somewhat lacking. You must communicate your needs to it directly, without any circumlocution. Understood, I will do so. Jiang Linlin severed the communication and cast a renewed gaze upon Zian, now harboring a different perspective. Could you assist me in procuring 100 blue star stones? Jiang Linlin inquired tentatively. Without hesitation, Zian readily acquiesced, exclaiming, what could be simpler than acquiring 100 blue star stones? I shall set off at once. With that, Zian soared towards the door, while Jiang Linlin watched his departing figure with eager anticipation. However, just as Zian reached the threshold, he abruptly halted and turned back, offering an awkward smile. What exactly are blue star stones? Jiang Linlin. Having been sealed for so many years, the purple flame is entirely oblivious to the news from the outside world and, of course, remains unaware of the plight of Blue Star. Jiang Linlin did not possess the luxury of time to elucidate the rules of this place or recount the events that had transpired beforehand. Thus, she resorted to activating the system, allowing it to retrieve the pertinent information for Zian's perusal. After thoroughly reviewing the data, Zian exited the room with an air of confidence. Jiang Linlin, however, refrained from elaborating further. Her own tasks remained unfinished. Just one final detail was left to address. Jiang Linlin was diligently inspecting for any oversights. In addition to Zian, Chu Xiaoran and others were also assisting Jiang Linlin in the search for the Blue Star Stone. Where did you acquire this? Jiang Linlin inquired, her surprise evident. The mutated creatures near the Jiang Garden have been eradicated, making it exceedingly challenging to find any in the vicinity. However, despite the daunting circumstances, Zian managed to gather 100 pieces of Blue Star Stones in such a brief period. Even if there were still numerous mutated entities nearby, it would be implausible for an ordinary person to dispatch them so swiftly and acquire the stones. Observing Jiang Linlin's astonished expression, Zian nonchalantly flitted around her, declaring, "These are mere trifles. I can procure as many as you desire. but it would be prudent not to request an excessive amount, for I may struggle to carry them. Jiang nodded, adding, of course, it's not a particularly arduous task. Would I truly seek assistance from others? Besides, I hardly know anyone here. Jiang Linlin, reassured by Jiang's confidence, found it hard to believe that Junyi would delegate someone inept to her side. Yet, she had not anticipated the remarkable prowess of this individual. Wait for me a moment, she said, as she directed her energy outward, conjuring a vast protective shield. Upon witnessing the familiar barrier, a whirlwind of emotions surged within Jiang Linlin, rendering her at a loss for words. She had finally succeeded. After so long, her safe haven had come to fruition. However, it no longer seemed fitting to refer to it as a safe house, and she had envisioned a new name, safety barrier. Though the distinction appeared subtle, the act of renaming symbolized a farewell to the past. Hey, that thing looked quite formidable. Did you create it? Jiang inquired, astonished. Yes, indeed. Yet, there is a more pressing matter that requires your attention, Jiang Linlin replied with a mysterious smile. For reasons unknown, Jiang felt an unsettling undertone in Jiang Linlin's smile. But considering Junyi's demeanor, she mused, surely, Junyi cannot be mistaken. After all, we are one entity. If I were to be harmed, he would suffer as well. With this thought in mind, Jiang acquiesced to Jiang Linlin's proposal. However, as she delved into the significant matter at hand, a pang of regret washed over her, and she questioned her earlier assumptions. Jiang Linlin led him beyond the safety barrier, extending her hand to point at the aimless swarm of advanced mutated beings outside the barrier. She addressed Jiang, saying, "These creatures pose a significant problem, one I cannot resolve. Given your impressive capabilities, I must trouble you to deal with them." The advanced mutated beings were no fools. Their acute hearing allowed them to catch Jiang Linlin's words from afar, prompting some of the more irritable ones to charge towards them. Chapter 90. The Jiang Garden. The army of white stars. While the advanced mutated beings possessed intelligence, a considerable portion of them lacked adequate mental faculties. Upon witnessing the uninvited guests rushing towards them, Jiang immediately positioned himself in front of Jiang Linlin. With a casual wave of his hand, the incoming mutated beings fell lifelessly to the ground. Jiang Linlin, observing this astonishing display, was left in utter shock, her gaze toward Jiang transformed. She believed that even Junyi would struggle to eliminate advanced mutated beings with such effortless ease. Jiang, filled with pride, turned around, ready to seek praise, only to be suddenly struck by an unexpected figure who sent him flying. Jiang! Jiang Linlin exclaimed in alarm. Moments later, Nan Xuanhuan appeared before her. This iteration of Nan Xuanhuan was markedly different from previous encounters. Upon first meeting him, Jiang Linlin perceived him as a dashing playboy, capable yet audacious. Their later interactions revealed his unabashed hostility toward her, making him a fearsome adversary. Now, however, Nan Xuanhuan seemed almost inhuman. Horns similar to Jiang's adorned his head. His hair cascaded down to his waist. His arms emanated an eerie glow, and his eyes transformed into a deep shade of green. Jiang Linlin, have you missed me during these past few days? Nan Xuanhuan licked his lips, uttering this unsettling remark. Jiang Linlin was utterly repulsed by his appearance, her brows knitting into a frown as she took 2 steps back. What have you done to your body to become so disgusting? Disgusting? Nan Xuanhuan exclaimed in surprise, raising his voice in disbelief. You actually find this form repulsive? But it matters not. Your perception is of little consequence now, for you shall soon transform into a lifeless being, and I care not for the thoughts of the deceased, perhaps due to his previous failures. Nan Xuanhuan ceased his idle chatter after uttering this statement. He extended his hands, his nails elongating in an instant, before launching an attack on Jiang Linlin. Ever since Nan Xuanhuan's arrival, Jiang Linlin had remained vigilant, wary of his potential ambush. As expected, he struck. With ample blue star stones to upgrade her bow and enhance her own physical capabilities, she charged directly at Nan Xuanhuan, who was caught off guard and slammed into the wall, momentarily astonished as he glanced at Jiang. Were you? You're the one who is a thing. Your entire family is. Jiang retorted angrily, rushing at Nan Xuanhuan and delivering a flurry of blows. Xian did not possess a human form. Instead, he resembled a droplet-like sprite. Yet this ethereal body seemed to wield boundless strength, each strike against Nanshuan causing him to cry out in pain. Jiang Linlin, are you not being utterly despicable? Where did you find such a creature? Nanshuan bellowed, his irritation at the opportune moment. Jiang Linlin drew her dagger, ready to bring an end to Nanshuan. However, a sudden ray of light shot forth, disarming her weapon and sending the dagger flying from her grasp, where it embedded itself into the ground. What a surprise that Bai Nai has returned once more. Jiang Linlin rose anxiously, retreating 2 steps to maintain a safe distance from Bai Nai, allowing her to sense any sudden movements. Observing Nanshuan, who was nearly beaten to a pulp, Bai Ni's expression darkened, and she commanded her troops, eliminate her. The individuals accompanying Bai Nai were handpicked from the Bai Xing army, known for their unwavering loyalty and exceptional prowess, indispensable forces for conquering a planet. Bai Nai had come with absolute confidence, resolute in her intent to kill Jiang Linlin. Although she had dispatched some to the System Bureau to intercept Jun Yi, she acknowledged the unpredictability of Jun Ye's formidable strength, unsure of how long her subordinates could hold him off. Ever since she learned of Jun Ye's identity as the demon god, she could no longer afford to underestimate him, and had placed him as her primary target. Unlike Nanshuan's reckless approach, the army opted for a strategic formation to confront Jiang Linlin. After informing them of their target, some members undertook the task of gathering intelligence on her capabilities and developing countermeasures. They recognized that while Jiang Linlin's combat skills were average, her intelligence was sharp. Thus, their orders were to eliminate her, necessitating a serious approach rather than treating her as a routine mission. Surrounded by this group, Jiang Linlin felt a twinge of confusion, for her previous adversaries had invariably resorted to immediate combat, never engaging in such circumspect maneuvers. Be careful, she warned, sensing the arcane nature of their actions. Xian flew to her side, positioning himself protectively before her. A formation? This sounds rather mystical, he mused before bellowing. What are you lot doing? I brought you here to embarrass yourselves? Attack Jiang Linlin. Kill her. Bai Nai was frantic, fearing Jun Ye's imminent arrival. Had she been less anxious, she might have analyzed the situation more rationally, pondering why such loyal troops would engage in such bewildering tactics. This had to be their strategy. Unfortunately, Bai Nai was far from calm enough to think it through. Injured from Xian's assault, Nanshuan gradually approached Bai Nai, cautiously explaining, Miss Bai, these individuals must be from the Bai Xing army. This is likely their unique method of attack. Bai Nai cast a disinterested glance at him, retorting, Did I ask you? Am I not aware? In truth, she was uncertain but refused to lose face. Nanshuan, sensing her cold demeanor, retreated behind her, standing silently. Beautiful one, this situation appears quite dire. Be cautious. I will shatter this barrier, and we shall escape, Xian declared, striking his chest with his diminutive hand. The gesture was earnest, though somewhat comical coming from a water droplet-shaped sprite. After voicing his intent, he charged at the barrier, while the Bai Xing soldiers had already established their formation. Standing at a calculated distance, observing Jiang Linlin with cold detachment. As the Bai Xing troops witnessed the unfolding events, expressions of astonishment crossed their faces, followed by a peculiar flurry of movement. The cracked section of the barrier began to mend. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Xian intensified his efforts, unleashing flames with greater fervor, targeting the previously fractured area. Despite the repair, the Bai Xing soldiers' speed in mending the barrier was far outpaced by Xian's destruction, leading to the emergence of a gap through which they could escape. Emerging through the fissure, Jiang Linlin regained her footing. Xian, with a triumphant gaze directed at the Bai Xing soldiers, taunted, What else do you possess? I doubt your strength can regenerate that barrier once more. The Bai Xing soldiers scowled at his words, and their leader stepped forward, displeased. Though you have breached our formation, do not grow too arrogant. The final outcome remains uncertain. With that, the leader began to swiftly form seals, yet Xian, now wiser, refused to afford them the opportunity, launching an immediate attack. The leader fell to the ground, and the others quickly encircled him, shielding him from further harm. Jiang, unfazed, casually hurled a massive fireball toward the group. Although the soldiers managed to block the flames, this was not Jiang's objective. Seizing the moment, he continued his assault. Jiang Linlin, drawing her bow to assist, joined the fray, and under their combined onslaught, none of the Baixing soldiers could withstand the assault, all collapsing to the ground. Witnessing this, Bai was taken aback, her shock quickly morphing into fury as she berated. Have you all been nourished only to be useless? Is this how you perform when needed? A pathetic display. Gritting their teeth, the Baixing troops slowly rose from the ground, their leader apologizing earnestly. Forgive me, my lady. I did not anticipate the strength of our foes and underestimated them. I assure you, even at the cost of our lives, we shall fulfill your command. Upon hearing this, Bai's expression softened slightly, her tone more forgiving. I do not wish to blame you. I simply believe that Baixing's finest troops should not be of such caliber. Rest assured, my lady, they responded, suddenly invigorated, their faces alight with a fervent resolve as they brandished their most skilled weapons toward Jiang Linlin. Jiang Linlin sensed a sudden surge in the group's momentum. Their demeanor transformed inexplicably from what it had been moments before. Jiang retreated to Jiang Linlin's side, his expression grave. Although it was difficult to discern seriousness from the tiny droplet of water that was his form, he warned her, "Be cautious, my lady. They have inexplicably shifted. It seems they have temporarily enhanced their power at the cost of their very lives, and they are not to be trifled with." At the cost of their lives? Jiang Linlin was genuinely astonished. It was rare to encounter individuals willing to resort to such a desperate gambit. She had only read about such occurrences in the annals of Blue Star's tumultuous history, particularly during the invasion by the entity known as Little Days, when Blue Star was too feeble to resist and had no choice but to adopt such extreme measures. Yet now, it seemed they were the ones under siege, facing formidable adversaries who likely had no need to resort to such means. The training of the White Star was indeed formidable. Jiang attempted to shift his position to evade the fiery projectiles, yet no matter where he moved, the flames seemed to possess a tracking capability, unerringly finding their mark. Damn it, Jiang cursed under his breath, ceasing his assault on the group. Any alternative attacks he attempted were invariably reflected back upon him with relentless precision. Jiang Linlin, observing this peculiar scene behind him, felt a chill of apprehension. If those attacks were to strike her, she knew she would be unable to withstand them. She was merely an ordinary human, even with her enhanced physique from potions. Thus, she felt a profound gratitude towards Jiang for his protection. Watching him embroiled in a fierce struggle, Jiang Linlin realized that the situation was dire, with Bai commanding so many skilled fighters. It seemed unlikely she would leave this encounter unscathed. Fortunately, she had successfully activated the safety barrier, and Blue Star was now capable of repelling alien incursions, alleviating some of her concerns. Even if she were unable to escape Bai's clutches, she would have no further regrets. Although she was referred to as the interstellar warrior goddess, her memory remained elusive. Yet, it was precisely this lack of recollection that spared her from any sense of regret. Yikes! Jiang cried out, collapsing at Jiang Linlin's feet. These individuals are truly off-kilter. I can now ascertain that they have undoubtedly employed some perilous means to barter for strength. Jiang's frustration was palpable. My lady, wait here. I shall risk my very life to ensure your safety. With that declaration, Jiang once again plunged into the fray. Jiang Linlin understood that she was not equipped to confront the impending battle. Thus, she shifted her gaze towards Bai. Presently, all of Bai's focus was on the skirmish, as was Junyi's behind her, prompting Jiang Linlin to contemplate potential strategies against Bai. From previous encounters, it appeared that despite Bai's formidable appearance, her actual prowess might not be as formidable as it seemed. Therefore, an opportunity for a sneak attack could be viable. With this thought in mind, Jiang Linlin prepared herself. However, as she took a step forward, Nan Xuanhuan noticed her and leaped in front of her, questioning, "What? Are you planning a sneak attack?" Although Jiang Linlin abandoned the idea of ambushing, Nan Xuanhuan suddenly became resolute in preventing her escape. While he was unable to contend with Jiang, it did not imply he was incapable of overcoming Jiang Linlin. Meanwhile, Jiang, engrossed in battle, became aware of Jiang Linlin's predicament. Yet, Overwhelmed and anxious to assist her, he inadvertently exposed a vulnerability, resulting in him being struck by Xing's forces. In an instant, both found themselves ensnared. What kind of skill is it to resort to underhanded tactics? Why not face me in a fair fight? Zian bellowed, attempting to provoke his adversaries in hopes of discovering a flaw. However, his opponents, being well-trained, remained unperturbed by his taunts. Seeing his strategy falter, he had no choice but to engage directly. Yet, the onslaught from Xing's group intensified, and it wasn't long before Zian was also captured. Observing both of them ensnared, Bai and I approached Jiang Linlin with a triumphant demeanor, grasping her chin before dismissively releasing it. What now? Your bravado hinges solely on Jun Ye's affection for you? Do you truly believe he harbors feelings for you? No, his heart belongs to my sister, Bai Lin. Out of sisterly compassion, I might grant you a complete corpse. Faced with the self-satisfied Bai Ni, Jiang Linlin felt a surge of anger, yet she found herself devoid of any means of retaliation. Zian was unable to rescue her, and all she could do was devise a way to buy time in hopes that Jun Yi would arrive. Alas, it seemed he too might be in peril. Thus, she found herself unable to depend on anyone but to attempt to extricate herself. I am your sister. I have no recollection of this matter. Hence we should bear no relation, nor any enmity, Jiang Linlin cautiously asserted, observing Bai Ni's agitation. It was evident that her past self during Bai Lin's era must have inflicted significant harm upon Bai Ni, inciting such rage and fear in her. Jiang Linlin, what do you desire? Bai Ni what? Bai Ni failed to comprehend Jiang Linlin's inquiry. She wondered how it related to their current discussion. I do not grasp the meaning behind your words. What do I desire? Of course, I wish for your demise, Bai Ni retorted. I have lost my memories and strength. Your hostility arises from your affection for Jun Yi, who has always been by my side, correct? Jiang Linlin seized the moment, pressing for answers. Bai Ni, now intrigued, engaged in dialogue, presenting a splendid opportunity to buy time. You. Bai Ni fell silent. Indeed, she harbored feelings for Jun Yi, yet such sentiments were futile. You must perish here today. Bai Ni suddenly grasped Jiang Linlin's intentions, letting out a cold laugh. With a swift motion, she conjured a dagger from thin air and lunged it towards Jiang Linlin, who was still struggling. Wait, is there truly no chance for us to converse further? None. The dagger in Bai Ni's hand was already poised against Jiang Linlin's throat. Zian summoned all of his strength to break free from the control of the Xing clan and collided into Bai Ni, dislodging the dagger from her grasp before standing guard before Jiang Linlin. His expression was grave. Who dares? Bai Ni signaled to the Xing warriors. During the earlier skirmish, Zian had exhausted most of his energy, resulting in his capture once more. Jiang Linlin, today marks your end. For reasons unknown, an unsettling premonition gripped Bai Ni. She felt compelled to eliminate Jiang Linlin immediately, lest someone intervene. Chapter 93. Interstellar Chapter. I am her sister, as these thoughts crossed her mind. Before she could plunge the dagger into Jiang Linlin's heart, Jun Ye's voice resonated behind her. Bai Ni, have you disregarded our conversation? Upon hearing the voice, Bai Ni was swiftly kicked to the ground by Jun Yi, her pristine white attire now disheveled. Nan Xuanhuan approached her side, helping her to her feet. Miss Bai, are you unharmed? Bai Ni pushed Nan Xuanhuan away, rising in anger as she pointed at Jun Yi. Jun Yi, why? Why would you go to such lengths for her? Jun Ye's clothing was tattered, blood seeping through, a clear indication of the fierce battle he had endured, arriving without time to change. This knowledge only fueled Bai Ni's fury further. Jun Yi ignored her, moving to check on Jiang Linlin. After confirming her safety, he turned coldly to Bai Ni. This does not concern you. I warned you not to harm her, yet you disregarded my words and intensified your actions. Do you truly believe the Xing army can restrain me? Your naivety astonishes me. Upon finishing his statement, Jun Yi extended his hand, and Zian instantly understood, leaping onto his palm, becoming an extension of his power. Jun Yi then teleported before Bai Ni. Before she could react, he seized her by the throat. Bai Ni struggled, battering at Jun Ye's hand. Let me go. Jun Yi had no intention of releasing her. Witnessing Jiang Linlin nearly meet her end had instilled a profound fear and regret within him. Fortunately, He had arrived in time to prevent any harm from befalling her. Had he delayed even a moment longer, he could scarcely fathom the consequences. As Bai Ni's breathing faltered, Junyi tightened his grip, but at that moment, Nan Xuanhuan collided into him unexpectedly. His movement was grand yet silent, allowing Junyi to remain oblivious. Nan Sunwan Shilid Bai Ni, glancing at her as she gasped for fresh air, relieved that she was unharmed. He then turned to Junyi. Before Junyi could utter a word, Nan Xuanhuan suddenly bit his finger, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as he began to chant incantations. Initially, Junyi paid little heed to him, appearing relatively unscathed, though he bore severe injuries that required rest to heal. However, upon witnessing Nan Xuanhuan's actions, he sensed something amiss and swiftly attempted to halt him. Yet Nan Xuanhuan had already completed his unique ritual. A soft halo of light enveloped his form, revitalizing him, and the numerous small wounds on his body began to mend. With a faint smile, he addressed Junyi. "Come, today, only one of us shall leave this place alive." Junyi furrowed his brow, taken aback by Nan Xuanhuan's extremity. "You, what? Are you intimidated by my resolve? Fear is futile. We must determine a victor today," Nan Xuanhuan declared with conviction. Though he was uncertain of the outcome, he was determined to give his all. It was the final act he could perform for Bai Ni. Casting a glance at Bai Ni, he noticed her gaze was wholly consumed by Junyi, her attention fixated solely upon him, neglecting to acknowledge Nan Xuanhuan. Even as he burned his very life essence to confront Junyi, he received not a single glance from Bai Ni. With a resigned sigh, Nan Xuanhuan set aside his distractions and engaged fully with Junyi. Junyi recognized his resolve, understanding that without unleashing his full potential, he could not hope to best Nan Xuanhuan. Thus, he activated the long-sealed powers within him. "Nan Xuanhuan, you are a person deserving of my respect, the first in many years to instill such pressure upon me. For that reason, you are the only one worthy of my unsealing." Junyi spoke softly. As his words fell, a soft purple glow emanated from his being, and, as he grasped the air, a violet longsword materialized in his hand. His formerly short hair cascaded into long strands, shifting from dark to a soft lavender hue. Upon witnessing Junyi's transformation, Nan Xuanhuan smiled. He licked his lips, stating, "You are also the first worthy of my fighting in this manner." With that, the two clashed, their battle transcending Jiang Linlin's perception. She could only discern fleeting shadows. What was assumed to be a clash of magical prowess devolved into a raw display of strength, devoid of any elaborate techniques, merely a testament to their physical might. The weakened Bai Ni disregarded their combat, regulating her breath as she gradually approached Jiang Linlin's side. Noticing her, Jiang Linlin drew her bow, standing ready to confront Bai Ni. "You, who are already dead, why have you suddenly returned? Why do you seek to usurp my life?" Bai Ni demanded in fury. Jiang Linlin furrowed her brows and explained, "I have conveyed this matter to you numerous times already. I possess no knowledge of the events that transpired before. Those occurrences belong to the past. Since they have already unfolded, it is better to let them remain in the past. Why must we bring them up again? I do not wish to hear your futile explanations. You deserve nothing less than contempt. Now that Junyi can no longer come to your rescue, I am eager to see how you will fare." Bai Ni ceased her pointless chatter and brandished her whip towards Jiang Linlin. Jiang Linlin stepped back, narrowly avoiding the strike. As a deep gash appeared at her former position, it was evident that Bai Ni wielded her whip with tremendous force, intent on ending Jiang Linlin's life. Jiang Linlin's face darkened as she stepped back while releasing an arrow, only for it to be deftly deflected by Bai Ni's whip. "Oomph, worthless. You were a failure back then, and you remain one now. Just resign yourself to your fate." Bai Ni's assaults intensified, and Jiang Linlin gradually found herself unable to withstand the onslaught. Suddenly, with a sharp crack, Bai Ni's whip struck Jiang Linlin's arm, causing her to lose her grip on the bow, which fell to the ground. Seizing the moment, Bai Ni lashed out again, ensnaring Jiang Linlin's leg and toppling her to the ground. As the whip threatened to strike her face, Jiang Linlin felt panic wash over her, leaving her paralyzed and unable to react. Just as the whip was about to make contact, a chilling voice pierced through the air, halting Bai Ni's attack. Who permitted you to strike her? Following the sound, Jiang Linlin beheld a very familiar figure, one who should not have been present at that moment. Who are you? Bai and I glared coldly at the newcomer. My name is Yuan Qingqing, and I am her sister. Chapter 94. The Inner Thoughts of Nan Xuanhuan in the Starry Realm, her sister? Bai Ni's surprise was palpable as she cast a bewildered glance at Jiang Linlin. Yet, Jiang Linlin remained fixated on Yuan Qingqing, disregarding Bai and I entirely. No matter who you are, no one shall save her today. I shall slay one if one comes. And if two come, I shall slay both. With that declaration, Bai and I launched another attack. However, with Yuan Qingqing's presence, Bai and I found herself unable to reach Jiang Linlin. Frustrated, she stomped her foot in anger, yet found herself powerless. You, Bai and I seethed, pointing an accusatory finger at Yuan Qingqing. But Yuan Qingqing disregarded her, transforming into an ultimate form, swiftly seizing Bai and I by the throat, her claws sinking deeply into Bai Ni's neck. Bai Ni's eyes widened in terror. Yet she was utterly defenseless, left to feel her life ebb away. Meanwhile, Nan Xuanhuan, engaged in battle with Junyi, noticed Bai Ni's plight and sought to intervene. But his distraction allowed Junyi to exploit his vulnerability, swiftly bringing him down. Miss Bai. Even as he found himself threatened, Nan Xuanhuan's thoughts remained with Bai and I. Alas, Bai and I had already succumbed, her eyes wide open as she lay lifeless upon the ground, bewildered by the sudden appearance of an ally for Jiang Linlin. Junyi did not rush to eliminate Nan Xuanhuan. Instead, he remained still, observing as Nan Xuanhuan crawled toward Bai Ni's lifeless form. Yuan Qingqing approached Jiang Linlin. Sister, are you unharmed? Upon hearing that familiar term of endearment, Jiang Linlin felt a surge of emotion, her expression complex as she gazed at Yuan Qingqing, yearning to reach out and touch her face, yet hesitating midway. Have you regained your memories? Yuan Qingqing smiled and nodded, although she retained her former adorable demeanor. An entirely different aura enveloped her. Once a naive and charming girl, she now bore the weight of countless experiences, having matured and grown wise. With a hint of sorrow etched upon her features. Miss Bai what? Nan Xuanhuan examined Bai and I and realized she had lost all signs of life. Any hope for her survival extinguished. Tears welled in his eyes as he lamented her fate. Being merciful to one's enemies is not a virtue. Yuan Qingqing coldly remarked to Junyi before advancing toward Nan Xuanhuan, intent on ending his life. Yet, Junyi intervened. There is no need. He is destined to perish. Standing behind Nan Xuanhuan, Junyi observed his anguish, shaking his head in resignation, a sigh escaping his lips. Personal short chronicle of Nan Xuanhuan. X-Star is not particularly formidable. Years ago, I was imprisoned, during which I met Miss Bai and I and uncovered the truth of it all. From that moment, I vowed to avenge my home planet. Bai and I rescued me, bestowed upon me strength, and revealed everything. However, as I distanced myself from her, preparing for vengeance, I discovered that the truth was not as I had been led to believe. My curiosity compelled me to investigate further, only to unearth a reality starkly different from what Bai and I had conveyed. Jiang Linlin is not a perpetrator. In fact, the truth is quite the opposite. She is a hero of the entire galaxy. For various reasons, she has been wrongfully accused, as certain individuals, driven by their own interests, chose to continue slandering Jiang Linlin. Fully aware of her innocence, yet they still condemned her. I found myself engulfed in confusion, unsure of how to proceed. For the person I had harbored hatred toward for so long was not truly my enemy. The real adversaries were the Bai family, who saved me. I was tormented and struggled with my emotions, uncertain of how to confront Miss Bai. One day, I sought her out to unravel the truth behind everything, yearning to hear the facts from her lips, even if those truths were unbearable to accept. On that day, I visited the Bai residence and beheld Miss Bai, her laughter echoing joyfully in the courtyard. Bathed in sunlight, I noticed how enchanting her smile was, and in that moment, I realized that nothing else mattered. Regardless of the truth, it was inconsequential. The only person I truly desired was Bai and I. Henceforth, I refrained from mentioning the matter of the truth. Whatever Miss Bai requested of me, I dedicated myself wholeheartedly to fulfill, irrespective of whether it was right or wrong. It no longer held significance for me. That day, Miss Bai informed me that the only way to ensure Bai Lin would never resurrect was to eliminate her in this lifetime. Otherwise, she would inevitably come back to life. Miss Bai spoke extensively, and while her words seemed to be in my favor, I understood that she merely sought to manipulate me. Nevertheless, I was indifferent. If eliminating Bai Lin would bring joy to Miss Bai, I was willing to comply. Thus, I ventured to the place where Bai Lin resided in this life. But when I arrived, Bai Lin had yet to appear. So, I lingered for a while, eventually encountering her in her new life, now known as Jiang Linlin. Initially, I intended to kill her, but I soon discovered her striking resemblance to Miss Bai, although I was aware they were not the same person. This realization prevented me from striking the fatal blow. Consequently, I hesitated and allowed Jiang Linlin to depart. I assumed Miss Bai would be furious upon learning of this. Yet she merely smiled at me. I understood, then, that no matter how similar others appeared to Miss Bai, they were not her. I could not harm Miss Bai for the sake of inconsequential individuals. Thus, I resolved to kill. However, opportunities slipped away, and when I sought to eliminate Jiang Linlin again, Junyi, her companion, grew increasingly formidable, rendering my attempts futile. I made several more attempts, only to face the same outcome. I had initially planned to exploit Yuan Qingqing, but even in her amnesia, she was not easily deceived. Today, with a resolve to confront Jiang Linlin for Miss Bai, I found Junyi's strength insurmountable, leading to yet another failure. As I gazed upon Miss Bai's lifeless form, I questioned whether my actions throughout this time had been right or wrong. I felt that everything I had done had yielded no benefit for her. Perhaps, had I persuaded her not to pursue Bai Lin further, this outcome could have been averted. Or, if I possessed greater strength, I could have adequately protected her, preventing her from meeting such a fate. I lamented my own inadequacy. Miss Bai, although your gaze always rested upon Junyi and never upon me, the mere privilege of being by your side filled my heart with profound happiness. I have never regretted my actions. I only regret my inability to protect you sufficiently. Chapter 95, Galactic Tale, The Disappearance of Yuan Qingqing after the demise of Bai Ni and Nanshuan Huan. The saga did not conclude. Junyi approached Jiang Linlin and cast a fleeting glance at Yuan Qingqing, coldly stating, "I do not know how you regained your memories, but you would do well to refrain from harboring any ill intentions towards Linlin." Jiang Linlin cast a puzzled glance at Junyi, unable to fathom how he could harbor such thoughts. Just as she was about to voice her inquiries, Yuan gently interjected before her. Junyi refrained from saying anything further and turned his gaze toward Jiang Linlin. Jiang Linlin hesitated slightly. "What is it? Do you still have reservations?" "Hunye pide sidon." "Jiang Linlin, I shall not go." "Junyi, why not?" "The people of White Star have yet to realize that Bai Ni has perished. Once they discover this, Blue Star will no longer be safe. Come with me to the System Bureau. I can ensure your protection." Jiang Linlin once again declined, questioning why she should accompany him to the System Bureau. Upon hearing her words, Junyi was even more perplexed. Just as he was about to inquire further, Jiang Linlin coldly pushed him away and gently drew Yuan closer to her side. "Junyi, you are merely my system. The task has been completed. You have successfully gathered the spectrum of human emotions, and I have effectively researched and activated the safety barrier. There is nothing further required of you." What are you saying?" In that instant, Junyi felt a surge of panic. He sensed that the situation was slipping from his grasp. What I mean is, our collaboration should come to an end, shouldn't it? Faced with Jiang Linlin's unexpected aloofness, Junyi was at a loss, unable to comprehend how their relationship had transformed so abruptly. He questioned her with confusion. "Why have you suddenly become so indifferent towards me? Have I done something to upset you?" Jiang Linlin shook her head and explained, "There is nothing to be upset about. It is merely that I believe we do not share any extraordinary bond. Since our collaboration has reached its conclusion, it should come to an end." "What?" Junyi was even more bewildered. Jiang Linlin was no longer inclined to elaborate on the matter. She gently pulled Yuan Qingqing and turned to enter the house. Junyi attempted to intervene, but was met with Yuan Qingqing's scornful retort. "Some individuals truly fail to grasp the situation. Do they genuinely believe they are orchestrating everything, holding all the strings in their hands? Jun halted, standing in bewilderment. Once inside, Yuan Qingqing immediately urged Jiang Linlin to sit on the sofa, her expression brimming with curiosity, making Jiang Linlin feel somewhat bashful under her scrutiny. Why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on my face? Jiang Linlin attempted to divert the conversation. However, Yuan Qingqing was unfazed, grinning mischievously as she remarked, "Sister, your expression clearly conveyed your displeasure, yet that insufferable man failed to notice. This only deepened your sorrow. But I believe, dear sister, that if you desire something, you should express it openly." Jun is not the sort to be particularly eloquent. It seems he struggles to comprehend unspoken thoughts. Yuan Qingqing squinted at Jiang Linlin, and ultimately, Jiang Linlin, feeling somewhat guilty under her gaze, could only offer an awkward smile and suggest, "Let us not dwell on such matters. They are of little consequence now. Instead, share with me how you regained your memory." Personal side story of Yuan Qingqing. I find myself devoid of identity. Upon opening my eyes, I realized I bore no memories. However, I was acutely aware of being a super mutant, a fact I cannot fathom why I comprehend so clearly. The first person I beheld was a stunning sister. Her gaze towards me filled with complexity. I remained uncertain about the sentiments of this group towards me. Being a super mutant, I feared they might wish to harm me. Yet, that beautiful sister did not strike me down. Instead, she treated me with kindness. They rescued me, though I lost my memories, which seemed inconsequential as long as my powers remained intact. They allowed me to depart, and I did indeed leave. Along the way, I encountered a peculiar man who attempted to deceive me, but I saw through his ruse. I chose not to dwell on such matters, casting them aside as I sought my kin. However, this amnesiac state is profoundly distressing. I am lost, uncertain of my origins or my destination. Yet, within the recesses of my mind, a wealth of knowledge regarding my identity is inexplicably stored. Eventually, I successfully located my kin, yet they appeared unwelcoming. I held no wariness towards them. After all, we belong to the same kind. Nevertheless, they assaulted me mercilessly, and just as I was on the brink of death, an influx of memories surged within my mind. I cannot explain why this occurred, but indeed, I regained my memories, though the manner was far from benevolent, nearly costing me my life. In that moment of recollection, I felt my powers significantly amplified, vanquishing those who had attacked me before following my memories back to my sister. The instant I witnessed my sister in peril, I rushed to her aid just in time. Otherwise, regret would have consumed me. For reasons unknown, post-recollection, my understanding of this world became remarkably profound. I realized that at my age, such comprehension is unusual, yet it remains inexplicable. Observing my sister and Jun in a tug-of-war, I yearned to clarify their predicament. Turning to my sister, I inquired cheerfully, "Sister, I have shared all my matters. Should we not proceed to discuss yours?" "Ah, what matters do I have?" Chapter 96, Interstellar Arc. The bi-couple comes seeking revenge. Jiang Linlin finds herself in a state of inner turmoil, uncertain of her own feelings and thus reluctant to confront the issue at hand. Yuan Qingqing, whose affections are solely reserved for Jiang Linlin and not for Junyi, perceives Jiang Linlin's desire to avoid this topic and opts for silence. The attire of this new group bears a striking resemblance to that of the earlier arrivals from Baixing, suggesting they belong to the same class of individuals. Following their entrance, a man and a woman emerge from behind them, exuding an air of elegance and nobility, unmistakably their leaders. The woman at the forefront strides furiously toward Jiang Linlin, delivering a sharp slap without uttering a word. Witnessing this, Yuan Qingqing immediately retaliates against the woman. Under ordinary circumstances, such a blow from Yuan Qingqing would incapacitate most. However, this woman merely stumbles back a couple of steps, seemingly unscathed. "You wretched creature! You have killed an heir! You have killed an heir!" The woman's fury culminates in another forceful slap to Jiang Linlin. Yuan Qingqing, intent on repelling this suddenly aggressive woman, realizes she is no match for her opponent. After all, she is the ruler of Baixing, and how could a mere superchanger like Yuan Qingqing hope to withstand her? Madame Bai, infuriated by Yuan Qingqing's continuous interference, retaliates by striking her, sending her crashing against the wall and leaving her injured. Jiang Linlin, filled with concern, attempted to help Yuan Qingqing to her feet, only to be blocked by Lady Bai. With a fierce grip around her neck, Lady Bai, her eyes ablaze with rage, demanded, "Why? Speak. Why did you take an IR's life? She is your sister. How could you wield such a deadly hand against her? Do you possess not a shred of humanity?" Jiang Linlin furrowed her brows, struggling to breathe as she was gripped by Lady Bai. In her agony, she desperately beat against Lady Bai's arm, gasping, "Let go. Let go of me. Let go." How absurd. Lady Bai tightened her grasp further. "You ought to compensate your sister." As Jiang Linlin's vision grew increasingly blurred, her consciousness began to fade. At that moment, a familiar voice emerged, rescuing her. "Who dares to harm her?" Junie rushed to Jiang Linlin's side, acutely aware of the unstable emotions of Madame Bai, who was oblivious to the presence of others behind her, and was subsequently kicked aside by Junie. Mr. Bai supported Madame Bai and threatened Junie, saying, "If you wish to retain your position as director and wish to live well, I advise you to keep your distance from her." The her he referred to was, of course, Jiang Linlin. Rather than retreating, Junie boldly confronted Mr. Bai, replying, "What if I refuse?" Mr. Bai warned, "Think carefully." Junie continued, "I fail to comprehend the mindset of people like you. She is your biological daughter, yet you treat an adopted daughter with such favor. More importantly, are you truly willing to harm your own daughter for the sake of an adopted one? You would subject your own flesh and blood to the worst of circumstances, and now you even contemplate her death. Do you not feel any pain in your hearts?" Madame Bai retorted passionately, "She is not our daughter. She is unworthy. She is merely a wild child." Mr. Bai gently patted the agitated Madame Bai, attempting to calm her, and then turned to Junie, casting a fleeting glance at Jiang Linlin in his arms. "All our efforts have been devoted to cultivating Bai and I. As for Bai Lin, we are left with no choice. If the two sisters could coexist harmoniously, it would yield a joyful resolution. However, should Bai Lin harm Bai and I in any way, we cannot let Bai Lin go unpunished." This statement, though seemingly fair, was entirely in favor of Bai and I. Oh no, it would be more accurate to say that you only care for yourselves. Your true concern lies solely in the efforts you have invested, not in Bai and I. Suddenly, Jiang Linlin, who had remained silent in Junie's arms, spoke up. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Madame Bai exclaimed, agitated. "What? Have I struck a nerve, prompting you to rush to kill me?" Jiang Linlin scoffed coldly. "Madam, I advise you to abandon your vengeful aspirations and fulfill your own selfish desires." Every action Jiang Linlin took provoked Madame Bai further, darkening her expression until she could no longer suppress her fury and ordered those behind her, "Kill her! Kill her!" Bai Xing's soldiers obeyed, forming ranks. Junie, having recognized their tactics, was determined not to allow them the opportunity to complete their formation. Thus, he protected Jiang Linlin with one arm while wielding his sword with the other to fend off their advances. Whether Madame Bai was genuinely heartbroken or merely acting on Jiang Linlin's assertions, her emotions were in turmoil. Mr. Bai had done his utmost to soothe her, but to no avail. As Madame Bai murmured incantations, a suit of armor materialized around her, and she joined a fray with her weapon. Now, with the passage of time, Junie had become intimately familiar with the purple flame, nearing the power of a demon god. Witnessing Madame Bai's actions, he no longer concealed his strength. After placing Jiang Linlin in a secure location, he transformed into the state of a demon god. Seeing Junie in this form, Madame Bai remained unchanged, her desire for vengeance unwavering, while Mr. Bai's expression revealed contemplation. He pondered whether to completely sever ties today. If he chose that path, it was unlikely he would leave this place unscathed, especially now that Junie had activated the demon god state. Thus, Mr. Bai deliberated and resolved not to continue opposing Junie. "Have you lost your mind?" she questioned, bewildered. "Why are you ordering a retreat? Everyone attack. Kill Bai Lin." Mr. Bai commanded, "Do not advance. Stand still." In that moment, Bai Xing's soldiers were left in confusion, unsure whose orders to follow. While Madame Bai was indeed the de facto ruler, Mr. Bai held significant authority as well. Moreover, they recognized Junie's might, leading some to hesitate about risking their lives. Frustrated by their disobedience, Madame Bai see that you shall all pay for this. With a sudden thud, she was kicked by Nan Xuanhuan, crashing against the wall. Chapter 97. The Interstellar Chapter. A clear commitment observing Mr. Bai's transformation. Jun contemplated and ultimately decided to extend him a courtesy. If a conflict were to erupt, even if Mr. Bai emerged victorious, both sides would suffer losses. Achieving a resolution without bloodshed would be the most favorable outcome. Since Mr. Bai had spoken, as a mere director of a small system, it would be wise to grant him this courtesy, though Madame Bai, for years, the entirety of Baixing had been under Madame Bai's dominion, and she had consistently treated Mr. Bai poorly. However, due to their lack of significant conflict, Mr. Bai had endured her behavior. After years of tolerance, he had reached his limit. In this current situation, provoked by Madame Bai's words, Mr. Bai suddenly felt unwilling to endure any longer and erupted with anger. For so many years, I have indulged you. Are you truly unaware of that? Did you think I could not stand against you? I entrusted you with control over Baixing because I did not wish to engage in petty disputes. If we were to fall out, it would benefit neither of us. Yet, your current demeanor suggests you have no understanding of my intentions, believing instead that I fear you. Mr. Bai was genuinely furious, years of grievances pouring forth in that moment. Madame Bai had never anticipated Mr. Bai's pent-up resentment. As she listened to his grievances, she froze in place. Once she regained her composure, she reverted to her sharp-tongued persona, pointing an accusatory finger at Mr. Bai. Will you really? You should remain beneath me. Do not forget how you arrived at this point. Without me, do you genuinely believe you would be where you are today? Faced with Madame Bai's obstinance, Mr. Bai realized there was no room left for negotiation. Moreover, his years of restraint had led him to wish for a decisive end. This moment presented an excellent opportunity. If Madame Bai were to be slain by Jun, no one would ever contest his claim to the dominion of Baixing again. Furthermore, Bai Lin was indeed his biological daughter. Should he seize this chance to mend their father-daughter relationship, coupled with the dynamics between Bai Lin and Jun, if he could manage all of this, he would undoubtedly secure his position as the leader of Baixing. With this thought, Mr. Bai's lips curled into a subtle smile. As I do not possess the authority to govern Baixing, everything that has transpired was ultimately decided by my wife. However, I now believe we cannot gamble the future of Baixing on this woman. Therefore, I hope Mr. Jun can forgive my previous actions. Mr. Bai adopted a very humble posture, and Jun immediately discerned his intentions, yet chose not to expose them. No, you must not utter such nonsense. Madame Bai persisted. As the time for Jun's transformation drew near, he hesitated no longer, nor did he show any mercy, swiftly eliminating the incessantly troublesome Madame Bai. Upon witnessing her demise, it would be false to claim that Mr. Bai felt no fear. He had long been aware of Jun's formidable prowess. Yet he was taken aback by the fact that Lady Bai had no opportunity to retaliate. In the realm of Baixing, Lady Bai had seldom encountered any adversaries. Even those capable of besting her were deterred by her illustrious lineage, thus refraining from truly vanquishing her. Mr. Bai, I deeply regret the situation concerning your wife. You must now understand that this was an unavoidable course of action. Had she exercised more rationality, we might not have arrived at such a dire outcome. Wouldn't you agree? Jun's words were an unmistakable threat. As he spoke, the moment of transformation arrived. He and Xian became two distinct entities, his violet eyes reverting to their natural hue, and his flamboyant hairstyle returning to normal. Mr. Bai offered a forced smile, saying, "Indeed, this predicament cannot solely be attributed to Mr. Jun. The primary responsibility lies with me. Had I taken the initiative to persuade my wife earlier, perhaps we would not be facing this situation today." Observing the tug-of-war between the two, Jiang Linlin sighed in resignation. She harbored a strong aversion to such gatherings, finding them stifling. After exchanging a few words with Jun, Mr. Bai departed with the members of Baixing. Jun approached Jiang Linlin, yet she remained coldly indifferent towards him. "Thank you for saving me. If the opportunity arises again, I shall surely repay your kindness." In the future, Jun seized upon the two most significant words in her statement. "Why do you phrase it thus? Do you still wish to sever ties with me?" Jiang Linlin raised her head and coldly gazed at Jun, admonishing him not to speak so harshly. What does it mean to sever ties? We never truly had a relationship. One is a host, and the other a system, merely partners in a collaboration, right? Linlin, Jiang, in exasperation, grasped Jiang Linlin's arm. He was utterly perplexed as to how the once cheerful and perfectly normal Jiang Linlin had suddenly transformed into this. If I have done something to upset you, please tell me directly, Jiang continued. Yuan Qingqing, anxious, stamped her feet and glanced at the departing Jiang Linlin before explaining to Jiang. I always thought you were quite clever. Do you really need me, a child, to teach you? Can't you discern your sister's intentions? Don't you know that pursuing a girl requires making a clear commitment? Upon uttering these words, Yuan Qingqing swiftly turned and ran after Jiang Linlin, exclaiming, Sister, wait for me. What? Jiang was taken aback. What does a clear commitment mean? Wasn't his intention already evident? Jiang Linlin was unaware of his feelings. Chapter 98, Interstellar Arc. Coming to give you a commitment, however, he scarcely had anything to articulate. The little system, summoned personally by the director, was filled with trepidation. It had never encountered the director before and was now worried that it might have erred in its tasks and would face punishment. Upon meeting Jiang, the latter immediately inquired, what does it mean to make a clear commitment to a girl? The little system was momentarily stunned, perplexed by the director's question, and hesitantly asked Director, what do you mean by that? Well, being with a girl. Jiang paused, reflecting carefully before continuing. For a girl from Blue Star, what is a clear commitment? Isn't it sufficient for both parties to understand each other's feelings? Jiang asked earnestly. Only then did the little system grasp the purpose of the director's summons. Yet knowing the nature of this purpose left it both amused and bewildered. Director, girls are different from boys. If you truly have feelings for a girl, you must express your intentions to her. This is a rule of Blue Star. Therefore, a clear commitment means that you, Director, must articulate your feelings for this girl and the future you envision together. Articulate, Jiang repeated, half comprehending, and then left in excitement. Before departing, he added, Thank you. You may return to your duties. The little system, however, had no inclination to continue working. It had stumbled upon a monumental revelation and had witnessed it firsthand. It promptly rushed to share the news with its friends. Hey, let me tell you, but you mustn't disclose this to other systems. Our director is in love. In love? What does that mean? Oh dear, I forgot to mention, switch to Blue Star culture. The other system obediently transitioned to Blue Star's cultural context and immediately understood the implications of what the system had said. It gazed in astonishment at its companion. Are you serious? I won't tell anyone. The system vowed earnestly. Yet within 10 minutes, the entire Interstellar System Bureau was abuzz with the news of their director's romantic involvement, with many beginning to cheer. Meanwhile, in Blue Star's Jiang Garden, Jiang Linlin, feeling exceedingly melancholic, leaned against the window, while Yuan Qingqing gently seated herself beside her, propping her chin on her hand, gazing at her in exasperation. Sister, why can't you explicitly convey your feelings to Jiang? It's utterly pointless to make him guess. He is clearly a simpleton, utterly lacking in romantic sensibility. What feelings? There are none. You should go accompany Xiao Ran in building the new Blue Star. I wish to be alone for a while. Jiang Linlin pushed Yuan Qingqing away, ushering her out. Alas, sister. Yuan Qingqing attempted to re-enter, but Jiang Linlin had already shut the door. With a resigned shrug, Yuan Qingqing turned to assist Chu Xiaoran, only to encounter Jiang upon turning around. Is Linlin inside? Jiang inquired. Yuan Qingqing nodded. What do you intend to do? To make a promise, Jiang replied succinctly, then pushed open the door and stepped inside. The familiar embrace made Jiang Linlin feel a sense of reluctance, yet she recognized that such a state was untenable. She was aware that she could express her feelings, but her heart stubbornly wished for Jiang to articulate them first. Linlin. Jiang's voice was melodious, yet slightly hoarse at that moment. I apologize. It was my oversight before. Now that your memories are not fully restored, your perceptions are aligned with the Blue Star. Thus, I'm here to offer you my promise. I cherish you, love you, and wish to be with you henceforth. Together, we could traverse the cosmos hand in hand. Jiang spoke earnestly, expecting that his words would bring joy to Jiang Linlin. However, there was no sign of happiness from her. She remained sullen. He regarded her with confusion just as she lifted her gaze to him, coldly asking, "Are you finished? Once you're done, you may leave. I am Jiang Linlin, not Bai Lin." Jiang Linlin struggled fiercely, only to be embraced tightly by Junyi. In a manner reminiscent of soothing a child, Junyi gently said, "You are Bai Lin, and you're also Jiang Linlin. What I wish to convey is that no matter who you become, you remain fundamentally you, the one I have always cherished. There is no need for you to harbor resentment towards your former identity. It is merely a manifestation of your own jealousy," which is rather absurd. Junyi smiled with a hint of resignation. He spoke the truth. She had long acknowledged her feelings for Junyi. However, ever since she discovered that his affection stemmed from her previous incarnation, she had been ensnared in a mental labyrinth, unable to extricate herself from this conundrum. Although Bai Lin is indeed a part of her, she found herself uncontrollably perceiving her former self as an entirely different entity. "I understand that you may struggle to comprehend this matter at present, so I have devised a thoughtful solution. I have already spoken with Mr. Bai, and he has agreed. Thus, I am now prepared to guide you in reclaiming your memories, allowing your soul to align with its rightful place," Junyi declared. Jiang Linlin glanced up at him, her hesitation palpable. She was uncertain whether she ought to regain her memories. However, Junyi offered her no respite for contemplation. As he promptly embraced Jiang Linlin and departed from Blue Star, heading towards the System Bureau. Prior to his arrival on Blue Star, he had deliberately equipped himself with a chip attuned to its culture, facilitating his understanding of Jiang Linlin's true intentions. Chapter 99, Interstellar Saga, The Crimson Enchantress and the Memories. This was the first time Jiang Linlin encountered the vastness of the cosmos. Although she was aware of its existence, it had merely been an abstract concept to her, for she had never ventured beyond Blue Star. She had once harbored aspirations of exploring the stars, but the apocalypse redirected her focus toward research. The systems of the Bureau observed Jiang Linlin with curiosity, discreetly retreating to the sidelines as they watched her interaction with Junyi. Jiang Linlin still felt a tinge of reluctance. However, having arrived at this juncture, she could no longer afford to hesitate. They stopped before a magnificent edifice, and Jiang Linlin inquired, "What is this place?" "This is the memory tower I have constructed specifically for you," Jin explained. "Within it lies all of your memories. As soon as you enter and receive them, you will regain your recollections. I had originally intended to wait until your soul was restored before bringing you here, but the circumstances are somewhat extraordinary, prompting an earlier visit." The memory tower, Jiang Linlin, filled with confusion, reached out to touch, only to be suddenly engulfed by a tremendous force that drew her in. Junyi stood outside, patiently awaiting her return. Upon entering the tower, Jiang Linlin found herself ensnared by a multitude of vines. Startled, she attempted to retreat, only to be seized by the tendrils around her legs. In that moment, a crimson vine emerged before Jiang Linlin. Jiang Linlin was inexplicably compelled to reach out and touch the crimson vine. The moment her fingers made contact, the vine began to grow wildly, enveloping her entirely. Strangely, she felt no discomfort. Rather, an overwhelming sense of comfort washed over her. Gradually, she sensed her 5 senses fading, only to be inundated moments later by a torrent of memories that flooded her mind. "Look, isn't that Jiang Linlin? How dare she show her face at school? I heard she is a thief, and a habitual one at that. How come the school hasn't dealt with her? There she is, the infamous Jiang Linlin. I heard she even sold her body for money. Who would be foolish enough to date someone like her? They must be cursed for 8 generations. What? Jiang Linlin? She is utterly unworthy of the Bai family status. Though she excels academically, each family has but a single quota for advancement. Regrettably, the Bai family's quota belongs to Bai and I. Saw the Miss Bai Lin. Indeed, Xiaolin, you've enjoyed your freedom for so long. You should be accustomed to life outside. Hence, this time, it's your turn to handle this matter." Countless memories cascaded through Jiang Linlin's mind, and she gradually recalled everything. She had grown up in a destitute family, diligently working to support her education. With both her adoptive parents suffering from illness, she was burdened with the dual responsibility of earning a living and funding their medical treatment. This left her with little room for a personal life or friendships. Her days were consumed by school and part-time jobs. As a result, the people around her began to spread malicious rumors, claiming her character was questionable. Yet, she paid little heed to their words, driven solely by one ambition: to earn enough money to enjoy her studies and secure her parents' health. Unfortunately, her adoptive parents succumbed to their ailments, and as she continued her education, the rumors persisted unrelentingly. With the burden of her parents' illnesses lifted, she found herself with some spare funds, which were quickly misinterpreted by others as ill-gotten gains from debauchery. Despite her earnest attempts to clarify, her words fell on deaf ears. The truth was of no interest to them. They sought entertainment at her expense, indifferent to her feelings or circumstances. One day, a group approached her, claiming she was the long-lost daughter of the Bai family. The revelation left her stunned and bewildered, unable to comprehend the sudden appearance of her biological parents. Later, when Bai and I made a misstep, the Bai couple, distressed for their daughter, uttered a plethora of lofty statements, ultimately revealing their desire for Jiang Linlin to take the fall for Bai and I. However, like gold that glimmers regardless of its surroundings, chaos soon engulfed the galaxy, leading to outright conflict. Jiang Linlin found herself conscripted into the military, where her prowess in battle earned her respect and recognition, silencing her detractors. During this tumultuous period, she fortuitously met Junyi, a kindred spirit. Yet, her perception of their similarities was a mere illusion. In truth, Junyi appeared indifferent to the world, lacking any discernible aspirations. Their relationship quickly deepened. Despite numerous attempts from various individuals to rescue her, none succeeded, and she was ultimately condemned. Only Junyi remained steadfast in his efforts on her behalf. He orchestrated a plan, ensuring Jiang Linlin would not perish, but rather experience a fragmentation of her soul, leading him to traverse the stars in search of her essence. Upon awakening once more, gazing at the crimson vine before her, Jiang Linlin felt an indescribable sense of familiarity. This vine, known as Hong Yao, was a manifestation of her power, already possessing sentience at that time. In essence, Hong Yao and Zi Yin were akin, both understood as spirits. With her memories restored, Jiang Linlin could now communicate with Hong Yao. Master, you have finally returned. I miss you so much. Woo-woo. Hong Yao coiled around Jiang Linlin, seemingly expressing its longing. Chapter 100, Interstellar Arc. This position is mine. Jiang Linlin gently caressed the red demon, apologizing for making it wait so long. After enduring numerous experiences and living different lives on various planets, Jiang Linlin realized that she had indeed become somewhat indecisive. Had she confronted the Bai family earlier, perhaps she would not have descended to such a predicament. However, at that time, she lacked the strength to oppose the Bai family, and enduring the situation was undoubtedly the wisest course of action. The red demon shook itself in front of Jiang Linlin and then transformed into a sphere of crimson light, merging into her body. Gradually, the surrounding scenery began to shift back to reality. Jiang Linlin nodded gently. After regaining her memories, her entire demeanor transformed. Junyi, you have endured so much for such a long time. Junyi smiled and shook his head. How could it be considered enduring? Throughout this lengthy existence, you alone have been my singular pursuit. Without you, I would scarcely know how to navigate this interminable life. Jiang Linlin smiled faintly, expressing her desire to journey to the interstellar union, inviting companionship along the way. After regaining her memories, she no longer lingered on the matters of Blue Star. Recognizing that there was no need to persist in her obstinacy, the interstellar union awaited. The news of Jiang Linlin regaining her memories swiftly reached this place, for they were all acutely aware of the significance of the Tower of Memories. The collapse of the tower was immediately perceived by them, though no one had yet arrived. Fear had already gripped them. What purpose does your frantic pacing serve? It would be far more prudent to calm oneself and thoughtfully devise a strategy. Strategy. You incessantly speak of it, yet where are the tangible plans? For years, you have pondered how to confront this day, yet when it has finally arrived, who among you can present a viable solution? The leaders of the various star systems began to cast blame upon one another. It has been a while, my friends. You still delight in shifting responsibility as always. Jiang Linlin entered with a bright smile, accompanied by Junyi. Upon her arrival, the group of leaders darkened their expressions, gazing at her with palpable trepidation. Jiang Linlin gracefully took her seat at the head of the table, casually picking up a document and glancing at it before discarding it carelessly to the side. A few individuals had already begun to flatter her. "My lord, are you thirsty? Allow me to fetch you a cup of tea." However, Jiang Linlin interrupted their gestures, stating, "You all are sitting here. I have a few words to impart." Jiang Linlin surveyed the room and coldly remarked, "I trust that none of you are strangers to my character. You should be well aware of my disposition. I have never been one to relish violence or bloodshed. Thus, I wish to engage with you all in the same manner as before. For such confrontations do not stem from my true nature. I prefer to address matters with gentleness." "Speak, speak. We are all ears," they responded, their faces lighting up at the prospect of Jiang Linlin's willingness to resolve issues through peaceful means. Observing their reactions, Jiang Linlin smiled subtly, recognizing that this group was particularly fearful of danger. However, their fearfulness conveniently aligned with her intentions. Otherwise, her endeavors would indeed have proved quite challenging. Jiang Linlin gently tapped the table and remarked with a calm demeanor, "The matter is quite straightforward. You have occupied this position for long enough. And now it is my turn." The audience was taken aback in astonishment. Jiang Linlin cast a casual glance at the speaker and coldly inquired, "What are your thoughts on this proposal?" The response was hesitant and no. This matter is indeed rather astonishing, prompting them to inadvertently voice their surprise. In truth, it is only fitting for the war god to occupy this position, as he was the one who resolved the interstellar turmoil of yesteryears, remarked one of the sycophantic leaders. Jiang Linlin nodded in satisfaction, then glanced at the others seated around the table. "Do any of you have opinions regarding this proposal?" No, I don't either." "Neither do I." What a farcical situation. It was evident that they all had their reservations. Thus, regardless of Jiang Linlin's demands, they could only acquiesce. Yet, some individuals invariably failed to recognize their own circumstances. "I object. This position should be rotated among our group. What does it mean for you to suddenly assert yourself in claiming this seat?" The leader of G-Star expressed his discontent. Upon hearing his dissent, Jiang Linlin revealed a faint smile, raising her hand to gently wave. A beam of crimson light surged towards the leader of Star G, who immediately collapsed onto the table. In that instant, the entire venue fell into an eerie silence. Jiang Linlin parted her red lips slightly, inviting anyone with dissent to voice their opinions. "I am a fair person. If there are grievances, we shall resolve them." "There are no objections." The other leaders echoed in unison. Did they truly have any grievances? Even if they did, who would dare to speak up? This was not about addressing dissent. It was clearly about silencing those with differing views. "Very well." Jiang Linlin stood up, satisfied. Jun had been closely following Jiang Linlin, gazing at her every move with tenderness. Having regained her, he would never allow her to face danger again. In the year 423 of the Interstellar Era, Jiang Linlin abdicated, passing the position of the head of the Interstellar Federation to a person from Blue Star named Chu Shaoran. It is said that Chu Shaoran had encountered many intriguing experiences to attain this position. After her abdication, Jiang Linlin immediately whisked Jun away for interstellar travel. "Zhu Xiaodan et Galim." How infuriating. "Linlin, you did this just to make me take over your duties." In a text.